The protagonist traverses from the realm of reality into the world of Naruto, aided not by anything mundane, but rather by the game mechanics of World of Warcraft. Indeed, he arrives equipped with a Warcraft system, discovering that exploring the map grants experience points. Crafting items yields experience, and even fishing contributes to his growth. Chapter 1. The unknown entity falling from the skies. Buzz. From tens of thousands of meters above, the fabric of space was torn asunder, emitting a blinding blue light. A translucent figure emerged from the brilliance, plummeting rapidly toward the ground. The wind howled fiercely, resonating in Duamus' ears with a haunting whoosh-whoosh. It was deafening, and his hair whipped about chaotically in the air. A Duamus hand instinctively rose to swat at the air, scratching his face. How cold! He reflexively reached for a blanket, only to grasp at emptiness. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and a piercing scream escaped his lips. Having stayed up all night for a guild event, he had only just fallen asleep in the early morning hours, typically waking up in the afternoon. Can you imagine? Waking to find yourself in free fall from a height of 10,000 meters? The sensation can be encapsulated in two words: exhilarating. Here, it is pertinent to note that late-night gaming can be detrimental to one's health, potentially leading to lethargy, loss of appetite, hormonal imbalances, and in extreme cases, even supernatural occurrences such as this very instance of time travel, though the odds are infinitesimal. Not only had he transcended time and space, but he also flew through clouds, navigating flocks of migrating birds, until the ground below became increasingly distinct, revealing buildings and bustling crowds. He understood that, barring unforeseen circumstances, his demise was imminent. Your account has been linked, a mechanical voice announced, and a familiar character selection interface materialized before Duanmu. Wasn't this from the game he played last night? Please select your initial character. Please. This is not the time for games where in free fall. Duanmu lamented, account linked. Please select a character to commence your journey in a foreign realm. The mechanical voice persisted, showing no regard for his lamentations. Perhaps this could aid me in escaping peril. Duamus' mind raced and thought, a priest. Levitation? Although this was my previous account, am uncertain if I possess the materials for casting spells. A mage? That too requires resources. A knight with invincibility? What the blazes is this? I cannot ascertain whether invincible defenses will prevent my demise from this fall. He recalled his yesterday's login as a healing druid during a team activity. No time for hesitation, he hastily selected the druid and pressed the confirm button. Instantly, the druid's T19 set adorned his form, gleaming brilliantly. He shouted, transform into a raven. Duanmu had executed this maneuver countless times, Ingam plummeting from heights, only to instantaneously morph into a raven and soar into the sky. He had never failed, and he trusted that this occasion would be no different. He closed his eyes, savoring the wind's caress against his body. He had always dreamed of experiencing bungee jumping, yet his courage had never permitted it. Now he was compelled to embrace the moment since he could not evade it. He would relish it. You lack sufficient mana, the mechanical voice chimed once more. You require more mana. Damn it, Duanmu cried out in despair, overwhelmed by a flood of grief. Amidst a cacophony of wails, his translucent form penetrated the wall of a modest dwelling, crashing into the body of a young man before fading from view. The young man convulsed momentarily, then collapsed to the floor. After some time, a young man with blue hair gradually sat up, one hand pressed against his forehead. That was close. He quickly checked his head and legs, relieved to find all parts intact. Propping his chin in thought, he began to ponder a profoundly philosophical question. Who am I? Where am I? What has happened to me? Nanny. He realized he was speaking in Japanese. Rising to his feet, he surveyed his surroundings. A refrigerator, a wall clock, a mirror, and a light fixture. Where am I? Duanmu muttered to himself. Approaching the mirror, a refined and handsome visage greeted him, yet he was taken aback to see that the hair was an unusual shade of blue. How peculiar. Duanmu ambled closer. Suddenly, he stepped back. Is this me? He tugged at a strand of his hair, tilting his head in contemplation before delivering a sharp slap to his own face, the sound echoing throughout the room. At that moment, a wave of dizziness overcame him, and his vision blurred. It felt as though someone were hammering at his skull, his sight deteriorating into a white haze akin to a malfunctioning electronic device. Duamus' lips twitched. It's over. I've overexerted myself and broken my brain. After a while, he refocused on the front, only to find a game interface hovering in his field of vision. In the upper left corner was his avatar, accompanied by health and mana bars. Centered at the bottom was a silver-gray skill box with a metallic sheen, wherein only the first skill, Rage, shimmered while the others remained grayed out. In the upper left corner, a circular map bore the words Kato Daido's home in Japanese, and the lower right corner displayed his inventory, character information, spellbook, and skills. Duanmu shook his head, realizing that the game interface was his very field of vision. Whether he closed his eyes or shook his head, it remained unchanged. He concentrated, discovering he could manipulate the icons within the game interface. He opened the character screen, level 1, starting from scratch. The screen read, Kato Daido, level 1, Druid, Kato Daido. That sounds familiar. He furrowed his brow, a headache. Ouch. Forget it. His sluggish mind finally sprang into action as he pushed open the door and stepped onto the street, where throngs of people bustled about. Is this Neon Country? Venturing forth, he traversed 2 blocks when a notification popped up in the lower left corner. Discovered Konoha Village. Earned 25 experience points. At that moment, a young child rushed past him, a golden question mark hovering above his head. I recognize that it's a quest. He seized the child's arm. Hey, little one. Staring at the child momentarily, he pondered how to initiate a quest. A sharp pain surged through his mind, compelling him to cradle his head. Hey, Katakun, you're hurting me, the child exclaimed, shaking off his grip. If you have something to say it quickly. I still have tasks to complete. Shinshiru. Duanmu's mind flooded with memories. Shin, the brother of Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 and the heir of the Senju clan. Duanmu was bewildered. Senju, Tsunade, Konoha, this is the world of Naruto. My goodness, is this truly happening? He could not help but exclaim. Hadn't he been merely playing a game while rewatching Naruto? It couldn't be this absurd. He hadn't slacked off in his healing duties. As he continued to ruminate, his hand slipped free. Hey, if you don't speak, I'm leaving. If it weren't for the fact that you're my sister's boyfriend, I wouldn't waste my time with you. Shin declared boldly. Hey, you little rascal. Duanmu raised a hand to ruffle the child's hair. Wait a moment. I'm your sister's boyfriend. Your sister is Tsunade. Are you daft? Shin's demeanor shifted, his irritation evident. At that moment, 2 children of similar stature waved at him from a distance. What a waste of time. I'm destined to become Hokage. I'm not talking to you anymore. Hey, wait. Duanmu called out again, extending his hand in an attempt to grasp him. What's left to do? Shinshu turned impatiently, about to ask, when suddenly boom, boom, boom. A series of tremendous explosions erupted, causing the nearby 3-story building to collapse in a deafening crash. Debris and rubble were propelled outward by the force of the blasts. With a whoosh, the shockwave sent Shinshu tumbling back, and Duanmu promptly wrapped his arms around him, shielding him from the direction of the explosion by lying flat on the ground. You have completed the task of rescuing Shinshu. Earned 600 experience points. Congratulations. You have learned a new spell, Moonfire Technique. Congratulations. You have reached level 2. Due to your bound character reaching maximum capacity, all professional skill restrictions have been temporarily lifted for you. However, Duanmu hardly had time to absorb these advancements. Oh my goodness, is the world of Hokage this perilous? Mom, I want to go home. Once the detonation ceased, he straightened up, brushing off the dust. Phew, phew. He spat out a few times and helped Shinshu clear the debris from his clothes, then gazed toward the site of the explosion. What was once a standing structure now lay in ruins. The 2 stood there in stunned silence for a moment. Duanmu turned to Shinshu and asked, doesn't our Konohagakure have a defensive barrier? Perhaps. Perhaps enemy ninjas infiltrated. Shinshu replied uncertainly. Disbelief etched across his face as he surveyed the devastation. So, what about your friends? Duanmu attempted to console him. We met for the first time last night. Shinshu's lips quivered, tears welling in his eyes, but refusing to cascade down his cheeks. I meant to become Hokage. I cannot. Duanmu observed Shinshu, who appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old. In his previous world, this was the age when one should be joyfully attending school, playing and laughing on the playground. A pang of sorrow struck Duanmu's heart as he pulled Shinshu into an embrace. It's all right, let it out. I'm here for you. He gently patted Shinshu's back. Initially, Shinshu's arms hung limply, unsure of how to react, but as he listened to Duanmu's soothing words, he clung tightly to his shirt. With a sudden burst, he began to cry. After a considerable time, Shunshu finally calmed down, shyly pushing Dwanu away. You must not tell anyone. Understood. Understood. Dwanu replied with a smile. Then why are you still smiling? Shunshu, now slightly indignant, pointed at him with hands on his hips. Yes. Dwanu made a ceremonial gesture of respect toward Shunshu, solemnly declaring, Hokage-sama, enough already. Shunshu blushed, arms akimbo. This is our secret. Humph. Don't forget. Chapter 2. Stunned by the collision. Ah. A voice cried out, reminiscent of a chicken squawk. The crowd scattered in panic. Just then, Orochimaru and Jiraiya, two of the legendary Sannin of Konohagakure, along with a small team of ninjas, rushed over upon hearing the explosions. Some began to direct the fleeing populace, while others commenced the grim task of searching through the rubble. As the debris was cleared, several bodies were discovered, nearly unrecognizable. They initiated the process of notifying the families of the deceased, based on the accounts of those who had been nearby. Before long, a stunning blonde girl rushed in from outside, seeking to identify the remains, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she bit her lip to suppress her emotions. Orochimaru, is Shunshu in there? She stammered, pointing tremblingly toward the bodies in the wreckage, ready to rush forward that I advise against looking. A white-haired ninja with a spiky hairstyle emerged from the ruins, gripping the girl's shoulder. Alas! My condolences, Tsunade. Upon hearing his voice, Tsunade turned and saw Jiraiya. His words offered no comfort. Instead, Tsunade's tears threatened to spill over. It doesn't matter whether you look or not. It's impossible to tell. Orochimaru spoke in his characteristic gravelly tone, laced with darkness. Enough, Orochimaru. Jiraiya glared at him, his eyes wide with anger. And one can avoid it. Children tend to be overly excited on the battlefield for the first time. Orochimaru replied with a sarcastic tone. At that moment, Shunshu spotted his sister among the crowd. Sister, I'm over here. He jumped up, waving at Tsunade. The three conversing adults turned toward the sound, their eyes landing on Shunshu. Tsunade's eyes lit up as she hurried over, followed closely by a surprised Jiraiya, while Orochimaru visibly relaxed, shaking his head and silently departing. How are you? Shunshu, I was so worried. Tsunade crouched down, enveloping him in a tight embrace, checking him over meticulously. It was Katoni who caught me, so Shunshu shyly pushed Tsunade away, a hint of fear still evident in his voice. Tsunade glanced up and spotted Dwanu nearby, and in an instant, she leaped into his arms, sobbing. He instinctively opened his arms wide, resembling a gesture of surrender. Jiraiya, witnessing this scene, clenched his fists before gradually relaxing them, letting out a sigh of resignation as he turned away to continue with the recovery efforts. Dwanu, having just completed his first year of university in his previous life, was suddenly thrust into this world, and the fact that the person in question was an exceptionally beautiful girl left him bewildered. This is what they call a collision with a ball. In the softness of the moment, he felt himself wanting to sink into it. Thank you, Katakun. A gentle voice whispered in his ear. Dwanu, instinctively, lowered his hands and softly patted Tsunade's back, offering comfort. It's all right now. It's all behind us. All right. There are others around. Dwanu spoke softly. He scrutinized Tsunade closely. Her golden hair shone brilliantly, framing a delicate face with striking features, exuding both beauty and courage. Tsunade murmured, blushing as she stepped back to wipe her tears, catching sight of Shunshu, who was stifling laughter behind his hand. Whoosh. Tsunade seized Shunshu's ear. Did you see that? You must work harder in your training from now on. It hurts. It hurts. I understand, sister. Please let go. Shunshu whined, shaking off Tsunade's grip. I'm off now. With that, he dashed away. Katakun, the task this afternoon is crucial. It pertains to the formation of our medical ninja unit. All right. Dwanu began, but was interrupted. See you this afternoon, Katakun. Tsunade waved hurriedly and chased after Shunshu. Ouch. A sharp pain surged through Dwam's mind, seemingly adding more memories. He followed the familiar route toward what he now considered home. Returning the way he came appeared to be quite challenging. Seated in a chair at home, he gathered his thoughts, affirming that he had indeed become part of this new world. The harsh reality of the Naruto universe, rife with intrigue and violence, weighed heavily on him. Sigh. He exhaled deeply, gazing at the game's interface before him. Perhaps this was the foundation upon which he would build his existence in this world. Ding. a dialogue box appeared, asking, "Would you like to merge with the original character's level?" Duanmu felt a surge of excitement. Merge, with a series of resounding boom sounds, golden rays of light erupted from his body, and he sensed a newfound strength coursing through him. He quickly ran his fingers through his hair, letting out a sigh of relief, thankfully. That particular setting was not in effect here. Congratulations. You have learned a new spell, Spirit Transformation Technique. Congratulations. You have learned physical techniques, now at an advanced level. Congratulations. You have mastered the art of throwing, reaching an advanced level. Congratulations. You have leveled up to level 50. Related spells and skills have been unlocked. What? System? Duanmu attempted to call out in his mind, but received no response. Can I learn ninjutsu? What is happening? He formed a simple seal from his memory. Boom! A clone appeared beside him, and upon glancing up, he noticed that his magic points had diminished slightly. It seemed he understood something. Then he inquired, "The system next door seems to have something called a beginner's gift pack." Ding! Duanmu's eyes lit up at the sound. The backpack function has been activated for you, and the bank function has been unlocked. Please set the location of the bank. What I wanted was the gift pack, not a backpack. What bank? Duanmu lamented, raking his fingers through his hair in frustration. Please set the location of the bank. The prompt ignored him and repeated its previous dialogue. Right here. Duanmu pointed at an empty spot beside the table with irritation. Boom! Another thunderous sound erupted, and a chest appeared at the location he indicated, resembling a Western-style design consistent with a magical world, measuring about 1 meter square. Duanmu opened his backpack with his mind. Wow. Everything in his account was there, including the Astral Guardian set he had worn in his soul state, all present in the backpack. He casually took out a hood from the Astral Guardian set, its name displayed in red. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to try it on. You are currently unable to equip this item, Duanmu internally wailed. As expected, the Astral Guardian set was a drop for level 110, and he was merely level 50. Although bound to the World of Warcraft template, he could not act as he pleased. Fortunately, everything in his account remained intact. Sigh. He gazed at the pile of purple equipment in his backpack, feeling somewhat powerless. Afterward, he raised his hands to pat his face, giving himself a pep talk. Remembering that he seemingly had a task from the afternoon, he resolved to fill his stomach first. Opening the fridge, he saw a variety of vegetables, fruits, and meats. Duanmu, opting for simplicity, took out a bowl of instant noodles he had previously enjoyed, along with a handful of bok choy and an egg. He also discovered a can of happy fatty water tucked in the corner of the fridge. He was pleasantly surprised that the world of Naruto was so delightful. He lit the stove, boiled the noodles, fried the egg, and sliced the bok choy into fine strips to add to the pot. Before long, a steaming bowl of noodles was ready. He placed it on the dining table and symbolically declared a big shout out to Moss. Ding! Congratulations on creating upgraded tonkatsu cup noodles. Cooking skill level 1. You have gained 3,100 experience points. An immature idea sparked in his mind, prompting him to experiment. Duanmu slurped down the noodles and then began crafting again. Ding! Congratulations on creating upgraded tonkatsu cup noodles. Cooking skill level 1. You have gained 3,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on creating upgraded tonkatsu cup noodles. Cooking skill level 1. You have gained 2,600 experience points. An hour later, no further experience was gained. Remembering the task from the afternoon, Duanmu checked the equipment in his backpack. Ultimately, he decided to don the heirloom Dirty Swift Shadow set, which was gear from World of Warcraft that had no level restrictions and would level up alongside him. Indeed, upon wearing it, his strength, agility, stamina, magic, and other attributes significantly increased. Feeling somewhat uneasy, he searched through the bank and equipped 2 accessories, the portable cannon and the goblin combat chick, which resembled keychains and fit perfectly on his belt. If not for the restriction of carrying only 2 accessories, Duanmu would have adorned himself with many more. Potions, bandages, and various supplies were all prepared. After completing these preparations, he finally felt a sense of assurance. He walked around the room in his gear, feeling satisfactory. Some buckles and straps were arranged quite reasonably, but then he noticed a somewhat awkward issue. Although the Swift Shadow set resembled a ninja outfit, there was still a significant difference. Looking at himself in the mirror, he wondered if he should don a full outfit resembling a shinobi from Naruto. That seemed rather absurd. Recalling that this version featured an entirely new transmutation system, Duanmu searched for a while and quickly found to his delight. The ninja outfit he had worn upon his arrival was also in the transmutation list. In a flash of golden light, Duanmu transformed into the appearance of a Naruto shinobi. He patted his chest, pleased that the texture of the clothing felt identical to the previous one. He transmuted his polished warden staff into a standard weapon, and that was that. In that moment, he felt considerably reassured. Finally, he organized the items in his backpack, placing the instant noodles he had prepared at the forefront. He took out a bowl of noodles and was amazed to find it identical to the freshly made ones. After a moment of contemplation, he understood. Ingredients crafted by World of Warcraft players through cooking were essentially re-added to it, with no concerns about expiration or spoilage. How wonderful was that? With some time remaining, Duanmu attempted to rationalize this phenomenon scientifically, but eventually shook his head and abandoned the thought. After all, if he could accept the absurdity of traversing worlds, he could certainly embrace even more wondrous events. The protagonist traverses from reality into the world of Naruto, aided in overcoming his sense of disorientation and peril by none other than a game template from World of Warcraft. Indeed, he arrives with the Warcraft system, discovering that exploration of maps grants experience, crafting items increases experience, and even fishing contributes to his growth. Chapter 1. The Unknown Object Falling from the Sky. Buzz. At an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, the fabric of space was torn apart, emitting a dazzling blue light. A translucent figure emerged from the light, plummeting rapidly. The wind howled fiercely, creating a whoosh gasp sound in Duanmu's ears. It was overwhelming, causing his hair to whip wildly in the air. Duanmu instinctively raised his hands to wave them about. He scratched his face and exclaimed, "So cold." Then, he reflexively attempted to grab a blanket, only to find nothing beneath him. Slowly, he opened his eyes, letting out a piercing scream. Having stayed up late to participate in a guild activity, he had only fallen asleep in the early morning, typically waking up in the afternoon. Can you imagine? Waking up to find yourself in free fall from a height of 10,000 meters? The only words that come to mind are thrilling. It is essential to provide a gentle reminder here. Staying up late to play games can be detrimental to one's health, leading not only to fatigue and loss of appetite, but also to hormonal imbalances, and in extreme cases, can even provoke supernatural occurrences, as illustrated by his current predicament and event, with a probability of occurring less than 1 in a billion. He had not only traversed time and space, but also soared through clouds, navigating past flocks of migrating birds, until the buildings below came into sharper focus, revealing the bustling crowds on the streets. He understood that, barring any miracle, death awaited him. A mechanical voice announced, "Your account has been bound." Before him appeared a familiar character selection interface, reminiscent of the game he had played the night before. "Please select your initial character. Please. Don't joke around. We're currently in free fall." Duanmu lamented that IT has been bound to you. "Please select a character to commence your journey in another world." The mechanical voice reiterated, ignoring his protests. "Perhaps this could assist me in escaping my peril." Duanmu's mind raced as he contemplated his choices. A priest? Levitation spell? While this was indeed my previous account, I cannot ascertain whether I possess the necessary materials in my inventory. A mage? It seems they require the same. A knight with invulnerability? This is not a game. I cannot ascertain whether an invincible defense will prevent me from dying in this fall. Suddenly, he recalled the healing druid he had logged in as during team activities yesterday. There was no time to hesitate. He swiftly selected the druid and pressed the confirm button. Instantly, the druid's T19 set adorned him, shimmering with golden light, as he shouted, "Transform into a raven." Duanmu had executed this maneuver countless times in the game, plunging from heights only to instantly transform into a raven and soar into the sky. He had never failed before. He believed this time would be no different. He closed his eyes, savoring the sensation of the wind rushing past his body. He had always wished to try bungee jumping, but his courage had never permitted it. Now, he was forced into this experience. Since he could not evade it, he might as well embrace it. "You do not have sufficient mana," the mechanical voice chimed once more. "You require additional mana." "Damn it," Duanmu lamented, overwhelmed by despair. Amidst a series of agonizing cries, his translucent form passed through a mundane house, colliding into the body of a young man, slowly vanishing. The young man rolled his eyes back, convulsed a few times, and then collapsed onto the floor. After a while, a young man with blue hair gradually sat up, one hand pressed against his forehead. "That was close." He quickly checked his head and legs, relieved to find all his parts intact. Then, resting his chin on his hand, he began to ponder a profound philosophical question. Who am I? Where am I? What has happened to me? Nanny. He realized he was speaking in Japanese. Duanmu stood, surveying his surroundings: refrigerator, wall clock, mirror, light fixture. Where am I? He muttered to himself. Approaching the mirror, a refined and handsome visage greeted him, peculiarly adorned with blue hair. How strange. Duanmu ambled closer. Suddenly, he stepped back. Is this me? He grasped a strand of his hair, tilting his head in contemplation, then delivered a resounding slap to himself. Pow! That echoed throughout the room. That moment. A wave of dizziness struck, and his vision began to blur, that a headache felt as if someone were hammering his skull, leaving his sight obscured in a white haze, reminiscent of a malfunctioning screen. Duanmu's mouth twitched. It's over. I've overexerted myself and damaged my brain. After a moment, he glanced forward, only to find a game interface materializing in his vision. In the upper left corner was his avatar, alongside health and mana bars. Below, a silver-gray skill box with a metallic sheen displayed only the first skill, Rage, illuminated, while the others remained grayed out in the upper left corner. A circular map indicated Kato Dawn Home in Japanese, while the lower right corner showcased his inventory, character information, spellbook, and skills. Duanmu shook his head, realizing that this game frame merely represented his visual field. It remained unchanged whether his eyes were closed, open, or if he shook his head. Vigorously, he focused his thoughts, astonished to discover he could manipulate the icons within the game frame. He accessed the character interface, noting Level 1. Starting from scratch, the interface displayed Kato Dan, Level 1 Druid Kato Dan. That name seems familiar. He furrowed his brow in contemplation. Headache. It hurts. Forget it. Finally, his mental faculties kicked in, and he pushed open the door, stepping onto the street, where throngs of people bustled about. Is this the land of the rising sun? Venturing further, he walked 2 blocks, and a notification popped up in the lower left corner. Discovered Konoha Village. Earned 25 experience points. At that moment, a half-grown child dashed past him, a golden question mark hovering above his head. This I recognize as a quest, isn't it? He swiftly grabbed the child. Hey, little one. He hesitated, uncertain how to initiate the quest. A sharp pain surged through his head, compelling him to clutch it. Hey, Katakun, you're hurting me. The child wriggled free from his grasp. If you have something to say it quickly. I have a quest to complete. Shin Shiru. Duanmu's mind flooded with memories. Shin, the younger brother of Tsunade, a descendant of the Senju clan. Duanmu was dazed. Senju. Tsunade. Konoha. This is the world of Naruto. Oh my heavens. Is this truly happening? He exclaimed. Wasn't he merely playing a game while rewatching Naruto videos? Surely, the universe wouldn't toy with him like this. He hadn't even slacked off in healing. Hey. While he ruminated in disbelief, the child wriggled free. Hey, if you don't speak, I'm leaving. If it weren't for the fact that you're my sister's boyfriend, I wouldn't waste my time with you. Shin boldly declared. Hey, you little rascal. Duanmu raised his hand to ruffle the boy's hair. Wait a moment. I'm your sister's boyfriend? Your sister is Tsunade. Are you out of your mind? Shin seemed quite displeased now. At that moment, he spotted 2 children of similar age waving at him from a distance. What a waste of time. I'm destined to become Hokage. I'm not talking to you anymore. Hey, wait. Duanmu called out again, reaching out in an attempt to grab him. What's next? Shunshu impatiently turned his head back to ask a question, when suddenly, boom, 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 a series of deafening explosions erupted, causing the 3-story building that had stood not far away to collapse with a thunderous roar. Debris and rubble were hurled outward by the force of the blasts. With a sharp intake of breath, Shunshu was blown back by the ensuing shockwave, and Duanmu swiftly wrapped his arms around him, shielding him from the direction of the explosion as. He crouched down. You have completed the task of rescuing Shunshu. Gained 600 experience points. Congratulations. You have learned a new spell, Moonfire Technique. Congratulations. You have reached level 2. Due to your bound account character being at maximum capacity, all professional skill restrictions have been specially lifted for you. However, Duanmu had no time to absorb these upgrades. My goodness, is the world of Hokage this perilous? Mom, I want to go home. Finally, when the explosion ceased, he straightened up, shaking off the dust from his clothes. Phew, phew. He spat a few times and helped Shunshu brush off the dirt covering him. They both turned to examine the site of the explosion. What had once been a structure was now a wasteland. The two stood in stunned silence for a moment before Duanmu turned to Shunshu and asked, "Doesn't our Konoha village have a defensive barrier?" "It might. It could be that enemy ninjas infiltrated." Shunshu replied uncertainly, gazing incredulously at the devastation before them. "Then, what about your friends?" Duanmu attempted to offer some comfort. "We just met for the first time last night." Shinshu's lips twitched as he fought back tears. "I doubt I am destined to become Hokage I want." Duanmu observed Shinshu, who appeared to be merely 11 or 12 years old. In his original world, he should be joyfully attending school, playing on the playground every day. A pang of sympathy struck Duanmu as he pulled Shunshu into an embrace. "It's all right, let it out. You've got an older brother here." Gently patting his back, Shunshu hesitated at first, but as he listened to Duanmu's soothing words, he clung tightly to his clothes and began to sob. After a while, Shunshu finally calmed down and shyly pushed Duanmu away. You can't tell anyone." "Got it. Understood," Duanmu replied with a smile. "Why are you still smiling?" Shunshu retorted, hands on his hips. "Yes." Duanmu struck a formal pose, saluting as if addressing the Hokage, and said seriously, "Hokage-sama." All right. Shunshu blushed, hands still on his hips. "This is our secret." "Oomph. Don't forget." Chapter 2. Stunned by the collision. A piercing scream resembling that of a chicken's neck being snapped rang out, causing the crowd to scatter in panic. Just then, Orochimaru and Jiraiya, two of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, along with a small team of ninjas, arrived quickly upon hearing the explosions. Some began to direct the fleeing crowds, while others commenced search and rescue operations. As the debris was cleared, several bodies were uncovered, utterly unrecognizable. They located individuals who had been nearby, and the ninjas began notifying the families of the deceased based on eyewitness accounts. Before long, a stunning golden-haired girl rushed in from outside, intent on identifying the bodies. Her eyes sparkled with unshed tears as she bit her lip, struggling to hold back her emotions. "Orochimaru, is Shunshu in there?" She trembled as she pointed at several bodies among the rubble, ready to rush forward. "I advise you against looking." A spiky-haired ninja with white hair emerged from the debris, grasping the girl's shoulder. "Alas, my condolences, Tsunade." Upon hearing his voice, Tsunade turned to see Jiraiya. His words brought her no comfort, rather. They pushed her closer to the brink of tears. "It doesn't matter whether I look or not. I can't tell them apart anyway." Orochimaru's voice dripped with his characteristic rasp. "Enough, Orochimaru." Jiraiya glared at him, shouting in frustration, and one can avoid this. Children tend to get overly excited on the battlefield for the first time. Orochimaru's tone was mocking. At that moment, Shunshu spotted his sister in the crowd. "Sister, I'm here." He jumped up and waved at Tsunade. The 3 who had been conversing turned to find Shunshu. Tsunade's eyes lit up, and she rushed towards him. Jiraiya turned in surprise to follow, while Orochimaru visibly relaxed, shaking his head and quietly departing. "How are you?" "Shunshu, I was so worried." Tsunade knelt down, wrapping her arms around him, checking him over carefully, touching here and looking there before pulling him into a tight embrace. "It was Katonii who saved me, so." Shunshu shyly pushed Tsunade away, still feeling shaken. Tsunade looked up and saw Duanmu nearby, then suddenly threw herself into his arms, sobbing. He instinctively opened his arms, lifting them in a gesture reminiscent of surrender. Jiraiya observed this scene, clenching his fist before slowly releasing them with a sigh, turning away in melancholy to continue with the cleanup. Duanmu, who had only completed a year of university in his previous life, felt unprepared for such a sudden and overwhelming situation, especially with a girl as extraordinarily beautiful as Tsunade, that he was utterly dazed. So this is what it means to be tackled by a beautiful girl. Lost in the soft warmth of the moment, he found himself wanting to linger in it. "Thank you, Katakun." A gentle voice brushed against his ear, prompting Duanmu to instinctively lower his hands and gently pat Tsunade's back, offering comfort. "It's all right, it's all over now." "All right, there are others around," he whispered softly. Duanmu carefully scrutinized Tsunade. Her golden hair shimmered, her delicate oval face paired with exquisite features, beautiful yet exuding strength. Tsunade uttered a soft, almost murmuring sound as she blushed and stepped back, wiping her tears, noticing Shunshu beside her, stifling a laugh. "Swish!" Tsunade grabbed Shunshu by the ear. "Now you've seen what it's like. You must work even harder in your training from now on. It hurts. It hurts. I got it, sister. Let go. Shun Shu protested, shaking off her grip. I'm off. With that, he dashed away. Katakun, this afternoon's mission is crucial. It pertains to the formation of our medical ninja unit. Before Dwanmu could respond. See you this afternoon, Katakun. Tsunade waved hurriedly, chasing after Shinshu. Hiss! A sudden pain shot through his head, as if new memories were flooding in. Following the paths of his recollections, Dwanmu headed towards his home. Returning to where he started seemed like it might prove a challenge. Sitting in a chair at home, he collected his thoughts, affirming that he had indeed become a member of the invading army. This brutal world of Hokage was rife with conspiracies and bloodshed. Sigh. He exhaled deeply, gazing at the game interface before him. Perhaps this was the very foundation upon which he would establish his existence in this world. Ding! A dialogue box popped up. Would you like to merge with the original characters level? Dwanmu felt a surge of excitement merge. With a series of explosive sounds boom. Boom! Golden light burst forth from his body, and he felt himself growing stronger. He quickly ran his fingers through his hair, relieved that the previous setting was not applicable here. Congratulations! You have learned a new spell, Spirit Transformation Technique. Congratulations! You have learned Taijutsu, now at advanced level. Congratulations! You have mastered the skill of throwing, achieving an advanced level. Congratulations! You have ascended to level 50. Relevant spells and skills have been unlocked. What? System? Dwanmu attempted to call out in his mind, but received no response. Can I learn ninjutsu? What is happening? He formed a simple seal from memory. Boom! A shadow clone appeared beside him. Upon glancing up, he noticed a slight depletion in his magical energy, and it seemed he began to understand. Then he inquired, it seems the neighboring system has something called the beginner's gift package. Ding! At the sound, Dwanmu's eyes lit up. The backpack function has been activated for you, and the banking feature has been unlocked. Please designate a location for the bank. What? I wanted the gift package, not a backpack. What bank? Dwanmu lamented as he tugged at his hair in frustration. Please designate a location for the bank. The prompt remained unyielding, repeating its previous message. Right here. Dwanmu pointed to an empty spot beside the table with exasperation. Boom! Another resounding noise echoed as a chest materialized in the indicated location, styled in a Western fashion reminiscent of the magical world, measuring about 1 square meter. Dwanmu opened his backpack with his mind. Wow! All the items from his account were there, including the Celestial Guardian set he had worn in his soul state, all present in the backpack. He carelessly retrieved a hood from the Celestial Guardian set, its name glowing in red. Gritting his teeth, he still wished to try it on. You're currently unable to equip this item, Dwanmu internally wailed. As expected, the Celestial Guardian set was a drop for level 110, and he was only at level 50. Although bound to the World of Warcraft template, he could not do as he pleased. However, he was relieved that all the items in his account were intact. Sigh. He gazed at the plethora of purple equipment in his backpack, feeling somewhat powerless, then raised both hands to clap his face, rallying his spirits. Remembering he had a task from the afternoon, he decided to fill his stomach first. Opening the refrigerator, he found an ample supply of vegetables, fruits, and meats. Dwanmu, opting for simplicity, took out a bowl of instant noodles he had previously enjoyed, along with some bok choy and an EGG tea. To his surprise, he discovered a can of happy fatty water in the corner of the fridge. He had not expected such delights in the world of Naruto. He lit the stove, boiled the noodles, fried the egg, and sliced the bok choy into fine strips before tossing them into the pot. Before long, a steaming bowl of noodles was ready, which he placed on the dining table, casually proclaiming, a big shout out to Moss. Ding! Congratulations, you have crafted upgraded tonkatsu cup noodles. Cooking skill, level 1. You have gained 3,100 experience points. An immature idea sparked in his mind, urging him to experiment. Dwanmu devoured the noodles, then began crafting again. Ding! Congratulations, you have crafted upgraded tonkatsu cup noodles. Cooking skill, level 1. You have gained 3,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have crafted upgraded tonkatsu cup noodles. Cooking skill, level 1. You have gained 2,600 experience points. An hour later, no further experience was gained. Remembering the task from the afternoon, Dwanmu inspected the equipment in his backpack. Ultimately, he decided to don the heirloom soiled Swift Shadow set, an item from World of Warcraft that did not have a level restriction and would enhance alongside his character's level. Indeed, upon equipping it, his strength, agility, endurance, magic, and various attributes surged significantly. Feeling a bit uneasy, he rummaged through the bank and equipped two accessories: the portable cannon and goblin combat chick, which resembled keychains and fit perfectly on his belt. Had it not been for the limitation of only wearing two accessories, Duanmu would have adorned himself with many more. He ensured that potions, bandages, and various supplies were all prepared. After completing these preparations, he finally felt a sense of confidence, walking around the room in his gear to test its comfort, finding it satisfactory. Some straps and buckles were arranged quite reasonably, but at that moment, he noticed a somewhat awkward issue. Although the Swift Shadow set resembled a ninja outfit, it was still quite distinct. Gazing into the mirror, he pondered whether he should don a full Naruto battle attire over it. That seemed rather absurd. Recalling that this version featured an entirely new transmutation system, Duanmu searched for it and quickly found it. Most conveniently, the ninja attire he wore upon his arrival was also listed in the transmutation options. With a flash of golden light, Duanmu transformed into the appearance of a Naruto battle outfit. He patted his chest, finding the fabric's texture identical to that of his previous attire. He then transmuted his polished warden staff into an ordinary weapon perfect. At that moment, he felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. After one last check of his backpack, placing the previously prepared instant noodles at the forefront, he retrieved a bowl of noodles, noticing it was just as fresh as when he made it. Realizing the implication, he understood that materials prepared by World of Warcraft players through cooking were essentially always available, never worrying about spoilage. Look how wonderful that is! With some time to spare, Duanmu contemplated explaining this phenomenon from a scientific perspective, but eventually shook his head and abandoned the idea. After all, if he could experience such a fantastical event as traversing worlds, he could certainly accept even more extraordinary occurrences. Chapter 3. The roar of the giant bear. The four individuals traversed the forest strewn with fallen leaves. Mokumo, the master of the Kanai, and Aikido, the current head of the Aikido clan, led the way, while Tsunade and Inmu followed closely behind. They proceeded with utmost caution. As they had reached the border between the land of fire and the land of grass, Mokumo, an exceptional close combat specialist and the best friend of Kato Daquan, had been recommended for this mission by Inmu. He himself was a formidable jonin. Aikido, the present head of the Aikido family and the representative of the current trio of boar, deer, and butterfly, was the father of the chubby child, CHG, from Naruto's era. In a previous battle, Kato Daquan had once saved Aikido's life using a transformation technique, leading to a lasting friendship between them. At this moment, Inmu had grasped the objective of their mission, to acquire a relatively mature medical team formation plan. Years prior, the land of grass had recognized the vital importance of medical support for frontline troops and had begun gathering intelligence on the subject. Tsunade had proposed the establishment of a medical unit in Konoha, which had passed with the assistance of her predecessor, but they lacked direction. Upon learning that the land of grass had collected pertinent information, Tsunade took the initiative to lead the interception. Success would yield a valuable reference plan, while failure would postpone the establishment of the medical unit for several years. This battle marked the final confrontation in Kato Daquan's life within the original narrative. During the fight, he was struck by an enemy's ninjutsu, shattering his kidney, and Tsunade was unable to save him. This incident left her with a fear of blood, rendering her despondent upon returning to Konoha, and ultimately leading her to depart from the land of fire, wandering aimlessly. The four searched the forest for 3 days without encountering a single soul, which disheartened them. Lady Tsunade, Mr. Daquan, if we fail to find anything soon, our actions may draw the attention of other nations. Aikido remarked, frowning. Let us search for 2 more days. If there is still no result. Tsunade hesitated, contemplating. After a moment, she gritted her teeth and declared, then we shall retreat. Mokumo, please exert yourself and search diligently in these next 2 days. She turned to Mokumo, urging him. Inmu, lost in thought, refrained from joining their discussion. This was likely the final battle for his predecessor, and he resolved to prioritize caution and safety above all else. The naming conventions in the land of the rising sun were rather indifferent. He mused over the ill-fated name Kato Daquan, which seemed to invite misfortune. He vowed to seize the opportunity to change it. Kato-kun, what do you think of this arrangement? Tsunade inquired, glancing at him. Quite an excellent plan. Inmu feigned enthusiasm, nodding. The other 3 individuals retrieved rations from their ninja packs, only to express disdain and set them aside, casting eager glances at Enmu. "Oh," he exclaimed, standing up. "Wait a moment." Not far from their resting spot, a small river flowed. He picked up a longer twig and pretended to rummage through his pack, while actually summoning fishing line and hooks from the monster's backpack with his will. Sitting on a large stone, he leisurely began to fish. The other three watched in eager anticipation as he soon caught 5 fish, skillfully threading them onto grass rope. "Not bad luck," he said, grinning as he returned, holding the fish aloft. "Come, Mokumo, your knife skills are commendable. Please prepare these." Enmu tossed the fish to Mokumo, handing him a wooden plate as well. He then retrieved a picnic blanket, wasabi, miso soy sauce, canned beverages, and several bowls of steaming instant noodles from his pack, which resembled a treasure trove. In no time, Mokumo placed the plate on the blanket, and the four began to feast heartily. Enmu had almost single-handedly provided their meals over the past few days. As for the cooked instant noodles, Tsunade and the others had initially been surprised when Enmu claimed it was his own invention. Though Tsunade harbored doubts, she felt reluctant to question her boyfriend publicly, while the other two merely expressed astonishment, allowing him to deceive them. After their meal, Tsunade tidied up, Mokumo resumed his search for enemies, and Akito took on the role of lookout. Enmu, under the guise of preparing ingredients, returned to the river to fish. In this world of shinobi, societal customs mirrored those of the land of the rising sun, where women held a lower status. Consequently, whenever Enmu prepared meals, the other two regarded Tsunade with peculiar expressions, and she had privately reproached him for it, yet he took great pleasure in it, deeply moving her. Unbeknownst to them, their journey northwest from Konoha, along with their sustenance, including fishing, would contribute to experience points. Enmu had already leveled up 6 times, now standing at level 56 as a druid, surpassing Tsunade's attributes significantly. He had observed their levels through the monster panel, Mokumo at level 47, Akito at level 49, and Tsunade at level 55. As afternoon approached and their return drew near, Enmu felt considerably more relaxed. He had grown drowsy by the river, gripping the fishing rod as he nodded off periodically. Tsunade and Akito had ventured out to search. Suddenly, with a splash, 3 ninjas emerged from the river nearby. In an instant, shuriken, kunai, and sunban were hurled toward Enmu. Confounded, he wondered how they had concealed themselves in the crystal-clear water. He attributed it to ninjutsu and executed a backflip to evade the projectiles, summoning a whirlwind technique. A small tornado materialized, lifting one ninja into the air and temporarily immobilizing him. Next, he cast Vinebind, causing several thick roots to emerge from the ground, ensnaring another ninja tightly. He then transformed into giant bear form, morphing into an imposing bear over 2 meters tall. With a fierce roar, he charged at the third ninja. Just as the latter steadied himself by the riverbank, Enmu raised his massive paw and, with a resounding thud, struck the ninja on the head. Blood streamed from his forehead as he staggered, disoriented. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Still unfamiliar with the skills of ninjas, Enmu instinctively relied on the druid's techniques. Having executed these fluid maneuvers, any typical ninja would have seized the opportunity to eliminate the 3 adversaries. Yet, Enmu was not an ordinary ninja. Merely days prior, he had been a student gaming in a university dormitory. Thus, living up to expectations, Enmu turned, transformed into a leopard, and activated his sprinting skill, bolting away. After covering some distance, the 3 ninjas broke free from their constraints and exchanged glances, resuming their relentless pursuit. In the forest, an uncanny scene unfolded. A blue-furred nightblade leopard sprinted frantically, glancing back frequently, pursued by 3 figures leaning forward, their hands clasped behind them as they chased with all their might. The leopard, surprisingly articulate, called out in alarm, "Please, don't come any closer." With a swoosh, 2 ninjas emerged ahead, blocking Enmu's path. Now surrounded by 5 ninjas, he reverted to human form, scanning his surroundings. Nearly every escape route was sealed off, and he observed the 5 ninjas encircling him, each a jonin, with levels displayed on the monster panel as level 41, level 43, 2 of them, level 44, and the leader at level 45. Huh, the ninjas of Konoha are hardly impressive. Simply trash, haha, one ninja taunted. Be cautious. His ninjutsu is more formidable than that of the leader, another ninja warned, just as the leader began to speak. Du-NM transformed into the giant bear form and charged forward with ferocity, arriving before the insolent ninja. The ninja's laughter had yet to fade when suddenly, a massive bear lunged at him. Above, a violet beam of light descended upon him, a manifestation of Du Nm's moonfire technique, which diminished the enemy's armor. In an instant, the colossal bear paw struck with tremendous force. The ninja's head exploded like a watermelon upon impact, leaving Du Nm momentarily stunned, as did the other 4 ninjas present. How peculiar. Wasn't the druid's bear form's furious strike supposed to merely stun its target? He lifted his paw and noted the crimson and ivory remnants staining it. He retched. It was the first time he had witnessed such a scene, and it dawned on him that this was no mere game. Some control skills could indeed claim lives. The remaining 4 ninjas exchanged glances, and 3 of them encircled the bear, launching various attacks while a distant ninja began weaving hand signs for a jutsu. The pain jolted Du Nm back to reality, and with a fierce roar, he unleashed a low growl. The distant ninja involuntarily halted his incantation, opting instead to engage the bear with physical prowess. Du Nm unleashed a moonfire technique on each of them, followed by a thunderous soul shout. The sheer intensity of his roar rendered the 4 ninjas momentarily weak. He then activated his defensive skills, survival instinct, and Iron Mane. With a powerful swipe, the bear's enormous paw began to deliver a relentless sweep and pummel. The ninjas were left battered and bruised, while Du Nm's health plummeted to 2/3. Activating Raging Recovery. His health swiftly replenished, and a thick layer of bark emerged upon his bear form, his final defensive skill, Barkskin. A series of anguished cries erupted as 2 enemy ninjas fell, one with a gaping wound and the other snapped in half, collapsing in a pool of blood. The leader, gritting his teeth, still held on, but another screamed in terror, recognizing Du Nm as a monster, and fled. In a flash, Du Nm transformed into a Nightblade leopard, unleashing Fierce Bite to bring the fleeing ninja down. His sharp claws effortlessly slicing through the ninja's throat. Scanning the surroundings, he spotted the remaining ninja not too far off, activating Tiger Charge to leap and take him down, swiftly ending his life. This entire sequence unfolded in mere minutes. Du Nm stood there, panting heavily, momentarily forgetting to revert to his human form. Chapter 4. Initial brilliance. After a short while, feeling somewhat restored, he noticed that Tsunade and the others had yet to return, sensing that circumstances may have shifted. Gazing at the map in his vision, an ability unique to the cheetah form that detected humanoid figures, he spotted 3 green dots, undoubtedly his teammates, encircled by 9 red dots. Without hesitation, he activated Beastly Sprint and dashed towards Tsunade's location, utilizing the leopard's grace to leap between the towering branches of the trees. He soon arrived nearby, only to find Mumu sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, his body marred with wounds. Tsunade appeared slightly better, but a deep gash on her left shoulder revealed bone, the blood staining her clothes crimson. The enemies approached with sinister grins, confident of their victory. Tsunade, gathering her last reserves of strength, prepared for a final stand. With a sudden leap from the branches, Du Nm landed among them, reverting to his human form. "Stop!" Tsunade exclaimed, a mixture of urgency and emotion evident in her voice. Relief, defiance, sorrow, all intertwined. "Fear not." Du Nm offered her a reassuring smile before confronting the enemies. The leader, grinning wickedly, whistled sharply, only to be met with silence. Surprised, he whistled again, still receiving no response. "So you single-handedly defeated 5 of us," he sneered, "but this time, you won't escape. You shall die together. Thank me for it." With a wave of his hand, the others raised their weapons, launching an assault. Du Nm, undeterred, summoned his magical prowess, and with a hum, gentle rain began to fall from the sky. The wounds on Tsunade and the others healed at a visible pace, if not for their tattered clothing. One would hardly suspect they had been injured, as even the wounds had vanished. He cast Rejuvenation on each of them, green lights swirling around them. They momentarily paused, but Tsunade and her comrades wasted no time, unleashing their full power as they realized they were unscathed. Dingswa recognized that the damage dealt to him was outpaced by the healing, prompting him to unleash his family's secret jutsu, multiplication technique, instantly transforming into a towering giant. Serving as a shield, Tsunade unleashed her fury while Mumu, like a specter, targeted the enemies from behind. Du Nm rediscovered the essence of teamwork, cycling through Rejuvenation, Healing, Flourish, and Wild Growth. The green light enveloped the trio without pause, as druids were indeed masters of team healing. The trio navigated the battlefield as if it were their own domain. The healing techniques mirrored those from the World of Warcraft, with Du-Nim's character frame displaying the status bars of Tsunade and the others. With a mere thought, he could switch targets for precise healing. The only distinction was that he was not facing a screen and keyboard, but rather real, living beings. He also discovered an absence of the game world's limitations. Restorative potions could be used freely, not just once. As they neared victory against the enemies, Du-Nim retrieved a vial of blue potion, preparing to replenish his mana when suddenly, a ninja sprang from behind, claws poised, wreathed in crimson flames, aiming for Du-Nim's back. The enemy's smirk revealed his confidence in success, only to be interrupted by a sudden puff of smoke. With a clang, a steel-constructed rooster, the size of a mastiff, charged at the assailant, while a small cannon, no larger than a single chair, appeared beside Du-Nim, firing relentlessly and forcing the ambusher to retreat. Tsunade and her comrades swiftly dispatched the last enemy, executing a series of rapid strikes, with Tsunade delivering a final blow, nearly pulverizing the ninja. Du-Nim beamed with joy, for the system recognized their teamwork, and the demise of the ninjas had granted him a wealth of experience. "Are you all right? Were you hurt?" Tsunade rushed to him, halting before him. "Your healing jutsu is remarkable." Du-Nim smacked his lips, inwardly cursing his luck. Had the situation been different, he would have proudly used his broad chest to absorb the formidable onslaught. "Actually, ever since you proposed the formation of a medical unit, I have been developing healing jutsu, but I was unaware of their efficacy until now. This is my first time employing them." He feigned modesty, tugging at his clothing, shamelessly attributing his healing abilities to Tsunade. This deeply touched Tsunade, her beautiful, large eyes gazing affectionately at Danmu, causing him to garner a significant amount of favor. At that moment, Danmu couldn't help but think that if he could teach Tsunade a couple of druid healing skills, his favorability would surely soar. However, there was nothing of value to be found. Dingswa rummaged through the bodies of the 10 deceased ninjas, but discovered naught of use. Tsunade joined in the search for clues. "Wait here." Tsunade noticed that one ninja's forehead protector was slightly different. She pulled out a kunai from her bag and pried up the metallic insignia, revealing a scroll hidden beneath that bore a single line: "Delay the enemy as much as possible. A small team has returned." Tsunade casually pocketed the forehead protector. With a stomp of her foot, Tsunade created a crater, a meter in diameter, in the ground around her. It turned out these were mere decoys. "Let us head back to the village," Tsunade announced listlessly. On the way back, noticing the low spirits of the other three, Danmu bit his finger and pressed it to the ground, dramatically calling out, "Summoning technique." A cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing a massive elephant and a sturdy yak, both laden with numerous items. This was a new discovery for Danmu. Unlike in games, summoning mounts in the Naruto world had no numerical limits. Walking is too tiring. "Let us ride my summoned beasts back." Having evaded a fatal encounter, he was in high spirits and, under the pretense of summoning, called forth the travelers Tundra Mammoth and Majestic Yak. Wow! The three were astonished by the immense forms, adorned with exotic decorations. They circled the two mounts, now devoid of the vendors who had been shooed away by Danmu. "Why don't they speak? Can they fight? What style are these decorations?" Tsunade's rapid-fire questions left him feeling overwhelmed. Nevertheless, he was eager to test them out, having noticed many differences from the game's settings. While summoning, he realized his mana had diminished, contrary to expectations. With a leap, he mounted the mammoth and pulled on the reins, sending it charging forward. Ahead stood a tree as thick as a bowl. He directed the mammoth to ram into it, and with a tremendous crash, its colossal tusks uprooted the tree, sending it flying several meters before crashing down. This was unlike the game's premise. In reality, these mounts were far more formidable than mere transportation. If he summoned all his mounts, wouldn't he be invincible? He dismounted, while Tsunade and the others examined the destruction wrought by the mammoth. Danmu attempted to summon again. "You cannot do that yet." The system's mechanical voice chimed in. "You cannot do that yet." Was it a level restriction? Danmu tried twice more, receiving the same result, which left him somewhat disheartened. "What's wrong?" Tsunade noticed his unusual demeanor and approached him. "Oh, nothing." Danmu quickly masked his emotions and began instructing Mumu and Dingswa on how to control their mounts. Other aspects seemed to align with the game, which reassured him. Afterward, Mumu paired with Dingswa, while Tsunade and Danmu paired together. The four were silent on their journey, with rare conversation, while Danmu busily scribbled notes atop his mount. As they neared Konoha village, Danmu stowed away the two mounts and asked the others to keep his secret. Being good friends with the two, Tsunade had no qualms about agreeing. Here, for you, Danmu handed Tsunade a notebook. It contained his reflections on the medical ninja scenes from the Naruto anime, combined with real-life hospital practices, outlining feasible proposals. What is this? Tsunade inquired, puzzled. Open it and see. Danmu replied with a smile. Oh, this is a proposal for forming a medical unit. Tsunade exclaimed with barely contained excitement. This? Oh, so it can be done this way. After a thorough examination, she cherished the notebook, suddenly standing on her toes to plant a quick kiss on Danmu's cheek before darting away. Mumu and Dingzhua exchanged mischievous glances at Danmu, who raised a hand to scratch his face, remarking, "The weather is quite pleasant today." Mumu and Dingzhua simultaneously scoffed, with Dingzhua nudging the dazed Danmu. "Aren't you going to chase her?" Unbeknownst to them, a voice only Danmu could hear whispered in his ear, "Ding. Task. Assist Tsunade in formulating the medical facility plan. Complete." Cough. Oh. Danmu hurriedly took off after her. "Tsunade, there are a few difficulties I need to explain." Amidst their playful banter, the four returned to Konoha village. Mumu and Dingzhua took their leave, while Tsunade pulled Danmu towards the Hokage's office. Chapter 5. First encounter with the third Hokage in the Hokage building. On the top floor office, Danmu beheld the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, for the first time. Danmu noticed something unusual. When his gaze shifted to Sarutobi's profile, he saw a golden border around it, displaying a red skull. This indicated that, according to the level rankings of World of Warcraft, Sarutobi was at least 10 levels higher than him. Upon glancing at the reputation, it read, indifferent. The lean figure was slightly hunched, buried in a mound of paperwork on his desk. His hair was thinning, revealing signs of balding, and deep bags shadowed his eyes. Clutching a pipe in his left hand, the flame within flickered ominously. In less than a year, he appeared drastically different from the time when he was merely a special jounin. Clearly, being Hokage was no easy feat when Tsunade and Danmu knocked and entered. Sarutobi lifted his head. His deep, piercing gaze startled Danmu. The man was formidable, as if a wild beast were fixating upon him, exuding an undercurrent of immense energy within his frail frame. "You've returned?" Sarutobi greeted with a gentle smile. "So what did you find this time?" "Nothing at all. We almost got killed. We were played," Tsunade replied, her head bowed as she sank into the sofa. "They split into teams, and we fell for their trap." "What?" Sarutobi slammed his hand on the desk, rising abruptly. It seemed only then that he noticed Danmu. "Oh, Kato-kun, please sit." Danmu cautiously took a seat, his heart brimming with caution. This third Hokage was not as easily deceived as depicted in the anime. His initial impression was that he was far too shrewd. However, "Old man, I have this now," Tsunade exclaimed, pulling out the notebook Danmu had given her, displaying it like a child with a prized toy. "What is this?" Sarutobi inquired, tilting his head with keen interest. "This is our drafted proposal for establishing a medical unit." She handed the notebook to Sarutobi, then turned to look at Danmu, sticking her tongue out playfully. Sarutobi slowly sat down, flipping through a few pages before exclaiming in astonishment, his pupils quickly contracting. "This has high feasibility. The unit emphasizes swift and stable treatment of injuries while maintaining mobility, and it distinguishes between internal and external medicine, ultimately developing medical ninjutsu." "Yes, quite good." Sarutobi recognized the profound significance of the medical ninja unit and immediately issued an order. "I approve this. You two shall oversee it. The budget and location are not an issue." "Old man, you truly have an eye for talent," Tsunade exclaimed exuberantly, pulling Danmu along. "Let us go. We have further details to discuss." As they departed the Hokage's office, Sarutobi waved them off, standing by the window, lost in thought. "That little one seems quite afraid of me. Perhaps I'm being overly suspicious." As the two walked and talked, they gradually exited the Hokage building. "I have a suggestion," he said, glancing at Tsunade. "Go ahead." Tsunade smiled gently at Danmu, her eyes sparkling with warmth. "Our medical team should consider incorporating some members from the Hyuga clan. Their Byakugan, an ocular bloodline limit, is extraordinarily effective." She remarked thoughtfully. "It's indeed a splendid idea. Yet engaging with such prominent families can be quite challenging. I suspect that if they were to join us, it would only be the branch family members," Tsunade said, lowering her gaze. I will discuss this with the old man and assess the situation. In the days that followed, Danmu was thoroughly awed by the wondrous powers of this world, an extraordinary realm where technology coexists with ninjutsu. Ordinary civilians construct homes using tools and small machinery, while the dispatched ninjas employ their techniques to assist. It is truly a fascinating world. The medical building in Konoha village took less than 2 weeks to take shape, during which Danmu began to grasp the strength of Konoha's ninjas, aided by his magical beast system panel, rendering everything transparent. The lower ninjas ranged between levels 15 and 20. The Chunin hovered around level 30, and the Jonin lingered around level 45. Particularly elite Jonin, such as Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, were typically above level 55. However, figures of Hokage caliber remained beyond his current strength, mere phantoms of skeletal figures. One day, at the end of a busy day, Danmu and Tsunade strolled side by side in the glow of the setting sun. Tsunade, in a cheerful mood, stretched lazily, prompting Danmu to straighten his tilted head and fix his gaze ahead, feeling slightly dizzy from the grandeur they had just witnessed. Upon arriving outside his home, Tsunade shyly remarked, "Won't you invite me in for a moment?" "Ah, please, it would be an honor to have you, Lady Tsunade," Danmu responded, extending a courteous gesture. Once inside, he asked, "Would you like something to drink?" He opened the refrigerator, retrieved 2 cans of beverages, and handed one to Tsunade. A loud rumble echoed between them, and Danmu, scratching his head, noticed Tsunade's cheeks flushing a deep crimson. "Oh, I'll go prepare dinner. Just wait a moment." Tsunade replied softly, awkwardly tracing her toes on the floor, wishing to carve out a 3-bedroom apartment in his room. After a long day with no time to eat, her body was now protesting its neglect. Watching Danmu bustling in the kitchen, Tsunade felt a surge of happiness. A partner who could support her career, possesses remarkable abilities, adept in both the kitchen and social settings, and who is considerate and handsome. Such a companion is indeed the ideal choice for home, travel, and raising a family. "Tsunade, Tsunade," Danmu called out, having completed the meal. He found Tsunade at the dining table, resting her chin on her hand, her head tilted, eyes sparkling with a rosy hue, lost in her thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, during the cooking, she had already envisioned how many children they might have together. "Tsunade," Danmu raised his voice. "Oh, ah." Tsunade snapped back to reality. "The meal is ready. Come try it. This is my newly invented dish," Danmu said with a smile. Tsunade looked down to see the table laden with food. Danmu began to introduce each dish. "This is a rolled omelet, this is poached fish slices, and this is hand-grabbed roasted meat." He then placed a glass bottle on the table, saying, "Here, this is cherry wine. I know you enjoy a little, so I prepared it for you." Danmu uncorked the bottle with a pop, pouring the deep red liquid into 2 glasses, filling the room with the sweet aroma of cherries. Tsunade curiously lifted her glass and took a sip. It was smooth, with a rich fruit flavor and a sweet aftertaste, the alcohol enhancing the fragrance of the cherries. Yet, she felt it lacked potency. Noticing Tsunade's slight frown, Danmu surmised she was unsatisfied. From his previous observations, he knew Tsunade had a penchant for both gambling and drinking. He then presented 3 additional bottles: Stormy Spirits, Carlos's Tequila, and Everlasting Wine. After sampling each, Tsunade found her favorite to be the Stormy Spirits, while the exotic flavors of the others were a bit too overwhelming for her. As they enjoyed the meal and drinks, Tsunade was astounded to discover that not only had her fatigue and hunger vanished, but her chakra had also increased. What she did not realize was that Danmu's rolled omelet was made from raptor eggs, the poached fish slices were derived from supreme salmon, enhancing stamina, and the hand-grabbed roasted meat was from the hideous bear-like creature. The Stormy Spirits were collected from the Pandaren. It was fortunate that Danmu had a well-stocked account, as he was a renowned collector within the guild. Using ingredients from the World of Warcraft, he had crafted these dishes to resemble the flavors of the Naruto universe. Much to Tsunade's delight, who found his culinary skills extraordinary. As they dined and drank, their conversation meandered towards planning the future medical team and Danmu's dreams of becoming Hokage. The more they talked, the closer they drew, gradually setting aside the harsh realities and conflicts of the ninja world, transitioning from poetry to life philosophy, and sharing promises to witness snow, stars, and the moon together. Tsunade was captivated by Danmu's remarkable talents and imaginative ideas. This was not her fault. In an era of information explosion, the breadth of knowledge he possessed was beyond her comprehension. Thus, with just a prompt, Danmu could eloquently continue his discourse. If he were conversing with a modern woman, she might have pointed out some of his inaccuracies. However, Tsunade was unaware, which made things easier for Danmu, who became quite the charming storyteller, leaving her in a delightful daze. Upon reflection, while some of Danmu's words were exaggerated, they held a kernel of truth. As a couple, coupled with Danmu's recent displays and the influence of alcohol, Tsunade couldn't help but raise her exquisite face, her rosy lips finally catching Danmu's attention. They had shifted from sitting across from each other to sitting side by side. Danmu instinctively glanced down, swallowing hard. Tsunade was clad in a white tank top over a black ninja fishnet bodysuit, and from this angle, her ample curves were unmistakable. At that moment, Tsunade pouted alluringly, and Danmu, no longer naive, transformed into a fervent wolf under the moonlight, flames of desire igniting within him. He silently thanked his college roommate for lending him the valuable study materials, and he expressed gratitude to the teachers whose vivid explanations had captivated him, particularly one named Hitano. He even took a moment to appreciate his college friends who often pulled him into basketball games. Suddenly, alluring melodies filled the room, and the scene unfolded in a whirlwind of passion and emotion. Chapter 6. Moving to the in-laws' home the next morning, Tsunade was awakened by the clattering sounds in the room. As she slowly opened her eyes, she instinctively sat up and saw Danmu placing a plate on the table. "You're awake." Danmu smiled. Tsunade recalled the wild events of last night, and in a flurry, she attempted to get out of bed, only to lose her balance. After all, it was her first experience, and a pang of discomfort shot through her as she tumbled to the floor. Using the druid's skill, Danmu swiftly summoned wooden roots from the bed to catch Tsunade, stabilizing her. Her pupils dilated in surprise as she exclaimed, "What? This is wood release." She touched the wooden roots beneath her, turning to Danmu in astonishment. "How do you know wood release?" After the death of Tsunade's grandfather, Hashirama Senju, the village of Konoha has lacked any ninja proficient in wood release. How should this be explained? He glanced at Tsunade, a plan forming in his mind, and feigned shyness. Stammering, "Yesterday, I noticed some changes in the chakra attributes within me." His eyes fixated on Tsunade as he continued, "Tsunade, no, Tsunade-chan, no. Little hands, you are truly beautiful." Her face, fittingly, turned crimson, a sight rare in the ninja world, but not something to be shared with outsiders. Upon hearing this, Tsunade looked down and realized she was unclothed. In a flurry, she unleashed her immense strength, striking the roots with a punch that shook the floor, creating a gaping hole. Danmu's eyes widened in horror, internally lamenting that the house would require significant repairs. After the initial chaos subsided, they tidied up the room. But Danmu could only weep at the sight of the large hole in the floor. Tsunade, her face still flushed, softly suggested, "Would you like to stay at my house for a few days?" Danmu scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward as he pondered. "By the way, besides that jutsu you just used, what else do you have?" Tsunade, shaking off her embarrassment, asked with concern. "I can demonstrate." Danmu retreated a few steps. He performed techniques such as entangling roots, bark technique, and thorn technique. The effects varied slightly from those in the beast world. The roots appeared sturdier. The bark formed a wooden shield for protection, and thorns sprouted from his body, seemingly able to attack autonomously, perhaps due to the system's adaptation to this world. Every time Danmu executed a skill, Tsunade called out a name: silent binding technique, wooden wall, violent thorn tree. He mused, "This doesn't seem quite right. Why is that?" "Why?" Tsunade pressed eagerly. "Because I haven't practiced enough." He grinned at her. "A bit more contact would help." "Huh." Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed, "You silly fool, what does that have to do with anything?" She raised her fist. Danmu quickly raised his hands in surrender, repeatedly apologizing. "Humph. If you say such things again, I'll." This time, it was Tsunade who faltered. "By the way, while cooking this morning, I thought that since I have these new changes and our relationship has grown closer, I should change my name." He recalled her earlier complaints about names. Seizing the opportunity to divert the conversation. "Change your name?" Tsunade asked, puzzled. But she quickly began brainstorming. I've got it. How about Kato Taka? It fits with your signature spirit transformation technique." Soaring freely like an eagle, Danmu raised his right hand, extending his index and middle fingers, shaking his head. "I can't accept such a name." "What? Why not?" Tsunade questioned, her face a mask of confusion. "Stop thinking about it. I've already decided. I shall be called Danmu's son." He interrupted her. What does that mean? Tsunade inquired, curiosity piqued. Duanmu means to protect and cherish, also embodying integrity. Anson represents Konoha. Thus, it signifies protector of Konoha, guardian of you. These are treasures I wish to safeguard for a lifetime. There were unspoken thoughts lingering within him. Duanmu was his original surname. A reminder of his roots he did not wish to forsake, even in this foreign land. He aspired to carve out a place for himself in this new world, upholding the legacy of his family name. Treasure. Tsunade blushed at his sudden declaration. Kato-kun, not Duanmu-kun, as long as you've made your choice. She turned away to gather her belongings. Hee. Duanmu stood there, grinning foolishly. What are you waiting for? Tsunade turned back, exclaiming, help me pack. We're moving to my house. Duanmu's jaw dropped in surprise. We're really moving. Silly. Come on. Tsunade muttered with a laugh. Realizing the situation, Duanmu joined her in packing, ensuring to relocate his bank backpack. They spent a busy morning immersed in sweet exchanges. When Duanmu arrived at the Senju ancestral home with his modest suitcase, he was astonished. Tsunade informed him that the estate spanned 2,000 square meters, with a building area of 500 square meters, half of which was contributed post the founding of Konoha. The residence boasted a minimalist architectural style, subtle yet grand. Is it just you and SHJ living here? Duanmu exclaimed, his jaw nearly dropping. Am I being spoiled? I have dreams to chase. Hee. Silly. Tsunade chuckled at his peculiar manner of speaking. Yet, she seemed pleased by his astonishment, reveling in the fact that she could surprise him. Sighing, she added, my great-grandfather dispersed the Senju clan for the sake of our lineage and the growth of Konoha. Consequently, many clan members willingly sacrificed themselves by implanting grandfather's cells, resulting in our current situation. As they conversed, they encountered several servants who greeted Tsunade with bows. Although the Senju clan currently consisted only of Tsunade and SHJ, numerous servants remained to ensure the estate's daily operations and maintenance were not hindered. There are only a few Senju residents here. Welcome back, miss. An elderly man with white hair bowed to Tsunade, speaking gently. This is a relative of my grandfather's generation, Tsunade introduced, turning to the man. Matsukange-san, this is. Hello, Matsukange-san. I'm Tsunade's boyfriend, Duanmu. He boldly stepped forward. Tsunade lightly patted Duanmu's shoulder and turned away, avoiding their gaze. Oh ho. The elderly man beamed, his silver hair shaking with joy. So it's my grandson-in-law. I thought I wouldn't live to see this day. He laughed heartily. Matsukange-san. Tsunade blushed and hurried a few steps into the house, then turned to say, Matsukange-san, Duanmu-kun will be staying with us for a while. Please make arrangements. With that, she turned and left. Who would have thought the esteemed young lady had such a side? Even the most carefree cannot escape the conventions. Matsukange chuckled, then invited Duanmu to follow him to arrange a room. The next morning, as Tsunade awoke, she found Duanmu already having breakfast in the dining hall. She pulled in a still sleepy SHJ. Honestly, Kato and Ayakin. SHJ exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Duanmu. Are you going to live with us? Kato and Ayakin. Duanmu replied. I've changed my name. I'm now Duanmu. He gently ruffled SHJ's hair. All right, SHJ, hurry and eat. We need to get you to school. And I have to take you, Duanmu and Ayakin, to the Hokage's office for a note. Tsunade instructed, firmly seating him in a chair. Got it. SHJ mumbled. And as he savored the breakfast prepared by Duanmu, he found no time for complaints. Duanmu had cooked a delicious silverhead salmon with the 1,000-needle stone forest technique, prepared sweet buns with morning light wheat, and made a fragrant porridge using rice from the Pandaria half-mountain farm, topped with finely ground truffle powder harvested from the Stosong Valley. Katsuki held her brother's hand as Danzuki walked beside her, the trio laughing and conversing as they made their way down the street, escorting Shiranui to the Ninja Academy. Once again, they arrived at the Hokage's office building. After a brief announcement, they were ushered directly before the third Hokage. Tsunade, what brings you here? Sarutobi Hiruzen lifted his gaze from the pile of documents on his desk, rubbing his temples as he spoke. Old man, Kat Daku has changed his name. He now goes by Danzuki Mori. I'm here to update your records, Tsunade proclaimed candidly. Furthermore, the medical unit's hospital is nearing completion. It should be operational within a week. Danzuki interjected, momentarily halting Tsunade's flow of words. Tsunade cast a curious glance his way, but chose to remain silent. Oh, that is indeed splendid news. Sarutobi nodded. The sooner we can train competent medical ninjas, the sooner Konoha's strength will be bolstered. A series of urgent knocks echoed from outside the office. Enter. Sarutobi's brow furrowed in response. Reporting. All 3 reinforcement teams on the front lines have perished. An Umbu operative knelt on the ground, casting a glance at Tsunade and Danzuki. Chapter 7. Hope amidst shadows within the Hokage building. The Umbu operative hesitated, glancing at Tsunade and Danzuki before continuing. Sarutobi grunted. There are no outsiders here, are there? Including the relatives of the reserve member, Kat Daku. The Umbu replied, lowering his head. Danzuki felt a familiar headache resurface as an influx of information flooded his mind. The original Kat Daku had been nominated as a key candidate for cultivation due to his unique secret techniques and exceptional performance in battle, positioning him as a formidable contender for the next Hokage. In that moment, Danzuki rose, channeling his chakra. How audacious! Sarutobi slammed his palm onto the desk, scattering papers across the floor. Old man. Tsunade stepped forward to intervene. Sighing, Sarutobi sank back into his chair, retrieving his pipe and gently packing it with tobacco. After lighting it and taking a deep drag, silence enveloped the room. He was immensely serious about his duties, yet his peripheral vision remained fixed on Danzuki. The anguish he witnessed seemed genuine rather than feigned. They have a lone survivor, the Umbu noted as the atmosphere grew tense. Bring them forth. Sarutobi glanced at Tsunade, exhaling a heavy sigh. Yes, the Umbu acknowledged, vanishing without a trace. Tsunade gently patted Danzuki on the back. After a brief wait, the Umbu returned, cradling an infant swathed in blankets. Danzuki steadied himself, accepting the child and offering a slight bow to the 3rd Hokage before silently making his way outside, with Tsunade following closely behind. Invite Danzo over. Sarutobi sank into his chair, his hands clasped beneath his chin as he delved into deep contemplation. Could this also be your scheme? He murmured. The Umbu departed without a word. Danzuki cradled the still infantile Shizune as he walked home, Tsunade accompanying him in silence. Abruptly halting, Danzuki turned to Tsunade. If you don't mind, I wish to clarify our relationship and make this matter public. Why the sudden declaration? Tsunade stammered, flustered. I sense someone is targeting me, or rather, targeting us. Danzuki's expression turned grave as he faced Tsunade. I apologize, Tsunade, although my feelings for you are sincere. This course of action would be akin to using you as a shield. Yet, I cannot conceive of another approach. Perhaps the name Senju will instill some apprehension in them. Who dares? Tsunade exclaimed, her chakra flaring in response. This is not the place for such discussions. Let us return home. Also, please fetch Shiranui directly. Danzuki decisively instructed. Upon arriving at the Ninja Academy, they retrieved Shiranui, and without a moment's pause, the trio hurried homeward. Observing the serious expressions on his sisters' and Danzuki's faces, Shiranui remarkably refrained from his usual chatter, asking no questions. Back at the Senju residence, after entrusting Shizune to Matsukane for care, Tsunade entered Danzuki's temporary quarters. What makes you suspect such things? She inquired hesitantly. Before I answer your question, I wish to pose one of my own. Were all members of the Senju clan who received the first Hokage's cells truly doing so voluntarily? Danzuki mused, resting his chin on his hand. Tsunade hesitated, contemplating. Firstly, there are 2 points of doubt. Why did the 2nd Hokage disband the Senju clan? And after his passing, why did Konoha's upper echelons initiate experiments involving the integration of the 1st Hokage's cells? Danzuki continued. In a village protected by barriers, how did enemies infiltrate and wreak havoc, particularly at the gathering point of Shiranui's team? Additionally, your numerous proposals have been well-reasoned. Why were they consistently dismissed? Furthermore, during missions, why do adversarial ninjas seem to strike at precisely the right moments, outnumbering us by several folds? As Tsunade absorbed Danzuki's barrage of inquiries, she became momentarily dazed. The implications of such occurrences were overwhelming, and she fled the room in a flustered state, a stark contrast to her usual composed demeanor. Minutes later, she returned, clutching a headband she had casually taken during a recent intelligence-gathering mission. Tsunade produced a kunai, prying at the center of the headband until a thin metal sheet dislodged. Danzuki leaned in to examine it, noticing the engraving of the character for root. Suddenly, Tsunade detected a faint sizzling sound and observed tiny sparks near the root symbol. With a surge of strength, she hurled it through the ceiling, resulting in a resounding explosion. Humph! They even included an explosive tag. Tsunade glared at the gaping hole in the roof, cursing under her breath. Footsteps echoed in the corridor. Sister, what is going on? Shiranui rushed in. Miss, are there enemies present? Matsukane brandished a kunai as he entered. All is well. All is well. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, feeling drained. Matsukane, please fetch the Senju clan's secret texts. Miss, have you comprehended would release? Matsukane exclaimed in astonishment. Not me, but someone else. Tsunade regained a semblance of her fervor. Is it Shiranui? Matsukane inquired, turning his gaze toward the boy. Me? No, not me. Shiranui quickly shook his head. It is Danzuki. The specifics are not for you to concern yourself with. Tsunade hastily clarified. Understood, miss. Matsukane acknowledged and departed. Before long, Matsukane returned with a hefty tome. Miss, this is the wood release secret scroll left by Lord Hashirama. Ding. A voice echoed in Danzuki's mind, exclaiming that he had discovered a skill book, sending him into a frenzy of elation. May I examine it alone? He asked uncertainly. Of course. Tsunade responded decisively, her composure returning. In these tumultuous times, acquiring a master of wood release would enhance their standing within Konoha. Then we shall step outside, Tsunade declared, turning to leave. By the way, Tsunade, both you and Shiranui should refrain from taking on any missions for the time being. Understood? Danzuki emphasized each word deliberately. Once he found himself alone in the room, Danzuki's taut nerves began to ease slightly. He wished to shed this constant state of anxiety, yet the world of the Hokage was fraught with peril. When he had watched the anime, it was the fervor and passion that had drawn him in. Yet, the realm is rife with intrigues and merciless slaughter. Take, for instance, the eyes of the Uchiha clan, exhibiting an unsettling convenience akin to plug-and-play technology, surpassing even the devices he utilized during his university days. Then there's Danzo, the epitome of cunning. He resembles a perfected power strip, more formidable than any other. Enough of this. Duanmu shook his head, attempting to cast away these errant thoughts. He reached for the Senju clan's secret scroll. Ding. A notification appeared. Skill book discovered. Do you wish to learn it? With a hint of trepidation, he selected learn. Uncertain of the outcome, as he had yet to practice any ninjutsu. Despite assimilating the powers of Kato Dan, he had refrained from experimentation thus far. Congratulations. You have learned a new technique. Would style. Would clone. Congratulations. You have learned a new technique. Would style. Would doppelganger. Congratulations. You have learned a new technique. Would style. Multiple would clones. After acquiring 6 or 7 skills, the notifications ceased. Duanmu observed that the skills he had mastered turned gray, while the unlearned ones remained red. He used his will to select one of the red skills. A message appeared. You cannot perform this action. Your level does not meet the requirements. Duanmu understood. This was akin to the mechanics of a game. He opened the skills section of his system template. In addition to restoration, balance, protection, and ferocity, a new wood-style skill had been added, proving to be exceedingly considerate. While familiarizing himself with the various system interfaces, he pondered over the method to break the current stalemate, growing increasingly agitated. At that moment, he recalled the fully accessible professional skills section available since his arrival, capable of learning all 14 categories of life skills. It was known that, in the game, life skills were a significant source of income. If schemes cannot best you, I shall bury you beneath wealth. Duanmu muttered to himself, without money. Even the god of ninjas would starve. He grumbled. He sighed, gazing at the array of classic weapons he had collected in his bank. What a pity. He casually retrieved the Phoenix's right claw, a claw composed of fiery elements, warm to the touch, adorned with the patterns of blood sprites. Even more striking than in the game. Alas, it served little purpose. Just as he was about to return it, a prompt appeared. Would you like to unbind? Below it was an explanation. Once unbound, the weapon can be given to others in a different realm, if the recipient does not meet the level requirements. The weapon's power will diminish proportionately. Oh my goodness, I must have it. Duanmu sprang up from the tatama mat, humming a tuneless song, bouncing around the room like a monkey. Bang, bang, bang. Duanmu-kun. Tsunade's voice echoed from outside the door. Come in. Duanmu straightened his attire. I'm coming in. Tsunade opened the door and stepped inside. How is it, Duanmu-kun? Duanmu closed the door and executed a, would style, would clone. A large wooden branch emerged from his form, gradually transforming into a perfect replica of himself. Amid Tsunade's astonishment, he dismissed the wooden clone. Afterward, Duanmu opened the door, peered into the corridor for a moment. and returned to secure the door. Tsunade, let me show you my treasure, he exclaimed. Wait, you fool. What are you doing? Tsunade covered her face with her hands, realizing it was still daytime. Clang. The phoenix's left claw, that Duanmu had just retrieved, clattered to the floor. Hey, where are you going? Chapter 8. The room fell into an awkward silence. After a while, Duanmu broke the tension. Even though it's daytime, how about we try it out? Tsunade quickly shifted her stance, raising her clenched fist, veins pulsing on her forehead. Do you want to die, you fool? I'm sorry, Duanmu hurriedly clarified, extending his fist. Wow, so beautiful, Tsunade exclaimed upon receiving the gauntlet, its design resembling claws of red and yellow flames, adorned with intricate and beautiful patterns that exuded opulence and nearly extravagant beauty. Give it a try, Duanmu suggested. Tsunade attempted to wear it, but to her surprise, a barrier-like force repelled her hand each time she tried. What is going on? Duanmu took it back and was taken aback upon discovering it was still bound to him. Ding. Would you like to unbind? Unbind. Duanmu glanced at Tsunade, who was curiously observing the weapon in her hand, which relieved him. Ding. Please pay 600 gold coins to unbind. The mechanical prompt appeared. Oh my gosh. Duanmu quickly checked his backpack, revealing 1327 gold coins. Revolution requires funds. Pay. Duanmu gritted his teeth, lifting another pair of gauntlets, paying the gold to unbind them as well. Ding. Payment successful. Your current expenditure is 1,200 gold coins. The mechanical prompt chimed, accompanied by the sound of cascading coins, disregarding Duanmu's bleeding heart at that moment. Try again. Duanmu handed the gauntlet over once more. This time, Tsunade successfully donned it, and as she moved her hand, the claw-shaped gauntlet fit perfectly, flexing with her fist. What a stunning weapon. How did you acquire it? I noticed you lacked a suitable weapon, so I crafted this after studying your fighting style. Duanmu shamelessly claimed the weapons as his own creation. Oh, I didn't realize you had such skills. Tsunade squinted at him, then swung a fist into the air. With a whoosh, a fiery shadow of her fist flew forth, crashing through the outer wall of Duanmu's room, creating a sizable hole. Tsunade gasped, covering her mouth, and Duanmu facepalmed, realizing he had created a spendthrift. The commotion drew Shunshu and Matsukin rushing into the room. The elderly steward Matsukin surveyed the hole in the wall and glanced between the two, sighing. The youth today are too reckless. I'm too old to keep up with the times, he remarked before leaving with his hands behind his back. Hey, Tsunade. Duanmu's face turned a shade darker from Matsukin's words, and he shouted at Tsunade in indignation. Tsunade playfully stuck out her tongue, rendering him speechless. Wow, sister. This weapon is stunning, Shunshu exclaimed as he entered, immediately captivated by the gauntlet in Tsunade's hand. After inspecting it from all angles, he marveled aloud. Yes, it was gifted to me by my brother, Duanmu, Tsunade declared proudly. Do you want it? Shunshu nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. Yes, Tsunade gestured toward Duanmu. Duanmu, brother. Shunshu tugged at Duanmu's sleeve, displaying a charming demeanor. Duanmu realized that Tsunade didn't believe his earlier claim, and now she was testing him. Ding. Task. Gift for your brother. A notification chimed in his ear. Great. He had no choice but to comply. He stood up and declared, let us head to a blacksmith. There's one in the backyard. Tsunade interjected eagerly. Cough. Cough. Duanmu choked on Tsunade's words. Then, he was dragged by the sibling duo to the blacksmith's workshop within the Senju estate, where he surveyed the surroundings. The tools were well stocked, and the layout was efficient. Shinshu's big eyes sparkled with anticipation. All right, I can't bear to refuse. He relented, eliciting a joyful jump from Shinshu. However, let me hear some sweet words to brighten my spirits. Duanmu couldn't resist teasing him. Duanmu, brother, you're the most handsome in the world, Shinshu exclaimed repeatedly. But Duanmu shook his head, unsatisfied. Shinshu pondered for a moment, then cautiously called out, sister-in-law. Endless joy filled Duanmu's heart as he eagerly agreed. Casting a challenging glance at Tsunade, the veins on Tsunade's forehead throbbed as she seized Shengtian's ear from behind, exclaiming, You little rascal. You sold me out for a mere weapon. Regardless, you'll eventually face Shengtian's discontent, she muttered under her breath. Duanmu shook his head and, seizing the opportunity while the siblings bickered, retrieved pre-stored minerals from the monster's backpack, igniting a flame and commencing the smelting process. Observing his actions, the siblings joined in, and soon, a dozen steel ingots were produced. With the system's enhancement, The speed was astonishing. Duanmu then skillfully forged, tempered, hammered, refined, quenched, and honed the blade. Watching his adept movements and exquisite techniques, Tsunade's doubts began to dissipate. Duanmu aimed to create a long sword named Frost Tiger Blade. Presently, Shengtian had barely achieved the rank of genin, and despite Tsunade being his sister and their teacher being Orochimaru, the system indicated he was only at level 25. He had transformed the originally level 40 two-handed sword into a level 25 one-handed sword. The blade was designed in the style of a katana from the land of the rising sun, embellished with a tiger motif on the hilt, inscribed with the characters Frost Tiger at the sword's end. The handguard was shaped like a roaring tiger, and he found a piece of sky blue leather from the side materials to adorn the grip in the traditional manner. Finally, he added a beginner strike enchantment to the weapon. Here, for you. Duanmu presented the weapon. Just then a delicate hand reached out, carefully wiping the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. Turning to look, he found Tsunade gazing at him with affection, a hint of guilt in her eyes. Duanmu knew he had successfully passed this trial and let out a long sigh of relief. The concept of traversing worlds and the system was too bewildering to reveal to anyone, yet deceiving his beloved was no easy feat at that moment. Shengtian took the longsword, inspecting it closely, and found himself enamored. The golden tiger-headed handguard, the shimmering blade adorned with blue patterns that occasionally glimmered with silver light, exuded an overwhelming chill. He did not realize this was due to the enchantment. He merely admired the sword, whispering the name Frost Tiger. What a splendid name. He then struck a pose and swung the sword. Whoosh! A conical ice spear was unleashed with his swing, striking a nearby stove with a resounding thud, causing a thin layer of frost to envelop the entire stove. This, Shengtian, astonished, raised his hands to inspect, while Tsunade rushed to his side in utter delight. Brother, when did you learn ice release? I didn't even use chakra, Shengtian replied, bewildered by his sister's inquiry. Thud, thud, thud. Duanmu tapped the frost covering the stove, applying a bit more force, and with a crash, the icy layer shattered, scattering shards of ice across the ground. Not bad, he remarked. Tsunade, stop pressuring Shengtian. This is the additional effect I crafted into his weapon. Duanmu stood up, noticing Tsunade still questioning Shengtian, and quickly interjected. Tsunade was taken aback. To her knowledge, only the Uchiha clan's fan-like weapon possessed additional effects, making it hard for her to believe. Shengtian, hand it over. Duanmu beckoned, and Shengtian obediently ran over with the longsword. Duanmu took the sword, stepped back, and swung it towards Tsunade, who was caught off guard as two ice shards struck her. What are you doing? Shengtian rushed in front of his sister, shouting in alarm. It's fine, it's fine. Duanmu handed the sword back to Shengtian, ruffled his hair, and smiled at Tsunade. How's that? With a flick, Tsunade channeled chakra, shattering the ice that clung to her, and after a moment of contemplation, she remarked, no damage. Just a restriction on movement. As she spoke, her eyes brightened as she grasped Duanmu's intention. Yes, this weapon is called the Frost Tiger Blade, which can shoot an ice arrow upon the initial swing. It causes no harm, but slows the target's movement. Judging by how long it restrained you, it should be around 2 seconds. For someone of lower rank than you, it might last longer. Brother-in-law, you are truly wonderful to me, Shengtian exclaimed, darting off to admire his new weapon. A mere weapon has won you over, traitor. Tsunade lightly scoffed, casting a flirtatious glance at Duanmu, filled with affection. However, upon wielding the phoenix claw, she grinned widely. This is quite eye-catching. Snap. Duanmu snapped his fingers. I've got an idea. Shengtian, come here. Placing the phoenix claw on the stove, he pretended to form a complex seal, so intricate that he could not replicate it. Then, pressing on the weapon, poof. The phoenix claw transformed into a standard ninja's tiger claw. Wow, what an impressive ninjutsu, Tsunade exclaimed. Following the same method, Duanmu transformed Shengtian's frost tiger into an ordinary ninja blade. Shengtian nearly burst into tears, watching his magnificent longsword become so plain, his lips pouting in dissatisfaction, feeling as if Duanmu had swapped out his weapon. Chapter 9. Application of Professional Skills. Hey, look at your little face, Duanmu teased, playfully pinching Shengtian's nose. Try it out. He then turned to Tsunade. You should give it a go too. The siblings picked up their weapons, and they could distinctly feel that the weapons remained the same as before. Gazing at the weapons in their hands, their vision blurred, and the appearance reverted to its original form. What is the use of this? Tsunade queried, perplexed. There. Try it there. Duanmu pointed to a nearby water jar with a grin. You'll see. The siblings complied, approaching the water jar and raising their weapons, which indeed transformed into the most ordinary ninja blade and tiger claw. Shengtian, still uneasy, swung to unleash an ice arrow before he was satisfied. However, this earned him a loving reprimand from Tsunade. What technique is this? Tsunade inquired with intrigue. This is an ancient and long-lost transformation sealing technique. Duanmu replied, shaking his head. It was later discarded as it provided no enhancement. He explained, its function is to alter the appearance of weapons and equipment, so that no one but the user knows what weapon they possess. Although the appearance changes, the power and effects remain unchanged. Truly remarkable, Shengtian exclaimed, intensifying his training. Once I grow stronger, brother-in-law will craft me an even better weapon. Duanmu smiled. Tsunade, give him a little nudge. Let us go. Time for dinner. Tsunade added, lightly tapping Shengtian's shoulder. Oh, coming. Shengtian skipped along behind the two, while Duanmu easily garnered two newfound admirers filled with respect. At the dinner table, the trio enjoyed their meal and conversed. Shengtian, you are not allowed to take on missions until you reach the Ch rank, understood? Duanmu warned sternly. Tsunade nodded. I understand. Tomorrow I'll find a reason to pull Shengtian from the mission team. Bang. Shengtian slammed his chopsticks onto the table, standing up and shouting, I disagree. The excitement caused his chair to screech against the floor. You, Tsunade, hearing this, stood up with a crash, also prepared to slam the table. Enough, enough. Duanmu gestured for Tsunade to calm down. Sit down. Let me speak to you. Uft, idiot. Tsunade muttered softly, though her eyes still reflected deep concern for Shengtian. Shengtian took a seat beside Duanmu. Your current strength is too weak, Duanmu stated, extending his pinky to illustrate. Shengtian, seeing this gesture, was about to stand again. Wait. Let me finish. The weapon I just made for you is the most basic among what I can forge. Duanmu pressed Shengtian back down into his chair. As your prowess develops, I shall craft for you weapons of unparalleled power and flair. Until that time, your sole task is to diligently hone your skills. Do you understand? With patience, Duanmu addressed Shengtong. Alas, your brother-in-law possesses an abundance of weapon designs, yet no venue to showcase them. Just imagine, once your strength surpasses that of your sister, adorned in the exquisite gear I shall forge for you, standing in Konoha, you will be the most dazzling figure. Magnificent, cool, these words scarcely encapsulate the essence of your presence. You, the worthy successor of Hokage. Shengtong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Consider this, the moment you eclipse your sister in strength, adorned in my splendid creations, you will shine brightly in Konoha. It's simply breathtaking. No words can truly capture your charisma. Fire Shadow, you are destined for greatness. Shengtong, utterly captivated, hurriedly devoured a few bites of food before dashing out, proclaiming, I'm off to train. Snap. Duanmu snapped his fingers, all set. He cast a sidelong glance at Tsunade. Silly goose. Tsunade mumbled, what are your future plans? Perhaps I should open a restaurant. Duanmu replied, picking up his chopsticks to savor a dish. Puff, a restaurant? Tsunade stared at him, bewildered. What use is that? Why not reveal your weapon forging skills? Patience, Duanmu said while eating, calm and composed. We must gather intelligence and devise a strategy before launching a decisive strike. Didn't he, the third Hokage, teach you this? I'm done eating. You continue, Tsunade said, somewhat impatiently. Alas, there's no helping it. I can only nibble a bit and set aside my bowl and chopsticks. Engaging in weaponry from the outset is far too conspicuous. We must first supply Konoha. This not only hinders us, but also invites unnecessary suspicion. Moreover, I shall not merely open a restaurant. At a certain point, I will improve the rations for the ninja forces, gradually elevating our status. Like boiling a frog in warm water. Duanmu explained patiently, spreading his hands. What do you mean? Tsunade tilted her head, furrowing her brows in contemplation. Hee. Duanmu gazed at Tsunade, whose exquisite face radiated vigor, yet bore a naive expression. He stood up and playfully pinched her delicate nose. We shall fortify our walls, amass provisions, and gradually ascend to power. That's the essence. After being pinched, Tsunade waved her hand and frowned. I think I understand your meaning somewhat. She rested her chin on her hand, pondering further. Rest assured, they lack the audacity to act openly against us. We still have time. He mused, considering the cunning Danzo and the troublesome third Hokage. What are you doing? Tsunade pushed him back a few steps, exclaiming, "Why are you always so hands-on?" She rubbed her face. The human brain, when encountering something excessively cute, experiences a state of joy and excitement, leading to an instinctive desire to pinch or squeeze. A phenomenon known in psychology as cute aggression. Cute? Nonsense. Tsunade playfully swatted him. "Stop speaking in riddles. Let us go see how our little darling is training," she said, pulling Tsunade towards the courtyard. Soon, Shojin emerged, hunched over, slowly gathering the tableware. With a laugh, he exclaimed, "Great Lord, our Senju family has hope." Hope. Feeling invigorated, he thought perhaps he should practice a bit, if only to serve the young master. That evening, Duanmu moved into a new room. Initially considering sneaking into Tsunade's quarters for the night, but feeling threatened by her formidable strength, he settled into the new space. Once inside, he didn't waste time. Since skills like forging, cooking, and enchanting were available in the game, perhaps he could explore other talents. He glanced at the sewing skill in the menu and rummaged through his bag, retrieving a needle and thread. I never expected I would one day wield an embroidery needle. Duanmu chuckled to himself, embarking on a new venture of needlework. From a distance, one might see a glimmer of elegance reminiscent of a legendary figure. The next morning, Duanmu rose early to prepare breakfast, lamenting, "Ever since I've been without a computer, I sleep earlier. My life has become more regular. No more headaches, no more backaches, and we even have girlfriends now." When he set the breakfast on the table, Tsunade and Shengtong entered nonchalantly. "Wow, another breakfast made by brother-in-law." Shengtong cheered, diving into the food. Since tasting Duanmu's cooking, the meals prepared by the household staff could no longer satisfy his palate. "Good morning, Duanmu," Tsunade said, brushing her hair away from her forehead. Ever since he moved in, the household had become lively, and she cherished this atmosphere. "Good morning, my princess," he replied, bowing in a gentlemanly manner and pulling out a chair for her. "You have no idea how early my sister rises." Shengtong chuckled. Swish. Tsunade swiftly grabbed a meat bun from her plate and threw it at Shengtong. "You can't silence your mouth even while eating." They all burst into laughter. Soon, Shojin brought out a baby. "Young lady, regarding the infant you brought yesterday, I'm planning to hire a wet nurse. What do you think?" "Sure, arrange it well." "She is Duanmu's niece," Tsunade asserted, reclaiming her authority as the head of the household. Yes, he carried the child away, clearly in good spirits these days. "Where are you off to?" Tsunade asked while eating. "I'm going to discuss the restaurant with Mumu and Dingzhua." Duanmu scratched his head. "What's the matter? Speak up." Tsunade smiled. "Could I perhaps borrow some money?" Duanmu hesitated, his face flushing. "Wait here." Tsunade set down her bowl and hurried out. Moments later, she returned with a stack of paper, about 10 sheets. "Here. This is cash. Each note is 1 million, a total of 10. Take it and use it." Duanmu accepted the silver notes, utterly astonished. 10 million. I feel like I've been pampered by a wealthy lady, he thought, filled with joy. The life of the affluent was indeed simple, yet monotonous. He mused as he left the kitchen. "Sister, what's wrong with brother-in-law?" Shengtong inquired curiously. Tsunade raised her chopsticks, as if to strike. "He gone. Yet still flattering me. Humph, as if you weren't going to marry." Shengtong grumbled, continuing to eat. Giggle. Tsunade covered her mouth, laughing charmingly. "He's just a fool." With a swoosh, Duanmu returned, carrying 2 bags. "These are for you and Shengtong, new ninja outfits. I've enhanced their defensive capabilities," he said before quickly leaving. "Thank you, brother-in-law," Shengtong shouted, cupping his hands around his mouth. Duanmu didn't turn back, but raised a hand in a casual wave, believing it looked rather cool. Chapter 10. Preparations. Duanmu, relying on his memory, first visited the Akimichi household and invited Dingzhua to join him in seeking Mumu GD. The three settled at Mumu's home and began their discussion. He surveyed the surroundings, a simple wooden room, rather cramped. Mumu's wife brewed tea for them and bowed before excusing herself. "Hee, Duanmu-kun, forgive me for the humble setting. Please, have some tea." Mumu gestured invitingly. "Oh, certainly." Having just come from the Akimichi household, the stark contrast in living conditions between those with family backing and ordinary citizens struck Duanmu profoundly. "Mumu, oh no, Mr. Duanmu. What brings us together today?" Akimichi Dingzhua asked with palpable eagerness. "Ah, you truly are quite the impatient one." Indama chuckled. "I have a plan to embark on a business venture, and I wonder if you would be interested in joining?" "Really?" Mumu Gongdao's eyes sparkled with excitement. His home situation was dire. Although ninjas received compensation for their missions, Not all of it was retained for personal use, as the village imposed certain fees. Moreover, given the current state of war, he had not undertaken a mission in quite some time. "What are you planning?" he inquired, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. A wry smile on his face. "You know my family's circumstances. No need for you to invest money. You can simply sit in the store if you have no missions. Oh, and your wife can help out as well. Consider it your share in the partnership," Endamu said, swirling the tea leaves in his cup before taking a sip. "We could start a clothing store, specializing in women's apparel. There are plenty of ninjas in similar situations nearby who could join us." Mumu nodded enthusiastically, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. "I'm not particularly interested in clothing, nor do I have any expertise in that area, but I can certainly recommend individuals from my clan who are in need," he added. Endamu, observing Mumu's excitement, turned his attention to Dingzhua. Then with a flick of his hand, he produced several small plates of delicacies, each containing a different treat: bloodberry tarts, rich cherry pies, magical mana buns, and fried bananas. "Oh, these bananas are not from the room of Tyrant, but rather from Teldrassil." Endamu attempted to elaborate further, but Dingzhua was already indulging in the treats. "Who is Tyrant?" he mumbled, his mouth full of chocolate cookie crumbs that scattered everywhere. "Finish eating before you speak," Endamu remarked, exasperatedly watching Dingzhua's cheeks bulge. Surprisingly, Dingzhua did not disappoint. He consumed the entire platter of snacks in a blur. Just as he was about to pop the last piece of chocolate cookie into his mouth, he noticed that Mumu had not yet eaten. Lifting it up, he boomed, "Do you want this?" Endamu and Mumu exchanged glances. Mumu covered his face with one hand and waved Dingzhua off. Consequently, Dingzhua devoured the final piece and then patted his stomach contentedly. "If only I had a drink to accompany this. Here you go." Endamu produced a brown beverage with visible black spheres at the bottom and another cup with a frothy orange drink for Mumu. This time, he separated the drinks to prevent Dingzhua from gulping them down all at once. "Give it a try," he encouraged Mumu, while Dingzhua, already halfway through his drink, exclaimed, "What is this? It's quite delicious, with a hint of creaminess." Mumu took a sip of his drink, and his eyes lit up. He lifted the cup and drank it all in one go, exhaling a long sigh of satisfaction, followed by a hearty belch. "This drink is called pearl milk tea, made from honey, milk, and condensed milk. It's a recipe I acquired from a place called Stormwind," Endamu explained. "Your drink is called Pandaren plum wine, also an accidental find. What do you think? Shall we open a restaurant with these items?" Endamu concluded, taking another sip of tea. "Yes, absolutely. The flavors are unique, and the presentation is exquisite. This restaurant venture is a must for me," Dingzhua exclaimed, rising to his feet in excitement. "Then it's settled. Mumu will primarily handle the clothing store, while Dingzhua will oversee the restaurant. Should any friends wish to invest, they are welcome." As he spoke, he retrieved silver notes from his pocket, handing 2 to each of them with nonchalance. "Take these for now. It's as if I am wealthy written across my forehead." In the afternoon, the trio ventured into Konoha to scout for a store location while conducting market research. The culinary preferences of the locals resembled those of the land of the rising sun. Dingzhua, well-connected, quickly located 2 suitable storefronts in the village's central area. After surveying the surroundings, Endamu contemplated the need to work harder to elevate their prospects. After all, if that one fellow who hauls rice sacks upstairs were to offer him a spicy concoction of water, he would surely find himself in tears. He instructed Dingzhua to contact the construction team, while Mumu reached out to potential staff as he began to envision the design for their establishment. The trio busied themselves, commencing renovations that very afternoon. The restaurant was a 3-story establishment, its exterior styled in the grand architectural fashion of Stormwind, exuding a robust ambience. The first floor maintained the decor of Stormwind, while the second floor featured elegant seating adorned with blood elf aesthetics, showcasing an air of opulence. On the third floor, 3 private rooms were reserved for esteemed guests, embodying a Pandaren rustic style that harmonized nature with a dignified spirit. The clothing store was designed in the style of Darnassus, primarily in shades of purple with green accents, evoking an aura of mystery and allure that highlighted the exotic essence of the elves. As he handed the design blueprints to Dingzhua and Mumu, their astonished reactions confirmed Endamu's extensive knowledge and optimism regarding their entrepreneurial pursuits. Subsequently, Endamu provided Dingzhua with an additional silver note, asking him to attend to the repairs of his own home, intending for Mumu's family to relocate closer, only 3 streets away, which would be much more convenient. Currently residing in the Senju estate, a natural bastion of protection, he knew this safeguard would not last indefinitely. But it offered sufficient time for him to establish himself. Helping friends within his means was a source of joy for him. As a prospective son-in-law of the Senju clan, he believed it would alleviate some of the wariness surrounding him. Such a lifestyle would not only be bearable, but quite comfortable. He even mused about how wonderful it would be if life could continue in this peaceful manner, undisturbed by conflict. For those schemers surely had never read online literature. Otherwise, they would know that a son-in-law was typically either a dragon lord or a healing sage, and at the very least, a prominent druid. Suddenly, a bright voice interrupted Endemu's reverie. He turned to see Tsunade approaching. "I spotted you standing motionless at the door from afar. What were you so absorbed in?" she inquired, hands behind her back. "I was thinking of you," Endemu replied with a grin, realizing he had been lost in thought right at his doorstep. "You fool." Tsunade's cheeks flushed as she pouted and turned to walk into the courtyard. "How do you know my nickname?" Endemu pressed, hastening to keep pace with her. "How could I have known you were such a rogue?" Tsunade halted, looking at him with a raised brow. "Here, take this." "What is this?" he asked, examining it closely. "A business license." "Indeed. Did you think a storefront could be opened without proper authorization?" Tsunade laughed at his astonished expression. "My dear, you are wonderful," he exclaimed, leaning in to plant a kiss on her cheek. "Ah, this is my home," she protested, covering her face as she dashed inside. "Wow, you even know my nickname." Endemu chased after her, their laughter echoing through the courtyard. In an unremarkable corner of Konoha, a sound pierced the air as a ninja donned in a peculiar mask appeared abruptly. He scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one was watching, before vanishing just as suddenly. Beneath his feet lay a mechanism, and as he disappeared, the area returned to its original state. He navigated the winding underground passage, the distant sounds of prisoners' curses and children's cries mingling with the acrid stench of blood and decay. Soon, he arrived at an expansive hall where several ninjas knelt at the foot of the steps, clad in battle attire and masks. Atop the steps stood a middle-aged man in a gray robe, his right side swathed in bandages, while his left bore a cold, piercing gaze. Behind him, a large character for Root was inscribed on the wall in an intricate, flowing script. The atmosphere of the hall contrasted sharply with the outside world, where fallen leaves could be heard rustling. The entering ninja performed the body flicker technique, arriving at the base of the steps to kneel, reporting to Lord Danzo. Kato has changed his name to Endemu's son, and according to intelligence, he is currently planning to open a restaurant in partnership with Mumu Gongdao and Akadu Dingswa. Humph, a wayward fool. With a cold snort, Danzo expressed his disdain. "Have the failures from the previous 2 attempts been thoroughly investigated?" "Yes, my lord, all is clear. They were mere coincidences, and our plans were flawless." A swift ninja responded. "Failure is failure, and uselessness is uselessness. What do you mean by coincidence?" Danzo scowled, reprimanding the ninja, who was responsible for those 2 missions. "Why yes." The ninja quickly admitted his fault, lifting his gaze to answer. The explosion plan was overseen by the evil tiger of Team 7, while the border assassination was the responsibility of the demon of Team 11. "Execute them. There shall be no idlers en route." His words were cold and devoid of empathy, as if he spoke of livestock rather than humans. After a few steps, Danzo paused, turning to say, "During the execution, summon all Root members in the village to witness, as a deterrent." "Yes." The ninja bowed in compliance. "Oh, and since he intends to open a restaurant, have someone add some seasoning to his dishes." Danzo continued, his tone brisk. "Be quick about it." "Yes." Dismissed. With a wave of his hand, Danzo departed. The sound of swift footsteps echoed, leaving the grand hall empty, save for the enormous character of Root, which bore witness to the ruthlessness and bloodshed contained within. Chapter 11. The completion of the medical center. The medical center will have its grand opening tomorrow. Will you accompany me? Tsunade cheerfully inquired of Danmu at the dining table. After an afternoon of jesting, their relationship had grown closer, breaking the previous awkwardness of their forbidden interactions. "Of course, I would be delighted," Danmu readily agreed, noting that aside from the 3rd Hokage, he had yet to meet anyone else in the upper echelon of Konoha. Although he had some recollections, there was no comparison to first-hand observation. "How is your development of medical ninjutsu coming along?" Danmu asked with genuine concern. "Without summoning Lord Katsuyu, I currently possess only the Sage Palm technique and the Living Regeneration technique," she replied, casting a wistful glance at Danmu. yet none can compare to your medical ninjutsu. Well, it's still a work in progress. Once I refine it further, I will teach you, Danmu asserted, emphasizing his dedication. Look, this might be of assistance to you. Oh. Tsunade opened the box to find 20 rolls of yellow-green bandages, exuding a potent herbal aroma, slightly pungent upon closer inspection. What is this? I call it thick rune bandage, which has rapid healing properties. Danmu explained, recalling the medical notes he had given Tsunade earlier. Excellent. I shall try it tomorrow, Tsunade exclaimed, joyfully putting away the bandages. As she reached the exit of the dining hall, she turned back to blow Danmu a kiss, playfully sticking out her tongue. Thank you, dear. In that moment, Danmu regretted moving to the Senju estate. Many things had become quite inconvenient. He slammed his palm on the table before retreating to his room, channeling his frustrations into strength, diligently practicing his sewing skills, and crafting a multitude of bandages. After several days of dedicated creation of various professional items, he gained a wealth of experience. Opening his character panel, he noted, Danmu's son, level 57, Druid. With just 3 more levels, he would attain the ability to fly. At that point, even if he were to face defeat, he could still escape. That evening, strange laughter emanated from his room, and the next day, Danmu emerged with dark circles under his eyes, prompting concern from Tsunade. The medical center was situated near the Hokage building. At that moment, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, exited the medical hall, followed closely by the elders, Mito Kazuma, Tsunade's mentor, and Shimura Danzo. Observing their expressions, it was evident they were quite satisfied with the medical center. Engaging in light-hearted conversation, the square opposite the medical center was already filled with ninjas, arranged in order of rank, Genin, Chunin, and Jounin. Among them, a man clad in a green tracksuit and sporting a bowl-cut hairstyle stood out remarkably. Tsunade bowed to Hiruzen, while the others ignored her. Instead, the 3 elders approached her to offer their greetings, with Danzo even addressing her as Princess Tsunade. Danmu observed silently, noticing a myriad of emotions in Danzo's gaze, a blend of respect and aversion. When Danzo caught Danmu's stare, he merely snorted coldly. As the ribbon-cutting ceremony commenced, Hiruzen delivered an impassioned speech, speaking of the numerous ninjas born each year in Konoha, who lived to protect the village and fought valiantly for their loved ones, sacrificing themselves in the process. Even if they share no blood ties, they are all my most cherished family. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause as Hiruzen continued. Only when one stakes their life in battle does it hold meaning. The establishment of this medical center is to better protect those heroes who fight for our village. Wherever the leaves dance, the fire will burn, illuminating our village and nurturing new sprouts. The will of fire shall never fade. With that, Hiruzen bowed and picked up a pair of scissors, gesturing towards Tsunade on his left and Danzo on his right as they collectively cut the ribbon. The audience erupted in enduring applause. Danmu exhaled in relief, grateful that there was no tradition in this world for him to give a speech as well. Hiruzen raised his hand to silence the enthusiastic crowd. Now, I announce the appointment of Tsunade as the first director of the medical center, with Danmu's son as the vice director. As soon as his words fell, Danzo stepped forward, his demeanor dark. I oppose. I recommend Elder Tsunade as director and Princess Tsunade as vice director. Hiruzen silently nodded, taking a puff from his pipe. Speak your reasoning for the opposition. Princess Tsunade's prowess is evident, yet she is still quite young and requires support. As for Danmu's son, aside from his transformation technique, I have yet to hear of any medical abilities from him. He would be difficult to rally support for, Danzo asserted, his tone harsh. In both his past life as anime and this life as reality, Danmu held a deep disdain for Danzo, setting aside other grievances. His penchant for treating others like mere pawns, with eyes embedded along his arms, made him quite unlikable. Yet Danzo's argument struck a chord. If one were unfamiliar with Danmu, it would be challenging not to harbor doubts. What do you propose then? Tsunade retorted angrily. Cough, cough. Hiruzen coughed twice, reminding her, watch your words, Tsunade. Then let us have a contest. Hiruzen proposed, casting a subtle glance at Danzo, ensuring no gossip would arise. Me. Danzo shot a fierce glare at Hiruzen. I agree to the contest. Very well, let it be held here. Hiruzen calmly stated, tapping the ash from his pipe. Quickly, a space was cleared in the square. As the contest was to assess medical ninjutsu, it naturally involved healing. Hiruzen ordered that several enemy ninjas, previously subjected to harsh torture, be brought forth from the Umbu's prison. most suffering from superficial injuries. Hiruzen commanded that the Yamanaka clan seal the prisoners' thoughts, while the Nara clan restrained their movements to ensure the contestants' safety, with each tasked to treat 10 individuals, competing for speed and efficacy. Since Danzo had recommended Elder Tsunade, the first match would see Tsunade face off against Tsunade. Both began employing the Sage Palm technique, channeling chakra into their palms, green light radiating from their hands as they commenced treatment on the first prisoner simultaneously. Though Elder Tsunade was an elder, it was evident that Tsunade's control over chakra was far more refined, resulting in superior effects from her Sage Palm technique. Orochimaru, watching from below, remarked with his characteristic raspy voice, "Humph. Do we need you to point that out? Regrettably, such an exceptional woman is already taken, shattering the dreams of some." Orochimaru added ominously, ignoring the reactions around him. "Who do you think you are?" Tsunade retorted, huffing indignantly. Jiraiya turned his head away. Yet the direction he faced was directly towards Duanmu, intensifying his discomfort, forcing him to focus on the ongoing competition ahead. At that moment, Tsunade had completed the treatment of the third individual and approached the fourth. Meanwhile, Naka Komatsu, as an elder, had just finished treating the second person, her expression revealing her discontent. She retrieved a small box from her garments, opening it to reveal 4 neatly arranged syringes filled with a blue liquid. She raised her hand towards the Hokage and the panel of judges, proclaiming, "This is my self-made medical serum. May I use it?" Sarutobi Hiruzen paused for a moment, lost in thought, when Danzo stepped forward and declared loudly, "It can be used." Hiruzen glanced at Danzo and then at Naka Komatsu, reluctantly nodding in agreement. Naka Komatsu extracted a syringe and injected it into the convict's body. The visible wounds on the individual began to heal at an astonishing rate, and within less than a minute, aside from some scars, he was nearly as good as new. As Tsunade completed her treatment of the fourth convict, Naka Komatsu had already treated the sixth, rapidly widening the gap between them. "Bandages!" A voice cried out from the crowd. Bandages were indeed common in medical practices, and no one paid much attention, except for Tsunade, who recognized the voice as belonging to Duanmu. Earlier that morning, she had received bandages from Duanmu, casually placing 2 rolls in her bag, intending to test them when the wounded arrived, never anticipating the current situation. With no other options available, Tsunade gritted her teeth and raised her hand. "My self-made medical bandages. May I use them?" "They can be used." Sarutobi Hiruzen replied before Danzo could respond. In truth, even if Danzo had opposed it, he lacked a suitable reason, given that Naka Komatsu had used her tools first. Danzo shot a glance at Hiruzen but remained silent. Tsunade took the bandages and began wrapping them around the convict. The moment the bandages touched the convict's skin, they vanished, and a mere foot-long strip miraculously healed the wounds without leaving a trace of scars. Initially, they had chosen adversary ninjas with similar injuries, but most were merely genin and chunin. Capturing a more formidable ninja alive was exceedingly difficult. Thus, their strength was roughly equivalent to level 30 characters in a fantasy game. While the rune bandages given to Tsunade by Duanmu were designed for level 55 characters, capable of restoring even half health to full. Here, they were utterly underutilized. Tsunade, disregarding her astonishment, hastened to bind the remaining convicts. By the time she finished treating her side, Naka Komatsu still had 1 convict left to treat. Having only brought 4 syringes, she had hoped to widen the gap, but Tsunade's preparations proved far more formidable, clearly establishing superiority, leaving even Danzo speechless. In the second round, Naka Komatsu's brother, Naka Daichun, was set to face Duanmu. Danzo instructed Naka Komatsu to provide her brother with a substantial supply of the mysterious syringes, totaling 20. These super restorative potions, purchased from the black market, could activate human cells, allowing for rapid healing, albeit with the consequence of temporary paralysis for the user. Originally intended for life and death situations to gain an unexpected advantage, they were now being employed in this context. No one would investigate post-event. The Naka clan had profited handsomely from the elders' influence over the years, treating these expenses as trivial in their quest for victory. Ding. Task. Shameless duel. Upon hearing this, Duanmu's gaze towards Daichun shifted. The second round of competition required each participant to treat 20 individuals, emphasizing speed and effectiveness. For Duanmu, who was compelled to perform, this was a trivial task, especially as he sought an opportunity to showcase his prowess and instill caution in his opponent. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's command, T. Naka Daichun grasped 3 syringes in one hand and a box twice the size of T. Naka Kamatsu's in the other, dashing forward while employing the body flicker technique. Shameless. Despicable. Jiraiya shouted in protest. Spare me, can't you see? This is no longer a contest of medical ninjutsu. It's a battle for control over the medical institution. It holds indirect power over the frontline troops. Orochimaru astutely recognized the underlying issue and tugged on Jiraiya's sleeve, urging him to refrain from meddling. Yet this is utterly shameless. Jiraiya retorted, glaring at Orochimaru. He is your rival. Wouldn't it be better for him to lose? Orochimaru replied slyly. This is against all principles and contradicts my ninja way. Jiraiya persisted in his objections. Just observe. Did you not notice Duanmu's expression? Orochimaru suggested. Jiraiya turned to see Duanmu, who was leisurely navigating among the 40 patients, casually lamenting, what a stark difference in treatment. While Tsunade and her allies maintain control, I simply have a ninja pressing a knife against the convict. How brutish and lacking in finesse. Humph. Observing T. Naka Daichun having already treated 3 convicts, Orochimaru scoffed. What a fade. He is utterly incompetent. Danzo, with disdain, remarked, see? A charlatan reveals their true nature at critical moments. You, Tsunade retorted sharply, wishing to counter his words, but recalling Duanmu's advice to remain low-key, swallowing her retorts instead. She turned away, choosing to ignore Danzo's slander. In the crowd, Jiraiya was even more anxious than Tsunade, exclaiming, what is he doing? Daichun has already treated 7 individuals. Finally, in exasperation, he smacked his thigh. Isn't this splendid? It allows Tsunade to witness his true colors. Orochimaru remarked, somewhat unexpectedly, but still couldn't resist teasing Jiraiya. Impossible. Since the outbreak of the Second Shinobi World War, he has consistently excelled. Jiraiya ignored Orochimaru's sardonic remarks, but he has never revealed any healing techniques. As discussions swirled among the onlookers, Duanmu finally sprang into action, raising his hands as green energy coalesced between them. His palms moved rhythmically, and with a resonant hum, a cerulean light flashed, and a gentle rain began to fall. Druid healing technique, tranquility, at your service. People looked up at the sky. It was still morning, basking in the radiant sunshine. What a showboat. Danzo continued his characteristic scornful commentary. Wait, something's amiss. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed keenly, noticing that the injuries on the convicts were vanishing, and at a pace that surpassed Tsunade's treatment, leaving no trace of scars. It was utterly astonishing. Duanmu, seeing a few convicts who had not fully healed, employed the rejuvenation technique, the green light revealing hints of orange maple leaves, cycling around the convicts until all were completely healed. At that moment, T. Naka Daichun stood, holding his 8th syringe, dumbfounded, his eyes vacant as he had only treated 5 convicts, 7 to 35, a crushing defeat. Tsunade glanced at Danzo, stepping closer. Did I just hear someone call him incompetent? You think you can do better? I wouldn't mind personally selecting some lightly injured convicts for you. Danzo, feeling belittled by Tsunade's ridicule, turned abruptly and stormed off. My injuries are healed. A voice rang out from the crowd, belonging to a genin clad in a tight green sports outfit. He had sustained significant injuries to his left thigh and right arm during a recent mission. Although he could have opted out of this event, his remarkable willpower drove him to attend, unwilling to miss such a significant occasion for Konoha. After standing for too long, his thigh injury had flared up, beginning to bleed once more. At the very onset of the second match, he was already on the verge of collapse, drenched in cold sweat. Just as he felt he could no longer endure and was about to embarrass himself, a wave of vitality surged through him, and the area around his wound began to tingle slightly with an itch. He raised his left hand to scratch his right arm and was astounded to find that the injury had completely healed, leaving no trace of a scar. Oh, my abdominal scar is gone too. Ah, my wound has healed. His exclamation drew the attention of everyone present, prompting them to examine their own injuries. They discovered that all the ninjas who had been within the range of Duanmu's summoned drizzling technique, whether their wounds were new or old, had miraculously healed. My fingers have grown back. Another exclamation, even more exaggerated, captured everyone's attention. Come here. Sarutobi Hiruzen, intrigued by the commotion, called the ninja over. As the crowd gathered to observe the situation, they noticed that his right ring and little fingers, which had been severed, were now sprouting tiny flesh buds. Duanmu pushed through the crowd and grasped the injured hand, a vibrant green light flashing as he raised it again, miraculously restored as if he had never been injured. Remarkable. This will surely bolster our confidence on the battlefield, Jiraiya exclaimed, and the surrounding crowd nodded in agreement. Orochimaru's pupils narrowed in interest as he observed Duanmu. Cellular activation. Regeneration of severed limbs. Incredible, utterly astonishing. He murmured to himself, disregarding Jiraiya's loud proclamations. Does this mean he can heal not only the criminals, but anyone within that unique ninjutsu's range? Sarutobi's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had unearthed a buried treasure. Haha, who could possibly oppose his appointment as vice director now? Mr. Duanmu's ninjutsu is truly exceptional, his reputation well-deserved, proclaimed a figure clad in a green, form-fitting outfit. One by one, the atmosphere fueled their enthusiasm, and soon the crowd was chanting, well-deserved reputation, well-deserved reputation, well-deserved reputation. Their voices soared high into the heavens. Amidst the jubilant cheers, the Uzumaki siblings discreetly departed. Sarutobi joyfully announced Tsunade as the first director of the Konoha Medical Institute, with Duanmu as vice director. Not far from the scene, Danzo glanced back, his squinting left eye glinting coldly, though he was unaware of the events that had unfolded behind him. Upon hearing the announcement, Tsunade looked at Duanmu with pride and adoration, feeling even more joyous than when she had been appointed director. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, feeling somewhat out of sorts in the crowd, could not help but admire Duanmu's performance today. Though his demeanor was a bit lewd, he was ultimately an open and straightforward person, incapable of resorting to underhanded tactics. Silently, he turned and departed early. Orochimaru chuckled softly, following suit, muttering under his breath that love and affection were the most tiresome matters. Unable to shake off his inner turmoil, Jiraiya kicked an empty soda can on the street, the clattering sound providing a slight distraction from his distress. Suddenly inspired, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the can crashing into the head of a bookstore owner who had stepped outside. Jiraiya's lewd aura surged as he activated the body flicker technique, disappearing from sight. Ouch! Who threw that? The owner grumbled while crouching on the ground. Hey, what happened to you? An old customer inquired. Someone threw a can and hit me on the head. Ouch! The owner continued to complain. All right. Has Lord Jiraiya's paradise arrived yet? The old customer urged, nudging the owner back inside. As the crowd gradually dispersed following Sarutobi's announcement of the event's conclusion, Duanmu gazed at the lower ninja clad in green spandex, feeling a sense of familiarity as if he had seen him before, though he could not quite place it. Suddenly, Tsunade gave him a playful pat on the shoulder. Hey, director, don't mess around, you're the one. Duanmu chuckled in response. Did you not say you wanted to keep a low profile? Tsunade teased lightly. Sometimes it's necessary to show one's teeth to deter unnecessary foes, Duanmu replied with a playful grin. After all, I aspire to be Hokage, although for now, I'll settle for being the director. Tsunade, half understanding his jest, nodded and linked her arm with his as they walked towards the medical institute, much to his chagrin. What had started as a playful comment was misinterpreted by Tsunade as a declaration of intent. As they laughed and chatted, a young boy approached, bowing to Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, I am here to report. Duanmu turned to see a youth with long black hair and a white kimono, most notably characterized by his pure white irises. Ah, Hinata Hayashi. Tsunade recognized him and lowered her arm. Let me introduce you. No need to trouble Lady Tsunade. Good day, Mr. Duanmu. My name is Hinata Hayashi, sent by the Hyuga clan to join the medical institute. I look forward to your guidance. He bowed respectfully. Tsunade glanced at Duanmu with an expression that seemed to say, I knew it. However, he remained indifferent, observing the youthful Hinata and reflecting on how he and his son Niji had suffered terribly because of their brother's actions, leading to a tragic fate. Ah, I just watched your match. It was truly spectacular. Will I be able to learn your remarkable ninjutsu by joining the medical institute? Your calm demeanor throughout the match was truly inspiring, Hinata exclaimed, his admiration evident. Duanmu, pleased by his enthusiasm, thought to himself that he would certainly help him if the opportunity arose. It's settled then, he mused internally. Cough, cough. Duanmu cleared his throat, maintaining his composure. As long as you are willing to work hard, I will provide you with opportunities. Yes, thank you, Lord Duanmu, Lady Tsunade. Hinata bowed sincerely before taking his leave. You seem quite fond of that boy, Tsunade inquired, observing Duanmu. I like all children. He shrugged. Indeed, it's evident that you have a kind heart. Tsunade remarked with a serious expression. Of course, I would love my own children even more, he said, gazing at Tsunade. Tsunade paused, momentarily taken aback, realizing his jest. She quickly changed the subject. Let us go and see the children who have joined us. They entered to find that most of the clan members were either from branch families or unused members, while the commoners, possessing somewhat higher abilities, were eager to join the medical team rather than face the front lines as mere cannon fodder. Following Duanmu's match earlier, their enthusiasm had noticeably increased since their arrival that morning. Duanmu counted around 30 individuals in total. Tsunade then presided over the meeting, with Duanmu accompanying her as they temporarily divided the medical team into 4 main departments: pharmacy, nursing, attending physicians, and emergency care. Just as Tsunade was about to adjourn the meeting, Duanmu suddenly stood up and declared, I propose that Hinata Hayashi, Sarutobi Sasuke, Uchiha Rimi, and Shimura Shota be appointed as the directors of these 4 departments to lead the others. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, but eventually nodded, very well. The 4 individuals named were initially stunned, but soon elatedly stood up, feeling unexpectedly honored, all of them being members of prominent clan branches. Among them, Hinata felt the most pressure. Despite being a twin, his brother had a mere few minutes advantage at birth, which had irrevocably altered their fates. Hinata bore a cursed seal known as the Caged Bird, which meant his brother could determine his life or death. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted the meeting. Lady Tsunade, there is a gentleman named Kimoku waiting for Mr. Duanmu outside. Duanmu excused himself to the attendees and stepped outside. Mr. Duanmu, your duel was truly spectacular, Kimoku exclaimed excitedly upon meeting him. He waved his hand and directly inquired, how long have you been waiting? Not long at all. Mumu smiled. The tailor shop and restaurant have both been renovated. I intended to inform you once you finished your busy schedule, but I didn't anticipate your early arrival. No need for such formality. Let the restaurant open tomorrow. We shall take it one step at a time. Duanmu patted his shoulder and said, by the way, I've already moved into your home. Thank you for your hospitality. Mumu respectfully bowed to Duanmu. Duanmu quickly stepped forward to help him up. If you continue to be so polite, I might just get upset. How's the search for staff going? I have a total of 7 here, Mr. Ding's household can provide 10 people. If you think that is too many, I can talk to them, Mumu explained nervously. If one side becomes overwhelmed, the other shop can lend a hand. Duanmu gave him an assuring glance and turned to head back. Why do you take such good care of me, Duanmu-kun? Mumu asked, voicing a question that had lingered in his heart. He felt that this care exceeded mere friendship, yet if it were charity, Duanmu treated him as an equal. Consider it a beginning of changing my. Doesn't the Hokage also need the support of the Elder Council? Duanmu said seriously, his smile fading. If the affection of friends is a bond, then the connection of mutual benefit serves as a bridge, tightening our ties. Mumu scratched his head, somewhat understanding yet confused, and walked away. As Duanmu was about to enter the medical clinic, the meeting had already concluded. Over 30 individuals gradually emerged, with Tsunade and 4 directors he had nominated at the rear. Tsunade offered them a few parting words before allowing them to leave. As they passed Duanmu, they greeted him politely, to which he returned the gestures. When Hyuga Hizashi passed by, he sincerely expressed his gratitude. Duanmu patted his head, nearly unable to suppress the urge to say, are nobles really of a different breed? But thought better of it. Watching the departing figures of the children, Duanmu felt a surge of emotion. What was your purpose in appointing these directors? Tsunade asked as she approached. He turned to her. They are like seeds. Whether they can sprout and thrive depends on our efforts. Tsunade smiled at him, and in their shared gaze, everything was conveyed without words. Tomorrow, our restaurant opens. Bring along Shinshu, and don't forget to invite Grandpa Songjiang. The next day, as noon approached, Duanmu arrived first at the restaurant named Azeroth. He looked up at the Fade, reminiscent of Stormwind, and sighed with a hint of regret. Duanmu-kun. Tsunade's voice interrupted his reverie. Turning around, he saw Tsunade followed by Sarutobi Hizashi, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. Congratulations, exclaimed Hizashi, dressed in a kimono, with a warm smile, resembling a kind, elderly neighbor. It was difficult for Duanmu to reconcile this amiable figure with the shrewd, calculating politician he knew. He quickly bowed in gratitude. Orochimaru stepped forward, saying, Congratulations, Duanmu. I am quite intrigued by your remarkable ninjutsu. Let us discuss it sometime. His deep, gravelly voice made Duanmu shiver. Recalling the transformation of Snake Uncle to Snake Aunt during the Naruto series, conjuring unsettling images in his mind. In the dark laboratory, the awkward snake ant conducted research alongside him when suddenly the third Hokage burst in with Tsunade and Jiraiya. Tsunade was in tears, the third was furious, and Jiraiya was incredulous. How could I think such things? Is it a distortion of human nature or a decay of morality? He quickly shook his head, banishing the horrifying thoughts from his mind. Congratulations, Duan Mukuen, Jiraiya said while presenting a beautifully crafted white flower wreath. Congratulations, indeed, Duan Mu thought, barely containing his frustration. If not for Tsunade's cheerful demeanor, he would have exploded. With a stiff smile, he accepted the wreath. Please come in. How is it, Duan Mu? I've invited my master and friends. Tsunade beamed, seeking praise. Excellent, you did great. He set the wreath aside. Why do you seem unhappy? Tsunade asked in confusion. Mr. Ding is shouting from afar, Duan Mu noted, and upon seeing his friends carrying white wreaths, he felt relieved. This peculiar custom was truly bewildering. He ushered the guests inside, and then asked Tsunade, does this wreath signify blessings? Indeed, Tsunade confirmed. He recalled that was indeed the case, awkwardly smiling at Tsunade, who looked at him with confusion. After a while, Senju Matsukage also arrived with Shinshu, followed by many others. Some curious and others drawn by the presence of the third Hokage, eager to join the festivities. Upon entering the hall, Duan Mu announced that all expenses today would be free, with a subsequent 3-day discount of 10. This news garnered cheers from the guests. And the third Hokage was invited to the third floor. Your decor is truly unique, the third Hokage remarked, surveying the surroundings. Thank you for your kind words. Please have a seat, Duan Mu said, instructing the staff to serve drinks. After apologizing, he descended to prepare the meals. Ding. Task. Thwart Danzo's conspiracy. A task prompt appeared in his view. Conspiracy. He immediately opened the task sheet to scrutinize the content, unmask the root organization members sent by Danzo, and prevent their ulterior motives against your restaurant. This was hardly informative, and Duan Mu felt exasperated. He silently accepted the task and scanned the crowd, finding nothing amiss, and reluctantly proceeded to the kitchen. Just as he entered, Mumu pulled him aside. Duan Mukuen, let me introduce you. This is my wife, Mumu Keiko, whom you've met. This is Ding's wife, Akadu Rika, and the lady from the Okita family, as well as the younger sister from the Asu family and the youngest daughter from the Nishika family. Hello, shopkeeper. I am Okita Yukari. I look forward to your guidance, said a woman in a kimono. Hello, I am Asu Nishi, and this is Nishika Momoka. Two lively little girls bounced up to Duan Mu. Facing this group of chirping voices, Duan Mu began to regret his decision. He feared Tsunade might erupt in anger. Oh, there's one more. This is Mikami Yuya, the eldest daughter of the Mikami family, Mumu concluded. His eyes brightened, and he smiled. The woman named Mikami Yuya gracefully approached Duan Mu and deeply bowed. Rising, she deliberately slowed her motion, allowing Duan Mu to gaze into her deep-set eyes, which blinked slightly. Ahem. Duan Mu, in an effort to maintain his composure, coughed to warn her against any inappropriate thoughts. Truly. The woman turned and returned to her position, busily resuming her tasks, appearing to embody the diligence of a devoted housewife. Duan Mu retrieved prepared pastries and drinks from the refrigerator, placing them on the kitchen table. He casually instructed, Mrs. Mikami, please take these drinks upstairs for the guests to sample. Yes, shopkeeper. She responded, swiftly taking the tray and moving towards the exit. However, before she could take a few steps, Duan Mu activated his body flicker technique, appearing behind her, grabbing the collar of her kimono, shouting, Who are you? What were you doing just now? The sudden force caused her to tilt the tray, spilling drinks everywhere, eliciting hissing sounds as the liquid seeped into the floor, producing a noxious white smoke. With a whoosh, Mikami Yuya deflated like a punctured balloon. Is this inflatable? How extraordinary. Chapter 14. The Revealed Truth. Get away. Mumu forcefully tugged at the still-dazed Duan Mu. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Several kunai were thrust into the spot where he had just stood. The Lady Mikami had transformed into a lean ninja. I never imagined you would see through me, the ninja remarked, drawing a shuriken from her lower back. Moku. Step forward. Damu pushed Moku ahead, as he couldn't reveal his druidic abilities. Moku slowly unsheathed his katana, reassuringly stating, Do not worry. He is only level 40. Not higher than you. Damu, unfazed, grew impatient as the two faced off and reminded them of the delay. What do you mean by level 40? Moku questioned, taken aback, as the ninja also paused in confusion. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the kitchen door burst open, sending the ninja stumbling forward. Seizing the opportunity, Moku thrust his blade forward, effortlessly dispatching the ninja. What just happened? Damu, standing behind Moku, was bewildered by the sudden noise. Just then, Tsunade emerged from behind. It's me, Demakuen. Why are there still enemies here? It turned out that the initial excitement of the guests had waned, and some grew restless. Hearing the murmurs below, Tsunade had come to investigate. Damu explained the situation to Tsunade, while Moku, with a conflicted expression, interrupted, I'm sorry, this person was brought in by me. Please punish me, Demakuen. Damu merely patted him on the shoulder and said, stop with the nonsense. Go find Lady Mikami. She should be nearby. We can't let her get hurt. Moku was still enveloped in shame. What do you mean, Damu snapped, annoyed with Moku. The ninja had clearly used transformation jutsu to impersonate someone from the Mikami family, and the real Mikami must have been captured beforehand. Check around the restaurant. Tsunade tugged at Damu's sleeve, indicating he should calm down. The women in the kitchen continued their work, and Tsunade and Moku ventured out to search. They indeed found Lady Mikami behind the restaurant, unconscious, buried under refuse, and reeking after being drugged. Tsunade comforted the honest woman, giving her some money, allowing her a 2-day leave, assuring her that she wouldn't be dismissed due to this incident, thus wrapping up the matter. For precaution, Damu cast the druidic spell of detoxification. Watching the system display clear, he knew all potential poison sources had been eliminated. He then began retrieving the meals. Indeed, he had prepared 200 portions of each dish on the menu the previous night, and today he only needed to extract them from his beast backpack. With just a glance at each item on the menu, he effortlessly arranged the dishes for serving. This speed would bring tears to any chef in Kaifeng. And even Huang knew to kneel and willingly sing praises. For the third Hokage's table, he prepared the main dish of Graku's homemade meat pie from the world of Azeroth, accompanied by mashed potatoes and crispy bat wings, with drinks of moonlight wine and Northrend iced tea, and for dessert, Graku's fruit cake. As Damu ascended to the third floor, he received unanimous acclaim from the four present. The third Hokage was enamored with the elegance of the iced tea. Jiraiya relished the substantial meat pie filling. Tsunade welcomed the wine with open arms, and surprisingly, Orochimaru devoured half of the fruit cake. I heard someone infiltrated with the intent to poison the food, Tsunade remarked as Jiraiya expressed concern upon Damu's arrival. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru chuckled softly, saying nothing, while Tsunade, growing impatient, glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Old man, what do you think? Sarutobi waved his hand, took a puff from his pipe, the smoke enveloping his face, flickering in and out of view. Yes, a warning is in order, he said, taking a few more puffs before standing up. Demakuen, thank you for your generous hospitality today. Regarding the infiltration issue, Sarutobi paused. Rest assured, it will not happen again. Thank you for your concern. Damu bowed in gratitude, watching as Tsunade accompanied the three out. In the following days, the exotic restaurant from Azeroth became a sensation in Konoha village, garnering immense popularity. Although there was a 10% discount for 3 days, guests flocked in to experience the novelty. 90-100. Haha. Moku gleefully counted the silver bills in his hand. In just 5 days, we earned 1,000,000 Ryo. It's all thanks to Mr. Damu's guidance. DZA expressed his gratitude to Damu, who, despite his family backing, felt their clan lacked the depth compared to the Hyuga or Uchiha clans, so enhancing their family's strength was indeed a boon. Let us remain humble. Let us work together so that money becomes just a number to us. Damu waved his hand calmly, though his other hand was nervously wrinkling his trousers. I've had a question lingering since opening day. How did you immediately realize Lady Mikami was an imposter? Moku inquired, finally voicing his curiosity. After accepting the mission that day, Damu had utilized the system to cycle through targets. Upon reaching Lady Mikami, he nearly burst into laughter, for while others displayed a green status, hers was yellow, with her avatar indicating imposter of Lady Mikami. It was quite evident. During the poisoning attempt, he hadn't observed any suspicious actions. He merely kept her locked as a target, and in the dialogue box at the bottom left of his screen, a text prompt read, Imposter of Lady Mikami inserts the deadly poison from the Black Mountain pepper fish into the bubble tea cup. Of course, such details could not be disclosed. Ahem. Damu cleared his throat, glancing at the curious duo. Well, he elongated his tone, building anticipation. Because her demeanor was overly alluring and her attire too inappropriate for a woman who spends her days at home. Damu improvised. I see. Moku contemplated. Dama-san is quite observant. DZA nodded, quickly adding, I believe it's because her transformation made her too petite. Who said that? Damu caught himself, staring at DZA in surprise. And soon, laughter erupted among the men in the room. All right, enough. Here, take this. It's the detailed recipe from our restaurant. Make sure your wives learn it well. I cannot be at the restaurant every day. If inviting them to invest was akin to treating them as friends, then sharing the recipe was akin to regarding them as confidants. Unbeknownst to them, the nascent form of a commercial organization capable of influencing the entire ninja world was being born. They both agreed, deeply moved, their attitudes shifting from respect to reverence. We must ensure our ingredients remain fresh and stable. If we are to do it, let us create the finest dishes. Damu urged Moku. I understand, Dema-kun. Moku solemnly replied. Damu stood, instructing the two gentlemen to have their wives visit our clothing store to check for any discrepancies in the decor. What do they know? DZA remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, I believe Demu-kun's design is commendable. There is no need for such trouble. Moku echoed. You too. Damu retorted. Let me ask you. Who do we sell our garments to? To the women in the village, of course. DZA mumbled. I wouldn't wear such flamboyant clothes. Exactly. Damu slapped his thigh. If the store's environment makes them uncomfortable, how do you expect to sell anything? The two men nodded, suddenly enlightened. Fools. Useless. Dan's abandoned his usual composure, angrily shouting within the Root Organization's grand hall, slamming a cup onto the ground in frustration. With a mighty ninja in a fit of rage, the mere shattering of a cup left him breathless, a testament to the depths of his fury. That wretched Hinata. How detestable. If it were not for my relentless support, could he have ever ascended to the position of Hokage? Turning around in a frenzy, he found no objects left to vent his anger upon. With a furious shout, he unsheathed the katana strapped to his back and unleashed a barrage of strikes upon the chair that belonged to the Root leader. How infuriating. How utterly infuriating. Has he forgotten how recently he was bestowed with the mantle of Hokage? Who was it that helped him orchestrate the plans for the Senju clan? Who was it that instilled fear in the Uchiha? The chair splintered under his assault, echoing with the sound of his wrath. And yet, he dared to issue me warnings. A warning to refrain from reckless actions within the village? Tawanzo gripped the katana tightly, his hands trembling slightly. With a fierce determination, he brought the blade crashing down upon the chair. At last, the seat could endure no more of his brutal onslaught and shattered into pieces. With a clang, Tawanzo tossed the katana aside, vowing to replace him one day. Leader, the situation has been clarified. A member of Root knelt before him, seemingly oblivious to the chaos. Speak. Tawanzo commanded in a low voice, then meticulously adjusted his attire, regaining his composed and resolute demeanor. Their supplies are procured from the common folk in the southeastern region of the Land of Fire, mere seas away from the long-conquered land of Whirlpool. Tawanzo paced back and forth, his hands clasped behind him. That must be the island nation of the Land of Waves. Go. Dispatch 2 teams, one to intercept the already purchased supplies, and the other to the Land of Waves. Control their agricultural and fishery exports. Yes, the Root members responded, vanishing in an instant. Tawanzo narrowed his eyes, grinding his teeth. If we cannot act within the village, we shall see how things unfold. With a flick of his sleeve, he strode away. Chapter 15. Cutting off the source. You ought to do it this way. The moment Duanmu's words fell, he appeared before Nichiju in a flash, launching a devastating punch aimed at his ribs. Nichiju crossed his arms to shield his face, successfully blocking the blow, but was unprepared for Duanmu's left leg, which shot straight towards his groin. Nichiju could not help but close his eyes and exclaim. All right. Duanmu chuckled, halting just before the final strike. Nichiju, his face flushed, protested loudly. Mr. Duanmu, such a contest lacks your grace. Between foes, life and death are at stake. What grace is there to uphold? Duanmu replied with an enigmatic smile. Your skills are commendable, yet you lack experience and are too rigid. Nichiju paused, reflecting deeply, then replied earnestly, indeed, and bowed to Duanmu. Still practicing here? Tsunade approached from a distance, speaking as she walked. In recent days, Duanmu had settled into a routine of travel between home, the medical facility, and the inn. One day, while Nichiju was training behind the medical center, Duanmu, feeling a surge of energy, engaged him in sparring. As Duanmu familiarized himself with the techniques lodged in his memory, he simultaneously guided Nichiju, establishing a pattern over the past few days. Yes, Lady Tsunade. I came to seek Mr. Duanmu's guidance, so I shall not disturb you. He bowed to Tsunade before making his way into the medical facility. You truly have a fondness for this child, Tsunade remarked with a smile. With a Nichiju, I could elevate the walls of the entire clan, Duanmu said, hinting at something deeper. Tsunade glanced around cautiously, then pressed her hand to her chest and shot Duanmu a glare. You speak too freely. Observing Tsunade's demeanor, Duanmu realized he had made an impact on her. He took a couple of steps closer and whispered in her ear, With you, Tsunade, I could strengthen the Senju clan. You. Tsunade raised her hand to strike him, but Duanmu deftly dodged, and the two engaged in a playful yet serious spar. Tsunade's movements were grand and sweeping, like tumultuous waves crashing upon the shore, while Duanmu navigated through them with the grace of a seasoned helmsman, as if he were a ship sailing smoothly through the storm. With a sudden advance, Tsunade's fist lunged toward Duanmu's chest. He nimbly retreated, evading her punch, and countered by sweeping his left arm upwards to strike her elbow with his right foot, sending her tumbling into a puff of smoke. Hee, I'm right here. You big fool. Tsunade's teasing voice echoed from behind him. Duanmu turned, startled, and Tsunade quickly embraced him from behind, as if he were resting against a soft cushion. Enough. You're cheating, he exclaimed, feigning annoyance. Get up, Tsunade urged, pushing him with her shoulders. No, I refuse. Duanmu resorted to his stubborn antics. Unbeknownst to her, at that moment, Duanmu's eyes sparkled like heart-shaped jewels, his lips curling into an amused grin, a string of glistening laughter escaping him, revealing that he was no fool, but rather a charming rascal. A soft cough interrupted their playful banter, startling Duanmu. Ah, he gasped, releasing Tsunade. Oh no. Duanmu lost his balance and fell to the ground with a thud. Humph. Tsunade huffed, ignoring the newcomer and storming off in a huff. Ouch. Ouch. Duanmu pretended to rub his backside as he looked up to see Dingzhua approaching, irritatedly saying, It's you, Dingzhua? What brings you here? Dingzhua plopped down onto the grassy ground, visibly upset. Those people from the land of waves are utterly untrustworthy. What happened? Duanmu inquired, curious as to what could disturb the usually carefree Dingzhua. The folks from the land of waves reneged on our 3-year supply contract. Now they're refusing to acknowledge it, and they haven't returned the deposit. Dingzhua ranted, his agitation causing him to spray saliva across Duanmu's face. Silently wiping his face, Duanmu stood up. Let's go see. Oh. Dingzhua reluctantly got to his feet and followed Duanmu to the Azeroth Inn. This is utterly unreasonable. It's complete nonsense. Upon entering the inn, they heard Mumu's furious shout. This isn't just an apology. Duanmu glanced up to see a dark-skinned, dull-witted man standing across from Mumu, who was unable to articulate a coherent sentence. His gaze darting outside nervously. What is going on, Mumu? Duanmu's earlier good mood evaporated, and he asked with a serious expression. This delivery man from the land of waves claims their transport was robbed midway. Not only do they refuse to compensate us, but they also expect us to cover their losses. Isn't that absurd? Mumu exclaimed, glaring at the man. Moreover, they say our place is too dangerous and want to cease cooperation. Duanmu had not anticipated such developments. He turned his gaze toward the dull-witted man. Why is this happening? Who made this decision? I'm sorry. I don't want compensation. It was the village chief's decision. I'm so sorry. The man stammered, his face flushed, before bolting out the door. This doesn't add up. Duanmu pondered, a realization dawning upon him. What a clever scheme. Who could be behind this? The third Hokage? Shimura Danzo? It seems plausible. Dingzhua and Mumu watched as Duanmu paced back and forth in the inn's hall, muttering to himself, their own worries beginning to surface. After much contemplation, Duanmu declared, I must visit the land of waves. What? Dingzhua and Mumu exclaimed in surprise. We'll accompany you. No. It would be too conspicuous. I will prepare and leave tomorrow. Duanmu stated firmly. All right, it's not a major issue. If all goes well, I should return in 2 weeks. He reassured them before hastily returning to the Senju residence. After days of diligent effort and the successful completion of 2 missions, Duanmu had reached level 66 and was on the cusp of an upgrade. This was the confidence behind his decision. After dinner, Duanmu sought out Tsunade. Tsunade, what procedures are necessary for leaving the village for personal reasons? What? Why do you need to leave the village? Tsunade questioned, caught off guard. The situation unfolded as Duanmu recounted the events at the restaurant in detail to Tsunade. I'll accompany you. It's better to have someone to rely on in case of danger, Tsunade expressed her concern. There's no need for that. Besides, the medical department hasn't settled into a routine yet, and your presence is still essential. Duanmu reassured her with a pat on the back. Rest assured, I have everything under control. However, Tsunade's worry did not abate, as the previous suspicion of someone targeting them remained unresolved. And the recent poisoning incident at the restaurant weighed heavily on her mind. Don't fret too much. If I can't fight, I can always run, he said, embracing her gently. After a lingering moment of closeness, Tsunade shyly extricated herself from his embrace. All right then, I'll join you tomorrow to see the teacher for the paperwork. With immense determination, Duanmu returned to his quarters to prepare. He spent the night crafting an array of dishes, reserving some for himself and filling a large backpack with the rest. He also gathered various items from other specializations he could think of, and after a night of effort, he leveled up to 67. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he could easily handle Tsunade with one hand, at least in terms of ninjutsu. Other aspects, however, might pose a challenge. Before departing, Duanmu visited Shizune, watching her sleep peacefully. He gently stroked her rosy cheek, feeling a surge of responsibility in his heart. The following day, at the entrance of Konoha village, Duanmu stood with a ninja pack slung over his shoulder, while Tsunade, Sui, Moku, and Akimichi Dingzu came to see him off. He waved cheerfully to the group. Tsunade's face was etched with concern. Be careful on your journey. If things become dire, prioritize your safety, she admonished, her brow furrowed. Oh dear sister, you're quite the chatterbox, Duanmu teased, and Sui, petting the colossal black tortoise, turned to him and asked, Is this truly a summoned beast? Little brat, how dare you speak of your sister like that? Duanmu playfully flicked Sui on the forehead. When I have time to study it further, I might just get you one too. Really? Sui exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Oh, you're the best brother-in-law. Sui, you better know your limits. Tsunade snapped, her face reddening with embarrassment and anger. Safe travels, Duanmu-kun. Moku said seriously. This is for you. Duanmu handed Moku a backpack sealed with ninjutsu, filled with sufficient food to last until his return, explaining how to use it. Return swiftly. Dingzu waved as he presented Duanmu with a large bag of food, despite his initial intention to refuse. The sincerity in Dingzu's eyes compelled him to accept it and hang it on the lantern in front of the tortoise. With a wave, Duanmu mounted the tortoise, instructing everyone. You all head back now. The tortoise took off with remarkable speed, resembling a swiftly moving carriage from a distance, far quicker than anyone had anticipated. Wow, how impressive. Safe travels, Duanmu brother. Sui shouted, filled with envy. Upon hearing this, Duanmu nearly toppled from the tortoise's back. Hey, what was that for? Sui yelled, clutching his head. That's not how you bid farewell. Oh, but truly, it's quite magnificent. Sui admitted, his envy evident. It's all right, I suppose. Tsunade replied shyly. I meant the tortoise beneath, Duanmu brother. Hey, I'm not even far yet. Tsunade, teach him a lesson for me. Duanmu called from the back of the tortoise. Chapter 16, Pursuit Crack. Crack. A group of 7 root ninjas swiftly maneuvered through the dense forest. They spun and leaped, with some special ninjas even closing their eyes. Captain, that tortoise of Duanmu is too fast. We can't keep up. One ninja panted to the squad leader. Don't talk. Accelerate the pursuit. Humph. I refuse to believe we can't catch him. The captain spat defiantly. This squad had been chasing Duanmu for a day and a night. While this was routine for ninjas, it was no easy task. In contrast, Duanmu was relaxed and carefree. He was aware that he was being followed and noted that there were 7 pursuers. Their speed was approximately 70% of his mounts, just slightly faster than a level 40 mount. Unlike the game world, where characters would become immobile upon mounting, Duanmu could eat, drink, and even use skills like cheetah form to gauge how far they were from him while riding on the tortoise. This was uncharted territory for him. So he explored the map while gaining experience, living life to the fullest while being pursued. Watching them strain to catch up, Duanmu felt a playful urge to toy with them. Should he take on 7 opponents at once? He stood on the galloping tortoise, controlling it while shouting back, Oh, my foolish little friends. Perhaps another time. Captain, the target is behaving strangely. One root ninja reported. Everyone, be cautious. Don't let them spot you. The captain instructed warily. Captain, his speed has decreased. Another ninja reported. Fool, I can see that, the captain retorted. Suddenly, a purple beam of light descended from above, striking him, an unmistakable signature move of the druid, moonlight technique. Ah, Baga. He managed to curse before falling. In the midst of their high-speed chase, he stumbled, crashing into a tall tree branch. The impact was catastrophic. Captain, he called out, finding himself tumbling down, rolling and crashing through several branches before finally stabilizing himself. After all, he was approaching the level of a special jonin, catching up with his teammates. With a whoosh, the captain instinctively dodged to the side just in time, realizing one of his teammates had fallen victim to that peculiar ninjutsu. Whoosh. Another sound echoed, followed by a scream, and yet another whoosh. The captain's expression darkened. Everyone, head to the main road. He has discovered us. We must intercept. Yes. The group was filled with determination. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All 7 ninjas sprang from the forest, realizing their attempt at stealth had failed and resorting to a direct confrontation. Amused, Duanmu called to them, "Oh, foolish little friends. If you wish to eliminate me, then let your hatred towards me flourish. Dwell in your resentment and live on in your ugliness." Waha. After mocking them, Duanmu, still unsatisfied, retrieved several festival fireworks from his pack, igniting them and showering his pursuers with a dazzling array of lights. Zap. Whoosh. Bang. Captain, this Duanmu is too much. One root ninja began to complain, but was abruptly silenced as he was struck, erupting into a burst of sparkling fireworks on his face. Hey, steady there, Duanmu called to the tortoise in jest. At this point, the ninjas were not only bruised but also covered in soot and ash from the fireworks. Don't cry, Satsu. No matter what happens, Big Brother will protect you. Ha. I can't contain my laughter. Duanmu chuckled, nearly falling over from his amusement, but in his exuberance, he failed to notice a small puddle ahead, causing the tortoise to trip. With a splat, the tortoise vanished due to the damage. Oh no. Now I've become a tumbling gourd, Duanmu exclaimed, rolling a few times before leaping into the air, performing a flip before landing gracefully on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 7 root ninjas surrounded him, closing in. A cacophony of sinister laughter erupted from a group of individuals, their mockery cutting through the air. You truly are remarkable. Look at the havoc you've wrought upon us. This time, you shall not escape. The captain, with a face twisted in malice, bellowed at Duanmu. Sighing, Duanmu resolved that he would never let arrogance cloud his judgment again. The sound of weapons being drawn echoed as several ninjas brandished their arms. Shadow clone technique. Duanmu formed seals and summoned a clone. Mere shadow clones. The captain scoffed. Do you truly think it is that simple? Duanmu replied with a light chuckle. What is it then? The captain and his 6 comrades immediately assumed battle stances. Indeed, you are correct. Duanmu's expression turned serious, and with a sudden poof, he transformed into a cheetah form, activating the elf's innate skill, Shadow Escape, and then executed the cheetah's stealth skill, completely vanishing before the 7 ninjas. Captain, what trickery is this? One of the ninjas asked, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. Moments later, they noticed Duanmu's clone standing foolishly in place, unmoving. Owl, go check. The captain commanded the ninja, who had just spoken. Me. The ninja pointed at himself, shaking his head vigorously. Useless. The captain gestured. And all 7 launched shurikens at Duanmu's clone. Poof. The clone dissipated. With a clang, a round iron ball fell from the clone's hand, adorned with a grotesque smile. A super goblin gunpowder bomb, left by Duanmu. Not good. The captain growled, instinctively sensing danger. Boom. A thunderous explosion sent all 7 ninjas flying. After the dust settled, Duanmu approached, discovering that apart from the captain, the other 6 lay lifeless. The captain was gravely injured and unconscious. Duanmu bound him tightly with ropes, finding no identification on any of the bodies. Grabbing the captain by the collar, he smashed the already shattered mask off his face and struck him several times until he groggily awoke. Speak. Who sent you? Duanmu demanded, his eyes blazing with fury. As the captain recognized Duanmu, he attempted to retaliate but found himself bound. Struggling proved futile, and he shot Duanmu a defiant glare, only for black blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Duanmu cursed under his breath. Before he could remedy the situation, the captain succumbed to death. Peering into the captain's jaw, Duanmu discovered a broken capsule. Confronted by the resoluteness of a ninja, he gained a deeper understanding of the world's cruelty and bloodshed. Wanna die? Duanmu gritted his teeth and summoned a traveler's tundra mammoth, placing the captain aside before incinerating the 6 ninja corpses with fire release. Mounting the mammoth, he headed towards a nearby mountain's base. Finding an inconspicuous cave, he dragged the captain's body inside. Due to the mammoth's size, Duanmu transformed into an Entoran-scorched hellhound to guard the entrance. Channeling his magical energy, Duanmu invoked the druid's revive skill. A gentle light flowed from his fingertips like silk, enveloping the captain's corpse. As the light penetrated, a golden glow emanated from the body, lifting it into the air with a hum. Suddenly, the corpse plummeted to the ground. Cough, cough. The captain stirred, coughing violently, and slowly opened his eyes. Who sent you? Duanmu repeated, his tone nearly unchanged. Huh, bewildered. The captain surveyed his surroundings before locking eyes with Duanmu's loathsome visage. He was horrified to realize he was alive again. What sorcery was this? Reveal your master, or you will wish for death. Duanmu sneered ominously. Internally, he mused that he was playing the villain's role a bit too well. A card was due for such a performance. The captain, sensing despair, wriggled towards the cave's edge, muttering, I bet you can't escape. Suddenly, Duanmu noted the captain had fallen silent. Had he frightened him to death? He flipped the captain over to find black blood trickling from his mouth, revealing another poison capsule hidden within. Cut! Duanmu invoked the druid's skill once more. The captain's eyes fluttered open, filled with terror. You are a demon. Who do you serve? Duanmu reiterated. I am of the root. The captain stammered. Familiar with the root, Duanmu's brow furrowed. Who sent you? Can you grant me a swift end? The captain's eyes betrayed a plea, the unknown jutsu instilling a chilling dread within him. Speak quickly. Duanmu's impatience grew. It was Lord Danzo. He gasped, exhausting his strength to deliver the answer. With a swift motion, Duanmu drew a kunai and decisively ended the captain's life, watching the relief wash over his features. Danzo, you old dog. Duanmu articulated each word with precision. In the aftermath, a series of notifications appeared before him, alleviating some of his ire. Congratulations on completing the hidden task, discovering the pursuing enemy. Congratulations on completing the hidden task, the mastermind behind the curtain. Congratulations on completing the hidden task, 1 against 7. Perfect completion. Congratulations. You have leveled up to level 68. Chapter 17. Forming a team with a rustle, a hand emerged from the cave, parting the vines that sealed the entrance. Suddenly, a raven burst forth, soaring into the sky. Soon, it arrived at its intended destination, the land of waves. From the sky, the landscape unfolded, a tapestry of azure waters and over 100 scattered islands. Lowering further, the ground revealed a predominance of lush plantations, rich in crops, fruits, and spices. Decades prior, the renowned Uzumaki clan, known for their sealing techniques, established a ninja village here, flourishing thanks to their alliance with the Senju clan. Nestled against the Fire Country's embrace, following the death of Hashirama Senju, 2 great ninja wars erupted. With the passing of Uzumaki Mito, the last vestige connecting the Uzumaki clan and Konoha vanished. The second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, was too preoccupied to attend to other matters. The powerful sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan drew the envy of many factions, prompting various nations and groups to invade, leading to the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan and the incorporation of their land into the land of waves. As Duanmu reminisced, he soared toward the largest settlement. Soon noticing something amiss, familiar figures, several root ninjas, were gathered in the largest building. Duanmu cautiously descended onto a tree outside, listening in on the raucous commotion within. Ninja Lord, we have followed your demands and torn up that order. Can we now open trade? An elderly man with dark skin pleaded. Not so fast. Can you ensure your other villagers won't sell to them? The leading ninja questioned, towering over the elder. These are all goods that were already sold. We cannot control who the buyers are. The village chief replied helplessly. The villagers behind him echoed their grievances, drowning the room in noise. One of the ninjas standing at the back drew a large sword, aiming it at the villagers. The chief hastily calmed the crowd, managing to regain control of the situation. That is not acceptable. First, we must ascertain the nationality of the purchaser. Only the clans of Duanmu, Chiodao, and Mumu from the Land of Fire are prohibited from selling. Others face no restrictions. The ninja spoke with an air of arrogance. What if he impersonates a member of another clan? The village chief inquired cautiously. This caused the root ninja to hesitate. One of the ninjas below stepped forward, turning his back to the elder, and whispered a few words to the team leader. Gesturing with his hand in a throat-cutting motion, Duanmu observed the shape of his lips and barely managed to discern a few words. Burn them all, leave none. Hiss. Duanmu inhaled sharply, thinking to himself, this truly reflects the style of Konoha. They readily annihilate entire clans. Without further hesitation, he took flight, heading toward the entrance of the room. The village chief stepped forward, ready to speak, but the leading ninja waved his hand irritably, interrupting the elder as he contemplated the feasibility of his subordinate's suggestion. However, this concerned the livelihood of an entire clan, and the village chief, steeling himself, continued. Even if you seal off the trading post, when the ninjas from the land of water and the land of lightning arrive, what will you do then? Are you threatening me? The ninja's expression darkened, indicating he had made a decision. A scream of despair echoed from outside the door. The ninja leader and his two subordinates exchanged glances, disregarding everything else, and executed the body flicker technique, exiting the room. They found the two guards at the entrance lying in pools of blood, while a blue-haired youth clad in a Konoha battle outfit stood nearby. Damn it! Fire release, fire dragon flame bomb. The leading ninja unleashed a powerful fire technique without hesitation. Duanmu cursed under his breath, activating cheetah form, leaping backward, and simultaneously employing the body flicker technique in midair, evading the attack by a distance of 10 meters. The fire dragon flame bomb incinerated a field of corn, igniting a massive blaze. My cornfield. A man among the locals burst into tears upon witnessing his land engulfed in flames, yet he dared not approach the battle, collapsing to the ground in anguish. Duanmu cast a glance of apology at him, transformed back into his human form, and formed hand seals. With a swift incantation, Earth Release, Yellow Spring Swamp, turned the blazing area into a mire, barely managing to extinguish the flames. The local populace sighed in relief. To avoid harming innocents, Duanmu once more shifted into cheetah form and sprinted toward the relatively open northern part of the island. The Root Ninja team leader whistled, and the remaining two members quickly gathered, totaling 5 ninjas who pursued Duanmu. As they neared the seaside, Duanmu leaped high into the air, diving into the ocean, instantly transforming into aquatic form, floating on the water's surface. Had it not been for the need to accommodate their speed, Duanmu would have transformed into a raven, rendering them unable to see even a shadow of him. The 5 ninjas behind him followed suit, dashing across the water's surface. Duanmu turned his head, noting the distance between them, and swam toward a more distant island. Having prepared beforehand while in the sky, he relied on his previous experience of leading teams through dungeons, where he always reviewed strategies and familiarized himself with maps prior to activities. The northern island was uninhabited, boasting only a small dock, likely serving as a transit point. As he approached the island, just a few meters away, Duanmu controlled his seal form to leap from the water's surface. Puff! In a burst of white smoke, a raven flapped its wings and soared toward the island. Everyone, be cautious. Duanmu is more formidable than anticipated. He possesses a beast mimicry technique akin to that of the Inuzuka clan, which was not mentioned in the intel. Stay alert. The leading ninja warned his team. Upon landing on the island, Duanmu reverted to his human form, standing at the shore, forming hand seals. Would release. Multiple would clone technique. Puff, puff, puff. 9 clones emerged. Clap. 50 meters away, the leading ninja halted, raising his right hand to signal the team to stop. Is that the wood release of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama? Hey, the root over there. You are encircled. Do not resist futilely. Surrender. As a gesture of goodwill, I shall show leniency since we are all Konoha ninjas. Duanmu proclaimed emphatically. Captain, he is aware of our identity. One of the team members reported. Tsh. Then we cannot allow him to leave here, the captain sneered. Everyone, attack with full force. Eliminate him here. Understood. The group responded in unison. Since you insist on being obstinate, I shall use you as experimental subjects for my new combat tactics. Duanmu muttered softly. Puff, puff, puff. With a series of transformation sounds, Duanmu and his 9 clones underwent changes. 5 root ninjas faced 2 clones that transformed into giant bear form, emitting thunderous roars. 2 clones shifted into cheetah form, activating their stealth skills and vanishing from sight. 2 clones morphed into owl beast form and unleashed moonfire technique upon the approaching ninjas, while the remaining 2 clones adopted treant form to bestow regeneration technique upon the giant bears. On the ground, one human form clone cast ninja techniques to confuse the enemy, while Duanmu's true self, transformed into a raven, provided oversight and command from above. In the sight of the giant bears, the root ninjas were momentarily taken aback. The leading ninja, while moving, began forming hand seals, fire release, phoenix flower claw red. The other 4 team members synchronized seamlessly, also beginning to form seals. Wind release, vacuum wave. This was the technique previously suggested by the ninja who advocated for the extermination of clans. Following that came earth release, earth dragon bullet. Earth release, earth spike. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. The 2 fire techniques, bolstered by the wind release, gained formidable power, while the 2 earth techniques provided support, covering all remaining attack angles. Particularly, the earth spike, scorched by the flames, became as hard as stone. This nearly 180-degree attack with no blind spots invigorated the 5 root ninjas, but for Duanmu, who had commanded large-scale dungeons before, this was still insufficient. He recalled leading 40 comrades to strike down Archimonde on Mount Hyjal, to kick Illidan in the Dark Temple, and to send Gul'dan back to the toilet. The subsequent devout son, Arthas, the imbecile with tumors who roared, and the one who declared that the horde is filled with useless trash, Queen Sylvanas, were not even worth mentioning. Duanmu began directing his clones with his consciousness. Bear 1, activate bark skin and iron fur. Bear 2, activate survival instinct. Prepare to absorb damage. Treant 1 and Treant 2, maximize healing output. The others position themselves in a fan formation. Human form Duanmu, prepare to use spirit transformation technique to disrupt the enemies. Soon, the 2 sides clashed. Bear 1 and Bear 2 absorbed a portion of the damage, quickly restored to full health by the 2 Treant forms. As the root ninjas closed in, they began attacking with taijutsu and weapons. From above, Duanmu, in raven form, commanded, Bear 1, charge at the leader of the ninja team. Bear 2, single target taunt, draw the wind and earth ninjas toward you. Good, just like that. Bear 1, unleash all area of effect skills. Trance, focus on healing Bear 1. Cheetah 1 and Cheetah 2, it's your turn to deal damage from behind, ensuring you do not hinder the bears from holding the enemies. Captain, something's not right. A wind ninja shouted. Everyone scatter. Quickly, the captain, realizing the situation, hurriedly issued the command, feeling that the rhythm of battle had been entirely controlled by Duanmu. Bear 2 activated root entanglement, while Bear 1 held the line. Human form Duanmu employed spirit transformation technique to disrupt. Damn it, it's wood release. Fire release, Phoenix flower claw red. Chapter 18. The whirlpool ruins amidst a baptism of flames. The doppelganger of Bear Big S, group entanglement, was shattered. As the 5 root ninjas were on the verge of scattering, Bear 2 unleashed Soul Snatch Roar. The 5 stood frozen in place as Bear Big executed a pain strike, spinning 360 degrees, his bear paw delivering a circular assault to all 5. Captain, this bear is utterly despicable. I must kill him. Captain, I can't control myself. I just want to slay this bear. The 2 voiced the collective sentiments of the 5. However, the captain felt a jolt of alarm. Could this be an illusion? One that manipulates the mind. Unbeknownst to them, this was the notorious hate system of the World of Warcraft, determining the order of attacks based on levels of animosity. 2 doppelgangers, in cheetah form, concentrated their fire on the last earth ninjutsu user. The humanoid Indaki's spirit transformation technique caused a momentary lapse in his concentration, providing Cat Big with the opportunity to slash his throat with a claw, leaving him lifeless on the ground. Next, the second root ninja fell, followed closely by the 3rd and 4th, who grappled Bear Big and unleashed Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire technique, turning both Bear Big and themselves into ashes. At this moment, only the captain remained, surrounded by 8 doppelgangers. The captain drew his ninja knife across his throat, prepared to end his own life, when the humanoid Indaki stepped forward. You may leave. At least there will be someone to inform Danzo of the situation. The captain's expression shifted dramatically, hesitating. Tell Danzo that we shall no longer interfere with each other. May we each find peace. Otherwise, would release. Birth of a forest suddenly. Dozens of trees erupted rapidly from the nearby ground, creating a small grove within minutes. Is this truly wood release? The captain's pupils constricted in astonishment. After much deliberation, He removed the forehead protectors from 4 of his comrades and bowed to Indaki before limping away. As the root ninjas departed, Indaki, transformed into a raven, cancelled his with doppelganger and flew to the highest remnants of the island to rest. Though victorious, he was filled with a sense of helplessness and confusion. The continuous battles had deepened his understanding of this world, initially seeking self-preservation and relying on his familiarity with the beasts to defuse crises. He now found himself merely surviving, devoid of any grand aspirations to change the world. Despite inheriting the body of Cat Dan, he had no interest in becoming Hokage. Just look at the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had received the 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobarama's, succession decree on the battlefield, and while he ascended to the role of Hokage, the myriad constraints from all sides left him overwhelmed, not to mention the multitude of unresolved issues left by Senju Tobarama. Leaning against a low wall, he picked up a nearby stone and absent-mindedly tossed it at the ruins across from him, muttering to himself, "Stop overthinking. The sun will rise again tomorrow," he encouraged himself, tossing the final stone with slight force, resulting in a resounding crash as the ruins collapsed entirely. Instinctively glancing around, he felt a bit sheepish. Just as he was about to transform into a raven and depart, he suddenly noticed a palm-sized stone at the base of the ruins, adorned with a swirling pattern. Faint traces of red visible, likely due to the passage of time. Most intriguingly, a golden exclamation mark appeared on the stone. Is this a quest? He picked up the stone and clicked the exclamation mark within his view. Ding. Elite quest. Discover the truth of the past. Ding. Elite quest. The legacy of the Whirlpool clan. Ding. Elite quest. The hidden hand. Indaki furrowed his brow in contemplation. This was the first time he had received an elite quest since arriving in this world. After much deliberation, he gritted his teeth and accepted them all, reasoning that elite quests must yield rewards. Previous tasks, unlike those in the World of Warcraft game, had only provided experience points without any other benefits, leaving him somewhat dissatisfied. With a thunderous rumble, the ground shook violently, and the pile of ruins vanished, replaced by a sky-blue magical portal. Next to it stood an ancient stone tablet, engraved with the emblem of the Whirlpool clan. He approached to examine it closely, reminiscent of the portal entrances he had encountered during his time in World of Warcraft. Indaki placed the quest stone into his Warcraft backpack. Being cautious, he decided to gather information first. Transforming into a raven, he soared high above, memorizing the location before flying toward the island where the locals resided. Hurry, there are still a few ears of corn left to harvest before those ninja return, the elderly village chief instructed loudly. With a swoop, Indaki landed and reverted to his humanoid form. "Ah, Ninja Lord." The chief, forcing a smile, approached Indaki. "I've already had the bodies of those 2 ninjas collected. As for the trade station closure, oh, old man, I truly apologize for the trouble caused." Indaki smiled, handing him a note worth 100,000 Rio. "I hope this can compensate for some of your losses." "Ah." The old man took a step back, hesitating to accept. The markings on Indaki's attire were reminiscent of those of the fierce ninjas he had encountered before, leaving the old man perplexed. "Please, take it," Indaki insisted, feeling guilty. "I am the target they were after, and my actions have inadvertently affected you. It weighs heavily on my conscience. This is just a token of my sincerity." "Oh, I see." Upon hearing this, the chief accepted the note. "If possible, I would like to continue our previous agreement. Please sell me your agricultural products." Indaki reiterated his request. "That can be arranged, but if those ninja return," the chief hesitated. "Rest assured, I can guarantee they will not return." Indaki spoke earnestly. At this time, the Second Ninja World War had not yet fully concluded, and for a ninja like him, capable of healing and utilizing wood release, Danzo would not dare act recklessly. "Then we have an agreement." The chief visibly sighed with relief. "By the way, Chief, I would like to inquire about that abandoned island to the north." "Oh, you wish to know about that?" The chief pondered. "I believe it was around 5 years ago. It was once known as the Land of Whirlpools, and our island was part of their nation. After a war broke out, no one remained, which led to our merger." "Is that so?" Indaki Henti realized it was indeed Naruto's mother's homeland. "Please accompany me. I have some questions to ask." "Ah, questions? I wouldn't dare." The chief replied. "Wait here. I'll summon the villagers to prepare a boat." The chief turned to make arrangements, and about an hour later, Indaki, along with the chief, set foot on the previously mentioned island. Upon seeing the 4 corpses on the beach, The old man and 2 other villagers were left aghast. "Old man, could you have your people help me bury their bodies? It is a matter of respect for the dead." Indaki said politely. Of course. How Juntai. You 2 bury these for ninja lords' bodies." The chief urgently commanded. "Old man, please follow me." Indaki led the chief to the area he had marked earlier. "Do you recognize this place?" "Oh, let me think." The chief mused while observing the area ahead. As Indaki attempted to stop him, he noticed the chief standing where the magical portal had appeared, his body overlapping with the portal, yet completely unaware of it. Hearing Indaki's call, the chief turned back. "What is it, my lord?" "Oh, it's nothing." Indaki waved his hand, pondering internally. "Am I the only one able to see this portal?" "My lord, I remember now. When the land of whirlpools was still around, I visited this place once. It used to be where the ninja lords gathered for business." "Is that so?" Indaki reflected, concluding that there should be little danger within. "Esteemed elder, the hour is growing late. If it pleases you, I kindly invite you to our island for a meal and some rest." The old man graciously extended his invitation to Duanmu. He reflected upon this, acknowledging the wisdom in the suggestion. After all, he had endured 2 battles today. It was essential to rejuvenate his spirit and recover before returning. This was no mere game. Physical sustenance and potions could not fully restore one's vigor, and mental fatigue lingered. Duanmu, accompanied by the village chief, made their way to the seaside. By then, 2 villagers had already buried the 4 fallen ninjas. In gratitude, Duanmu offered them a small sum of money before returning to the previous island, where he savored a delightful local feast and spent the night in the quarters arranged by the chief. The following morning, Duanmu exchanged greetings with the chief, informing him of pressing matters that required his attention. He sought a secluded spot to transform into a raven and flew towards the island marked by the vortex ruins. Arriving once more at the designated location, there, he observed that the magical gate remained intact, and without hesitation, he stepped through. Had there been anyone nearby, they would have witnessed Duanmu's form vanish into thin air as he entered the portal. His surroundings darkened, and a dialogue box appeared, inquiring whether he wished to enter the vortex ruins instance. Duanmu chose to proceed, and a wave of dizziness overtook him, plunging him into unconsciousness. When he regained his senses, he found himself suspended in midair, witnessing the island restored to its former bountiful glory. "You shall assume the role of a ninja from the Vortex clan in this instance, aiding them in repelling the invaders." The mechanical voice faded, and with a swift motion, Duanmu transformed into a beam of light, disappearing from sight. Moments later, he materialized in a watchtower along the island's shore, donning the attire of a Vortex ninja. A quick tug at his hair revealed that it had turned red, which sparked his curiosity. It felt akin to stepping into a 3-dimensional gaming landscape. Suddenly, a string of red numbers appeared in his line of sight, indicating 30 seconds until the invasion of the Ninja Coalition. As the countdown reached 0, a deep, solemn drumbeat resonated in his ears, accompanied by the appearance of the words "Invasion begins." Duanmu turned to gaze at the beach, where a multitude of enemies emerged amidst flashes of white light. He estimated their numbers to be in the hundreds. Peering towards the sea, he spotted a myriad of ships, yet they appeared unreal, as if painted onto a backdrop. Apprehensive, Duanmu ducked as a flurry of arrows whizzed past, striking the patrolling ninjas atop the watchtower and sending them plummeting. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" shouted a nearby ninja, prompting Duanmu to drop to the ground, attempting to pull the other ninja down with him. To his astonishment, despite exerting all his strength, the ninja remained immobile, showcasing formidable prowess. Once again, arrows rained down towards Duanmu. Wood release, wooden pillar wall. He hastily invoked, a technique he had learned prior to his departure. To his surprise, it proved effective. A row of wooden pillars arched upwards to shield him and the other ninja. The sound of arrows embedding themselves in the wooden structure brought a sigh of relief from Duanmu. However, when he turned to check on the powerful ninja beside him, he found him riddled with arrows, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. This was perplexing. He had successfully blocked the arrows, yet they had penetrated his ninjutsu and struck the individual behind him. Suddenly, a commanding figure appeared amidst the chaos. Duanmu focused on him through the system's perspective, noting the title above his head, Vortex Nation Reconnaissance Captain Uzumaki Shoda. With a rallying cry, he summoned a dozen ninjas, as if they had materialized from thin air, to defend the position and send someone to request reinforcements from the island. Duanmu dispelled his jutsu and picked up an arrow, pricking his hand to draw blood. Fire release, great fireball technique, exploded beside him, causing him to recoil from the burn. Outside, the ninjas had begun breaching the watchtower, and Duanmu rushed towards them. Observing that the attacking ninjas prioritized targeting the Vortex clan members. Regardless of whether they were enemy ninjas or Vortex ninjas, they paid him no mind. It was only when a Vortex ninja fell that they turned their aggression towards him. Yet, as he concealed himself, another ninja would invariably appear to take their place. Realization dawned upon him. These Vortex ninjas were akin to experience monsters, while the invading ninjas were merely experience points. He discerned the secret to acquiring experience. Every Vortex ninja that engaged the enemy drew their attention, allowing Duanmu to stealthily strike from behind, effortlessly defeating an adversary without sustaining any injuries. After cunningly dispatching over 30 enemy ninjas, the attackers retreated. A message appeared in his vision. The next wave of enemies will arrive in 3 minutes. As he settled on the ground, Duanmu checked his character panel. Duanmu-san. Level 70 Druid. In a mere 10 minutes, he had remarkably leveled up twice. 30 seconds until the invasion of the Ninja Coalition. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. 1 second. Duanmu sought refuge, intending to evade the initial onslaught and later emerge to reap the rewards. After a few minutes, he saw that the attacking enemies were fully engaged. Revealing himself, he executed his strategy once more, harvesting another wave of experience. After 2 such waves, he astonishingly leveled up 5 more times. Just as he reveled in the exhilaration of leveling up, the 5th alert finally changed. Will arrive in 3 minutes. 30 seconds until the invasion of the Ninja Coalition. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. 1 second. Indeed, a named experience monster materialized, flanked by around 30 minions. Duanmu noted the title above the creature. Level 67 Hidden Cloud Lightning Shadow Advisor, Darling. This seemed rather lackluster. Unable to contain his sarcasm, he thought. Wood release. Multiple wooden clones technique. Yet, despite his jesting, he dared not underestimate the situation. Duanmu dispatched clones to assist in dispatching the minions while he maintained a safe distance, utilizing the druids, Moonfire, Starfire, and Wood Release, Cutting's technique, to deplete the adversary's health. As he reached the center of the watchtower, the advisor's health had dwindled to less than a third. At that moment, his clones returned, having dispatched the minions. And together they swiftly overwhelmed the advisor, leaving him sprawled in a pool of blood. Yellow light emanated from the advisor's body, and Duanmu stepped forward to touch it. Discovering a book with the title Secret Technique, Hell's Stab, Volume 4. Familiar with such loot, he did not linger to examine it closely, swiftly stowing it in his beast's backpack. Just then, Captain Uzumaki Shota emerged from the throng, courageously declaring, "Clan members, we cannot hold this position. You must retreat. I will delay the enemy." Upon hearing their leader's command, the ninjas hastily withdrew. Maintaining a brave facade, the captain faced the oncoming foes. Duanmu approached him, patting his shoulder. The captain reiterated, "Clan members, we cannot hold this position. You must retreat. I will delay the enemy." Ah, so he was also a brave one. Duanmu shrugged in resignation. Following the others towards the island's center, they had scarcely exited the watchtower when they heard a furious roar from within. "You despicable cowards of the hidden cloud." With a chilling scream, silence fell over the watchtower, which soon erupted into flames. They arrived at a large encampment, a fortified bastion constructed of stone, far superior to the watchtower. Upon entering, Duanmu observed a figure standing on the review platform at the center of the encampment, fervently delivering a speech. He leaned closer and overheard. "These shameless scoundrels dare to exploit the demise of my granduncle and grandaunt to seize the sealing techniques passed down through generations of our swirling clan? Can we acquiesce? No, no." The crowd below erupted in passionate shouts, raising their hands in anger. "The reinforcements from our long-standing ally, the land of fire's Konohagakure, are on their way. So, my people, do not fear. Eliminate all invaders and protect our homeland. Protect the homeland. Protect the homeland." Duanmu joined in the cries for a moment before retreating, realizing the countdown warning had already begun. Employing the same tactics as before, after withstanding 5 waves of assault, the third Mizukage, a master of water-style ninjutsu with formidable area attacks, appeared this time. Yet, Duanmu discerned his weaknesses. The hand seals for his jutsu were intricate. After Duanmu and his wooden clones vanquished a multitude of minions, They transformed into cheetah form, and even his true self joined the fray, continuously executing interrupt skills. This illustrious Mizukage was astonishingly felled by a few leopards. The Mizukage dropped a ninjutsu skill book titled Water Release, Water Dragon Bite Explosion. Another book. Is a shadow-level ninja so impoverished? After a brief moment of incredulity, Duanmu unceremoniously accepted it. The grandson of the Uzumaki clan leader, deeply pained, issued a retreat order to the villagers, and this time, the leader did not remain but retreated alongside them. Upon arriving at the Uzumaki clan's council hall, they found it engulfed in heated debate. Father, you should lead the women and children, along with our clan's secret scrolls, to escape to Konoha. How can this be unacceptable? The name above him read, Uzumaki Ryosuke. Although Hashirama and Tobarama had passed, their bloodline persisted. Regardless of Ryosuke's pleas, the Uzumaki leader, Uzumaki Arumi, shook his head repeatedly. The sounds of battle approaching from outside. Uzumaki Arumi raised his aged hand, gesturing dismissively, sighing, alas. Foolish child, our bond with Konoha was severed with your brother-in-law Hashirama's passing. Just as Ryosuke was about to respond in frustration, Arumi interrupted. Can you not see the reports coming in? Water, lightning, earth, wind, and other forces. While the situation with the wind and earth countries gathering such a formidable army is troubling enough, how did this evade the notice of Konoha? Father, are you implying Ryosuke stammered in disbelief? Indeed, it implies their involvement. Do not overestimate the situation. No alliance is unbreakable. Suddenly, a mocking applause echoed through the hall as a young man with black hair and a Konoha forehead protector emerged in a corner. Truly a figure from the same era as the first Hokage. Uzumaki Arumi squinted his wrinkled eyes. It is Shimura Danzo. Did Tobarama send you? Teacher. He certainly lacks the time for this, but he is aware of the circumstances. The young Danzo, with eyes still unclouded, spoke with a flippant demeanor that was equally irritating. Indeed, this old dog is perpetually vexing. Duanmu muttered under his breath in the crowd. Speak. What are your terms? Uzumaki Arumi, unfazed by Danzo's words, interrupted directly. The sealing techniques. We'll share this. Do not think otherwise. I desire something special. Danzo's grin turned menacing. Then what can we obtain? Arumi's murky eyes now glinted sharply at Danzo. You may release a portion of the civilians. As for the direct descendants of the Uzumaki, do not even think about it. Danzo had not anticipated Arumi's calmness. No, there is one direct descendant you must take. Arumi's tone brooked no argument. That is impossible. You are asking too much. Danzo retorted impatiently. Perhaps. Uzumaki Kushina, the one Mito specifically named. Arumi enunciated each word. Danzo hesitated. This matter pertained to the Jinchuriki. Even if the teacher had given tacit approval, he could not act recklessly. All right. So, what unique offerings can we expect? Danzo finally articulated, syllable by syllable. Corpse Demon Consuming Seal. 4-symbol seal. Is that satisfactory? Do not be ungrateful. Arumi remarked with a scornful expression tinged with disdain. Very well. Danzo reluctantly nodded. In the hall, cries of grief echoed, yet only Uzumaki Arumi remained composed as he beckoned to a timid little girl, her innocent eyes gleaming as she gazed at the clan leader. Little one, your grandaunt will protect you, he said, affectionately stroking the girl's red hair. But what about great-grandfather? The child's clear voice rang out, silencing the tumultuous hall. Me. I, alas, am too old to move. You can go. He swiftly raised his right hand, striking the girl's neck with a swift motion, declaring, You are the seed of Uzumaki. Water, you may be mistaken. Ryosuke, with a hint of urgency, lifted the little girl and handed her to Danzo, shooting him a resentful glare. And what else? Danzo, unfazed, pressed on. Here. Ryosuke offered 2 scrolls. I hope you keep your word. Withdraw. Danzo gestured, and several ninjas emerged from the crowd, gathering the selected individuals and valuable items. Duanmu observed the entire scene from the side, feeling a profound sense of melancholy. If Senju Hashirama was an idealist, then his successor, Senju Tobarama, embodied a form of ethnic self-interest from a national perspective. As a modern-day traveler, Duanmu, though not in agreement, found it comprehensible. Was it not the case in his past life, in that grand nation? He was reminded of a poem by Zhang Yanghao from the Yuan dynasty, When the Nation Flourishes. The people suffer. When it perishes, the people suffer. Descendants of the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Arumi rose from the futon, appearing far from the decrepit elder he was. Perhaps we will not see the sun of tomorrow, but shall we allow the marauders invading our homeland to have it easy? Yes, father. You must utilize Tobarama's Edo Tensei, Ryosuke urged, a hint of panic in his voice, but was met with a resounding slap that echoed through the hall. It is your lack of fortitude. What of the next time? Will you stain the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan? Bring shame upon our ancestors. Are you a beggar? Uzumaki Irumi chastised his son, panting heavily. Yes, father. Ryosuke's panic transformed gradually into resolve. Uzumaki clan members, follow me. Let us unleash a great slaughter. They wish to annihilate us. They must reckon with our might. The aged Uzumaki Irumi strode forward, and the people in the hall followed him. Duanmu felt a surge of blood coursing through him, eager to join, only to find himself blocked at the entrance by an unseen force. The sounds of battle roared. Blood spilled across the fields, and the scent of iron filled the air. Duanmu clenched and unclenched his fists, his palms already torn and bleeding, yet he felt no pain. Suddenly, a flash of golden light illuminated the hall, and a golden chest materialized before Duanmu. With an expressionless demeanor, he opened it to find yet another book inscribed with Uzumaki sealing techniques. He glanced at it and promptly stowed it in his backpack. As the surroundings rapidly shifted, he found himself awakening back in reality, confronted by the remnants of the ruined Uzumaki ruins. Ding. Congratulations on clearing the Uzumaki ruins dungeon. Ding. Elite task. Discover the truths of the past. Completed. Ding. Elite mission. The legacy of the Whirlpool clan. Completed. Ding. Elite mission. The hidden hand. Completed. A series of notification sounds echoed, and a torrent of emotions surged within Duanmu, tears streaming down his face. Why won't they let me kill them? He muttered to himself, but no one answered. Let us enter the dungeon again, Duanmu declared, each word deliberate. Please refresh the dungeon record. A notification chimed in response. Refresh. Duanmu stepped forward, entering the magical gateway of the dungeon once more. 10 days later, a disheveled figure suddenly appeared at the center of the island. Congratulations, you have reached level 120. A mechanical voice echoed in Duanmu's ears. Boom. A flash of golden light enveloped him. Despite days of relentless effort, Duanmu straightened his weary posture, his face devoid of any joy, gazing up at the azure sky. Congratulations. Please unlock your second profession. He was taken aback by the notification as the familiar character selection screen from the World of Warcraft materialized before him. After a moment of contemplation, he chose the mage class, his gaze sharpening with an indescribable intensity. Perhaps it is time to return. His expression was a complex tapestry of hatred, relief, liberation, and unwillingness. Various emotions swirled within him as he glanced around before flying towards the island where the village chief resided. Sister, when will brother-in-law be back? Shinshu tugged at Tsunade's sleeve, swaying back and forth. Ugh, you little brat, go away. Tsunade impatiently flicked her sleeve and then knelt on the tatami, diligently folding clothes. TCH, you fold and wash his clothes every day without complaint, and he has been gone for 3 weeks. Shinshu grumbled. Sister, shouldn't we go? Shinshu wanted to say more when suddenly a sharp cry interrupted him. Buzz, a sky-blue, oval-shaped sphere, taller than a person, appeared on one side of the room. Energy swirling in a vortex towards its center. Shinshu stepped back. Tsunade pulled her brother behind her, both siblings watching the strange apparition warily. Step. A figure emerged from within. Without hesitation, Tsunade threw 2 kunai at the newcomer. Hey, Tsunade, it's me. The figure deftly dodged the flying projectiles, speaking urgently. Tsunade hesitated, but Shinshu, bouncing with excitement, exclaimed, Sister, it's brother-in-law. It's brother-in-law. As the figure became clearer, Duanmu's refined visage and signature blue hair appeared before the siblings. With a buzz, the blue oval sphere vanished. Duanmu opened his arms with a smile. Tsunade, I'm back. Brother-in-law, you're back, she exclaimed, rushing into his embrace. Upon seeing his little brother-in-law, Duanmu smirked, pushing Shinshu aside with a flick of his arms. Go, stay out of this. Ouch, brother-in-law, Shinshu wailed as he was tossed aside. Tsunade, I'm back. Duanmu opened his arms again. Hee. Tsunade chuckled at Duanmu's gesture, pretending to be nonchalant. You're back, so what? Are you hungry? I can prepare something for you. Oh well. Duanmu scratched his head awkwardly, suddenly noticing Shinshu, who had just gotten up from the tatami. Go, go, come back later. Your sister and I have something to discuss. Without further ado, he forcibly pushed Shinshu out of the room and shut the door with a loud bang. Left bewildered, Shinshu stood outside when Matsuke's approached. Young master, what are you doing here? Brother-in-law is back, and sister is still inside. Shinshu replied, dazed. Young master, I've thought of a new technique. Let us go, I'll teach you. Matsuke's dragged Shinshu away, ignoring his protests. Duanmu turned. Tsunade, my beloved. I have returned. He lunged toward her. Tsunade was taken aback, thinking, I didn't say anything. Just as she began to ponder, she felt a chill. Her cheeks flushed with two rosy hues, and her brows furrowed in a mix of pain and pleasure as she whispered, Don't stop. At dinner, Shinshu inquired, Brother-in-law, what were you and sister discussing for so long? Ahem. Duanmu glanced at Tsunade, who abruptly slammed her chopsticks onto the table. I'm full, she declared, hastily leaving. I found a place for rapid leveling, and I want to take your sister and you to train, Duanmu said, scratching his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. Really? That is fantastic. Shinshu leaped from his chair. I haven't left the village since the last incident. Where are we going? In response to Shinshu's question, Duanmu appeared lost in thought, recalling a place burdened with sorrow. Oh, Shinshu nodded in confusion. When are we going, brother-in-law? Tomorrow night. We still need to find 2 helpers. Duanmu replied, shaking off the melancholy in his heart. Yes, tomorrow night. The next day, Tsunade took Duanmu to the Hokage building, and then they went to the Ether restaurant. In the evening, Dingzhua and Mumu supported the unsteady Duanmu as they headed towards the Senja mansion, while Tsunade chattered incessantly about the shortcomings of 3 men. Dingzhua and Mumu, feeling awkward, apologized to Tsunade while cautiously assisting Duanmu. Amidst the commotion, the 4 entered the Senja mansion, where several figures outside quickly vanished into the darkness as the mansion door closed. Inside Duanmu's room, he sat on a cushion, devoid of any intoxicated expression unlike outside. All of you are important to me. This training will last 5 days. If anyone has any hesitations, you may withdraw. The 4 individuals opposite him shook their heads resolutely. Dingzhua appeared puzzled, about to ask a question, but Mumu held him back. All right. Duanmu stood up, raising his hands as 2 deep blue beams of light appeared. With a hum, a sky blue, oval-shaped sphere emerged. Duanmu turned. Let us go. Chapter 21. The first team building far across the eastern sea, amidst the islands. On the remnants of the Whirlpool clan, a blue, human-sized oval sphere suddenly appeared, and from it emerged 4 adults and 1 youth. The arrivals were Duanmu and his companions. He had anticipated that after reaching the maximum level, he could unlock a second profession. He had chosen mage as his second profession and had set the first teleportation portal here, having diligently trained the mage to level 20 in this dungeon. The mage's portal skill differed from that in the game. The destination could be chosen and was not limited to a single location like in the game. Duanmu turned around, and Tsunade and the others were still gazing around, with Shinshu being the most excited. Brother-in-law, where are we? Oh, we are within the borders of the Land of Waves. Duanmu gently ruffled Shinshu's hair. Wow, this blue egg is amazing. We got here in an instant. Shinshu exclaimed, jumping in excitement. This is called a teleportation portal. You can think of it as a type of space ninjutsu, something your brother-in-law just learned. Duanmu explained cheerfully, observing Shinshu's enthusiasm. Space ninjutsu, like Grandpa as Flying Thunder God. Tsunade gasped, covering her mouth. Then this is even more impressive than Grandpa as Flying Thunder God. The second Hokage as Flying Thunder God was designed for battle and was far superior to Duanmu's technique. Duanmu felt a bit bashful. Meanwhile, Mumu and Dingzhua were still in shock, surveying their surroundings. All right, Duanmu clapped his hands. Now, let us check ourselves. Our first team-building activity is about to begin. As he repeatedly traversed the dungeon over 10 days, he pondered the possibility of bringing the inhabitants of this world into his own. Before departing from the Land of Waves, he sought out 2 locals and brought them here. Initially, they could not see the entrance to the dungeon, but after Endymion tried numerous methods, he finally succeeded by having them hold his hands, allowing them to perceive the magical gateway. This revelation enabled Endymion to gather everyone's attention. Now, take my hand, and we shall set forth. The 4, eager and ready, followed his lead. Tsunade grasped Endymion's left hand while holding onto Sh Ju. and Mumu gripped his right hand as he pulled along Dingzu. Before them gradually materialized a vibrant, azure magical portal brimming with energy. Endymion led them through, and the 5 figures vanished from the island. Upon entering, Endymion began to elucidate the pertinent details of their surroundings, solemnly stating, "This, can be understood as a rift in space-time. Within it, we can relive the events that transpired here, participating from a third-party perspective. I urge you to keep what occurs here strictly confidential. Should it leak, it may lead to dire consequences." He glanced at the other 3, nodding, while S.H. Ju remained curiously inquisitive. "S.H. Ju, especially you. Did you hear that?" Endymion pulled him closer. "I hear you, brother-in-law," S.H. Ju replied, his face taut with resolve. "Tsunade, be mentally prepared for some long-buried pasts," Endymion advised, casting a concerned look at Tsunade. "Understood, Endymion-kun. Thank you," she responded earnestly. Endymion scanned the group. Tsunade, level 57. Mumu, level 48. Dingzu, level 49. And S.H. Ju, level 26. "Mumu, keep an eye on S.H. Ju's safety." "Understood, Endymion-kun," came the reply. "Everyone else, do not stray too far from the group," Endymion reiterated. "Prepare yourselves, the battle begins now." In the stillness of the deep night, a resonating hum echoed as the 5 emerged. Tsunade was in tears, while S.H. Ju sobbed uncontrollably, leaning on his sister for support. Mumu and Dingzu stood in stunned silence, their faces reflecting shock. Having previously traversed this dungeon multiple times, Endymion felt less affected. Instead, he weighed the gains and losses of this excursion. The experienced monsters within were predominantly around level 40, approximately 20 levels lower than during his initial entry, likely due to the varying levels of his companions. Tsunade, Mumu, and Dingzu had each gained an average of 5 levels, while S.H. Ju had achieved the most significant improvement, rising by 9 levels, to level 35. At this point, the emotions of Tsunade and her brother began to stabilize. "Are you feeling any better?" Endymion inquired gently. "Humph." Tsunade shot him a glare, finally grasping the meaning behind his earlier words. "No wonder you unleashed your full strength from the outset." Endymion had indeed activated the powerful wood golem technique right from the beginning. Having reached the maximum level as a druid, he had fully mastered the secret scroll of the 1,000 hands. Standing atop a towering wooden figure, he unleashed devastating jutsu with abandon, his foes falling in droves. Tsunade and the others gaped in astonishment, perplexed, for they knew Endymion was not one to revel in cruelty. After experiencing the dungeon's narrative, they could now fully appreciate his perspective. "S.H. Ju, how are you holding up?" Endymion asked, concerned for the still sniffling boy. "I'm feeling much better, brother-in-law." S.H. Ju wiped his tears haphazardly. "Can we? All right, let us continue." Endymion interrupted, recognizing that only through relentless training could they alleviate their inner turmoil. Subsequently, he reset the dungeon and led them back in. 2 days later, they entered the teleportation portal and returned to Konoha. Except for Endymion, the other 4 displayed a markedly different demeanor. Tsunade had reached level 70, nearing the ranks of the shadows, while Mumu and Dingzu had ascended to the status of special jonin. S.H. Ju, now level 40, was just a step away from becoming a jonin. Each had also collected several dropped skill books, though most were mismatched in chakra attributes and thus unusable. They felt the changes within themselves, thoroughly satisfied with their training. They understood the need for secrecy regarding their special training and resolved to maintain a low profile, avoiding unnecessary exposure of their true capabilities. S.H. Ju, Endymion called out to the boy, who had already stepped out the door. "Do not entertain thoughts of revenge against Danzo. His power and influence are not to be trifled with. Remember, this situation is only temporary. Do you understand?" "Yes," S.H. Ju replied absently before departing. "I'll go check on him," Tsunade said, her face etched with concern as she followed. As dawn approached, the 3 remaining men in the room prepared to linger a while longer. Endymion retrieved some food from his beastly backpack, treating it as breakfast, and they chatted while eating. "Endymion-kun, our clothing shop is nearly ready. When shall we open?" Mumu inquired, his curiosity piqued. "What? Are you eager?" Endymion teased, noticing Mumu's pressing desire to improve their living conditions despite the recent changes. "Let us do this. Tomorrow I will discuss business with the 3rd Hokage. If all goes well, we can open then. By the way, have you contacted everyone you needed to?" "Yes. Everyone is in touch, but they're anxious without samples," Dingzu remarked. admiration for Endymion growing due to the popularity of their restaurant, and this special training had only deepened his respect. Resolute, Dingzu decided he would follow Endymion in all future endeavors. Endymion had achieved max reputation with both him and Mumu, now regarded as esteemed. I've added some armor plates to our ninja battle attire. You can take a few sets with you. He then produced a ninja battle jacket from his backpack and handed it to Dingzu. Dingzu examined it closely, scratching his head in confusion. But this looks no different. Endymion glanced out the window, where the sun had just risen, casting light into the room. Let us go outside and test it. The three ventured into the courtyard. First, use your ninjutsu to strike this ordinary battle vest. Endymion tossed down a previous piece of battle attire. As Dingzu activated partial multiplication technique, his right hand grew to an enormous size, almost half his body. Boom! He delivered a full-force strike to the battle vest. And when his hand returned to normal, the vest lay in tatters. Snap! Endymion produced the modified battle vest, saying, "Now, try again." Boom! Another powerful blow landed. But this time only the edges were damaged. Keep going until it's as destroyed as the previous one. Endymion encouraged. Boom! 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 Dingzu unleashed 4 more full-force strikes, creating a slight depression in the courtyard ground before ceasing. The sounds of the strikes drew Tsunade and her brother back, who had just left. Look! Endymion picked up the modified battle vest, noting that while it too was damaged, it was significantly more intact than the first. What are you all doing here? It's a mess. Tsunade exclaimed, hands on her hips. Oh, just preparing some bargaining chips for negotiations with your esteemed teacher. Endymion replied with a grin. What is that? Tsunade leaned in for a closer look. EW, it's all torn. Get rid of it. Endymion, with a glint in his eye, leaned closer to her ear and whispered the details of the previous events. So this modified battle vest has at least 5 times the original defense. Tsunade exclaimed in astonishment. Brother-in-law, such a wonderful item. Why have you not shared it with us? Shengshu seems to be in much better spirits, already beginning to act mischievously again. You little rascal, this has long been given to you and your sister. Duanmu playfully gave Shengshu a light smack on the head. When did this happen? I was unaware of it. Shengshu retorted, feeling indignant. That bag from that morning. Duanmu reminded him curtly, glancing at Tsunade, who gazed at him with warmth in her eyes. He then turned to Mumu and Dingzhua, who looked at him with a hint of melancholy. Duanmu slapped his forehead. When you leave later, take a sample and 1 complete set each. Chapter 22. Negotiation knock. 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 The sound of knocking reverberated. Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen lifted his head, rubbed his sore neck, and picked up a pipe from the side, which still emitted tendrils of purple smoke. He added more tobacco and resumed smoking. Cough. Cough. Old man, can't you open a window while smoking? Tsunade raised her hand to fan the air and walked to the window to open it. A gust of wind rushed in, clearing away much of the choking smoke. Aren't you supposed to be improving some ninja tools? Sarutobi asked with a cheerful smile. Tsunade suddenly recalled that her casual request for leave was indeed for this reason. She had completely forgotten. It's ready. Tsunade took the combat suit from Duanmu. Here, old man, take a look. Is this a combat suit? Hiruzen examined it closely, but could not discern any notable differences. Isn't there anything special about it? Tsunade, you should demonstrate it for Lord Hokage, Duanmu said, handing Tsunade another piece of clothing. Use your strength. Lord Hokage, this is what is currently being deployed. Tsunade took it, gripping one side and using her strength. With a low shout, it tore apart with a rip. She then picked up the modified combat suit from Duanmu, applying the same brute force. This time, the strain lasted about 2 minutes before it tore apart with a crack, the protective armor clearly imprinted with Tsunade's fingerprints, yet showing no signs of damage. Sarutobi took the combat suit from Duanmu, scrutinizing it carefully. With his keen eyes, he knew that Tsunade could not deceive him under his watch, indicating that this suit was at least several times stronger than the original. Moreover, weighing it in his hands, it did not feel significantly heavier. What are your plans? The joy on Sarutobi's face faded quickly as he stroked his goatee and cast a glance at Duanmu. 20% to replace the currently deployed combat suits. Duanmu extended 2 fingers, stating that he also wished to open a ready-made clothing store to ensure daily safety. Sarutobi squinted, taking another puff from his pipe. Let us say 30%. Duanmu furrowed his brows. After some contemplation, agreed. Let us produce 1,000 sets first, and continue crafting thereafter. upon hearing Duanmu's agreement. Sarutobi smiled broadly. Hey, what are you two discussing? Tsunade, feeling left out, inquired impatiently. It's nothing. Sarutobi chuckled. By the way, who else is involved here? There's the Akimichi clan, the Yamanaka clan, the Nara clan, and the Tenten clan. Duanmu dutifully informed, all of whom he had instructed Ding Zhuo and Mu Mu to contact during his visit to the Land of Waves. The Tenten clan, oh, our village's supplier of ninja tools. The trio is complete, ha! Sarutobi burst into laughter. Lord Hokage, can I have those retired combat suits? Duanmu cautiously asked. Well, that is not impossible. How much can you offer? Sarutobi set aside his pipe, contemplating, and then looked back at Duanmu, countering. 40% of the original price. Sarutobi shook his head, falling silent. Duanmu inwardly cursed the old fox. Then 50%, it cannot be more. His demeanor was resolute. Oh, Sarutobi's lips curled up. Let us say 60%. All right then. Duanmu reluctantly conceded. Haha. Sarutobi raised his finger at him twice. You not bad. Truly commendable. Now let us prepare. Duanmu bowed to Sarutobi, leading a bewildered Tsunade as they hurried away. Hey, once outside the Hokage building, Tsunade shook off Duanmu's hand. What were you just discussing? Bargaining. I'm giving him 30% of the clothing store's shares. Duanmu explained to Tsunade in detail. I'm buying the retired combat suits at 60% of the original price. That is how it is. Ah. Tsunade was momentarily stunned, her expression one of disbelief. The Hokage is just a person. Besides, he has only recently taken office. Many aspects are still unstable, and there are numerous issues. Duanmu trailed off. Noticing he had fallen silent, Tsunade followed his gaze, only to see Shimura Danzo approaching them. Oh, Danzo stopped before the two, ominously saying, I advise you to be honest. And do not let me catch you doing anything wrong. What? Your subordinates, didn't he return? Duanmu stepped forward, challenging him. They have returned. Danzo's face darkened as he spoke slowly. Some beasts extend their claws too far, which makes it easy. Duanmu made a cutting gesture for them to be cut down. You. Danzo raised his hand, pointing at Duanmu's nose. What do you intend to do? Tsunade pulled Duanmu away, sternly questioning Danzo. It's nothing. Princess Tsunade. I merely warned some individuals against daydreaming. Humph. Having said that, he shot a glare at Duanmu before striding towards the Hokage building. Has he sent someone to trouble you? Tsunade asked Duanmu quietly, watching Danzo's retreating figure. It's fine, we'll discuss it at home. Duanmu interrupted her, pulling her back. However, unbeknownst to Tsunade, he left a shadow clone behind. Humph. This Danzo will eventually pay for his actions. Tsunade muttered angrily as she followed Duanmu back. Hiruzen, what is that person doing here? Danzo stormed into Hiruzen's office, visibly agitated. Among the elders, only Danzo consistently referred to Hiruzen by his name. Which person? Hiruzen asked with a hint of intrigue. You, Danzo, momentarily at a loss for words, referred to the one who foolishly desires to meddle with the Senju clan's commoners. Outrageous. Hiruzen slammed the table. Dare you insinuate that our teacher's family affairs are any of your concern? Do not overstep. I am merely trying to protect our teacher, Danzo said, unusually flustered. Protect? Setting a trap to kill the last remaining heir of the Senju clan is your idea of protection? Hiruzen no longer maintained his previous composure. A person lacking the Senju bloodline will only tarnish our teacher's name. Danzo asserted defiantly. Do not presume that my Umbu are a bunch of useless fools. Allowing you to establish root was not for you to satisfy your personal desires. Hiruzen pointed an accusing finger at Danzo. Do not forget who supported you in becoming Hokage. Danzo's visible eye narrowed slightly. I became Hokage due to the teacher's entrustment, not anyone's support. Hiruzen leisurely settled into his chair. Managing your subordinates well, for Konoha is not a place for you to act recklessly. Danzo turned on his heel, storming out in anger, slamming the door behind him. We shall see. As Danzo exited the main door of the Hokage building, he turned his head, squinting as he stared at Hiruzen's office. Suddenly, several thick vines appeared beneath him, ensnaring him tightly. Danzo remained unfazed, letting out a sharp whistle that echoed through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several ninjas emerged from the shadows, surrounding him completely. Buzz. A cluster of blue light surged towards the group at high speed. The ninjas reacted swiftly, unleashing fire style, water style, shurikens, and kunai towards the light, only for them to be seemingly absorbed. In the blink of an eye, several individuals, including Danzo, were engulfed and reduced to a mere point of light before vanishing entirely. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the Hokage's office was rapped upon once more. Sarutobi Hiruzen entered, setting down his pipe. What is it? Report to the Hokage. Elder Danzo was attacked after leaving the office building and is currently missing. What? What are the casualties? Sarutobi rose from his seat. There were no traces of blood, merely a section of the ground where Danzo had stood that had vanished. After pacing the office thoughtfully, he decided to dispatch all Umbu members to search for him, while also sending word to the Root members to join the search, and summon the members of the Elder Council to convene. Yes, an Umbu member departed, and Sarutobi sank back into his chair. Could it be them? This seems improbable. Not far away, a remarkable raven flapped down from a tree in a nearby park, landing on a bench before glancing about and taking flight into the sky. In the distant room of the Senju estate, a raven flew in, landing and transforming into a figure identical to Indu. He placed an object resembling a car engine onto the table, then merged with it, becoming a wooden form that fused with Indu. He excitedly snapped his fingers and murmured, "After all this time, I still send you off for free, huh? I am indeed a paragon of benevolence. But why does this goblin wormhole generator differ from the one in the game, failing to stabilize coordinates?" It turned out that while Indu had urged Tsunade to leave, he was unable to let it go himself. He left a wooden clone behind, equipping it with a gadget he had crafted during his upgrade to engineering, the goblin wormhole generator. The instructions read, "Unstable teleportation portal generator, destination and distance variable. Use with caution." Now, he possessed the strength to eliminate that old dog, but without justification, Danzo had sufficient means to evade culpability. He could not jeopardize his reputation for such a trivial matter. However, indulging in some harmless fun to vent his frustrations was certainly permissible. Then, a lively melody resonated through the room. "I send you away, 1,000 miles apart, you silent black and white." Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, carrying dust and earth. Several individuals trudged through the boundless desert, with a middle-aged man, half of his face bandaged, at the center, clad in a gray robe. "Where on earth are we?" He stumbled in the sand, turning to a companion. "Elder Danzo, by my estimation, we should be in the land of wind, though our exact location remains uncertain." Chapter 23. Hello, my name is Kushina. For days later, the much-discussed disappearance of the Konoha elders finally yielded new leads. Reports from the northwest, the land of sand, indicated that the missing Elder Danzo and several of his subordinates were trapped in the far western reaches of the desert. Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was cleared of any suspicion regarding the elimination of rivals and convened an emergency meeting with the Elder Council to discuss how to rescue Elder Danzo. Ultimately, it was decided to dispatch multiple teams of ninjas to bring the Elder back to Konoha. During this time, Indu and several collaborative clothing stores, including Titusol, opened their doors, with the first major deal being his improved combat attire, set to replace the current uniforms. The exceptionally high defensive capabilities received widespread acclaim from frontline ninjas, significantly enhancing their overall offensive capacities. Buzz. Indu pushed open the revolving door of the clothing store, where a cacophony of voices filled the air. Although the shop was predominantly adorned in purple, the serene ambience had vanished. The lady of the house, quite different from her usual demure demeanor, was passionately extolling a dress to a middle-aged woman, while a young girl nearby listened, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she gazed at the garments on display. "Madam, look at this knee-length skirt, primarily in black and red, exuding a mysterious charm, accentuating your precious daughter's beauty. The upper part, made of black mesh material, clings closely, showcasing the figure while providing excellent breathability for training at the Ninja Academy, enhanced with the shop owner's unique protective materials. This combat attire is available at a 30% discount. It includes defensive armor plates to ensure your safety on the go. Wow, miss, your skin is radiant, so fair and delicate. Please, try this outfit on. The purple will make you even more elegant." Indu felt dizzy as he observed the VIP area, where Tsunade was engaging with a few female ninjas of her age, selecting outfits. Not wishing to intrude, he turned towards the right-side lounge area. A group of male ninjas were resting inside, with the most prominent being the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just as Hiruzen turned to flick ash from his cigarette, he exclaimed, "Oh, isn't this the esteemed owner, Indukuin?" Upon hearing that this was the owner, The male ninjas in the lounge simultaneously cast him fierce glares. Hi, everyone. The sensation of being scrutinized by a dozen men is simply unbearable, Indu thought, feeling as if he were pricked by thorns. He wanted to speak, but found himself at a loss for words, a sensation akin to having something lodged in his throat. Women possess an innate sensitivity to beauty, and when it comes to items that can enhance their allure, they are often driven to madness. The men resting here were all victims, some with wives who had already made numerous purchases, while others had been here since morning, only to return after dining at the neighboring Azeroth restaurant. The source of all this torment was undoubtedly Indu Sen's clothing store. Hey, I may be the owner, but I can't compete with you, the major shareholder. Indu stuttered. It's primarily your adept guidance behind the scenes. He winked at Hiruzen. At last, the men shifted their gaze away from him, directing it towards Hiruzen, who, though they dared not scowl at the third Hokage, wore expressions of disdain. Hey you. Hiruzen awkwardly emerged from the lounge, pulling Indu into the store's office. This is quite impressive, far better than I anticipated. You have remarkable talent, Indu-kun, Hiruzen said, his smile warm, yet the twitch of his lips suggested his mood was not as pleasant as it seemed. You overestimate me. I hardly deserve such praise. Indu responded in kind. Suddenly, Hiruzen's tone shifted. Is Danzo's disappearance your doing? His eyes bore into Indu's. That is not the case. How could I dare lay a hand on a dignified elder of Konoha? Indu replied, feigning innocence. You mustn't speak carelessly. Be cautious, or I might report you to the Hokage for defamation. This statement momentarily left Hiruzen speechless, and after a pause, he continued. I understand that Danzo has engaged in many disreputable acts, yet his intentions were noble. You must realize that where there is light, there will also be darkness. One complements the other. But what if he has lingered too long in the shadows, becoming unaccustomed to the light? Indu retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Hiruzen found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, an uproar erupted outside, prompting Indu and Hiruzen to rise swiftly and head out. They found a petite girl, exquisitely beautiful, standing in the center of the clothing store. Her striking red hair was hard to miss, and behind her was a masked ninja, presumably an Umbu member. Isn't that the Jinchuriki? What is she doing here? My goodness, we should hurry and pay before heading home. The store's patrons buzzed with excitement. Indu turned to Hiruzen. That is our village's second Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina. Kushina, what brings you here? Hiruzen approached with a warm smile, crouching down to her level. Aye. The young girl stammered, her eyes cast down as if she had committed a grave error. By now, most of the customers had already departed. I observed a lively scene in the street. There stood the illustrious son of destiny, Naruto Uzumaki, alongside his mother. At that moment, Duanmu had encountered numerous prominent figures from the original narrative, rendering him somewhat immune to their presence. Yet, he was taken aback to see that Kushina Uzumaki appeared as an adorable little girl, seemingly around 8 or 9 years old. How old are you, little sister? Duanmu inquired, crouching beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. I'm 10. Wow. Big brother, your hair is so beautiful. Kushina exclaimed, her large eyes sparkling with innocence, melting his heart. A thought flashed through his mind, and he heard the sound of coins clinking, as if they were falling. With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, he found a small whistle in his hand. You are truly charming. Allow me to present you with a little gift, he said, handing it to her. Kushina glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, received his nod of approval, and accepted the whistle. What is this? She wondered. At that moment, the remaining patrons in the store had departed, and Tsunade approached, her gaze filled with affection as she observed Duanmu's tender demeanor, her fair face subtly flushed with warmth. Why don't you give it a try? Duanmu winked at Kushina. She puffed up her cheeks and blew into the whistle, producing a delightful sound. To her astonishment, a plump orange bird appeared before her, flapping its wings and landing gently on her hand, emitting cheerful chirps. Wow, how adorable. What is her name, big brother? Kushina exclaimed, her joy palpable as she gently stroked the bird's feathers. This is Pepe, Duanmu replied, a nostalgic smile gracing his face. Pepe, hello, I'm Kushina. She introduced herself to the bird. Pepe, with a perceptive nod, fluttered onto her head, playfully wiggling its rear before settling atop her crown. How utterly kawaii, Tsunade remarked, unable to contain her delight at the sight of the charming little girl with a plump orange bird perched on her head. Ah, Sarutobi Hiruzen rose, scrutinizing Duanmu with a contemplative gaze before shaking his head subtly, pondering whether he had truly become so entrenched in darkness that he could no longer appreciate the light. "All right, it's time to head back," he declared, and just then, Tsunade emerged with a lovely white dress adorned with purple petal patterns. "Wow, it's so beautiful. Is it all right, Hokage-sama?" "Of course," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, visibly moved by the scene. Tsunade guided Kushina to change into the dress. "It's stunning," Kushina exclaimed, her joy radiating. "Foolish child. You should call me cousin." Tsunade playfully tapped her finger on Kushina's forehead. "Cousin." Kushina beamed, but her eyes soon brimmed with tears as she suddenly leaped into Tsunade's embrace, sobbing softly. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and sighed gently at the heartwarming yet bittersweet scene. Once Kushina had composed herself, she shyly approached Sarutobi Hiruzen and Duanmu. "Wow, the red hair and white dress complement each other beautifully. Little Kushina looks even prettier." "Really?" she stammered, nervously fiddling with the waist of her dress. "But my classmates tease me about my hair. You're the second person to compliment it." "Who?" Tsunade's voice rose sharply, startling Kushina. Ding! A hidden task was triggered, apprentice recruitment. Duanmu noticed a new prompt appearing in his field of vision and, after reading it carefully, turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Hokage-sama, wouldn't a stronger Jinchuriki be beneficial for the village?" He pondered aloud. "Indeed, that is correct," Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. "Then, if the Jinchuriki has a stronger sense of belonging to the village, wouldn't that be even more advantageous?" Duanmu continued. "What are you implying?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, reflecting on Duanmu's words. "Tsunade has yet to take on an apprentice. Perhaps this is a fortuitous opportunity, wouldn't you agree?" Duanmu stated, no longer beating around the bush. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes brightened. Tsunade, being a member of the Senju clan and one of the legendary Sannin, was also his disciple. Thus, Kushina would become his grand student. With this thought, he turned to Kushina and asked, "Would you like to become your cousin's apprentice?" I would, Hokage-sama." Kushina cheered, her exuberance palpable, perhaps marking one of the happiest days of her life. "Well, if you're willing, that is splendid." Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his goatee, satisfied with this decision. "Tsunade, since you share a familial bond with Kushina, you must teach her with great care." He nodded at Duanmu and spoke a few words to an umbu at the door before turning back to Tsunade. "I entrust this child to you from now on." With that, he departed. Duanmu snapped his fingers, whispering, "Completed." Chapter 24. A grand distribution of pets. Duanmu, indulging in mischief, squatted before Kushina, concentrating all his mental energy as he sensed an anomaly within the little girl. "I know you can hear me. Kai-bai, you must behave," he conveyed telepathically. The entity within her seemed to sense something terrifying and recoiled in fear. Why does it feel more daunting than Hashirama Senju? Impossible. The fearsome Kai-bai was taken aback. But how does he know my name? At present, Duanmu's first character, the druid, had reached maximum level, while his second character, the mage, had attained level 30. In terms of attributes, he was now on par with anyone, yet his influence remained pitifully small, merely sufficient for self-preservation without the means for advancement. As the saying goes, a hero needs 3 allies. One cannot rampage through the battlefield only to return home to find devastation. The atmosphere at home grew lively once more. Tsunade was elated. "Thank you, Duanmu-kun." Duanmu pointed to his own face and shot her a knowing glance. In the original narrative, Tsunade had faced considerable misfortune, following the death of her grandfather. Hashirama Senju, the once mighty Senju clan, dwindled to herself and her brother, who subsequently perished, followed by her boyfriend's demise, leaving her afflicted with hemophobia and retreating far away. Years later, she returned, having become Hokage, leading one to believe her fortune had finally turned. Yet, just as she was prepared to embrace the long-admired Jiraiya, he too met his end. If one were to claim she was a star-crossed figure, many would likely believe it. Now, with Duanmu having traversed into the world as the fated Kato Dan, and her brother, Nawaki, still alive, her destiny was being reshaped towards a more favorable direction by Duanmu. Tsunade understood Duanmu's implication. Her cheeks flushed as she glanced at Kushina, who was eagerly exploring her surroundings, occasionally pulling at the staff to inquire about various items. Unbeknownst to the other staff members tidying up nearby, Tsunade tiptoed, closed her eyes, and swiftly pressed her lips to Duanmu's face. However, Duanmu's strength had vastly improved. Sensing Tsunade's approach, he quickly turned his head away. Tsunade felt an unusual sensation on her lips. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with Duanmu's playful grin, her eyes widening in surprise. Initially, her cheeks were merely flushed, but now her entire face glowed a vibrant red. In a realm of two dimensions, one might imagine steam rising from her blushing visage. Duanmu, observing Tsunade's reaction, seized the moment before she could explode with anger. He quickly caught up to Kushina. Kushina, let us go. As a token of our first meeting, I invite you to a grand feast. He took her hand and headed towards the door, casting a cheeky wink at Tsunade as they were about to exit. Tsunade touched her cheek, feeling the warmth subside slightly, before hurrying to catch up with them. Although she felt shy, the sweet sensation in her heart made her feel enchanted. 3 individuals ventured to the bustling Azeroth restaurant for a lavish meal. Due to the restaurant's popularity, Duanmu graciously escorted them to a private room on the 3rd floor. After their meal, the trio sauntered leisurely toward the Senju Manor. TCH. On the way, Tsunade let out a light scoff, casting a glance at Duanmu, who, in turn, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Pondering that despite the 3rd Hokage's pleasant words, he still sent someone to keep watch. Duanmu employed his instant body technique, and with a swift motion, he appeared on a branch beside the road. Upon spotting a young boy, he momentarily hesitated but quickly seized the boy by the collar and pulled him down. After all, he had entered the Umbu at the tender age of 11, having taken on 7 opponents single-handedly. He was poised to teach these elusive figures lurking in the shadows a lesson. Otherwise, they would only grow bolder and act more recklessly. Duanmu hurled the boy to the ground and, upon seeing his face, inwardly exclaimed, "This truly is the feces of Sarutobi's spirit beast." The boy, with delicate features and a head of striking golden hair, appeared somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head awkwardly. Naruto. Kushina rushed forward to assist him, diligently brushing off the dirt from his pants. "What are you doing here? I was worried you might be in danger, so I had to utilize my instant flash wind movement technique to catch up with you." The golden-haired lad spoke with utmost seriousness. "See, this is what happens with Naruto. He has been charming girls since childhood." Duanmu remarked with curiosity, "So, what exactly is this instant flash wind movement technique of yours?" "Brother Duanmu, you're just playing along with him. What he means is instant body technique." Kushina giggled, covering her mouth, and Tsunade couldn't help but smile at his embarrassment. You little rascal," Tsunade exclaimed, ruffling his hair playfully. Young Naruto, slightly displeased, declared, "I will definitely create powerful ninjutsu in the future," while throwing a couple of playful punches in the air. Duanmu observed Naruto's demeanor and then glanced at Kushina's attitude toward him. As if a light bulb had gone off in his mind, he leaned closer to Kushina. "So, the first one to compliment your beautiful hair was him, right?" In a flash, Kushina's cheeks turned a rosy hue. One must admit, people in this world mature rather early. By comparison, Tsunade and I seem to be late bloomers. Duanmu shook his head. "Naruto, we'll see each other at school tomorrow. I'm staying at my cousin's house tonight, so don't worry," Kushina said patiently while holding onto Naruto's hand. "Okay, got it." After saying this, Naruto tossed his hair back and executed the instant body technique, leaving with a flair that was truly impressive. His charm with the ladies is indeed remarkable. Upon returning home, the 3 introduced Kushina to Matsukane and Shoju, also bringing out Shizune for her to see. Shoju, 2 years older than Kushina, seemed to embody the playful spirit of the Senju family. Delighted to have a new playmate and happily took on the role of an older brother. This quickly put Naruto in a bit of a mood. However, upon seeing the accessory on Kushina's head, he became slightly envious. Ultimately, Duanmu had to summon a pet for him. Although unlocking pets is cheaper than weapons, it still cost him 1,000 gold. Yet, seeing the joyful smiles on everyone's faces made it worth it. He gifted Shoju a remarkably rare 001 construction robot, the prototype of Mimiron, resembling the robot piloted by Mimiron in game dungeons. This robot could not only transform, but also disassemble and combine, appealing to boys' innate fascination with such mechanical wonders. Shoju jumped with joy, affectionately calling Duanmu brother-in-law as he played with it. After some time, he mastered the robot's various disassembly and combination functions, even managing to mimic some moves from ninja techniques. As for Tsunade's gift, it was a flying golden pig, adorned with a gilded body and a red Chinese knot dangling from its neck as an embellishment. It would occasionally circle around its owner in the air. A pig. Tsunade frowned. All right then, Shoji receives a puppet, Kushina gets an adorable creature, And what do I get? Duanmu sensed her slight discontent. But it has a special effect. What effect? Tsunade's curiosity was piqued. It can enhance your luck, especially when you're gambling. He shot her a teasing glance. Really? Tsunade's demeanor changed entirely, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I only know what's written on the description. Duanmu replied, feeling the weight of her eager gaze. Well, try it and see. Tsunade reached out and tapped the golden pig, which then circled her 3 times before showering her with golden sparkles from above. She paused momentarily, astonished. Great. This is unbelievable. Duanmu felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. Hey. Tsunade looked down and noticed a coin under the table, seemingly appearing from nowhere. She bent down to pick it up and, without a second thought, hugged Duanmu and planted a kiss on him, then dashed out, exclaiming, Don't wait for me. I'm off to conquer the world. Duanmu's lips twitched involuntarily. What chaotic genes are embedded in the Senju lineage? She didn't react this way even when I gifted her the Phoenix Claw. Be sure to return early. I'll teach you. Duanmu sighed, assuming she hadn't heard him, then helplessly shrugged. The others present couldn't help but burst into laughter at the scene. The following day, before dawn, Duanmu felt as though he had dreamt of riding a roller coaster. No. He instinctively grasped what felt like the safety bar of the ride, only to find it surprisingly soft and somewhat elastic. How could this guarantee the safety of the riders? Just as he was about to chastise the responsible party, a tremendous force propelled him forward. Duanmu groggily opened his eyes to find Tsunade, her face flushed with embarrassment, adjusting her clothing, glaring at him with fiery eyes. Wasn't he that the safety bar I just grabbed? Oh my goodness, Holy Mother Mary, Laozi and Buddha. Could you please grant me my wishes when I am fully awake next time? Why are you here at this hour? Duanmu quickly diverted the conversation upon noticing Tsunade's anger. I won. Ha ha ha, I won a fortune. Tsunade laughed heartily. Duanmu slapped his forehead. This isn't the Tsunade I know. I must still be dreaming. He murmured, wanting to lie down again. What did you say? Tsunade, displeased, shoved him lightly. This is the most I've ever won in my life. How much did you win? Duanmu asked, somewhat awkwardly. 100,000 taels. Tsunade declared boldly, tossing a bag of coins into the air. And in the past? Duanmu questioned hesitantly. I lost, Tsunade mumbled. My heavens. Have you been losing more than winning for over 20 years? Duanmu pointed at her incredulously. Tsunade pondered. Your family must be wealthy enough to endure your antics. Duanmu was left speechless, contemplating how to earn more money. Otherwise, how could he support such a spendthrift wife? Chapter 25. The engagement turmoil that afternoon. Duanmu began to impart druidic skills to Tsunade, realizing that not all skills could be taught to others. Only those whose attributes and skills aligned could receive them. Unfortunately, there was a limitation. Only one skill could be taught per day. The method was simple. Duanmu would mentally select the skill from the system interface, and his index and middle fingers would emit a golden glow, which he would then place upon the recipient's central chakra point. Known in Chinese culture as the Danzhong point, an essential gathering point for ninja chakra. Fortunately, Tsunade's chakra attributes align harmoniously with nearly all of the druid's healing skills, thus marking the beginning of her learning journey alongside Duanmu. During their lessons, due to Tsunade's stringent limitations, Duanmu found himself under considerable pressure, wishing fervently that the burden she imposed were upon his entire being rather than merely his right hand. Each learning session left Tsunade flushed and breathless, and whenever she voiced her objections, Duanmu would, under the pretext of education, deliberately prolong their sessions, deepening their bond throughout this process. Duanmu imparted several druidic skills to Tsunade, including rejuvenation, blooming blossoms, wild growth, touch of healing, and restoration, enabling her to execute a complete healing cycle. If previously, Tsunade's affections were directed towards Duanmu's former self, Kato Dan, with Duanmu passively accepting this affection, he gradually grew fond of this kind-hearted, courageous, and spirited woman as he delved deeper into her character. Tsunade noticed subtle changes in Kato Dan, but compared to the romantic idealist he once was, she now favored the more pragmatic and occasionally mischievous Duanmu. Their feelings for one another grew increasingly fervent, and in order to intimidate the lurking clan forces and bolster the confidence of their allies, along with the persistent persuasion from the old steward, Senju Matsukage, they resolved to execute their previously devised plan. 5 days later, 2 sensational pieces of news swept through the entirety of Konoha. First, the Senju clan had financially backed the weapon shop of the Tenya family, resulting in an expansion of over 3 times its original size. Second, the eldest daughter of the Senju clan, Tsunade, was to become engaged. "Hey, Matsukichi, have you heard the news?" A street vendor whispered conspiratorially to a regular customer. "What is it?" Matsukichi inquired with curiosity. "The eldest daughter of the Senju clan is getting engaged today." Just as he was about to continue, a ninja with spiky white hair burst from the shop, seizing Matsukichi by the collar and demanding, "What did you just say?" "Lord Jiraiya," Matsukichi stammered, trembling slightly, well aware that a furious ninja was no laughing matter. "I asked you, what did you just say?" Jiraiya's eyes widened as he enunciated each word. "The eldest lady of the Senju clan, Lady Tsunade, is holding her engagement ceremony today," Matsukichi replied, fear evident in his voice. "Ah," Jiraiya sighed, casually tossing Matsukichi aside, who then crashed into a bookshelf, creating a cacophony of clattering sounds. "Matsukichi, are you all right?" Matsukichi rushed into the shop to check on him. "Damn it," Matsukichi complained angrily. "Shoo, quiet." Matsukichi hurriedly covered his mouth. Jiraiya, disheartened, walked away without looking back, as the streets buzzed with discussions of the Senju clan's momentous news. Jiraiya had been preoccupied with writing his first official novel, The Chronicles of Hardship, having previously only penned short stories. Thus he had not been privy to the news in advance. After wandering in place for a while, he gritted his teeth and made his way towards the Senju estate. Inside the Senju mansion, the atmosphere was lively, with all the prominent figures of Konoha gathered together. Senju Matsukichi was bustling about among the crowd, his heart brimming with joy. For it had been ages since the Senju clan had witnessed such vibrancy. In the main hall, the Hokage, the Council of Elders, and the heads of various clans were seated, engaged in animated discussions. "How can Lady Tsunade hold the ceremony in the courtyard? This is against protocol." The head of the Hyuga clan frowned. Let us just relive the glory days." The Uchiha clan head scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the Hyuga. "Danzo, what is your take on this?" Hamura Sarutobi, taking a puff from his cigarette, asked without turning his head. "Of course, it is a good thing," he replied nonchalantly. "Just returned from the land of sand, so behave yourself." "Are you saying this tarnishes the noble bloodline of the Senju clan?" Danzo declared with righteous indignation, his voice rising. "How absurd." His agitation drew curious glances from those around him. "And you don't care?" Danzo stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at Sarutobi. "How dare you?" Sarutobi's expression darkened. "Esteemed guests, thank you for gracing the Senju clan with your presence amidst your busy schedules." Matsukichi, sensing the tense atmosphere, turned to a servant and instructed, "Quickly, bring out the food." A series of strange creaks and groans interrupted their conversation. The Uchiha clan head stared in astonishment. Would release. The assembly fell silent, turning to the direction indicated by the Uchiha. Before them stood Duanmu and Tsunade, confidently seated upon a wooden platform measuring 1 meter square, astonishingly carried not by human hands, but by the ever-growing roots of plants. Flanking the platform was a wood-style tree man, albeit one that appeared rather peculiar compared to the original woodman of the first Hokage. Its gait was swaying, yet the vines and sharp thorns it bore left no doubt about its potential for aggression. Before long, they arrived before the assembly, and with a flourish, the roots transformed into wooden steps. Duanmu took Tsunade's hand, and before all present, they approached the gathering. Clad in resplendent attire, Tsunade exuded elegance and grace, while Duanmu appeared refined and courteous. "Is the Senju clan's affairs to be meddled with by certain individuals who overreach?" Tsunade declared with a fierce tone. Duanmu, having already spotted Danzo, noted that the latter's right side remained bandaged while his left had darkened somewhat. "Oh, I heard that Elder Danzo took a vacation in the land of sand. Are you the one who attacked me?" Danzo, standing at a lower elevation, pointed at Duanmu, his eyes blazing with fury. "Please, you may consume whatever you like, but do not utter falsehoods," Duanmu retorted, hands on his hips. "Upon your return, have you settled the expenses incurred by your escapades in the land of sand?" In front of the crowd, he began counting off on his fingers, detailing the charges for your expenses, the costs of hospitality, and the reputational damage inflicted upon the Hokage due to your actions. "What? Is it that elders are above reproach? Can they freely squander Konoha's resources without accountability?" Duanmu's words struck at Danzo's sensitive nerves, each statement a subtle trap. Employing the same rhetoric he had once used in online forums to outmaneuver opponents in debates. "You, a lowly commoner, dare to aspire to marry into a clan. Danzo seethed, his rage palpable. Ever since he had helped Sarutobi ascend to the Hokage's throne and cunningly eliminated most members of the Senju clan, establishing root, such situations had not arisen. He had grown accustomed to his elevated status, yet Duanmu's provocations increasingly strained his composure. Tsunade glared at Danzo, about to speak when Duanmu intervened. "Oh, I am but a commoner, am I? Does that imply that the noble clans are superior? That commoners cannot marry into prominent families?" Upon hearing this, the assembled shinobi began to murmur among themselves. Even Orochimaru, standing not far away, and Jiraiya, hidden in a corner, displayed visible signs of anger. Although members of noble clans often regarded themselves as superior, few would openly express such sentiments. Rather, they typically maintained a semblance of respect towards commoners. Yet Duanmu boldly pointed at Danzo, questioning how an elder could dictate the marital affairs of clan members. "What? Can you command all clans here? Or do you wish to monopolize all clans?" At this moment, even the heads of the major clans displayed discomfort, as they knew Danzo's underhandedness. He would stop at nothing to achieve his aims, employing a myriad of devious tactics to undermine others. In his quest to expand the ranks of the root organization, he has often caused harm to members of prominent clans. Some of the jutsu he employs are closely guarded secrets of the clan, fundamental to their existence. Yet he has managed to lure away numerous clan members through various means. While clans like Hyuga, Uchiha, and Sarutobi have fared somewhat better, smaller families such as Nara, Naka, Akimichi, and Yamanaka have suffered greatly, and even smaller clans like Haruno or commoners have been compelled to comply with his demands, unable to resist. "Silence! You are slandering me. By the way, Hizashi, quickly issue an order to arrest him. Let the Uchiha guard apprehend him." Danzo, infuriated, began to lose his composure. "Outrageous." He spoke with pretentious decorum, bowing to the third Hokage. "What? Is it appropriate for you to utter the name of the esteemed third Hokage so casually?" He then elongated his voice, casting a significant glance towards Sarutobi Hizashi. At that moment, the expressions of those present turned uneasy. This Danzo had always been mysterious, either scheming this or that, and the general sentiment towards him was more fear than respect. Ahem. Ahem. As the situation spiraled out of control, Sarutobi Hizashi stepped forward. "Danzo, please mind your language. You sharp-tongued scoundrel." Danzo, furious, began to curse violently, but the two elders quickly intervened to restrain him. The surrounding guests murmured amongst themselves. And just as Sarutobi Hizashi was about to regain control, a member of the Umbu appeared before him, half kneeling. "Report, Hokage-sama. We have discovered a spy from a Wagakure within the village. After being exposed, they fled northward, and numerous ninja reinforcements have been spotted outside the village to the north. How shall we proceed? Please give your orders." "Enough." Sarutobi Hizashi bellowed. "Look at what you've become. Danzo, you have disappointed me greatly." He turned away. "Uchiha clan, mobilize your guards to maintain order. Be ready to assist." "Yes, Hokage-sama." The Uchiha clan leader nodded in affirmation. "Hyuga clan, send out a vanguard to gather intelligence on the enemy." He commanded further. "Hokage-sama." The Hyuga clan leader hesitated. Sarutobi Hizashi scoffed. "What? Is there a problem?" "No. None at all. We shall obey." The Hyuga clan leader, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, reluctantly acquiesced. Deep down, he was unwilling to accept this command, as leading the vanguard implied a higher risk than for other clans. The engagement ceremony is postponed. All others shall deploy as per the mission assignments. Sarutobi Hizashi waved his hand, distributing tasks with unprecedented efficiency, unlike the protracted disputes of the past. In this moment, no one among the prominent figures of Konoha dared to openly oppose in such a setting. "Yes, Hokage-sama." The assembly of shinobi knelt, responding loudly. "Move out." Sarutobi Hizashi raised his arm in a rallying call. Just as they were about to depart, a tremendous explosion echoed nearby. The crowd hastened towards the scene. Boom, boom. Explosions erupted in multiple locations, revealing figures clad in a Wagakure ninja attire, retreating while engaging in combat. "Doton." A hoarse voice called from a distance. "Limit release technique." A massive, white, transparent cone appeared midair above the walls of Konoha, nearly 10 meters long, comparable in size to a heavy truck. With a whoosh, it collided with the wall, creating a thunderous crash that sent clouds of dust billowing into the air. The tremendous impact caused Konoha's tall outer wall to collapse. and the surrounding defensive barrier was nearly obliterated. As the smoke cleared, a diminutive figure emerged in midair, laughing. Konoha's current level is merely this. He had barely begun his taunt when a black metallic rod hurtled toward him, spinning. Doton, rock fist technique. Forced to retreat, he executed a Doton technique, covering his left arm with a massive, brown rock, shielding his small frame. With a clang, the black metal rod was deflected, flying into the grasp of a middle-aged man in a black ninja uniform. This man deftly positioned the rod into the crack of the crumbled wall, standing agilely atop it. It was none other than the third Hokage of Konoha, Sarutobi Hisashi. Danzo, you're causing quite a disturbance in my Konoha, aren't you? Sarutobi Hisashi called out, his voice echoing. My dear Sarutobi, I was just about to take my leave, Inoki replied, his expression darkening slightly. What? You come and go as you please? Do you think Konoha is a place for your whims? Sarutobi Hisashi challenged, his demeanor fierce. Oh, and what if I join in? A tall man enveloped in blue light, with flickers of white lightning, stood just outside the walls of Konoha, flanked by a neatly arranged battalion of ninja troops. So the Raikage of Kumogakure has arrived? What a grand spectacle! Sarutobi Hisashi inhaled sharply. Yet witnessing Konoha's destruction at their hands, as Hokage, he could not swallow his indignation. Regardless of their plans, they must be stopped. Sarutobi Hisashi waved his hand, signaling all Konoha ninja to charge forward. Standing amidst the crowd, Danzo shook his head in resignation, thinking to himself, you should at least devise a strategy. Even in battle at home, it cannot be so chaotic. Doton, Earth-style jutsu. Raiton, black lightning. Two deep voices resonated, clear to all present. Then, a colossal rock giant emerged from within the high walls, towering at 20 meters. Bolts of black lightning sparked around the giant, crawling across the ground towards Konoha's shinobi like an army of insects. The rock giant slowly raised its right arm, and then slammed it down towards the ground. Not good, get away, Sarutobi Hisashi shouted, but it was too late. First, the Konoha shinobi on the ground were struck by the black lightning, immobilized by its paralyzing effect, and then the giant's fist crashed down, generating a massive shockwave that knocked all shinobi to the ground, filling the air with cries of despair. Doton, original world separation technique. Another Doton jutsu was unleashed, as the diminutive Inoki floated in the air, grinning. My dear Sarutobi, our fight is far from over. You despicable fiend. Sarutobi Hisashi gritted his teeth, but had no choice but to fight with all his might. Just as the rock giant's second fist was about to strike the ground, the legendary three shinobi of Konoha simultaneously invoked their summoning techniques. The three shinobi of Konoha, at your service. Orochimaru's serpents swiftly climbed the rock giant, ensnaring him, while Gamabunta soared into the sky alongside Jiraiya, unleashing a massive fire release, Toad oil flame bullet. Tsunade's slug scattered across the battlefield, tending to the wounded, while several elite jounin, led by Konoha's White Fang, held back the Raikage's assault. Mokutan, birth of the world tree. In an inconspicuous corner, a blue-haired youth swiftly performed his jutsu. The ground of the battlefield cracked open, and countless enormous roots burst forth, transforming the area into a dense forest within mere minutes. Then, standing atop the tallest point in the forest, was Danmu, making his grand entrance. The ubiquitous trees interrupted the conduction of the Raikage's black lightning jutsu, not only safeguarding Konoha's shinobi, but also possessing hidden offensive capabilities within a certain range. Mokutan, multiple wood clone technique. From his being, numerous identical wood clones materialized. 20 in total, standing high above, simultaneously casting tranquility. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound echoed as a burst of blue light flashed, and gentle rain began to fall from the heavens. The injured ninjas, still in the process of healing, rose almost simultaneously, gazing up at the high figure of Duanmu with reverence. Even the battle-worn Konoha White Fang, covered in scars, received Duanmu's healing touch. Senju Hashirama is not dead. Anoki's heart trembled. In a moment of daze, he was struck by Sarutobi Hiruzen's staff and sent sprawling outside the high wall. Initially, Sarutobi had been internally reproaching Duanmu for using this technique, but upon closer observation, he noted that only Konoha ninjas were benefiting from the healing. The jutsu was ineffective against enemy ninjas, which relieved him greatly, allowing him to swing his staff once more at Anoki. Duanmu and his 20 clones dashed across the battlefield, especially as each of the legendary Sannin was accompanied by 2 clones, while Konoha White Fang dispatched 3. Each clone was a level 120 fully fledged druid, employing spells such as Rejuvenation, Blooming Flowers, Healing, Wild Growth, and Touch of Healing. As a result, no Konoha ninja suffered injuries, and they had never experienced such a smooth battle. When an enemy ninja struck, the blade would pierce one, and as soon as it was withdrawn, the individual would rise, inspecting their wound and the enemy's weapon, questioning their own sanity. Konoha White Fang had never imagined he could face the so-called strongest spear, the third Raikage. In the past, it was a mere fantasy, yet now it was a reality. He was enveloped in a vibrant green glow, with occasional glimpses of orange maple leaves, and even as the Raikage's Hell Spike technique inflicted damage, the verdant light surged into the wound, restoring it in an instant. How could this battle continue? Konoha ninjas, like indomitable cockroaches, pressed forward fearlessly, with even the typically fragile Chunin acting with wild abandon, not a single one retreating. With a thunderous crash, the rock giant collapsed under the relentless assault of Konoha's Sannin, and then continued to support their comrades. Tsunade, witnessing Duanmu's healing prowess, emulated him by casting the druid healing techniques he had taught her, which proved far more effective than her previous Sage Palm technique, though the chakra consumption was immense. Duanmu smacked his lips in disapproval. This approach was unsustainable. Fighting as individuals was akin to a scattered mess. Although Duanmu's healing had mitigated the ambush, the lack of unified command left the situation precarious. At that moment, a red-clad blonde ninja with a ponytail caught Duanmu's attention. Yamenka Kaori. Come here. Duanmu called out. In an instant, Yamenka appeared before him. Mr. Duanmu, did you summon me? Can your ninjutsu connect all Konoha ninjas? Duanmu cut straight to the point. Yes, Mr. Duanmu. Yamenka replied respectfully, having been thoroughly impressed by Duanmu's earlier performance, especially since his family was also one of Duanmu's allies. Help me connect them. Let us unite and drive back the enemy, Duanmu urged. Yes. Yamenka performed the hand seals and placed one hand on Duanmu's forehead while continuing to weave hand signs. Ninjutsu, heart-to-heart technique. Hey, can you hear me? Duanmu, unfamiliar with this technique, struggled to adapt. Yamenka, noticing Duanmu's confusion, reminded him, Sir, you can just speak directly. My chakra is running low. Oh, here, take this. Duanmu tossed him 2 glass vials filled with blue potions, stating, This will restore your chakra without side effects. I am Duanmu's son, temporarily assuming command on the battlefield as a candidate for Hokage. Let us unite to defend our homeland. All Uchiha, rally towards Jiraiya, gather your forces. All Hyuga, converge on Orochimaru to eliminate the remnants. The rest, gather around Tsunade. They seek to invade our territory. It is a path to destruction. In the absence of leadership, most were like headless flies, but with one person assuming command, direction emerged, and everyone silently followed Duanmu's orders, mobilizing into action. The team, centered around the Sannin, grew increasingly formidable, resembling 3 massive arrows that drove the invaders back with relentless force. Soon, the invading forces of Awagakure and Kimogakure were pushed beyond the high walls. As Duanmu observed the front lines, he reflected on a phrase. For what purpose does war ignite? Why do autumn leaves fall? Nature cannot be seized. Do we not all harbor doubts within our hearts? This sentiment was simultaneously transmitted by Yamenka's heart-to-heart technique. Duanmu shook his head, preparing to rise and join the fray when Yamenka called out, Mr. Duanmu, everyone awaits your words. Surprised that his thoughts could be shared, Duanmu seized the moment to impart the beauty of Chinese characters to this world, whose fists are clenched in anger. To protect the nation and eradicate evil. Let the way be natural, banishing the demons of the heart. He broke free from Yamenka and appeared atop the walls of Konoha, inhaling deeply, straightening his posture. And with all his might, he proclaimed, while war persists, calamity continues. For what do we fight? The ninjas below heard his words, each silently repeating them, feeling a surge of righteous energy. Under Duanmu's healing influence, the Konoha ninjas had already become fierce, and with his proclamation, they were further invigorated. As if infused with new vigor, a young ninja clad in a green bodysuit, agile and nimble, soared through the air, chanting, whose fists are clenched in anger. To protect the nation and eradicate evil. Gradually, the battle cry spread, echoing across the battlefield, whose fists are clenched in anger. To protect the nation and eradicate evil. The forces of Awagakure and Kumogakure were shaken by Konoha's fervor, retreating swiftly. Duanmu, witnessing this grand spectacle, felt a fire ignite within him. Summoning the spirit technique, he called forth a majestic flying mount, soaring into the skies, elevating the battlefield's morale to a fever pitch. Duanmu summoned the sacred golden cloud dragon, and the ninjas gazed up in awe as its golden scales glimmered in the sunlight. The dragon's horns and eyes radiated pure white light, cascading like silk in every direction. Duanmu, perched atop, resembled a divine deity, inspiring both reverence and trepidation. Listen well, you insignificant pests. If you desire war, then I shall oblige. With a fierce shout, the golden dragon exhaled a plume of fire as Duanmu gazed down upon the invading Awagakure and Kumogakure forces with an imposing presence. In contrast, even the mighty Raikage appeared diminutive and cowardly. Raikage A and Tsuchikage Onoki exchanged incredulous glances at the airborne dragon rider, exhaling frustrated sighs before ordering a retreat. Duanmu guided the dragon back to the ground, and with a unified hum, the crowd stepped back in unison. Duanmu dismissed his steed and leapt down. Dragon Master Duanmu! Dragon Master Duanmu! Someone shouted in exhilaration, and the crowd surged forward, lifting Duanmu high, throwing him into the air while chanting, Dragon Master Duanmu! Dragon Master Duanmu! From that moment on, Konoha gained a new hero, resonating throughout the ninja world as Dragon Master Duanmu. Amidst the crowd, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen watched in astonishment. Feeling a strange emptiness as he pondered the noble words Duanmu had spoken, leading him to question whether, in his pursuit of the Hokage position, he had lost the fiery passion he once possessed. Tsunade gazed entranced at the airborne demo, her mind swirling as if she were recovering from a night of indulgence. Orochimaru stood beside Hiruzen Sarutobi, his curiosity piqued by the potion bottle at the latter's waist. Jiraiya glanced at Tsunade, then at Damu amidst the crowd. Suddenly engulfed by a wave of inadequacy, his heart heavy with discomfort. A man of integrity, he found himself unable to engage in disruptive antics despite his inner turmoil. Contemplating his situation, he mused that perhaps departing from Konoha for a time might prove to be a wise decision. Ahem. Hiruzen Sarutobi coughed lightly, instructing a group of elite J-nin to convene at the Hokage Tower for a meeting. Yes, Hokage-sama. The assembled shinobi responded in unison, half kneeling in respect. Why not summon the dragon to eliminate them all? Damu whispered to Tsunade, cautious of revealing their intentions. What? Like a shadow clone? Tsunade exclaimed in surprise. Shoo! Damu gestured for silence, and Tsunade, startled like a frightened deer, glanced around to ensure no one was watching before she exhaled in relief. Half an hour later, all elite J-nin and special J-nin gathered in the Hokage's office. Hiruzen sat at the front, flanked by the Elder Council. Have we determined the objective behind the recent attack by the Awagakure and Kumogakure ninjas? Mito Kazekage inquired. Report. Elder Mito. Our investigation has revealed no specific targets for the recent incursions into Konoha. It appears they were searching for something, and their suspicious movements led to their exposure. An ANBU member responded. What of the damages? Hiruzen inquired, puffing on his pipe. Report. Hokage-sama. 13 residences were damaged, 3 civilians perished, and over 40 sustained serious injuries. However, by the time we arrived at the office, Mr. Yulong had already treated them. The ANBU expressed with gratitude towards Demu, seated below. Who is Mr. Yulong? Where is he from? Has a background check been conducted? Danzo, irate, had refrained from deploying the route support, reminiscent of the infamous Nine Tails incident and the Uchiha massacre. Ahem. Hiruzen coughed again, seemingly choking on his words. Huh, what a joke. Akimichi Dingza mocked, never one to shy away from expressing his opinion. What? Is it Damu's disgraceful Danzo who seems to have made a fool of himself? Danzo's anger flared as he summoned an ANBU for questioning, unable to suppress a gasp. Bang. Someone slammed their hand on the table. You dare, came a loud rebuke. Mind your position. Uchiha clan leader chastised. Danzo. Hiruzen rose, asserting, be mindful. For Damu has rendered significant contributions in repelling this invasion. Humph. Danzo begrudgingly accepted. Then, Elder Danzo. Damu stood, addressing the assembly. Where were you during this invasion? Where was your root organization? That is classified. You have no right to inquire. Danzo retorted sharply. Then you and your organization do not belong to Konoha. Damu maintained his composure. Impudent. Danzo slammed the table. I see you are the one being impudent. Konoha belongs to all of us, not just you, Danzo. Root is an organization of Konoha, not a tool for your personal desires. I propose we centralize Root's personnel authority, financial authority, and command authority under the Hokage. No actions may be taken without the Hokage's orders. Damu declared passionately. I oppose. Tsunade stood to voice her dissent. I too oppose. Mito echoed. Danzo stepped out from the podium, pointing disdainfully at Damu. I oppose as well. Ha. Just look at you. Do you even think you're worthy? Damu turned away from Danzo, maintaining his stance. As I stated, Konoha is for everyone present here. So, I ask again, who supports my proposal to limit Root's powers and return them to the Hokage? Raise your hands. Support. I agree. Me too. The assembly raised their hands in unison, an overwhelming display compared to earlier. Danzo staggered back, visibly shaken. Hiruzen, too, was taken aback by Damu's soaring influence within the village. With nearly every clan expressing agreement, he had to reconsider his position. He laid down his pipe. Then I decree, as Damu suggested, to retract Root's independent personnel, financial, and command authorities. Hokage-sama is wise. Damu bowed slightly in gratitude. Wait, Hiruzen. Danzo attempted to interject, but was restrained by Mito. Damu-kun, your contributions are commendable. Speak, what reward do you desire? Hiruzen inquired amiably. I wish to open a weapon shop and seek your approval. Damu resolved, intent on accelerating his influence. A weapon shop. Hiruzen paused, recalling his previous investments in the Tenya family. I oppose. Danzo interjected loudly. Firstly, I have not heard of your forging skills. Secondly, ninja tools are strategic resources and cannot be entrusted to you. Ninja tools are indeed strategic. Yet I never claimed I would manage them alone. Damu retorted, hands raised in surrender. I will openly invite bids from all capable families in Konoha, welcoming everyone to invest and participate. He nodded towards those behind him. There are many things you have yet to hear. Do you expect me to report every incident occurring in the ninja world to you? Damu countered Danzo directly, indifferent to the confrontation. You speak without evidence. Danzo felt increasingly vexed throughout the day. Tsunade, please bring forth the weapon I gifted you for everyone to see. Damu smiled at her. Tsunade stepped onto the podium, brandishing a pair of tiger claws. Ha. Danzo laughed triumphantly at the sight. Is this all? Who would dare invest in you? Tsunade clenched her fists, longing to strike him. At the month's end, reflections on my creative philosophy. Regarding updates, through communication with the editor, I aim to ensure daily updates during this phase. Each approximately 3,000 words. Please allow me to accumulate some backlog. I tend towards perfectionism, revising each chapter 4 to 5 times before finalizing, and subsequently editing each piece 2 to 3 more times, ultimately listening to it read aloud to confirm its quality. I apologize to my readers for any typos, grammatical errors, or awkward phrasing. While this may seem like flattery, I must at least hold my writing to a standard of respect. On content, writing fan fiction is both easy and challenging. As Shakespeare said, each reader has their own interpretation. It is a subjective matter, requiring a delicate balance. Personally, I prefer to unfold the narrative in a light-hearted and enjoyable atmosphere, but such discussions are futile. It ultimately relies on my own efforts, channeling the spirit of crafting golden chapters. On Kishimoto, across various forums, there seems to be a consensus regarding the creator of Naruto, that he likely lacked a comprehensive outline during the series development. This includes character designs, such as the third Hokage, item concepts like soldier pills, and power scaling, as seen in the later inconsistencies. However, it is precisely due to the controversies surrounding it that a multitude of people are drawn to the Naruto theme, which possesses a plethora of narrative possibilities. Yet, I believe the most challenging aspect lies in crafting the demise of the antagonists whose powers become increasingly implausible in the later stages, in a manner that is both reasonable and aesthetically pleasing. Regarding World of Warcraft, this game, at its current phase, can be deemed unparalleled and unmatched. However, due to its vastness, I find myself compelled to forego certain intriguing concepts. If I were to incorporate every detail, it would risk overshadowing the narrative. As I am penning a fan fiction of Naruto, not World of Warcraft, concerning the theme of clans, if I were to express any disdain within Naruto, I would find it hard to pinpoint individuals. However, the concept of clans itself is rather vexing. For instance, during the Chunin exam, when Neji Hyuga faced Naruto, he was deceived into believing that fate could indeed be altered, maintaining that belief even unto death. Yet, I feel that Naruto Uzumaki failed to fulfill his promise to Neji and transitioned from a firm believer in hard work altering destiny to a supporter of bloodline theories. This was evident during the Fourth Great Ninja War, where without a bloodline or clan background, one was relegated to mere cannon fodder, an aspect I deemed the most deplorable in Naruto's narrative. As for the female protagonists, I initially envisioned 3, but I have been grappling with whether to persist in this endeavor. The abundance of martial artists has made what was once a leisurely pursuit rather burdensome. Currently, I am only at the second female lead and wonder whether a poll could be conducted to determine if a singular female lead or multiple would be preferable. These thoughts reflect my personal musings. This novel marks my second literary attempt, still somewhat juvenile and lacking in eloquence, for which I kindly ask for your understanding. I have planned for it to span 1,000,000 words, complete with a detailed outline and character settings. Nevertheless, based on my current progress, I anticipate exceeding this target, though I shall not surpass 1.5 million words at most. Sincerely, The Cat Catching Mice Chapter 28. An unexpected visitor in the conference room of the Hokage building, the boisterous laughter of Danzo resounded. "Look here," said Danzo as he approached Tsunade, pointing at her gauntlets, dispelling the illusion, and revealing the phoenix claw. "Oh, what?" The laughter of Danzo abruptly ceased as he choked on his saliva upon witnessing the transformation. What a magnificent weapon! Truly remarkable. Even the 2 elders stepped forward to examine it, while Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his beard in contemplation. Silence. Let us proceed to the rooftop training ground to observe. A throng of people followed Sarutobi Hiruzen to the training arena, where Tsunade demonstrated the effects of the gauntlets. Once donned, she nearly equated to a shadow-level powerhouse. Without the application of ninjutsu, even Sarutobi Hiruzen could not contend with her. After everyone took turns to observe, they bestowed their praises upon her. Meanwhile, Danzo's expression darkened, his eyes glistening with malice. This weapon is impressive, but if it falls into the hands of outsiders, it could be turned against Konoha. Wouldn't that be akin to aiding the enemy? Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other 2 elders nodded in agreement upon hearing his words. "Here, try it on." Danzo handed the phoenix claw to Danzo. Danzo glanced at Danzo, puzzled by his cheerful demeanor. Nevertheless, he reached out to accept it. For what ninja would not desire formidable ninja tools? Danzo's hand was repelled upon contact. "What?" he exclaimed, channeling chakra to force his hand into the gauntlet. His face reddening with effort, yet the result remained unchanged. "As you can see, the weapons I create are not meant for just anyone to wear. They are sealed with a binding that only Tsunade can utilize." Danzo turned to Danzo, adding, "Thus, your concerns are rather superfluous, Elder Danzo." Danzo's expression fluctuated, realizing the foresight of his opponent. "Well, indeed impressive." Sarutobi Hiruzen declared first. "Then I permit your weapon shop to commence operations. However, such weapons must be reported in advance." "Thank you, Lord Hokage." Danzo bowed deeply to Sarutobi Hiruzen and then turned to the ninjas behind him, proclaiming, "The day after tomorrow, Tsunade and I will hold a bidding event at the Senju estate. We welcome everyone to participate and contribute to the noble cause of enhancing Konoha." Applause erupted spontaneously from those present as Danzo led Tsunade away amidst the clapping. Witnessing all this, Danzo ground his teeth in frustration, his eyes fixated on the pair. Seething with resentment, was it not better to keep Princess Tsunade as a mascot for the Senju clan in Konoha? If that is the case, there is no need to retain her any longer. And that detestable Danzo, this wretched commoner, must perish. Let us conclude this meeting, Danzo. I will dispatch the Umbu to the roots for retrieval. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked calmly before casting a glance at Danzo and departing. "Yes, Lord Hokage." Danzo clenched his fists tightly within his sleeves. That afternoon at the Senju estate, Senju Matsuke's approached the forging room where Tsunade and Danzo were busy at work. "Miss, your friend has come to see you and your husband. Should we go greet him?" "Who is it, Grandpa Matsuke's?" Tsunade inquired, turning around. "It is Lord Orochimaru." Matsuke's replied politely. "Him." Tsunade glanced back at Danzo. "Come, let us see what he wants." The two proceeded to the reception room, finding Orochimaru leisurely sipping tea in a chair. "What an unexpected visitor," Tsunade exclaimed as she entered. "What brings you here, Orochimaru?" "Why, am I so unwelcome?" Orochimaru replied in his characteristic raspy voice. "After all, we were once taught by the same master. It is rather disheartening to be treated so coldly. If you have business, then state it." We do not have time for your grievances, Tsunade retorted, firing back at Orochimaru's taunt. I have primarily come to seek Mr. Danzu, Orochimaru said, seemingly unfazed by Tsunade's sharp words. Looking for me? Danzu pointed to himself, perplexed, as he had only encountered Orochimaru a few times since arriving in this world. His feelings towards Orochimaru were neither hatred nor fondness. In the original narrative, this cunning serpent could be bested by many in the latter stages, yet none could kill him, which is quite admirable. However, it would be preferable if he were devoid of those sticky substances upon his resurrection. I am curious about the potion similar to the soldier pill that you provided to Yameka Ino, which can restore chakra. Might I procure some for research purposes? Orochimaru stated candidly. How did you learn of this? Danzu felt a twinge of wariness rising within him. At that time, I was connected to the mind-reading technique, hence I am not the sole individual privy to this information, Orochimaru replied leisurely. Is that so? Danzu felt a pang of regret for his carelessness. Here, take this. He extracted a glass vial containing a blue potion from his inventory. Oh, Mr. Danzu. You are also adept at space ninjutsu. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed as he received the potion. I detected a hint of energy fluctuation from you, even though you concealed it by reaching into your bag. Danzu gasped, taken aback by Orochimaru's keen observation. It seemed his recent successes had made him somewhat complacent. It's merely a simple storage function, akin to the principles of sealing scrolls. He offered a dismissive explanation. Orochimaru did not respond, but instead focused his attention on the restorative potion. With a swift motion, he removed the wooden stopper from the flask, extending his long tongue into the glass bottle for a taste, subsequently closing his eyes as if savoring the moment. Upon reopening his eyes, they sparkled with brilliance. Mr. Duanmu, what a remarkable talent you are, he exclaimed. But how is it that your tongue can extend so far, Orochimaru? Mr. Duanmu could not help but inquire. Is that what you meant? Orochimaru replied, demonstrating once more with ease. It's quite simple. If you, like me, sign a contract with the Dragon Cave, it becomes effortless. Tell me, Mr. Duanmu, with a powerful spirit beast like the soaring dragon at your disposal, are you still intrigued by my lesser spirit beast? Duanmu's cheeks flushed slightly as he glanced at Tsunade. I am merely curious about how you accomplished this, he confessed, eliciting a bemused expression from both Tsunade and Orochimaru. If it's possible, you might as well give it a try, Orochimaru suggested earnestly. A shiver ran down Duanmu's spine at the thought of Kabuto's sage mode in the original narrative. That won't be necessary. However, if you could share the location of the Dragon Cave, I would consider it a fair exchange for the potion earlier. Certainly, Orochimaru agreed without hesitation. But I can only reveal it to one person. He cast a glance at Tsunade. Humph, as if I care, Tsunade retorted, turning her head away from the two. Orochimaru leaned close to Duanmu's ear and whispered an address before returning to his seat. Duanmu noted that Orochimaru's body temperature was quite low, and he bore a peculiar scent reminiscent of disinfectant mixed with fresh grass. Pray tell, Mr. Duanmu, do you possess only this one potion? Orochimaru inquired, shaking the glass bottle in his hand. Duanmu shook his head and pondered for a moment. A flicker of disappointment crossed Orochimaru's face as he was about to take his leave when Duanmu spoke again. I have several hundred varieties. If you are interested, we could collaborate on some research and development. Orochimaru's eyes lit up with unexpected delight. It seems Mr. Duanmu has an unusual fascination with wealth. Of course, without money, what can one accomplish? Duanmu chuckled. Inwardly, he reflected, having been a poor student in my past life, I must experience the taste of immense wealth in this one. Why not just rob the wealthy? Orochimaru suggested casually. Orochimaru, Tsunade admonished sternly, do not lead Mr. Duanmu astray. Wasn't it you who lost everything in the land of grass last time, only to deceive the casino owner with a transformation technique? Orochimaru replied with a hint of disdain. That was a strategy, a clever use of intellect. Do not misrepresent it, Tsunade retorted, casting a guilty glance at Duanmu. With a resounding clap to his forehead, Duanmu remarked, the three disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen, one a lecher, one a gambler, and one a poisoner, are indeed all extraordinary talents. Should Sarutobi sense his thoughts, he would certainly scold him, for Orochimaru's bloodlust was influenced by the Dragon Cave, a burden that is not mine to bear. Tsunade's gambling tendencies were inherited from the first Hokage, another burden I shall not shoulder. As for Jiraiya, he was simply born that way. What connection do I have with that? What? You speak of the telescope technique. that was developed for the sake of peace in Konoha, an advanced environmentally friendly reconnaissance ninjutsu. In that case, I shall come to visit again. I am greatly intrigued by the potions you mentioned, Mr. Duanmu, Orochimaru said as he prepared to take his leave. Indeed, I too eagerly anticipate our collaboration, Duanmu replied, standing to shake hands with Orochimaru as he prepared to escort him out. As they approached the door, Orochimaru turned to Tsunade. By the way, I nearly forgot to mention, Jiraiya has applied to leave the village. What? When? Tsunade exclaimed in shock. After lunch, he departed. Reportedly due to a prophecy from the Toad Sage, he revealed, glancing at Duanmu and then back at Tsunade, who had quietly slipped away. Tsunade's expression shifted as they returned after seeing Orochimaru off. Mr. Duanmu, I would like you to accompany me to find Jiraiya, she said, her determination evident. Duanmu tilted his head, contemplating for a moment, making Tsunade exceedingly anxious. Finally, he reached out to pat her head. Very well, we shall go together after the bidding concludes. Chapter 29. The bidding at the weapon shop at the Senju estate. A day later, the atmosphere was once again vibrant and bustling. Senju Matsumi's face beamed with joy as he observed the lively courtyard filled with people, reminiscent of the grandeur when his cousin Senju Hashirama had just established Konoha. Esteemed guests, please quiet down. Senju Matsumi gestured at the throng. Four robust young men approached, laboriously carrying a large square tray measuring 4 meters on each side. 2 others joined them. Positioning 5 stands at the corners and center before the 4 placed the tray atop. This spectacle captured the attention of the guests. The tray was draped with a large red cloth, obscuring its contents. This is a sample made by my son-in-law, a token of our engagement gift for all of you, he announced, nodding. As the servants lifted the red cloth, a variety of ninja tools became visible: shuriken, short blades, long swords, great swords, kunai, and fist blades. All identical to those sold in weapon shops, yet each radiating a captivating glow. The crowd gathered closer, and a voice of astonishment broke through. Orochimaru, he exclaimed, displaying great interest in the weapons. Ahem. Ladies and gentlemen, please observe. The blue glow indicates a slowing effect on target movement and attack speed, particularly effective against J-Nin and higher. Senju Matsumi beamed at the astonished expressions of the guests, relishing their navet. However, he had forgotten that his own reaction upon first seeing these weapons had been even less composed. This red glow inflicts additional fire damage upon enemies. Detailed instructions are provided for your perusal, so I shall not elaborate further, he said with a jovial smile, retreating while directing the servants to present exquisite refreshments. The guests marveled at the weapons. Some enhanced speed, others restored chakra, while some dealt additional elemental damage. Amidst their excited discussions, Senju Matsumi clapped his hands. We, the Senju clan, are actively seeking partnerships with other clans. Interested parties may approach us for discussions. We have already reached a preliminary agreement with the Tenya clan for this batch of weapons. He continued, noting the changing expressions on the faces of several clan heads. Investors may acquire shares, and based on their stake, they will enjoy dividends and certain decision-making rights. He added, providing further enticing information. We, the Akimichi clan, wish to invest. Akimichi, Dingzu declared loudly. And us too. My clan will invest, proclaimed a J-Nin named Muki Takaneo. The Hyuga clan is in. The Uchiha clan also joins. Others soon followed suit, unable to contain their eagerness to participate. Senju Matsumi had prearranged for a scribe to record the names of the families for further discussions. Meanwhile, a figure in the crowd, Danzo, sent someone to inspect the situation closely. His pupils constricted as he observed the vast potential benefits and manipulation opportunities at play. Watching the enthusiasm of those in front of him, he too felt tempted. Just 2 days had passed since the invasion incident, and his root organization had been significantly diminished by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Currently, he could mobilize only a few squads, amounting to less than 20 individuals. Compared to the former control he wielded over the entire route, it felt akin to returning to a state of liberation. Nevertheless, Danzo remained undeterred, reflecting on the past day's events. His initial overconfidence led to a series of failures that clouded his judgment. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen remains Hokage, and as long as he requires someone to carry out clandestine tasks for him, it is inevitable that Danzo will rise again. At that time, that contemptible commoner will face a tempestuous retribution. Go, send someone. We shall invest as well. Danzo commanded a subordinate from the Shimura clan to handle the matter. Yes, master. The servant, hunched over, slowly retreated. Upon reaching the registration area, he lifted his head, straightened his posture, and strode confidently into the crowd. With a resounding slap, he placed a silver note on the desk of a Senju clan clerk. This is from the Shimura clan. We are investing. The clerk turned to glance at Matsukane, who imperceptibly nodded, accepted the silver note, and recorded the name of the individual. As night fell and guests departed, Moku, Denzu, Tsunade, and Danzo gathered in the reception hall. Tsunade browsed through the list of families that had invested today, which included nearly all the clans of Konoha. Meanwhile, Danzo was discussing future plans and arrangements with Denzu and Moku in detail. Oh, Tsunade exclaimed as she flipped to a page in the registration book, suddenly raising a query. Danzo-kun, come look at this. She brought the ledger over. What is it? Danzo turned to see. Heh, indeed a cunning old fox. Danzo mused, thinking for a moment. Moku, do you know this Shimura Shizen? Moku tilted his head, pondering before responding. Ah, yes, he is a servant of the Shimura clan, known for his unscrupulous ways. Forgetting loyalty in pursuit of profit. He also craves flattery and has committed numerous misdeeds under the guise of a clan elder's servant. Is that so? Danzo nodded. Can you approach him discreetly? Be careful not to let Elder Danzo find out. Certainly. Moku replied with confidence. My neighbor can help. Oh. His wife works at our clothing store. Danzo leaned closer to Moku's ear and whispered a plan. What? Like that? Moku gasped at Danzo's scheme, occasionally exclaiming in surprise. Oh dear. Is it necessary to go through all this trouble? Denzu interjected nonchalantly. His roots have been nearly dismantled by the third Hokage. If it weren't for some ties to the previous clan uncle, I could have eliminated him already. She seemed puzzled. Danzo-kun, you hold high esteem in the village. Many owe you favors. Why resort to such measures? Danzo's expression turned serious as he explained to the two. To take without asking is theft. To punish without inquiry is cruelty. If we were to eliminate him without any evidence, how would we differ from him? Simply because he has made our lives difficult? Because he has schemed against us in the past? Tsunade hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words. But why go to such lengths? Danzo continued. This strategy ensures that if he commits wrongdoings again, we can swiftly obtain evidence to control him and make his actions public, ensuring he faces the punishment he deserves. We must be even more cunning than the cunning, in order to know ourselves and our adversaries for certain victory. The wicked are cold-hearted and unfeeling. Reforming them is impossible. He added with a serious tone. Furthermore, this will foster a better environment in Konoha, preventing tragedies born from unprovoked violence. Danzo appeared lost in thought for a moment, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories. Unbeknownst to them, he was reminded of the blood-soaked night of the Uchiha clan's massacre. If the slaughter of Uchiha ninjas could be justified as a means of nipping danger in the bud, what of the innocent elders, women, and children of their clan? What sins had they committed? Thus, Sarutobi's order for the massacre remains an indelible stain on his life. I would even believe it if you told me he placed a curse on them. Danzo shook his head, breaking free from the reverie, and said, All right, everything is arranged. Now I must leave the rest to you, Moku and Denzu. He bowed to them. Danzo-kun, you are too courteous. Mr. Danzo, please do not mention it. The two responded hastily. Tomorrow, Tsunade and I will be leaving the village for a while. You may execute the plan as discussed. Danzo temporarily set aside his unpleasant memories, smiling as he spoke. Where are you headed? Do you require our assistance? Denzu inquired directly, his question somewhat abrupt, leaving Danzo and Tsunade momentarily taken aback. Nothing major. Tsunade and I are engaged, and we wish to take this opportunity to travel to some larger cities, Danzo explained, adding, We will also seek out quality raw materials for our store. The two then rose to take their leave, and as they reached the main gate, Denzu turned to remind Danzo, I heard that in the land of iron, there are excellent iron ore deposits. You should check it out. Oh, what is that place called? Tsunade casually asked as Danzo prepared to depart. Tetsuzan, Denzu replied. Upon hearing the name, Danzo stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. The following morning, after making all necessary arrangements, Tsunade and Danzo set off on their journey northward to seek out Jiraiya, under the watchful eyes of their family and friends. What? They have left the village? Danzo exclaimed as he stood abruptly in the route's main hall, listening to reports from the underground ninjas. Do you know their intentions? Orochimaru visited the Senju estate the day before, and on the same day, Jiraiya informed the Hokage of his departure. Those who have seen Jiraiya remarked that he appeared rather downcast. My subordinates speculate that they might be pursuing Jiraiya, the Root ninja cautiously reported. Despite the diminished power of Root, Danzo remained its leader, still commanding the loyalty of many subordinates. If managed properly, he could devise numerous schemes. Dispatch 2 teams to follow them. Report any findings promptly. We shall decide further actions from there. Yes, sir. The Root ninja nodded in agreement. Vanishing in a puff of smoke, Danzo slowly sat back down, his mind racing as he chuckled ominously. You wish to take what is mine? It shall not be so simple. You will learn of my might sooner or later. If you have taken from me, return it. If you have consumed what is mine, regurgitate it. Konoha will eventually be mine. With that, he clenched his fists, erupting into a maniacal laugh that echoed throughout the underground base, sending chills down spines. Chapter 30. The female ninja of Fuzaki village. As Danzo and Tsunade journeyed through the mountains, they felt at ease, unhurried, and without pressing matters. Jiraiya was not seeking to align himself with any malevolent forces. Should they encounter him, it would likely be in a context of justice against evil. Approaching the border of the Land of Fire, Danzo wished to procure some game for Tsunade. Transforming into cheetah form, he unexpectedly noticed that they were being followed by several individuals. Danzo and Tsunade whispered to one another, then swiftly ascended a towering tree. Moments later, a massive owl soared from the treetop into the sky. Pitter-patter. A dozen ninjas converged from various directions beneath the tree. Captain, the target has vanished. What about the trees? We have searched the trees already. There's no sign. One ninja reported to the leader. Each of you take a direction to search. If you locate the target, do not act rashly. Utilize your summoning beasts to maintain contact. Disperse. With that final command, the group of ninjas scattered into the shadows. In the heights, Tsunade rode upon the owl's back, weaving through the clouds, a testament to Danzo's great druid's mooning form. Wow, this feels amazing, Tsunade exclaimed, spreading her arms wide and relishing the exhilarating rush of wind. Where should we look for Jiraiya? Danzo inquired. Oh, you can still speak human language even after transforming, Tsunade remarked with curiosity. Yes, I can speak. Danzo, now in owl form, replied, his expression deadpan. How fascinating. I never imagined that after mastering would release, you could develop new abilities. Tsunade joyfully bounced on Danzo's back, clapping her hands. Hey, be careful. Duanmu fluttered his wings a few times before regaining stability, not anticipating that he could deceive Tsunade under the pretext of a skill change. In truth, his reasoning had a modicum of validity. After all, wood release allows for the manipulation of wood, and where is wood abundant, if not in the forest? And what else abounds in forests? Naturally, animals. Quite reasonable. Wouldn't you agree? Given Tsunade's intellect, even if she sensed the falsehood, she refrained from pressing too hard, understanding that in these tumultuous times, everyone harbors their own secrets. However, seeing his earnest explanation, she merely chuckled and let it go. Off to the land of hot water we go. Surely, he must be seeking inspiration. With that thought, she gritted her teeth and tugged at a tuft of fur on the back of Moonwing. Ow! Tsunade, please keep it steady, or it will disrupt my flight. Duanmu grimaced in pain. Oh, all right, Tsunade replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Duanmu opened the map in his system, confirmed their direction, and soared towards the land of hot water. As night descended, Duanmu landed in a dense forest of the land of hot water. Tsunade gazed skyward, feeling a tinge of regret. Will I still be able to ride you in the future? No problem. As long as you wish, I can always let you hop on. Duanmu responded, his face radiating affection. He suddenly paused, intending to tease her, but dismissed the tempting thought, realizing the importance of their task. After orienting themselves, the pair entered the largest city in the land of hot water. Unlike Konoha village, Duanmu observed the surroundings with keen interest. Everywhere he looked revealed something novel. The streets were lined with hot spring inns, restaurants, and taverns. The land of hot water seemed to host most of the tourism attractions in the shinobi world, and the two wandered about, exploring. That lecherous old man, how can he still be peeping outside the women's hot spring at his age? It's a wonder he wasn't put down. Indeed, his hair has turned white, yet he remains so lascivious. Truly, the heart does not age with the body. Hey, why does that old lecher move so nimbly at such an advanced age? I can't believe you have a taste for old men. A group of women clad in bathrobes playfully bickered as they entered an inn. Duanmu and Tsunade exchanged glances, deducing from their conversation that Jiraiya had likely passed this way. If he heard them, he would surely feel wronged, for he was born with white hair. If that were the case, Jiraiya could be considered exceptionally gifted, appearing older than other children from birth. As they strolled, it felt akin to following a navigation system. Wherever there were complaints about the white-haired lecher, it was surely a sign that Jiraiya had been there. Duanmu silently admired Jiraiya's exploits, noting that they had passed at least 20 establishments. Yet, observing Tsunade's grim expression, he dared not speak or inquire further. What an infuriating situation. That white-haired lecher had injured her sister. How despicable. A little girl with a ponytail muttered angrily. Pacing outside one of the inns, clearly flustered, Duanmu and Tsunade exchanged glances, sensing something was amiss. Despite Jiraiya's lewd forays, there had never been any reports of injuries. Moreover, although the girl appeared to be merely 15 or 16, her physique was quite impressive. Though that wasn't the main concern, the significant detail was that she bore a ninja headband, marking her as a shinobi. You said your sister was harmed? Tsunade approached with a warm smile. Who are you? The girl scrutinized them warily. Oh, that white-haired ninja is a wanted criminal in our village. We're here to apprehend him, Duanmu said amiably. Is that so? The girl, seeing their friendly demeanor, deemed them unlikely to be villains. My sister and I came here to stay, but she felt unwell and wanted to enjoy the hot springs. I was outside eating when I suddenly heard her scream from inside. When I rushed in, she was already on the floor. The girl began recounting her experience in a flurry. Don't worry, we're both medical ninjas. We'll take a look at your sister, Duanmu reassured her. That would be wonderful. The girl clapped her hands in delight and ushered them into the inn. What's your name? She asked as she led the way. I'm Duanmu. And this is Tsunade, he replied with a smile. What about you? I'm Fuko Rika, and my sister is Fuko Mikasa. We're both ninjas from Fuko village. The girl's innocence was almost endearing. Duanmu's simple inquiry prompted a lengthy account of her background, revealing her charmingly Navi nature. They quickly arrived at the sister's room. Mikasa lay quietly on the bed, seemingly asleep. Upon noticing the commotion, she turned to see her sister and inquired, Rika, who are they? As she caught sight of Tsunade and Duanmu following her sister, she attempted to rise but faltered, collapsing heavily back onto the bed. Who are you? Mikasa's expression was filled with alarm. Being injured herself, she feared for her sister's safety. Don't be afraid. This brother and sister are very kind. They are medical ninjas, and I asked them to help you. Rika exclaimed proudly. If you require payment, I have some, Mikasa said, tossing a pouch of money from within. Just please let my sister go. She knows nothing. Duanmu and Tsunade exchanged glances, realizing Mikasa had misunderstood their intentions. Tsunade stepped forward, producing a document resembling a modern identification card. This is my identification. I am a Konoha ninja named Tsunade. My ninja registration number is 002302, and you can verify it with any ninja organization. Mikasa hesitantly accepted Tsunade's identification, scrutinizing her closely before graciously acknowledging. So you are indeed the renowned Princess Tsunade of the legendary Sannin. It is an honor. Our purpose here is twofold. First, we noticed your sister Rika's innocence and cuteness, prompting us to assist. Second, we seek information regarding that white-haired ninja. Tsunade candidly explained, hoping to minimize misunderstandings. Yes, that lecherous white-haired man who injured you. If I catch him, I will surely make him regret it. Rika declared angrily, her tiny fist clenched as she waved it in the air. White-haired? Lecher? I don't understand what you're talking about. Mikasa frowned, her confusion evident. Sister, what happened that made you cry out and fall in the bath? Rika quickly interjected, pressing for answers. It was my chronic ailment acting up. I emerged from the bath intending to return to my room, but felt faint and collapsed. Mikasa slowly recounted the events. I'll treat you now. We can discuss everything later. Tsunade swiftly redirected the conversation. Oh, thank you so much. Mikasa replied graciously, then glanced at Duanmu, who seemed to sense her concern about needing to change. I'll go find some food, Duanmu said, taking the hint and stepping outside. After a short wait, he sampled some local delicacies. Duanmu and Tsunade is calling for you. Rika, her eyes red, beckoned him back inside. Upon entering, Duanmu found Tsunade utilizing the sage palm technique to treat Mikasa. What is going on? He inquired. She was injured during a sparring match and requires medicinal treatment. We may run out of time if we delay, Tsunade replied, turning her head toward him. This. Du-Enim found himself in a predicament. His healing abilities were entirely reliant on the skills of the druids, and he was utterly incapable of curing ailments himself. While detoxification was indeed a forte of the druids, pharmaceuticals were foreign territory for him. How about this? He proposed. I will maintain the healing spells while you procure the necessary medicines. Very well. Tsunade, unwilling to dawdle, imparted a few words of instruction to Du-Enim before swiftly departing, oblivious to the minuscule insect, no larger than a sesame seed, clinging to the hem of her garment. After her exit, a multitude of tiny pink insects emerged from the earth beneath the floor, swarming forth in a disconcerting mass. Chapter 31. Jiraiya's springtime in the kitchen of the inn. Two chefs, attired in their culinary garb, were engaged in hushed whispers. Meanwhile, three other chef-like figures were bound in a corner, partially concealed beneath a few scattered items. Their motionless forms suggested that their fate was decidedly grim. Captain, does this really work? A subordinate ninja inquired in a low voice. Of course, the ninja leader replied quietly. This substance is extracted from the bodies of insects by the Oil Woman clan. It is colorless and odorless, yet it amplifies human emotions to an uncontrollable degree. Then I shall deliver it to them, the subordinate declared, lifting a water jug to depart. Wait, the leader pondered for a moment. It would be best if that little girl retrieves it herself. If she doesn't come? Even if she doesn't, we have contingencies in place for the patient in her room. As he spoke, a knock echoed from the door. Is anyone there? There's no one ahead. I'm just here to fetch some water, a melodious female voice rang out. The two exchanged sinister smiles, and the subordinate's expression shifted through various emotions before settling on a mask of feigned innocence as he exited with the teapot. Uft. Jiraiya spat out the grass stem he had been chewing as he strolled along a woodland path outside the town, lost in thought. He had finally encountered a stunning beauty, only to faint before he could even admire her. At that moment, the rustling of leaves caught his attention, and he instinctively looked up. He recognized the sound of nearby ninjas moving swiftly, and with quick hand seals, he invoked the summoning technique. A common frog, no larger than a palm, materialized before him, and Jiraiya performed another set of seals, executing the frog concealment technique. The little frog opened its mouth wide, and to Jiraiya's astonishment, he leaped inside. Once the frog closed its mouth, it bounced away into the underbrush. Just as the frog containing Jiraiya vanished, two ninjas appeared beneath a nearby tree, settling down on the dry ground. Captain, this is too troublesome. One ninja complained. Fool. Silence. The captain hissed, glancing around to ensure no one was listening. Do you not understand? The Lord wishes to ruin his reputation. Just think, when Tsunade returns and discovers her fiancé consorting with two women at the inn, how will she react? She will be furious. Then the Lord will collaborate with us to spread the word throughout the village. Such a pity for those two kunoichi from Fuzi village. They truly are too good for him. The two chuckled lewdly, reveling in the thought of the disgrace that awaited him upon his return to Konoha. In the grass, a small frog leaped with remarkable speed, soon exiting the forest. The frog opened its mouth, and Jiraiya quickly crawled out, hastily making his way back to the city. A white-haired ninja dashed through the bustling town, tirelessly traversing every hot spring inn. At such a crucial juncture, Jiraiya had unfortunately forgotten the location of the inn he sought. Relying on his memory, he finally located it at the 7th establishment. He rushed to the front desk, but upon finding it unattended, a sense of foreboding washed over him. He hurried inside, just as a door swung open to reveal a young girl with bright orange hair tied back in a neat ponytail. Hey girl, have you seen Ugh? You lecherous creep, how dare you show your face here? She interrupted, charging at him without hesitation. In an instant, she launched a jab, followed by a sweeping kick, and then leapt into an overhead strike. Hey, I dodged your first two moves. I wasn't even asking you about the last one. Jiraiya felt a surge of irritation as he sidestepped her attacks. Seizing the opportunity while she landed unsteadily, he swiftly approached, grasping her arm and twisting it behind her back, firmly holding her wrists together. You perverted fiend. Unashamed. She spat angrily. Be quiet, or I will strip you of your clothes and toss you into the street. Jiraiya threatened menacingly. Such a threat proved effective, and the girl fell silent, her defiance extinguished as she began to weep softly. Has a blue-haired man named Du-Enim and a blonde woman named Tsunade been here? Sniff. Are you talking about brother Du-Enim and sister Tsunade? Sniff. Please. Don't tell me you plan to strip me. Jiraiya, now in a cold sweat, realized that this girl was indeed one of the kunoichi from Fuzi village mentioned by the two ninjas earlier in the forest. Just tell me, and I will let you go, he urged her patiently. Really? But you can't take off my sister's clothes, either. Oh, and you can't take off Sister Tsunade's clothes. The girl's mood began to brighten. Yes, I promise. Jiraiya was nearing his breaking point. Sister Tsunade went out to gather herbs for my sister. The apothecary is out of stock, but she has been gone too long. And Brother Du Nim left me 2 bottles of red medicine and told me to look for her. The girl chattered eagerly as her spirits lifted. Relieved, Jiraiya was about to leave when a sudden thought struck him. Wait, this girl can't be faking it, can she? With that, he pushed her forward, commanding, show me to your room. Sniff, you big bad wolf. You lecher. The girl whimpered in fear upon hearing his words. Ugh, I was just kidding. Hurry, someone is trying to kill your sister, and I'm here to protect you. Jiraiya felt exasperated. Really? The girl asked, half skeptical. Really? He gritted his teeth. All right. The girl obediently led Jiraiya into the room, and he scanned the surroundings, finding nothing amiss. Finally at ease, he shut the door and plopped down into a chair. After a bumpy journey and a lengthy conversation with the girl, he felt parched. He grabbed a water jug from the table and poured 3 large cups, gulping them down in succession. How uncouth. The girl remarked disdainfully. Fortunately, my sister and I finished ours. The rest is for you. I don't want it. Che, you little brat. Jiraiya dismissed her with a wave, continuing to drink. Unbeknownst to them, in the corners of the room, the pink, cicada-like insects began to crawl out from beneath the floorboards. They exuded a faint, floral-scented powder into the air. After waiting for a while, Jiraiya noticed that Tsunade and Du Nim still had not returned. Just as he was about to stand, he caught a whiff of an enticing fragrance. He turned to the girl, frowning. Why are you, a ninja, wearing perfume? White-haired brother, she exclaimed, approaching him with concern. Come see how my sister is still so dazed. What is wrong with her? Jiraiya furrowed his brow, but allowed the girl to lead him to the bed. What kind of illness is this? I don't understand. He admitted candidly. As the girl went to fetch water from the kitchen, she, like the leader of the root, noticed nothing amiss and cheerfully returned to the room. Du Nim, growing anxious as he awaited Tsunade, finally left with 2 vials of healing potions to search for her. The girl, Ella Levening, offered her sister some water, and she too drank a bit. These pink insects emit a powdery substance at specific times during the night, which serves as a form of communication within their swarm. Yet it is utterly terrifying to humans. The contents added to the kettle are the ground shells of these insects. All 3 individuals consumed the water, inadvertently stimulating the insects in the room. The fragrant powder they released is, for humans, an exceedingly potent poison, inducing weakness and rendering one incapable of utilizing chakra, while also causing hallucinations. Strangely, after 2 hours, it became apparent that this particular antidote was absent from all 3 pharmacies in town, much to Tsunade's vexation. Never mind. Let us ensure the sisters are settled, and continue our search for Jiraiya. Demu reassured her with a comforting pat on the shoulder. Indeed, I only have a 7-day holiday. Tsunade replied as she and Damu entered the hot spring inn. What is that smell? Damu exclaimed, feigning a hand seal as he prepared to unleash the typhoon skill of the druid. Thankfully, Tsunade was not proficient in wind techniques. Otherwise, an explanation would have been necessary. A powerful gust swept through, creating chaos in the inn, knocking items askew. What have you done? Tsunade turned and pushed Damu. Look at the state of this place. Did you not notice? This scent is a potent toxin, Damu patiently explained. What? A toxin? Tsunade gasped. They exchanged a glance and simultaneously declared, this is bad. They rushed upstairs to the rooms. Upon arrival, they found the door ajar, revealing a ninja lying in a pool of blood outside, looking as though he had just died. Jiraiya sat shirtless in a chair, fiddling with a kunai, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Damu, are you all right? Damu stammered as he stepped over the body into the room. Jiraiya glanced up, his gaze penetrating, and sighed. I was shielding you from disaster, Damu-kun. He then covered his face with his hands, exhaling deeply. Coughing, Damu muttered, Jiraiya, do you have no sense of shame? Just get dressed. Damu urged, shaking his head with a sigh. Tsunade approached and added, you 2 sisters should also put on some clothes. Let us discuss our next steps. What? Jiraiya turned sharply at Tsunade's words, noticing the sisters' faces flushed with embarrassment, and he stood up silently to dress. The younger sister, Ritsuka, did not cry but kept stealing glances at Jiraiya, while her elder sister, Mikasa, sat quietly, tears streaming down her face. Jiraiya, unsure of what to say, quickly donned his clothes and leapt to the window, grasping the frame as he announced, "My luggage is still outside the city. I'll go fetch it." Damu had already formed a hand seal, waiting to gauge Jiraiya's reaction before making a decision. Suddenly, massive wooden pillars surged from the room, forming an enormous wooden prison. "Damu-kun," Jiraiya pointed at Damu, his expression one of helplessness. "First, tell me what to do next." "Make a declaration," Damu insisted, casting a meaningful glance at Jiraiya. "Release this wood prison," Jiraiya said, a hint of irritation in his voice. "I shall not." "No," Damu responded defiantly, gesturing towards Jiraiya while smirking in the direction of the three women. Jiraiya turned to see Tsunade and the two sisters glaring at him with expressions as sharp as knives. He slumped to the ground, despondently declaring, "I suppose I will just marry both of them." "Humph." Tsunade and Mikasa scoffed in unison, while Ritsuka hesitated before innocently asking, "So, what should I call you? Brother-in-law or dear?" Damu chuckled as he stood, fully aware of the situation. "From now on, you shall call him brother-in-law, and he will call you dear. You may each address one another however you wish." "Damu," Tsunade shouted, punching him into the opposite wall. Jiraiya, witnessing the scene, felt a sense of familiarity. "Marriage is fine, but I am the village chief of Fukushi village. You must join our family," Mikasa said, wiping her tears with determination. "That is impossible. I am the legendary Sannin, unmatched across the land, the great Jiraiya. Even crying children ceased their wails in my presence," Jiraiya boasted, but inadvertently bumped his head against the wooden prison as he tossed his hair back. "Damu-kun, please remove the wooden prison. I promise I will not flee." Damu nodded at Tsunade, finally dismantling the prison. "Humph. He calls himself a sage, when in fact, he is merely a lecherous one," Jiraiya grumbled in protest. "Enough of this nonsense. Let us discuss serious matters," Tsunade bellowed, slamming her fist on the table. "Wow. My future husband is the renowned Jiraiya." Ritsuka clapped her hands in delight. "Since you refuse to join our family, you need only marry my sister," Mikasa said, somewhat irritated by Jiraiya's reputation. "But what about you, sister?" Ritsuka cried as she clung to Mikasa. "If this succeeds," Mikasa touched her belly, contemplating their family's legacy. Tsunade felt at a loss, as did Jiraiya. Deep in thought, "Are there any specialties from your village?" Damu inquired, breaking the awkward silence. "Yes, there are two great mountains in our land, connected by a beautiful bridge at their peaks. The water is sweet, and the base of the mountains is lined with many transparent stones, though they serve little purpose aside from their beauty." Ritsuka eagerly recounted the virtues of her homeland, counting on her fingers like a child. "Sweet water, transparent stones," Damu pondered, stroking his chin. "Here, take a look." Ritsuka pulled some stones from her bag to share. "Isn't this used for cutting glass?" Jiraiya remarked dismissively. "Wait, this." Damu examined it closely. "Do you have a mine? Is this not a diamond? Is this called a diamond?" Ritsuka beamed with delight at the name. "Damu-kun, please do not stray from the topic," Tsunade lamented, slapping her forehead in frustration. "We must resolve their issues." "I am resolving the issue." Damu smiled. "Let me guess. Though your environment is beautiful, your village is remote, sparsely populated, and economically isolated." "Yes." Mikasa nodded resignedly. "Then this is simple. You both shall marry Jiraiya." Damu clapped his hands gleefully. "However, we cannot leave the village, nor abandon our villagers," Mikasa declared firmly. "I never suggested you leave your village." Damu shrugged. "Damu-kun, that joke is not amusing." Jiraiya stood, his expression serious. "Oh dear, are we starting to protect each other now?" Damu exclaimed dramatically. The two sisters blushed at his words. "Damu," Tsunade appeared ready to erupt. "All right, enough with the games. Let me present this." Damu flourished his hands, revealing a peculiar contraption resembling a mechanical engine. "This is a wormhole generator," Damu proclaimed proudly. "I previously used it to teleport Danzo to the land of sand, though it was merely a prototype at the time." "Indeed, you are responsible for that chaos," Jiraiya and Tsunade exclaimed in unison. Damu awkwardly scratched his nose, feeling a bit sheepish. "Well done. I've long found those elders displeasing," Tsunade exclaimed joyfully as she slammed her hand on the table. "You may be a bit unclear about our location. Come, Raimai, please explain to everyone where our village is." The young girl promptly responded. "Our village lies to the east of the land of sound and to the west of the land of water. With the coordinates set according to the map provided by the system, Duanmu faced the wall and pressed a switch. Suddenly, a burst of blue energy surged forth, striking the wall and gradually expanding to form a traversable magical gateway. Wow, that's really our village, sister. It's our village. Raimai excitedly shook her sister's arm. Let's go take a look. Duanmu called to the others. Just as the two sisters were about to rise, they simultaneously gasped and their faces flushed crimson. Ah, my oversight, Duanmu said sheepishly as he scratched his head. He cast the rejuvenation technique on both sisters. Oh, I'm feeling better, Raimai exclaimed. It's all your fault, brother-in-law. You were too forceful earlier, like a bull. Duanmu, hearing her bold words, quickly coughed a few times to mask his embarrassment. Hey, sister, why did you hit me? Raimai cried out. It was brother Duanmu who said it. We should call each other that. Oh dear. Tsunade, why did you strike me? Duanmu complained, covering his head. Look at the nonsense you've taught them. Tsunade said, cradling her forehead. Come on, let us go. Jiraiya, blushing, quickly changed the subject and stepped through the portal. TCH, are you all bluffing? Duanmu shook his head, dragging the corpses outside into the room, shutting the windows, and sealing them with wood release before entering the portal. At the entrance of Fiziko village, a strange energy circle appeared out of thin air, gradually expanding to a height of over a person, immediately attracting the attention of the village's security team. With a swift motion, several weapons were aimed at Jiraiya, who raised his hands in resignation. The buzzing continued as the others followed through the portal. Village chief. One of the leaders waved his hand, prompting the villagers to lower their weapons. Village chief, you're back. Have you found someone to help us? Yes, I have. It's them, Meixiang shyly replied. Greetings, young master. A group of female ninjas knelt before Duanmu, welcoming the return of Fueying. What? Duanmu exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Jiraiya felt incredibly awkward. Seeing Jiraiya's embarrassment, Meixiang stepped forward, wrapping her arm around his, and said, You've mistaken. He is the one. Wow. So many beautiful women here. Jiraiya is indeed fortunate. Duanmu murmured softly. Suddenly, he sensed a murderous aura and turned to see Tsunade. Fists clenched, her knuckles cracking ominously. You want to join in, huh? Tsunade growled. Boom, boom, boom. Duanmu dashed ahead, Tsunade in hot pursuit. Jiraiya, help. Someone's trying to murder her husband. Uffed. Jiraiya scoffed. What a show-off. I've got two. He draped an arm around Meixiang and the other around Rika, leaving the women of Fiziko village astonished. Upon learning about the situation in Fiziko village, Duanmu realized that while the village was not entirely destitute, it faced significant challenges. The rooms were cramped, there was little arable land, and food was scarce. Moreover, the economic conditions were far from optimistic. After assessing the situation, Duanmu utilized wood release to address the villagers' housing issues. As new, spacious wooden houses sprouted up, the entire village erupted in excitement. Distribute these provisions to everyone, Duanmu said, pulling out food from his backpack for the villagers. Even the upgraded tonkatsu ramen was devoured with delight. Duanmu and his companions shared a moment of nostalgia as the village held a grand feast. Let us go. Let us drink. The trio gazed at the lively scene with a sense of reflection. Onward. Tsunade led the way. Go, go, go. You stay and accompany the two younger sisters, Duanmu declared grandly. Why should I, a woman, interfere with men drinking? You, Tsunade pointed at Duanmu, when I next ride you. Beware that I might pluck every hair from you. She turned and left. Jiraiya felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, realizing he had overheard something scandalous. Come on. Duanmu clapped Jiraiya on the shoulder. Brother, let us share a drink. The sacrifice is too great. Jiraiya looked at Duanmu with excitement. Duanmu, are you misunderstanding something? Duanmu stammered. Chapter 33. Toasting to songs between two peaks in Fiziko village. On a bridge that connected them, the full moon illuminated the surface like white frost. Two men sat in the middle of the bridge, one holding a jug of wine, their boisterous laughter echoing from above. Brother Duanmu, to be honest, I wasn't entirely convinced before, but now I am, Jiraiya said, tilting his head back to take a drink. How does Tsunade even manage to pull your hair? Duanmu was taken aback by Jiraiya's curiosity and decided to demonstrate, transforming into the great druid's mooning form and taking Jiraiya on a flight above. So that's how it is. Truly exhilarating. Now let us drink. Jiraiya clinked glasses with Duanmu, savoring the delightful wine that was fragrant, pure, sweet, and smooth, with a crystal-clear liquid and a refreshing aftertaste. This, Duanmu raised his glass, was originally a gift for Tsunade's birthday, but now you are fortunate to enjoy it. What is this called? Jiraiya asked. Though he was not typically a drinker, he found himself intrigued. This is called Nilon Mountain Erguotu, made from sorghum, rice, glutinous rice, and wheat. It is fermented through 3 rounds of steaming and boiling, with the middle portion being the finest. When it was created, it was named after a bull standing atop the Hokage rock, hence the name. Haha. If you like it, drink more. Duanmu beamed at the praise. To be honest, I quite like you. You are witty, generous, and chivalrous. The only flaw is your stubbornness. Duanmu continued. Hehe, am I really that great? Jiraiya replied bashfully. Of course you are. Just a bit low level. Only level 58. Duanmu mused. I'll take you to grind some dungeons sometime. What level? Dungeon. Jiraiya was utterly perplexed. By the way, is your birthday really November 11th, Singles Day? Duanmu couldn't help but pry further. The date is correct. But why is it called Singles Day? Jiraiya asked, puzzled. Oh, don't sweat the details. Have you begun drafting your romantic series? Duanmu inquired, curious about whether his field trips aided Jiraiya's writing. I might have some nervousness. Jiraiya scratched his head and glanced at the jubilant crowd behind them. It surely helps, but I'll likely reduce it in the future. Suddenly, Duanmu pulled out a book from his system backpack. This is a gift for you, a novel from a foreign land that I've collected for quite some time. I've translated it. I hope it helps. Jiraiya looked at the cover, which read, a soul-stirring romance novel, chuckling at its straightforward title. As he opened it, he exclaimed, wow, this is fascinating. Oh, it can be like this too? Closing the book, he nudged Duanmu's arm. I didn't expect you to be my kindred spirit. They both shared a knowing laugh, unaware that Tsunade, lurking behind, was gritting her teeth in fury, and the consequences for Duanmu would be dire. By the way, as one of the legendary Sannin, does your daily life carry a lot of pressure? Duanmu had begun rambling at this point. Haha, brother Duanmu. Let us have another drink, and then head back, Jiraiya said, gazing at Duanmu, his words becoming increasingly muddled. Haha. In this moment, I feel inspired to compose a poem, Duanmu exclaimed, teetering as he stood up with his cup raised. Oh, Jiraiya's eyes lit up, surprised by Duanmu's unexpected artistic flair. Ah, the ocean is filled with your watery belches. Du-Enim retched, and Jiraiya, exasperated, supported him, only for Du-Enim to gently push him away. Cleansing technique. In truth, intoxication and poisoning share a similar essence. Rays of vibrant light cascaded upon Du-Enim, prompting him to shake his head and regain a modicum of clarity. With a composed expression, he cleared his throat and recited a poem on behalf of Jiraiya's fans from the original work. The roaming dragon enters the sea. Yet the sea does not embrace me as it churns. Fallen leaves return to their roots, but the roots do not welcome my solitary shadow. The fierce tiger ascends the mountain, and I, a great hero, shall reach the pinnacle. The cloud crane soars straight to the heavens, yet the heavens do not welcome me. The wondrous wood sage, mountains and seas should unite. If they do not welcome me, so be it. Jiraiya, he pronounced the last 3 words with deliberate emphasis. Pointing at Jiraiya. Ha ha ha, what a thrill, what a rush. Jiraiya smashed his cup onto the ground with exuberance. Alas, Du-Enim misstepped and tumbled off the bridge, causing Jiraiya to snap back to sobriety. Just as he was about to leap after him, a raven swooped down, transforming with a flourish into Du-Enim. A friendly reminder, do not fly under the influence, and do not drink if you intend to soar. He then plummeted straight down. Oh dear, Jiraiya caught Du-Enim, and they exchanged knowing smiles. After a while, the banquet concluded. Tsunade and the others were unaware of the precise workings of the wormhole generator, so they traversed the portal back that very night. After ensuring the villagers of Fiziko were settled and addressing the diamond mining concerns, Meixiang returned to the hot spring inn in the land of hot water with the group. Du-Enim sluggishly rose from the tatami, still groggy from his hangover. Parched and dry, spotting a kettle on the table, he reached for it, only to recall Jiraiya's experiences with ambidextrous combat. Exercising caution, he summoned a flicker of light from his hand, casting it into the kettle. After confirming its safety, he eagerly embraced the kettle, drinking several hearty gulps to alleviate his dry throat, before resting across from the bed. Hey, Du-Enim's drinking startled Jiraiya awake. That water was poisoned. I say, Jiraiya. Du-Enim shrugged. I've already finished it, and you tell me now? Besides, if you knew it was poisoned, why leave it here? Are you keeping it as a memento? Jiraiya found himself momentarily speechless, taken aback by Du Nim's retort. Wait, I'll call Tsunade to help you detoxify, he said, rising to rush outside. Detoxify? Du Nim, still dazed from his hangover, questioned. Yes, this poison can only be purged through intimate relations, Jiraiya declared, his tone grave, as if he bore the weight of deep suffering. Oh, detoxifying is something I can manage myself, Du Nim replied proudly, taking another sip of water and flashing a triumphant smile at Jiraiya by the window. You can do it yourself, Jiraiya exclaimed, his expression one of intrigue. What are you implying? Du Nim realized Jiraiya had misunderstood and promptly demonstrated the druid's cleansing technique right before him. Ah, you should have said so earlier. Jiraiya sighed in relief, plopping down. Actually, calling Tsunade would also suffice, Du Nim added bashfully. Jiraiya scoffed. Pa, you're merely lusting after her. He then shifted gears, winking at Du Nim. Tsunade is so beautiful, you must treat her well. She is righteous, honest, and possesses exquisite taste. Hey, Du Nim interjected nonchalantly. Tsunade is so fiery. Just as he was about to continue, he sensed a murderous aura behind him and caught the glint in Jiraiya's eyes. Du Nim quickly altered his course, adding, her fiery figure and enchanting beauty are simply irresistible, captivating all who behold her. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of crisp footsteps echoed as three women entered. Oh, am I really as amazing as you say? Tsunade mused, caressing her own face while she deftly placed her kunai back into her pouch. In an instant, Du Nim felt beads of sweat trickling down his back, and he discreetly gave Jiraiya a thumbs up from the shadows. Sister-in-law, where shall we go next? Rika cheerfully bounced over to inquire. Thwack. Mei Xiang playfully tapped Rika's head. You must show respect to your husband. Rika cheekily stuck out her tongue. No need to be so formal, Jiraiya said, scratching his head in embarrassment. I wish to visit the land of rain, to check on the 3 children I taught. Du Nim contemplated for a moment, proposing, how about this, Tsunade? You take Mei Xiang and Rika back to Konoha to report the joyous news to your teacher. Besides, I feel more secure with Tsunade overseeing things at home. Tsunade nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in his words. This poisoning incident should be reported to the teacher as well. Had it not been for Jiraiya, the consequences could have tarnished your reputation. Indeed, Jiraiya's demeanor turned serious. My intention is to refrain from reporting it, Du Nim stated resignedly. Why? Tsunade's impatience surged, her voice rising. Because. Du Nim spread his hands. We lack evidence proving he orchestrated it. Are the corpses of those 2 not enough evidence? Tsunade challenged loudly. What if that old dog claims it was their independent action? What if he demands proof of orders? Du Nim spoke earnestly. Moreover, we cannot simply execute him for this crime. If we strike the snake but fail to kill it, we may suffer repercussions. We must crush him with overwhelming force, ensuring there are no future threats. The room fell silent as everyone pondered Du Nim's words. Do not be so pessimistic. Though the old forces in the village are formidable, our strength is also growing. Du Nim smiled, attempting to reassure Tsunade. All right, I shall heed your counsel. Let that old dog enjoy a few more days of freedom. Tsunade, though reluctant, ultimately decided to follow Du Nim's advice. I will see you off. Once Jiraiya and I conclude our business, we will return shortly. Du Nim patted Tsunade's shoulder reassuringly. Oh, we're off to the land of fire for some fun. How wonderful. Rika rejoiced, nearly leaping in excitement, oblivious to her new role as a wife. Du Nim utilized his mage skills to open a portal to Konoha, directly leading into the courtyard of the Senju residence. The 3 women stepped through and vanished from sight. How marvelous! Jiraiya exclaimed in admiration. Enough chit-chat. Do you know the locations of Nagato and Konan? Let us teleport there directly. Although Du Nim had just been persuading Tsunade, after experiencing such events, who could remain unperturbed? His mind was consumed with thoughts of rapidly strengthening himself to ultimately crush all adversaries. How do you know? Jiraiya inquired curiously. Oh, that is quite simple. I overheard Tsunade mentioning it before. Du Nim hastily concocted a suitable excuse. They are in the land of rain. Jiraiya revealed Nagato's location. Following Jiraiya's directions, Du Nim adjusted the wormhole generator accordingly, pressing the switch. Chapter 34. The creators of Akatsuki within a dense forest in the land of rain, dark. Ominous clouds blanketed the sky, and a gentle drizzle fell, saturating the air with humidity. Occasionally, white lightning would crack through the clouds. This perpetual weather engendered a sense of oppression and despondency. With a low hum, a tall blue oval energy gate materialized, and two figures emerged from within. Goodness, the weather here is truly dreadful. Du-NM complained, shaking off the raindrops from his clothes. Jiraiya looked up and spotted a cave entrance not far away. Gesturing to Du-NM, "Come, this way," he proceeded with ease toward the cave. As they entered, despite it being daylight, the cave's rocky walls were adorned with flickering torches, crackling softly. Du-NM surveyed the environment, noticing wooden shipping crates haphazardly stacked outside, with a blue curtain hanging within, offering minimal protection from the chill. A musty scent of spoiled food wafted from inside, and water occasionally dripped from the cave ceiling. "Hey, the rain has stopped. Look over there. Nagato, Conan, look. The sun is shining." A boy's voice echoed with vitality. Hey, it's just been 2 days without food. Don't lose heart." The hesitant words seemed to lack any motivational effect. "I understand, Yahiko. You should also say less and conserve your energy," a gentle girl's voice remarked. "Miyaki, the teacher has been gone for quite a while. Do you think he won't return?" A frail voice inquired. "He will return. That toad is merely a messenger." Suddenly, Jiraiya shouted from the cave entrance, "Yahiko, Nagato, Conan, I'm back." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 small figures dashed in from outside. Upon seeing Jiraiya, the children hesitated for a moment, yearning for a hug, but then stood shyly in place. "Teacher, you're back." At that moment, Jiraiya realized a rather awkward issue. He had come hastily with Danmaku and brought nothing with him. "Great. It seems I'll have to catch fish later." Danmaku, noticing Jiraiya's embarrassment, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Jiraiya turned to him, awkwardly smiling in response. "Who are you? Why are you mocking my teacher?" An orange-haired boy stepped forward, pointing accusingly at Danmaku. Accompanying him was a purple-haired girl, while another slender boy clung to the arm of the orange-haired boy, hiding behind him. Timid and cowardly, this was Nagato's first impression of Danmaku. Was this the terrifying man who would later resist the Akatsuki on the second floor? Danmaku observed the 3 children closely. They appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old. They were thin, emaciated, a clear sign of malnutrition. They wore tattered robes, which could easily be mistaken for ragged sacks. Their garments were soiled and muddy, with only the girls' shoes appearing decent. The other 2 boys wore shoes that were barely recognizable as such. "Have you not eaten yet?" Danmaku inquired with a smile, noticing the distinct swallowing motions of the children's throats. Would release, 4 pillars house. With a loud rumble, several massive wooden pillars erupted from the mountainside, constructing a wooden house within the cave in the blink of an eye. It was complete with doors, windows, tables, chairs, and beds. "Wow!" the 3 children exclaimed in awe. Danmaku approached the wooden table, rummaging through his beast backpack to produce a feast, a portion of Ragna beer roasted ribs, ice fire fragrant salmon, winter festival barbecue, and a hearty bowl of ice-crowned fortress chicken soup, finishing with 5 cups of fragrant Pandaren pearl milk tea. "I apologize for serving you such greasy food so early in the morning. I'll prepare something better for dinner," Danmaku said apologetically. Yet, to Jiraiya, this seemed somewhat inconsiderate. Fortunately, he was unaware of the term Versailles. The enticing aroma wafting through the air made even Jiraiya's throat involuntarily swallow, and the orange-haired boy's stomach audibly growled, turning his face crimson. "Come on, children," Danmaku beckoned. "Let us feast," Jiraiya declared, knowing that despite their youth, the children were perceptive. If he didn't speak up, they would likely refrain from eating, no matter how hungry they were. The 3 children rushed forward, and upon seeing Jiraiya begin to eat, they devoured the food ravenously, as if they hadn't tasted such delicious fare in ages. Danmaku chuckled as he lifted a cup of milk tea and took a sip, then suddenly remembered something. He pulled out a needle and thread from his backpack, watching them eagerly eat while he crafted something. Half an hour later, the children leaned back, one hand on their bellies, the other tightly gripping their cups of pearl milk tea. As Danmaku snipped the last thread, he announced, "All right, try on these clothes and see if they fit." Just then, a crashing noise erupted from the back of the room. My apologies. It seems my wooden house has collapsed your room." It's all right," came a weak voice from Nagato. "Allow me to introduce myself." Yahiko stood up, straightening his robe confidently as he approached Danmaku. "I am Yahiko, and my dream is to conquer the world and create a realm free of war. This is Conan, and he is Nagato. How fortuitous. That aligns perfectly with my own dream." Danmaku replied, straightening his expression as he stood. "I am Danmaku's son. a close friend of Jiraiya. Your food is truly delicious. Thank you, Mr. Damaku. Conan said sweetly, stepping forward to bow. Here are 3 ninja outfits. I apologize for the lack of preparation on my part. Damaku handed over the garments. The children's eyes sparkled, but they turned to Jiraiya for approval. Only after he nodded did they joyfully accept the gifts. As they entered to change, another gasp echoed, as Damaku had thoughtfully prepared 3 separate rooms within the house. Thank you, Damaku. I owe you another favor. Jiraiya approached him with a smile. Damaku playfully punched Jiraiya's shoulder. Why would you be so formal with me? Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps on the wooden floor echoed as the 3 children emerged, exchanging glances filled with joy, admiring their new attire. Come, let us see how well you've practiced the ninjutsu I taught you last time. Jiraiya called, and the 3 children followed eagerly, brimming with confidence. Damaku observed them for a moment before leaving the cave. In the afternoon, he returned from the forest with a wild boar. Utilizing his culinary mastery from the world of beasts and aided by the system, he prepared red braised pork, boiled meat, garlic ribs, winter melon meatball soup, and crystal sweet and sour pork, along with a pot of fragrant rice made from the harvest of the Pandaria half-mountain farm. This marked his first attempt at crafting authentic Chinese cuisine in another world, with the crystal sweet and sour pork being the highlight. Damaku used fire-release ninjutsu to rapidly elevate the temperature of the cooking pot, achieving the critical step of perfect crispiness. Subsequently, he accelerated the coating of syrup with wind release, and finally, using the Mage's ice spear technique, he enveloped the dish in a thin layer of ice, achieving a delicate balance of tenderness and flavor without being greasy or tough. When the 4 of them entered, it was precisely as Damaku was finishing the sweet and sour pork. Jiraiya, twitching at the corners of his mouth, remarked in a lesson-like tone, "See, this is the wondrous aspect of ninjutsu. We can even use it for cooking. A ninja who cannot cook is not a good wood-release architect. Is that so? Teacher Jiraiya, are you the same?" Nagato timidly questioned, nearly choking Jiraiya with his words. Everyone's back? Perfect timing. The food is ready. Wash your hands and let us eat. Damaku smiled as he removed his apron. In the evening, the 5 of them sat at the cave entrance, leaning back on their hands, watching the sunset. Shortly after Jiraiya and the others arrived, the rain had cleared, a rare occurrence in the land of rain, where it rained only a couple of days each month. The children's faces radiated happiness, and no one dared to speak, fearing it was all a dream. Have you ever thought about looking at the sky? Damaku asked, his heart aching for them, unable to fathom that they would become the founders of the world's largest terrorist organization. But for now, he simply wished for their joy. Oh! The 3 children exclaimed. Can we? Nagato still appeared timid. Is it really possible? Conan nearly jumped with excitement. Humph! Yahiko, though silent, was filled with anticipation in his eyes. Of course. Wood release. Multiple wood clones. Damaku formed the seals, creating 2 wooden clones from his own body. Barbara, magical energy. Transform into wood. In an effort to amuse the children, Duanmu playfully transformed, puffing and flapping. His true form and his clones morphed simultaneously. His original self became the majestic, great druid's mooning form, while the 2 clones took the shapes of the Sand-Time Young Dragon and the Obsidian Nightwings. Choose your mounts, Duanmu declared. Mayahiko selected the largest, adorned with yellow crystals, this Sand-Time Young Dragon. Conan opted for the fluffy mooning, and Nagato chose the sleek, formidable Black Panther, the Obsidian Nightwings. Once all 3 children were securely seated, Duanmu flapped his wings and soared towards the horizon bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, the air alive with the joyful cheers of the children. Jiraiya, lounging under a cool canopy, watched as they gradually became 3 distant specks in the sky, a smile of contentment gracing his face. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Glancing around, he realized he was alone. He called out loudly, "Hey, you've forgotten me. I want to soar through the skies too. Come back." Chapter 35. The mystery of war under the fading sunlight. Rays illuminated the dark clouds above, their edges gilded in brilliant gold, offering a semblance of warmth to the long-time residents of this land. "Wow!" exclaimed Mayahiko, perched atop the Sand-Time Young Dragon, his trepidation replaced by exhilaration. Nagato and Conan remained relatively quiet. Upon takeoff, Conan clutched the soft fur of the mooning tightly, fearful of falling. Nagato kept his eyes tightly shut, sprawled across the panther's back, until he heard Mayahiko's joyous shouts, prompting both to slowly open their eyes and gaze at the breathtaking scenery. leaving them awestruck. "It's beautiful," Conan murmured softly. Tears welled in Nagato's eyes, seemingly recalling his departed parents. "You are all good children. Would you like to return to Konoha village with me?" Dwanmu pondered for a moment before speaking. "But my dream is to dominate the ninja world and ensure the people of the Rain Country live happily," Mayahiko declared resolutely. I agree with Mayahiko." Conan blushed, feeling guilty for her wavering heart. Nagato hesitated, unable to articulate his thoughts. "I share the same aspiration as Mayahiko, which is why I sought you out. I wish for you to be my allies. You are the seeds of peace, and one day, if you return having learned, we shall strive together to restore peace to the ninja world and ensure happiness for all. What do you think?" Dwanmu spoke in a soothing tone. Unbeknownst to him, this very action would later stir considerable turmoil. The Akatsuki organization would not only form years earlier than anticipated, but would also possess strength several times greater than before. As the sun fully set, Dwanmu led the three children back, but just as they neared the cave where Mayahiko and the others resided, Dwanmu paused. "Children, may I take a moment? I need to investigate something unusual to the west." "Of course, Mr. Dwanmu." The three children replied obediently. With their response, Dwanmu flapped his wings and soared westward. A powerful gust of wind scattered debris across the ground, raising a cloud of dust around them. After landing, Dwanmu reverted to his human form, while the two clones remained vigilant as they approached a dilapidated ruin. The wooden structure had partially collapsed, exposing stairs and remnants of its interior. "Ah, no." Nagato recoiled, stumbling backward and falling to the ground, scrambling toward Dwanmu's clone on hands and knees. "Huh." Dwanmu and the others were bewildered and quickly followed Nagato. "Nagato, what's wrong?" Conan inquired gently. "I don't want to be here." Nagato curled up on the ground, covering his head and weeping softly. Conan moved to comfort him, but Mayahiko pulled her back, grabbing Nagato by the collar and loudly admonishing. "When will you act like a man? Don't embarrass Jiraiya-sensei or make Mr. Dwanmu laugh at you." Yet neither Conan's gentle reassurances nor Mayahiko's harsh words seemed to have any effect. Nagato resembled a stray animal terrified by humans, pitiable, helpless, and alarmed. Dwanmu contemplated for a moment. Despite his uncertainty about the outcome, he decided to give it a try. A faint green light emanated from his hands as he placed them on Nagato's head, softly murmuring, "Do not fear, do not fear." This was a unique druid skill known as Calm Animal. Gradually, it appeared to work. Nagato began to quiet down, his sobs subsiding to gentle sniffles. Before Dwanmu could ask, Nagato spoke up first. "I'm so sorry, sir. This was my home, and my parents died here, so I'm truly sorry." With that, Nagato bowed deeply to Dwanmu. "This is your home." Dwanmu furrowed his brow in concentration. "Then why is there a mission here?" "Wait for me here. I will go inside and take a look." After giving careful instructions, Dwanmu stepped into the wooden house. Upon entering, he found no unpleasant odors due to the gust of wind stirred up during their descent. Instead, the decaying walls whispered tales of past joys and sorrows. In the living room, two remains had become mere bones. One was upright while the other lay prostrate, a golden exclamation mark appearing in the hand of the fallen skeleton. Upon realizing these remains likely belonged to Nagato's parents, Dwanmu took great care to pry open the hand without causing damage. With a clatter, a metal plate pinned to a cloth strip fell out. Upon closer inspection, he discerned it was a ninja's forehead protector. Not all ninjas wore theirs on their heads. Thus it was understandable that they might have fought valiantly before their demise. Ding. Elite Mission, The Mystery of War. Ding. Elite Mission, The Malicious Curse. Ding. Elite Mission, The Enemy in the Dark. After accepting the 3 missions, a portal to the dungeon appeared. Dwanmu stowed the forehead protector in his backpack and turned to leave, deciding to return the children first before planning further. "Jiraiya, do you remember what I told you in Fuzi Village?" Dwanmu asked directly as he entered the cave with the children. "What is going on?" Jiraiya, noticing Dwanmu's serious demeanor, instinctively felt tense. "I discovered a dungeon here. Not a time-space rift. I wanted to consult you. Would you like to join me?" Dwanmu spoke earnestly. "Really?" Jiraiya, having inquired with Tsunade after their last conversation, exclaimed. "Of course. Why wouldn't I go? But what about the children?" "I'm a bit worried." Dwanmu hesitated. Mayahiko and the other children watched intently. Despite not fully understanding their conversation, they were eager to see. "Teacher, Mr. Dwanmu, don't worry about us. I'll stay here. Rest assured." Mayahiko insisted, trying to act mature. "Would you like to see it?" Jiraiya bent down to ask the children. Yes, the three replied in unison. However, Duanmu glanced at Nagato. This place was discovered in your home. It might bring you some emotional distress. I am concerned for you. Nagato gasped, while Mayahiko and Konan were his companions. Jiraiya was their benefactor, teaching them all ninjutsu. Yet, Duanmu felt entirely different. He treated them as equals. Please rest assured, Mr. Duanmu. Some things, well, they must be faced. Nagato encouraged himself, clenching his fists. In truth, Duanmu did not intend to treat them differently. He habitually envisioned their future selves, especially Nagato, who always reminded him of the most charming rice carrier on the streets of Konoha. Very well, Duanmu nodded. If you ever feel uncomfortable, do not hesitate to tell me. After a brief tidying up, the group quickly arrived at Nagato's home, each holding hands to ensure they did not get separated. All right, the others responded in unison. To Danmu's left was Jiraiya, while Konan took the initiative to grasp Danmu's right hand. Beside Konan stood Nagato, and Jiraiya held Yahiko's hand. Suddenly, a blue portal materialized, and the group followed Danmu into it. They emerged at the edge of a dense forest, and unlike their previous visit, a golden portal appeared this time. The group looked to Danmu, who was equally perplexed by the situation, yet feigned calmness as they stepped inside. After a moment of dizziness, they found themselves kneeling before numerous ninjas. Upon turning, they noticed a ninja leader addressing the crowd. They instinctively took a few steps back, and before Danmu could react, he heard Jiraiya's bewildered voice. Elder Danzo, what are you doing here? Danmu turned and indeed saw Danzo. Grabbing Jiraiya, he explained, these people are mere illusions. You can interpret this as a form of temporal regression. Jiraiya nodded, still uncertain. This time, your mission is to impersonate the Rain Country ninjas and launch an attack on Konoha. Successfully eliminating a nin or higher will earn you merit. Failure means you must take your own life. Do you understand? Danzo said grimly. Yes, leader. The root ninjas responded in unison. Disperse. With a wave of his hand, Danzo dismissed the ninjas, leaving only him standing as before. Shimura Danzo, how dare you? Jiraiya shouted angrily. Danmu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. They are mere puppets. Let me demonstrate. He stepped forward and gave Danzo a light tap. This time, your mission is to impersonate the Rain Country ninjas and launch an attack on Konoha. Successfully eliminating a nin or higher will earn you merit. Failure means you must take your own life. Do you understand? Danmu repeated with the same tone and words. Jiraiya stepped up to try as well, and the result was identical. At that moment, a golden portal appeared behind Danzo, who turned and walked inside, vanishing from sight. Danmu waved for Jiraiya and the others to follow him into the portal. As the scenery blurred and shifted, they found themselves in a forest outside Konoha, where the tall walls of the village were visible in the distance. Looking around, they saw that the dense woods were filled with root ninjas disguised as Rain Country ninjas. Ding. Quest objective. Attack the Konoha transport team 18 times and eliminate 100 Konoha ninjas. Danmu noticed the quest prompt, and 2 progress bars appeared in his field of vision. Jiraiya, remember what I said. Everyone here, except for us, is an illusion. Do you understand? We need to raid the transport teams 18 times and kill 100 Konoha ninjas. If we fail, we will be trapped here forever. Danmu half-jokingly threatened Jiraiya. Understood, Jiraiya replied. Ding. Time until Konoha transport team arrives. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. 1 second. As the countdown reached 0, a transport team appeared out of thin air from the distant road. Chapter 36. Danzo is the root stick. Jiraiya frowned. This was highly illogical, and he instinctively wanted to warn the others. The other ninjas in the forest surged forward, rushing out. Jiraiya was about to charge out as well. Wait. Danmu pulled him back. Let's wait until the experienced monsters are engaged before we act. You 3, stay close behind us. Understood? Yahiko and the others nodded, their curiosity evident. In contrast to the tension felt by the 4, Danmu remained considerably relaxed. He had already observed their levels. Jiraiya was level 58, Yahiko was level 5, Konan was level 4, and Nagato was level 3. Having changed his class to mage before entering the instance, Danmu was now a level 36 mage, so the enemy's levels likely wouldn't be too high. Let's go, Danmu announced and dashed out, with Jiraiya following closely behind using his body flicker technique. Hey, you go inform the Hokage, Jiraiya shouted to the nearest Konoha ninja, tapping him on the shoulder, only to receive a kunai in response. Jiraiya temporarily treated them as enemies, reminding himself that these beings were not real. Danmu shouted loudly to Jiraiya once more. Danmu left Yahiko and the others at the perimeter, raised his hand, and cast a prismatic barrier on himself. A flash of blue light enveloping him. Danmu vanished from his original position and reappeared amidst the experienced monster transport team, confirming that the enemies were indeed between levels 30 and 40. Magical energy surged from Danmu, and he unleashed 3 blue magical shields, which detonated violently upon contact with the enemies, utilizing his mage skill, Magic Explosion. Before long, all enemies were drawn towards him, and as they clustered, he raised his hand and cast Frost Nova, freezing them in place with blue ice crystals. In a flash of light, Danmu used Blink to return to the perimeter, then began to move his hands rhythmically. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and soon, diamond-shaped ice shards as large as his arms began to rain down upon the heads of the experienced monsters. This maneuver, Blizzard, was executed perfectly. After 3 consecutive casts, all enemies were eliminated, and the root ninjas quickly retreated back into the forest. This is incredible. They didn't react to my words at all, Jiraiya exclaimed in bewilderment. Danmu rolled his eyes. Your capacity for comprehension is truly touching. I told you they are illusions, a form of temporal regression. But what does that even mean? Jiraiya asked, still confused. Look, Danmu gestured toward Yahiko and the others. You'll see for yourself. Jiraiya turned to look, noticing no obvious changes, but sensing something was different. In Danmu's eyes, the change was significant. Yahiko was now level 6, Conan was level 5, and Nagato had also progressed to level 5, likely due to his special eyes. Stop pondering, the enemies are coming again. Danmu pointed down the road, where another transport team appeared at the end. The 18th attack was about to begin. Ding. Time until arrival, 10 seconds. 5 seconds. 1 second. With the enemies engaged, Danmu and Jiraiya charged forward with Yahiko and the others. However, upon reaching the front lines and seeing the transport team, they all froze in shock. Fire release, fireball technique. A man with a white, spiky hairstyle stood atop a large red toad, unleashing ninjutsu at the enemies. Jiraiya stammered, realizing he was looking at himself. Reflecting on it, he recalled that prior to the war with the Rain Country, the transport teams had been constantly ambushed, with no survivors left. His teacher had sent him to investigate, and he had obtained solid evidence of the Rain Country's aggression towards Konoha during that battle. Stop dawdling. They're about to be annihilated. Danmu called out, charging forward. Jiraiya shook his head and followed suit. Wood release, tree binding, eternal burial. Danmu initiated his attack with wood release, large wooden beams encasing Jiraiya like a massive bowl, pinning him down. Boom. Jiraiya's summoned toad dissipated into a wisp of smoke. Lion's main technique. Bang, bang, bang. The white-haired man's hair shot forth like sharp spears, easily dismantling Danmu's wooden barrier. Wood release, silent killing binding technique. Seeing his defense falter, Danmu quickly cast wood release again, causing several thick wooden beams to erupt from the ground, binding the enemy securely. The sky once again darkened with ominous clouds, as diamond-shaped icicles fell indiscriminately, encasing everything in a thick layer of azure ice. Seizing this opportunity, Danmu initiated the customary maneuvers of an ice mage. As he observed his mana dwindling, he raised his hand and cast Awaken, summoning a swirling blue vortex that enveloped him, restoring half of his magical energy in no time. He retrieved a potion from his backpack, gulping it down to replenish his mana completely. However, the ninjutsu, Needle of the Earth, slipped from Danmu's control. Summoning technique. Gamabunta. Jiraiya once again performed a summoning, this time conjuring a much larger red toad, which bore a massive pipe in its mouth. As he prepared to execute another jutsu, Danmu interrupted with spell counter. He turned, bellowing, Jiraiya, if you don't act now, I will truly lose my patience. Jiraiya, too, utilized the summoning technique, calling forth Gamabunta. What is happening? The giant toad exclaimed, bewildered by the unfolding scene. There is no time to explain. Quickly, Jiraiya continued to cast ninjutsu, unleashing Toad Oil Bomb. A yellow, viscous substance erupted from his mouth. After several minutes, Jiraiya's health finally dwindled to 0. Just as he began to celebrate, a brilliant white light enveloped the area, freezing time itself. Moments later, Danmu and his companions found themselves bathed in a radiant glow, which gradually intensified until they were completely obscured, only to disappear thereafter. When they regained their senses, They had returned to the edge of the forest from which they had set out. What just happened? Gamabunta croaked, his voice echoing in confusion. I apologize, Gamabunta. I'll explain later, Jiraiya replied, dispelling the summoning. With a puff, the toad vanished. I never expected to spar with you one day, Jiraiya remarked in disbelief. Indeed, I told you, yet you wouldn't believe it, Duanmu retorted, slightly annoyed. However, that illusion you cast was quite intense. Jiraiya playfully punched Duanmu's shoulder. Suddenly, a golden glimmering box appeared in the clearing. What is this? Jiraiya approached to touch it, but Duanmu smacked his hand away. Step aside. Let them open it themselves. What do you mean? Jiraiya asked, puzzled. After a battle, there are, of course, rewards. Yahiko, go open the box. Duanmu gestured to Yahiko. Me? All right. Yahiko, unbashful, stepped forward and opened the box. 3 scrolls floated out, inscribed with Rasengan 2, Shadow Clone, and Paper Clone. 3 ninjutsu dropped. You 3 can each choose one. Although you can't cast them yet, it's beneficial to learn them in advance. Duanmu smiled. Yahiko chose Rasengan, Jiraiya took another. Nagato selected Shadow Clone, and Conan opted for Paper Clone, as if tailored for them. Upon touching the scrolls, they transformed into golden light, entering their bodies, filling their minds with knowledge of the jutsus. I can't believe we can learn ninjutsu this way. Jiraiya marveled at the novel experience. Suddenly, the space trembled again, and dozens of ninjas materialized, half kneeling on the ground. Shortly thereafter, Danzo appeared, his voice icy, stating, Your last mission was commendable, though we lost a few members. Nonetheless, we achieved our objective. This time, your task is to don Leaf Village attire and ambush the Rain Village ninjas, or create chaos as necessary. Danzo's tone was chillingly detached, as if oblivious to the devastation his orders could wreak. Yes, leader, the kneeling ninjas chorused. Dismissed. Danzo waved his hand, and all the ninjas vanished in an instant. He murmured to himself, Hizashi, only war can divert internal conflicts and shift public attention from the Hokage. Since you refuse, I shall instigate this war for you, ensuring your hold on the Hokage seat remains secure. He gazed skyward, bemused by how much his sensei valued you, chuckling, but one day, that position will be mine. Outraged, Jiraiya advanced, pointing an accusatory finger at Danzo, his anger boiling over. However, he collided with an illusion of Danzo's body, which echoed, I never expected my sensei to value you so greatly, but soon enough, that position will be mine. Unable to restrain himself, Jiraiya was pulled back by Duanmu, who urged, Why argue with an illusion? Let us move on. The instance isn't over yet. Bah! Jiraiya spat at Danzo, only for the spit to pass through the illusion and land on the ground. See, that was futile. Duanmu shrugged. Chapter 37. The Unspeakable Pleas. Maximize the scale of destruction. You all assist in holding this position. Bias time, commanded a leader-like figure, gesturing towards Duanmu and his companions. Ding. Elite mission. Hold the key route. Defeat 200 Rain Village ninjas. Duanmu's system notification chimed in promptly. Turning around, he realized the location they had arrived at was the exit of a valley, leading to civilian dwellings and villages, appearing to be a crucial route to the Rain Village ninja stronghold. Well, it seems we've been assigned to guard duty. Duanmu couldn't help but grumble. A dull, resonant gong echoed as several ninjas, approximately level 30, surged from the valley. Go for it, Jiraiya, Duanmu called out, leaving Yahiko and the others at the valley's entrance as the two began to wreak havoc. Jiraiya, now more resolute, unleashed his full power, easing Duanmu's burden. All he had to do was follow closely, casting Frost Nova, then using Blink to a relatively safe spot, continuously unleashing Blizzard. When the gong sounded again, no more ninjas emerged from the valley. Duanmu, why are there no more? Jiraiya asked, mimicking Duanmu's tone. Duanmu pointed ahead, and Jiraiya followed suit, his expression growing serious. A massive shadow approached from the distance, gradually revealing its identity, a figure donned with a breathing mask, wielding a colossal scythe, atop a giant salamander. He approached slowly. There was no mistaking the identity of the newcomer, Hanzo of the Salamander. Ding. Elite mission. Survive under the weakened demigod ninja for 3 minutes. Duanmu slapped his forehead, regretting not choosing the druid character instead of the mage. But it was too late for a switch. The system defaulted to battle mode. Gazing at Hanzo's level, he gasped, level 85. A full 20 levels above Jiraiya. How could this be called a weakened version? His own level 36 mage was hardly a match. Fortunately, though he had switched classes and could not access druid skills, he retained max druid attributes, ensuring his safety. Moreover, his ninjutsu remained usable without class restrictions. You three, stay back as far as possible, Duanmu shouted to Yahiko and the others. Jiraiya, we primarily focus on mobility. As long as he targets us without harming Yahiko and the others, we can endure for just 3 minutes. Duanmu turned to Jiraiya to explain the situation. However, sustaining those 3 minutes would not be easy. There was not a trace of ease on Jiraiya's face. Fire release, explosive tag flame array. As soon as they made contact, Hanzo of the Salamander wasted no time with words and immediately launched an attack, sending dozens of kunai embedded with explosive tags flying towards them. Earth release, earth flow wall. Jiraiya quickly conjured a massive wall. Ninjutsu, needle earth deity. His hair swiftly multiplied and lengthened, enveloping him entirely. Ice barrier. Duanmu also utilized a defensive spell. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of explosions, they finally survived the onslaught. They could have used agile movements. But Yahiko and the others were behind them. They neither wanted to dodge, nor could they. Poison spray. Hanzo formed hand seals and struck the head of the salamander below him. The creature opened its mouth, releasing a thick, purple smoke that seemed almost tangible. Duanmu, can you use fire release? Jiraiya called out loudly. Yes. Toad oil bomb. Jiraiya expelled a yellow, oily substance from his mouth. Duanmu, now's the time. Jiraiya shouted. Flame impact. Duanmu used one of the few fire-based skills available to an ice mage. Boom. With a tremendous explosion, the purple smoke was scattered everywhere. Jiraiya instantly closed the distance to Hanzo of the Salamander. Super large Rasengan. He swiftly gathered a Rasengan in his palm, one dozens of times larger than a standard one, and directed it towards the salamander on the ground. Truly, Jiraiya was remarkable. Chain scythe second strike. Hanzo swung his scythe. The first strike reduced the space for Jiraiya's Rasengan, narrowly avoiding his attack, and then he vanished behind Jiraiya, raising his scythe for a second strike. But poof! Hanzo transformed into a sheep, wandering aimlessly. It turned out that Duanmu had been preparing transformation technique the moment Jiraiya charged forward, and fortunately, there was no resistance effect. It was not that he had foreseen this, but rather it was purely instinctual. Jiraiya run. With a loud bang, the transformation technique was dispelled. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. What the? Duanmu exclaimed in dismay. The two had exhausted all their abilities, using everything they could think of, and once the 3 minutes elapsed, they were teleported away. Without a word, they both collapsed onto the ground. Hee hee, Duanmu chuckled foolishly for a moment. To receive praise from such a person, the name of the legendary 3 ninjas truly carries weight. Jiraiya waved his hand, too exhausted to speak. Suddenly, with a hum, a treasure chest appeared once more. Go take a look. Duanmu gestured towards Yahiko. Whoosh. This time, 2 scrolls emerged, one of which emanated a purple glow. One was inscribed with Mutual Explosive Tag, and the other read, Paper Shuriken. A high-quality ninjutsu had dropped. However, this ninjutsu was indeed among the more exceptional techniques amidst the plethora of extravagant ninjutsu. Yahiko and Nagato deemed both techniques unsuitable for themselves, so they passed them to Konan, ensuring they were put to good use. As the space trembled, Danzo reappeared. Kneeling before him was a shinobi. Leader, both tasks have been completed, and all participants have concluded their own lives. The shinobi stated calmly. Oh, Danzo responded indifferently. And what about you? The shinobi was visibly taken aback, then drew a katana, hesitating for a moment before plunging it into his own abdomen. He collapsed to the ground, blood slowly seeping from his body, staining his ninja attire red. Sigh. It seems I must develop a new ninjutsu. Otherwise, this method is far too wasteful. Danzo cast a brief glance at the corpse on the ground before his form slowly vanished. With a hum, another golden portal appeared. Goodness. Duanmu sighed, surprised that there was further development. At this point, Duanmu had nearly recovered, and, after some contemplation, switched his profession back to druid. Let us go. This is likely the final step. Observing Jiraiya's weary demeanor, he handed him a vial of pink potion, Enhanced Vitality Potion, which not only restores health and mana simultaneously, but also alleviates fatigue, something Duanmu typically wouldn't offer to just anyone. The group entered the portal once more, this time once again within the Land of Rain, amidst the clash of Konoha and Amigakure. Strangely, There were no task prompts this time, leaving Duanmu puzzled. Jiraiya noticed himself, Tsunade, and Orochimaru engaged in battle, instinctively taking a few steps forward. Ding. Elite task follow. Identify the mastermind and uncover hidden truths. Although a task prompt appeared, Duanmu felt perplexed. Wasn't Danzo the mastermind? Why was there still a need to search? Duanmu, what do we need to do this time? Jiraiya turned and inquired. I. Duanmu was lost in thought when suddenly, a red dot appeared on the small map in the upper right corner of his system panel. Perhaps this was the key. Jiraiya, you all can act freely here, as long as Yahiko and the others remain unscathed. I'll check ahead and return shortly, Duanmu declared, transforming into a blue leopard and vanishing in an instant. Jiraiya, witnessing this, thought to himself that this seemed to be a secret technique of the Inuzuka clan. What other abilities did this brother possess? Duanmu cautiously dodged enemies along the way, traversing through the battlefield, and even when caught in the range of large-scale ninjutsu, he swiftly used shadow clone technique to blend into the crowd. He meticulously made his way to the location marked on the map. After passing through 2 large-scale battlefields, the numbers thinned out, and he spotted a yellow exclamation mark not far from a patch of grass. Approaching the grass, he heard a sound indicating a quest. Ding. Elite task show. Do not be detected. Carefully tail the target without being discovered. As Duanmu received the task, his body seemed to meld with the grass. It was a wondrous experience. He felt as if he had become part of the foliage. Suddenly, a creature that was neither human nor ghost emerged from the ground nearby. Half of its body pure black, the other half pure white. It raised its white hand, splitting off 2 additional pure white beings, resembling humans but devoid of any distinguishing features. Duanmu's heart raced. Could this be the legendary creature Kagaya's will, Black Zetsu? In his past life, he had read numerous speculations about Black Zetsu on forums. Some claimed it was an extension of Kagaya Otsutsuki's will. Yet the fact that it referred to Kagaya as mother contradicted that notion. Others humorously suggested that during the days Kagaya was sealed, it might have coincided with a special period, leading to its powers being subdued and captured by her 2 sons. Go forth, create chaos, instigate slaughter, for with more hatred, I shall have more opportunities. Its voice was raspy and eerily reminiscent of Orochimaru. Suddenly, Black Zetsu cackled ominously, erupting from the ground, and swung a fist towards the patch of grass where Duanmu was hidden. Nothing there, it muttered, slowly sinking back into the earth. Duanmu let out a sigh of relief. That had been quite terrifying. It felt akin to walking down the street, feeling no one was behind you, only to have someone suddenly tap you on the shoulder. As he watched the 2 white Zetsu transform into Konoha ninja, he steadied his nerves and was about to follow. Rustle. Before his very eyes, Black Zetsu reappeared, revealing the absence of any other presence, prompting him to question his own suspicions. Chapter 38. A heart as clear as crystal. 2 white Zetsu, transformed into Leaf Village ninjas, dashed along the path. First, they morphed into Leaf ninjas, indiscriminately entering homes to commit slaughter. Then transformed into ninjas from the Land of Rain, ambushing solitary or scouting Leaf ninjas. This tactic was more ruthless than Danzo's. It seemed they were intent on deepening the enmity between the 2 sides, Inden mused. As he watched them recede further from sight, he realized that the ominous figure had vanished, and despite his efforts to extricate himself from the undergrowth, he found himself unable to do so. With a red countdown timer flashing ominously in his view, Inden compelled himself to remain calm, recalling his past gaming experiences. Upon closer inspection, he discovered an option to disengage from the current scenario and hastily selected it. With a swift motion, Inden, still in cheetah form, burst forth, activating his sprint to pursue them. As he neared, he paused, activating his stealth skill to conceal himself in the shadows. To his surprise, the surroundings felt somewhat familiar. He observed as White Zetsu split into 2 ninjas from the Land of Rain, swiftly throwing 2 shurikens at the passing Leaf Ninja. Clang! Clang! The shurikens missed their target as the Leaf Ninja deftly deflected them. The White Zetsu then nimbly entered a nearby house, and Inden stealthily positioned himself at the entrance, waiting. Suddenly, a burst of purple light emanated from within the window. Sensing something was amiss, Inden forcefully entered the room, only to find 2 lifeless bodies sprawled in the living room, a small boy lying on the ground, with the 2 newly arrived ninjas grotesquely lifeless beside him. Is this Nagato's home? Just as he was taken aback, the scene around him began to twist, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself, Jiraiya, and the three children back in the dilapidated wooden ruins. Jiraiya and the children wore expressions of confusion. What just happened, Enden? Jiraiya inquired, scanning the surroundings. Nothing to worry about. I just triggered the final image, which transported us back. Enden replied, frowning at the shocking events he had just witnessed. He glanced at Jiraiya and noted that their levels had significantly increased. Jiraiya was now level 59, Yahiko, level 9, Conan, level 7, and Nagato, level 8. How do you feel? Have you noticed any changes? Enden asked with a smile. The three children excitedly nodded in agreement. I feel like my chakra has increased. Jiraiya exclaimed in astonishment. Should we continue? The last mission was relatively simple, but as your strength grows, the enemies will increasingly resemble real-life individuals. Enden explained patiently. We can revisit it. Jiraiya exclaimed, his jaw dropping in surprise. Of course, don't you think Tsunade's strength has surpassed yours by a significant margin? Enden replied with a grin. Haha, I hadn't realized it until now, Jiraiya said, deep in thought. You had already been here before your engagement. I visited a different instance, not this one. Enden calmly responded. Oh, so there are indeed multiple locations like this? Jiraiya was even more astonished. That is indeed the case. Enden nodded. So what transpired here? Jiraiya asked uncertainly. If all goes as expected, it should be events that occurred at that time. Enden remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Should we go in? Let us go. I didn't comprehend it earlier, and it reflected poorly on my standards. Jiraiya admitted. Slightly embarrassed. What about you all? How do you feel? Enden turned to Yahiko. We will not miss any opportunity to grow stronger. Yahiko declared resolutely. Yes. Nagato and Conan echoed, fists clenched tightly. All right then, Enden said, beaming with enthusiasm. He felt a pang of shame, reflecting on his own life of privilege, having grown up in comfort while these children were far more earnest in their aspirations. Let us refresh the instance. Come on, let us go, Enden declared with fervor. 3 days later, they returned to the wooden cabin in the cave, where Enden had reached level 41. Jiraiya, level 63. Yahiko, level 17. Conan, level 15. And Nagato, level 18. If only we had more time, I would have liked to go in twice more. Jiraiya lamented, feeling pleased with his newfound strength, yet regretting his inability to confront Danzo within the instance. Haha, if there's a mission featuring Danzo, I will certainly summon you. Enden clapped Jiraiya on the shoulder. By the way, there's something I need to discuss with you. Why so formal? Speak your mind. Jiraiya responded casually. I wish to bring Yahiko and the others back to the Leaf Village. What do you think? Enden pondered, considering that they were his students. What? That is surprising. Jiraiya exclaimed. No, that is not feasible. Even if I consent, you've seen Nagato's situation. His Rinnegan is far too conspicuous. You can disregard the others for now. But what about Danzo? Upon hearing this, Enden glanced at Jiraiya, who had always assumed Jiraiya was merely teaching Yahiko and the others ninjutsu without much thought. He realized Jiraiya had considered the implications more deeply. What if we use this? Enden produced a pair of goggles. This item is called Flying Tiger Goggles. I've added some shielding materials that can effectively obscure his eyes. However, Jiraiya hesitated, concerned that if this child harbored animosity towards the leaf, it would be akin to raising a tiger to foster danger. Understanding Jiraiya's apprehension through his gaze, Enden too felt uncertain. In the original story, Nagato had indeed visited the leaf and had caused significant turmoil. Teacher, Mr. Enden, I understand. Nagato stepped forward, hands clenched. Oh, you comprehend what we are discussing. Enden tilted his head, contemplating. In truth, the message your teacher is conveying is rather complex, and I too find it somewhat perplexing, he said, spreading his hands in mock dismay. Jiraiya was taken aback by Enden's jest, struggling to respond. Enden's intention was good. He did not wish to impose undue seriousness on the three children. Unfortunately, the atmosphere did not lighten, and the children's faces remained tense. I know. You and the teacher are worried that I harbor resentment toward the leaf and seek vengeance with my newfound skills. Nagato's eyes bore into Enden's. Enden was startled, taken aback by the child's sensitivity. It reminded him of his own past self, likely engaging in mischief at Nagato's age. Ahem, quite right. So Nagato, what are your thoughts? Enden crouched down before Nagato, striving to appear as calm as possible. The true instigator is that man with the bandaged face. Nagato declared, fists clenched tightly. Yes, exactly, continue. Enden's expression grew animated, his control gradually slipping away. No, I meant. Jiraiya smacked his forehead, astonished by Enden's unexpectedly childish demeanor. So, Nagato gathered his thoughts. I hold no hatred for the leaf. Seeing that his words might deprive his friends of the opportunity to change their lives, he felt compelled to express this. Do not feel troubled. Yahiko reassured Nagato, though it is regrettable. We are comrades and must not allow ourselves to suffer because of our circumstances. I feel the same. Konan joined Nagato's side, her eyes shimmering with unmasked sorrow, yet her resolve unwavering. Enden found himself at a loss for words. These children were astonishingly wise, stirring a pang of compassion within him. In his previous life, he had witnessed children begging for their paralyzed mothers, 5-year-olds cooking and cleaning for themselves, and those with terminal illnesses comforting their parents instead. At that moment, he could only sigh and then be drawn to the next piece of news. However, when something similar occurred right before his eyes, it felt as though his heart was gripped tightly by someone's hand. Ha! Good child. Good child. Duanmu rose, his eyes reddened. No matter what you think. Do you remember what I said? We are partners in realizing our dreams. Let me give you an example. Duanmu exclaimed with excitement. If one is abandoned by companions, is it the fault of the companions for being heartless, or should one reflect on oneself? If one chokes while eating, should one blame the food for being too delicious? Or should one consider that they serve themselves too much? If one is cut by a knife that they hold, should they blame the sharpness of the knife, or the one wielding it? Duanmu spoke passionately, posing 3 rhetorical questions. Uffed. Xiaonan chuckled, covering her mouth. The other 2 children relaxed their tense expressions. Jiraiya, what do you say? Duanmu turned to Jiraiya. Indeed. Jiraiya sighed deeply, a look of realization dawning upon him. Perseverance and courage to move forward is my ninja way. Thank you, Duanmu. One must not let a choking incident deter them from eating. As for me, I'm more inclined to say, if you hear the cicadas chirping, does that mean you stop farming? Duanmu replied with a smile. Although his words were blunt, they held great wisdom. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. All right, Nagato, try on the goggles. After all, there are plenty of peculiar folks in Konoha. Everyone should rest well. We will set off back to Konoha tomorrow. Woohoo! The 3 children jumped with joy. Yahiko looked at Duanmu with admiration. Nagato regarded him with gratitude. And Xiaonan looked at him with a blend of thanks and an inscrutable expression. Why tomorrow? Duanmu's eyes glinted mischievously as he smirked and clapped his hands together. With a loud clap, he thrust his hands forward, revealing a blue portal. This was a serendipitous discovery. Using skills from the World of Warcraft did not require hand gestures. Since there were none, he decided to emulate impressive characters, such as the gestures of Heisai's spicy mother, which were quite intimidating. Seeing the astonished expressions on Jiraiya and the others, Duanmu felt a surge of satisfaction. Indeed, strategizing and possessing keen insight, with a smirk. He was either a war god or an ancient sage. Jiraiya slapped his forehead and stepped through the portal, followed by Yahiko and Nagato. Xiaonan glanced at Duanmu, sighed, and shook her head before stepping in as well. Did I take a wrong turn? Duanmu scratched his head and slowly stepped in. Chapter 39. The Return of Orochimaru Tsunade, my girlfriend. You've met her. Duanmu introduced, pointing at Tsunade. Tsunade nodded at the 3 children. She had seen them before in the Rain Village. Hi, how are you? I'm Kushina Uzumaki. A girl with red hair waved cheerfully at the 3. Wow. Your hair is also red. You have the Uzumaki surname too. Nagato's face lit up with unexpected delight. That's a question. Duanmu glanced at Jiraiya. I'm Naruto. I'm destined to become Hokage, Naruto declared, one hand on his hip, the other giving a thumbs up to himself. Come on, Nagato. Duanmu ignored Naruto's loud proclamation and called Nagato outside. Shortly, the 2 returned, with Nagato's long red hair transformed into a silvery gray, slightly darker than Jiraiya's white hair. Duanmu had used the moonlight ink from his recently practiced inscription technique to dye Nagato's hair. Naruto had already struck up a lively conversation with Yahiko, their similar personalities making them bond quickly. Yahiko greatly admired this slightly older brother figure. Humph, Duanmu brother is deceiving. Kushina puffed up in protest. What's wrong? Duanmu chuckled, attempting to ruffle Kushina's hair. But she swatted his hand away. Duanmu brother praised red hair as beautiful, so why did you change Nagato's hair color? Kushina pointed at Duanmu. His situation is a bit different. Duanmu whispered briefly about Nagato's circumstances. You are the older sister, so you must protect your younger brother, Nagato. Okay, Kushina. acting like a little adult, patted Nagato's shoulder. Don't worry, little brother, I will protect you. At that moment, Senju Matsukage directed servants to bring out the meal. Haha, let us eat and chat. Matsukage beamed at the full house. Everyone laughed and chatted while finishing their meal, and Yahiko and the others temporarily stayed at the Senju residence. The next day, Jiraiya went to the Hokage tower to report to his teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Haha, good. Look at you, Jiraiya, quietly finding 2 wives. Impressive. You've inherited your teacher's flair. Jiraiya's face flushed with embarrassment at his teacher's teasing. Rarely did he hold back a retort. Old man. Can you issue me a permit? He interrupted his teacher's jokes. What? Sarutobi looked surprised at Jiraiya. What kind of permit do you need for writing a novel? Oh, old man, it's not for me. It's for Mikoto. Weave opened a jewelry store. And Weave already chosen a location, Jiraiya explained impatiently. Oh, is it just you two? Sarutobi pondered. No. There's Duanmu, Tsunade, and I heard they might have involved the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. Though the Uchiha seem uninterested, Jiraiya divulged everything succinctly. Hiss. Sarutobi tapped the ash from his pipe. It's that kid Duanmu's idea, isn't it? Go call him to see me. What does this have to do with him? Jiraiya complained. Don't worry. Rest assured. You'll get the permit. Sarutobi waved him off. Half an hour later, Duanmu knocked and entered the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, you called for me. Duanmu said with a smile as he took a seat. Tsunade has already informed me about the situation at the jewelry store. Shouldn't a portion be allocated to the village? Sarutobi said with a somewhat mischievous tone. Oh, truly. The night owl has entered the house, Duanmu quipped, unable to restrain his sarcasm. What? Sarutobi didn't quite catch that, but suspected it wasn't complimentary. His face reddened slightly before returning to normal. It's already been prepared for the village. Additionally, this way, the village of Yuzushiogakure has allied with Konoha, Duanmu stated helplessly. You truly are clever. Not only did you resolve Jiraiya's inner conflict, but you also found him a partner, and the village gained an ally, Sarutobi chuckled. Stop. Hokage-sama. It's best to speak plainly. Duanmu interrupted Sarutobi's flattery. You see, as a special jounin of the village, not only do you possess unique secret techniques, but you also have marvelous healing abilities. Sarutobi counted off on his fingers. Since there's nothing pressing at the moment, would you like to teach at the ninja school? Be a team leader? Nothing pressing. The medical department is still in disarray, and I have my own matters to attend to. Maybe in a few years. Duanmu firmly declined. He was indeed overwhelmed with too many stores, and his network of relationships, built through business, was still unstable. Taking on a team would further diminish his time. Oh, Sarutobi realized, and understanding that he was presently tied to Duanmu's business ventures, he refrained from pressing too hard. All right, as you say, let us postpone for a while. Here, take this. He handed over a document. What about other matters? Duanmu inquired. I heard from Tsunade that his route is recruiting again. Sarutobi understood he was referring to Danzo. Rest assured, the warning I gave him last time was enough. Okay, I trust you, Duanmu replied, slightly bowing his head before turning to leave. Ah, Danzo, Sarutobi stood, gazing out at the scenery, reflecting on what a worthy opponent he was. However, as friends, I hope you do not suffer too greatly. The jewelry store in Fuziken is conveniently located adjacent to the Taida Sierra clothing store. This time, the Endwood clan, alongside Jiraiya's family, has successfully recruited several notable clans, including the Tianai, Hyuga, Sarutobi, Yamanaka, Nara, and Oilwoman clans. The store's decor, meticulously orchestrated by Endwood, prominently features glass embellishments, giving it the appearance of a resplendent crystal palace from a distance. With Jiraiya's consent, it has been aptly named Miaomu Mountain Residence. Inside, Endwood has employed an array of specialized jewelry crafting techniques, showcasing a versatile style that fuses modern aesthetics with elements reminiscent of the beast world. For one who has never ventured into the realm of art, this would indeed seem like a fanciful notion without systematic support. On the grand opening day, the store was a resounding success, attracting even members of the Elder Council's families, leaving Endwood astounded by the remarkable purchasing power of the villagers of Konohagakure. After a visit to the medical facility, where he had to contend with the increasingly formidable close combat skills of Hyuga Hizashi, Endwood returned to the Senju residence only to plunge back into his workshop. Young master, Lord Orochimaru wishes to see you, announced Senju Matsukane as he entered the workshop. Nowadays, Endwood found little time to spare, aside from mealtimes. The restaurant, clothing store, weapon shop, and jewelry store were all in high demand, compelling him to toil day and night, while also finding time to concoct potions and engineering creations for unforeseen needs. To facilitate this, Tsunade had graciously allotted him a room in the residence as his workshop. "Very well, I shall be there shortly," Inwood replied, lifting his gaze to acknowledge the request. After completing his current task, he stood to make his way to the reception room. "There's no need to go, Inwood-kun," came Orochimaru's eerie voice from behind him. Truthfully, Inwood's feelings toward Orochimaru were rather complex. Throughout the original narrative, Orochimaru was incessantly stirring up trouble, even in the later stages. During the tumultuous era of rampant-tailed beasts, he never ceased his machinations, yet no one could genuinely eliminate him. Undeniably malevolent and grotesque, he was often depicted as either licking everything with his elongated tongue or emerging from a mass of viscous substances, leaving one feeling quite uncomfortable. It has been said that his misdeeds were unforgivable, and if judged by contemporary moral standards, his development of forbidden techniques, organ trafficking, and human experimentation not only violated ethics, but were also exceptionally cruel. However, in the world of Naruto, where lives are regarded as trifles, compared to the annihilation of the Uzumaki and Uchiha clans, he could merely be categorized as a mad scientist. That said, one cannot overlook the beneficial deeds he has undertaken. His mentorship of Sasuke rivaled Jiraiya's guidance of Naruto, especially with his subordinates, such as Kimimaro, Yugo, and Karen. Although often exploitative, their lives have undeniably improved, making their loyalty towards him all the more understandable in this era where human life seems less valuable than that of animals. Moreover, the terrifying cursed seal he utilizes, while vastly different from Tsunade's seal, is simply unappealing. Additionally, its success rate in experimentation is low. Yet Sasuke continued to use it even on the eve of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Had Orochimaru not perfected the impure world reincarnation technique to summon the 4 previous Hokages, the outcome of the Fourth Ninja World War could have been drastically altered, especially when Naruto was exhausted and without the assistance of his allies. "Inwood-kun, what is this?" Orochimaru inquired, picking up a vial of potion and shaking it slightly, his unique voice disrupting Inwood's thoughts. "Oh, that is the invisibility potion. It not only grants temporary invisibility, but also tastes delightful," Inwood replied with a smile, teasingly. "And this one?" "The shaded potion." "And this?" "The avalanche potion." Orochimaru continued to inquire, and Inwood patiently explained each one. The two stood side by side, exhibiting a remarkable synergy until Tsunade entered, prompting them to cease their exchange. How rare it is to see Orochimaru so animatedly engaged in conversation speaks volumes of Inwood's charm, Tsunade remarked, arms crossed over her shoulders. Orochimaru cast a resentful glance at Tsunade, seemingly blaming her for interrupting his enlightening moment. He then stole a glance at Inwood, his pale complexion oddly flushed, before declaring, "I shall wait for you both in the reception room." Without another word, he turned and departed. Inwood could only wear a bitter smile, thinking, "Brother, at least provide some clarification. Otherwise, one might misconstrue our activities as something unsavory. Tsunade, what I need is for you to listen to my explanations, not to fabricate tales," Inwood said with a broad grin. "All right, I understand," Tsunade replied, finding amusement in his flustered demeanor. Orochimaru is cold on the outside but warm at heart. He can be a bit extreme. If you can guide him, it might be beneficial for you both to engage more often, she remarked, giving Inwood's shoulder a light pat. "Fear not, I shall not be envious." Tsunade winked at him playfully. Chapter 40, The Awakening of Sealing Techniques Slurp. Orochimaru sipped from a straw, raising his cup to inspect it. Inwood-kun's inventions never cease to amaze, he exclaimed, extending his long tongue to lick his lips. Inwood looked at Orochimaru, speechless. "What?" Orochimaru tilted his head, focusing on him. "If Inwood-kun is envious of my tongue, I could introduce you to the White Snake Sage." Inwood involuntarily glanced at Tsunade, who blushed at the implication. Now she understood what Inwood had meant during his prior inquiry to Orochimaru, hastily standing and declaring, "You two chat. I have matters to attend to." She quickly exited. "How curious," Orochimaru remarked, perplexed by her sudden departure. "Forget her. Tell me, what brings you here today?" Inwood, now flustered, swore he had no ulterior motives. "I wish to consult you regarding the formulas for these potions. In return, I shall share any knowledge I possess," Orochimaru stated, unusually earnest. "Are you researching immortality?" Inwood tentatively asked. Immortality. What an enticing endeavor. Orochimaru mused momentarily before shaking his head. My knowledge and current technology do not support such pursuits. Wait. This is unscientific. Uncle Snake not studying immortality is akin to a cat refusing fish, a dog shunning meat, or Ultraman avoiding monsters. Inwood exclaimed, taken aback. Upon further reflection, he recalled that his disciple, Shinju, had not perished, nor had he himself, and Tsunade, too, did not suffer from hemophobia. He had not encountered that excessively twisted genius who could single-handedly take on 7 opponents. Inwood-kun, was I being too demanding? Orochimaru expressed a hint of disappointment. Standing to take his leave. No, you misunderstand. I just had a sudden idea. Inwood interjected hastily. Of course, if you don't mind. I would like to collaborate with you on opening a potion store. A potion store? Orochimaru paused, taken aback. Yes, we could sell the concoctions we develop together. Inwood elaborated enthusiastically. I already have 3. Orochimaru replied flatly. What? Inwood's mouth fell agape, but upon reflection, he remembered that in the original narrative, Orochimaru's bases were indeed widespread, filled with laboratories, necessitating substantial financial backing. Well then, that is even better. Inwood grinned, masking his embarrassment. I can invest to expand this business further. That poses no issue, but what does Inwood-kun wish to exchange? Orochimaru's demeanor reverted to his usual coolness. Inwood furrowed his brow, contemplating before recalling, the sealing techniques. What do you say? He remembered the vortex sealing technique he had acquired from the ruins of the Uzumaki, which he had occasionally studied, although he had been unable to open the book for some unknown reason. It is likely an insurance measure taken to prevent the loss of family secret techniques. Perhaps after mastering the art of sealing, one could indeed unlock that tome, Indamu speculated. If that is the case, I cannot teach Indamu advanced techniques, as my understanding of sealing arts is merely rudimentary, Orochimaru mused after a moment of contemplation. That is of no concern. My interest is merely piqued, Indamu replied nonchalantly. Subsequently, Orochimaru elaborated meticulously on the principles and effects of sealing arts. In essence, it is a technique that intercepts the chakra of adversaries through specific formations. The most formidable seals can even imprison the very souls of opponents, akin to the corpse demon technique. In this context, explosive tags are essentially a form of sealing technique, embedding explosive materials or jutsu into the parchment, which can be detonated using chakra during an attack. The power of each explosive tag rivals that of a jutsu executed by a high-level shinobi. This notion thoroughly ignited Indamu's interest. If the inscription profession from the World of Warcraft could be combined with sealing arts, it would surely bring prosperity to the world of Hokage. Indamu became completely engrossed in learning from Orochimaru, his enthusiasm reminiscent of his fervor during his preparations for the college entrance examination. It was not until evening that Tsunade came to summon the two for dinner, at which point they paused, both feeling a sense of lingering desire to continue. One was fervently learning while the other was earnestly teaching, a scenario showcasing the optimal teacher-student dynamic. Alas, Orochimaru sighed. If only Ju could exhibit the same diligence as Indamu. Teacher, it is improper to speak ill of others behind their backs. Ju and Yahiko entered with Tsunade, immediately overhearing their teacher's complaint. Let us go eat first, Tsunade remarked, glancing at Indamu and beckoning the two to join her for dinner. In the dining hall, the Senju clan members busily served food to the children, who had trained vigorously throughout the day, exhibiting astonishing appetites. Yet, the elder wore a beaming smile. Upon entering, Orochimaru elicited a reflexive response from Konan and Nagato, who promptly stood up, the sound of their chairs scraping against the floor resonating sharply. They recalled the cold words Orochimaru had spoken during their encounter in the Land of Rain, where he had concluded that perhaps death was the best release from their suffering. Oh, so these 3 little rascals are here, Orochimaru remarked nonchalantly. Sit down, do not be afraid. He is just like that, Tsunade comforted them gently. Seeing that this peculiar uncle posed no further threats, the two began to relax. After dinner, Orochimaru called Ju to the courtyard, stating that it had been a while since their last meeting and that it was time to assess his progress. As the table buzzed with cheerfulness and joy, Orochimaru felt a twinge of discomfort and spoke to Ju in a low tone, extending his long tongue to lick his lips. Sure, teacher, I will not disappoint you. Ju exclaimed, raising his fist triumphantly. Let us hope so, Orochimaru replied with an ambiguous smile. Endamu slapped his forehead, pondering if Orochimaru had spent too much time with cold-blooded creatures, as he often spoke without decorum and repeatedly extended his tongue. Suddenly, several shurikens flew towards Orochimaru from various angles. Haha. Orochimaru smiled. You have indeed improved. He retaliated by throwing a shuriken of his own, swiftly forming hand seals with a speed several times that of Ju. Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. With a hum, the shuriken he threw multiplied into several clones. Clink, clink. With a mere glance, he deflected 2 shurikens that were aimed at him. Ju reacted with remarkable speed, quickly creating a shadow clone. As he ran in opposite directions with his clone, he continuously formed hand seals. Once again, 2 shurikens were launched simultaneously from both his real self and the clone. Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. The onlookers cheered for Ju's clever counterattack, particularly Yahiko, whose clapping resonated loudly. In a swift moment, one errant shuriken veered towards Nagato, catching everyone off guard, as their attention was fixed on the duel. By the time they reacted, the shuriken was already upon Nagato. With a swift motion, a delicate hand reached out and managed to catch the shuriken, though it became bloodied in the process. It turned out that Kushina was particularly concerned about her kin and had been taking care of Nagato during these days. She had instinctively acted to protect him from the nearest position she occupied. Kushina. Tsunade hurried to tend to her wound. Endamu also rushed forward, employing the healing technique. He then tucked a small vial into his pocket. While chaos ensued among the crowd, Ju was not finished. He drew a katana from his waist and shouted, "Frost Tiger," as he swung it towards Orochimaru. Hee. Orochimaru chuckled softly. What a dull trick. Just as he was about to move, he realized he was encased in a thin layer of frost. When did this happen? Orochimaru struggled to break free, but by then, Ju's shuriken was already upon him, leaving no time for evasion. With a puff of white smoke, a series of shuriken struck against a wooden target. Clang! A piece of wood, riddled with shurikens, fell to the ground. What? Ju exclaimed, surprised to discover that Orochimaru had utilized the substitution technique unbeknownst to him. Hiss! Orochimaru licked Ju's cheek and felt a sudden chill at his neck, realizing that Orochimaru had already appeared behind him with a kunai poised against his throat. Quite impressive. You've reached a level approaching that of a nin, Orochimaru remarked, lowering the kunai and speaking with a detached tone. Ju hung his head in disappointment, saying nothing. Endamu approached and patted Ju's shoulder, whispering in his ear, "Your teacher, Orochimaru, is nearing the level of a Hokage, surpassing even your sister." Really? Ju perked up at this revelation. Orochimaru then patiently explained the details of their recent skirmish and strategies for combat. That night, after everyone had dispersed, Endamu sat alone in his room, where an ancient tome lay on the table, its cover inscribed with vortex sealing technique. He had attempted numerous methods to unlock it, including magic, ninjutsu, soaking, and burning, all to no avail. At one point, he even contemplated prying the book open with a knife, but ultimately abandoned that tempting idea. Today, having absorbed Orochimaru's knowledge of sealing arts, he remembered a unique bloodline seal. His initial plan had been to borrow some blood from Kushina that evening, but she had been injured. Adhering to his intention of withholding information until he fully understood it, he commenced his experiments that night. As he poured the blood from the test tube onto the book, Endamu's eyes widened in astonishment. Initially, there was no reaction, and just as he began to lose hope, the tome suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Wow! Endamu shielded his eyes, contemplating the radiant golden glow. Could this be the fabled golden emblem? As the brilliance gradually faded, he gazed back at the tome, where, in addition to the words vortex sealing technique, the emblem of the Uzumaki clan now adorned its center. Upon opening the pages, he read, "To master the divine art, one must first." Endamu shook his head vigorously. "Perhaps I am simply fatigued. My eyes must be playing tricks on me," he muttered, but when he looked again, the pages proclaimed Uzumaki's secret technique, sealing all things. What an audacious claim, akin to a frog yawning grandly. Endamu scoffed with a smirk. Ding. Upon discovering a new skill book, the question of whether to learn arose. A mechanical prompt appeared within the vision system. With a thought, Duanmu chose to learn, and a skill tree materialized in his interface alongside other abilities. It displayed sequentially the skills Bagua Seal, Locking Seal, Contract Seal, Corpse Ghost Seal, 4 Symbols Seal, Vajra Lock, and others, resembling the progression of a talent tree from an earlier version of World of Warcraft, intricately connected. Duanmu entered a frenzied clicking mode. Each time he illuminated a sealing technique, knowledge related to it flooded his mind, as if the skill had always belonged to him. Yet, when he reached Vajra Lock, no response followed his attempts to activate it. A system prompt informed him that the skill was incompatible with his attributes and bore a bloodline restriction, rendering it unlearnable. Damn this bloodline! Duanmu exclaimed, slapping his thigh in frustration. Renowned clans like the Uzumaki, Uchiha, and Hyuga, with their unique bloodline limits and inheritances, came to mind. Not to mention the three prominent ocular powers, the Sharingan, Byakugan, and Rinnegan, along with others such as the Blood Dragon Eye and the Rebirth Eye. The world of Naruto has always emphasized bloodlines, relegating ordinary individuals to mere cannon fodder. Suddenly, an idea sparked within Duanmu as he focused on the Vajra Lock skill icon. The description read, Vajra Lock, Chakra, Attribute, Yang. It generates chains of chakra from within to bind enemies, with the power determined by the user's total chakra. A unique ability of the Uzumaki clan, free from attribute constraints. The equivalent force in World of Warcraft is the light power. I've got it, Duanmu mused. Wood release is also known as a bloodline limit. My ability to learn wood release techniques stems from the life force represented by my druid class. Most individuals in the Naruto world capable of wood release have transplanted Hashirama's cells, which are infused with immense vitality. Speaking to himself in a trance, he concluded, the light power corresponds to paladins and priests. Just wait. Once I reach max level as a mage, I can choose other professions. He scoffed at the notion of bloodlines, declaring, I shall shatter this ridiculous bloodline restriction in Naruto. As Duanmu established his footing in this world, he gradually conceived the ambition to transform it. He recalled the explosive tags concealed within the ninja headbands, which could seal explosives or similar ninjutsu onto paper, detonated by the user gathering chakra or altering the seal to delay or trigger the explosion. What if I could seal other ninjutsu? His curiosity piqued. He reflected on how the inscription profession in World of Warcraft utilizes specific herbs to create ink, inscribing runes, or equipment with attribute effects. There was a striking similarity between the two. Upon accessing the skill interface, he noted that the two professions were conveniently adjacent. He toggled back and forth, finding numerous similarities, and suddenly spotted a button labeled Fusion. Curious, Duanmu clicked it, and a flash of light swept across his vision. Upon inspecting the skill bar again, he saw that inscription and sealing technique had vanished, replaced by a novel skill bar titled Sealing Inscription. He examined it closely. The sealing ninjutsu he had acquired remained, but this newly emerged sealing inscription appeared within the professional skill page. Excitedly, he opened it. Aside from the original scrolls, equipment, and tarot cards, the various skill scrolls for each profession had been completely supplanted by sealing techniques. The first item crafted through sealing techniques was the explosive tag. According to the original work, the majority of explosive tags in the Naruto world were produced and sold by the hidden flame village of the Land of Mountains. What was once a monopoly is now a dual dragon meeting. There's bound to be substantial profit. As he continued to explore, he found that other items were grayed out, indicating they could not be crafted. However, it was evident that they were related to the skills he possessed. The second item was a shadow clone tag, which could create a wood release clone from each piece of paper. Then let's get to it. Duanmu's fighting spirit ignited. He unleashed wood release, multiple wood clones technique, producing 6 wood release clones, embarking on the journey of upgrading his new profession. He retrieved the necessary materials from his storage, and the 7 figures busied themselves, evoking memories of late-night gaming sessions with his college roommates. The next day, Xingtong was to attend school. Tsunade arranged for him to take a teaching assistant position to keep him grounded in the village, a role well-suited to his current abilities. Duanmu, sporting dark circles under his eyes, accompanied him. Orochimaru had sought him out twice, and he too wished to visit the infamous scientist depicted in the original work. Upon arriving at the school, Duanmu inquired and located Orochimaru's laboratory. He knocked repeatedly, but no one answered, so he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon entering, he was taken aback. The laboratory was bright, with windows so clean it seemed they had no glass, and the workbench was impeccably tidy. How pristine, Duanmu remarked to himself. What is different? A raspy voice called from behind him. Turning, he found Orochimaru standing there. Please, Orochimaru, could you not appear so suddenly? Duanmu said. patting his chest in relief. Hee hee, so Dwanmu-kun fears me? Orochimaru smirked. What? How is my lab different from what you expected? Dwanmu hesitated to mention the eerie atmosphere typically associated with Orochimaru's laboratory, which was often filled with various biological specimens floating in green glass containers. Oh, this is my first time here. Aren't you going to show me around? Dwanmu chuckled awkwardly. If you're interested, Orochimaru replied coolly. As they walked, Dwanmu noted that the research in this lab seemed quite ordinary, lacking the macabre elements he had anticipated, which gave him a sense of nostalgia for modern laboratories. After a tour, they arrived at Orochimaru's office. Dwanmu pulled out several pieces of parchment from his bag: explosive tag, shadow clone tag, and a fireball tag, crafted through mage skills. Look, after listening to your lecture yesterday, I was greatly inspired and developed these 3 tags, he shamelessly claimed, attributing the system's assistance to himself. Orochimaru, intrigued, examined the explosive tag he had produced, drawing one from his own bag to compare. Dwanmu's tag appeared simpler in design, piquing Orochimaru's interest. Let us head to the training ground to test them. Without hesitation, Orochimaru stood up, employing body flicker technique, his urgency revealing the essence of a dedicated scientist. Boom, boom. 2 explosions echoed. Dwanmu-kun, you are truly a genius. Your explosive tag is twice as powerful as the traditional variant. He then infused chakra into the shadow clone tag. Puffed. After a puff of white smoke, a wooden stump morphed into Orochimaru's likeness. This is wood release. I can't believe I forgot about that. He glanced at Dwanmu, licking his lips once again, sending chills down Dwanmu's spine. Finally, Orochimaru produced the last fireball tag, channeling chakra into it. A fireball the size of a soccer ball shot forth, striking the ground nearby. Is this fire release? Orochimaru, who prided himself on being unrivaled in research, found himself astonished by Dwanmu's abilities, even questioning his own competence. You truly astonish me, Dwanmu-kun, he stated plainly, though the upward curl of his lips betrayed his excitement. As Orochimaru observed, a sense of excitement overtook Damaku, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. Damaku was acutely aware that Orochimaru's technique, the impure world reincarnation, possessed the unsettling ability to alter gender. A shiver coursed through him, prompting him to shake his head in an attempt to dispel the haunting thought. Seeing the perspiration glisten on Damaku's forehead, Orochimaru noted the fluctuating expressions of fear and horror that passed across his face, leaving him to ponder Damaku's thoughts. He gently patted Damaku's shoulder. Ah, what did you say? Damaku snapped back to reality, his voice tinged with confusion. I am curious about the origin of your wood release, Orochimaru inquired, his eyes glinting with intrigue. However, it seems distinct from the original Hokage's technique. I merely discovered that I could replicate certain techniques, albeit with significantly diminished power, Damaku replied, realizing he could not simply dismiss Tsunade's inquiries. What? You can shatter the boundaries of bloodline limits? Come with me, Orochimaru declared, taking Damaku by the arm and leading him to his laboratory. Beneath his office, they traversed a hidden passage, arriving at a laboratory several times larger than the one above. Inside, 7 or 8 researchers clad in protective gear were diligently at work. The laboratory was partitioned by immense transparent glass walls, housing dozens of glass capsules, most of which stood empty, save for 3 or 4 in active use. Dark green liquid filled the capsules, within which a white, clay-like substance writhed upon the body of an unconscious individual. Suddenly, the viscous mass surged into the person's body, causing them to convulse violently. Is this human experimentation? Damaku furrowed his brows, realizing he had misjudged Orochimaru's intentions. How could you? He exclaimed, his voice rife with indignation. Do not be so dramatic. This is a directive from the Hokage and the elders, Orochimaru replied, producing a document from his drawer. Chapter 42. Is this what you call an experience package? While conversing with Orochimaru, a loud explosion erupted from one of the glass containers, instantly changing its color. Chaos ensued in the laboratory as researchers scrambled to adjust instruments, collect data, and summon assistants to clean up the aftermath. Alas, another failure. Orochimaru cast a disinterested glance, exhaling a sigh of disappointment. Damaku felt a surge of discontent at Orochimaru's callous disregard for life, eyeing the document he presented, titled Would Release Continuation Project. The document indicated that volunteers from Konoha were to participate in experiments involving cell transplantation from Hashirama. with Orochimaru listed as the project leader and signatures from the third Hokage and the elders beneath it. Shameless, Damako muttered under his breath. At that moment, Orochimaru seized a 50-centimeter tall glass container filled with a blue liquid, within which a mass of writhing white clay was suspended. What makes it shameless? He queried, setting the bottle on the table. In comparison to the sacrifices of war, what does this amount to? Damako found himself momentarily speechless. What was he to say? Condemn? Rage? In the original story, Orochimaru's experiments were commonplace. However, the fact that this had received approval from Konoha's higher-ups cast a far darker shadow over the situation than Orochimaru's indifference. What do you want to show me here? Damako pressed, suppressing his anger. If there's nothing of significance, I shall take my leave. This is the last remaining cell of Lord Hashirama. Orochimaru pointed at the bottle. Perhaps you what? You intend to experiment on me? Damako's pupils dilated, his muscles tensing in preparation for confrontation. Ding. Detecting an ultra-massive experience package. Would you like to absorb it? A mechanical voice resonated within Damako's mind. Wait, he thought, glancing at the prompt, realizing it referred to the Hashirama cells. Is this truly an experience package? How astonishing. Damako-kun. What I meant was to see if it matches. Orochimaru began to explain, but Damako waved him off and leaned closer to the bottle. Reasoning that the system would not harm him, he chose to absorb it. The mass of cells, as if animated, burst forth from the bottle with a pop, surging toward Damako. It splattered across his face, with several tendrils making their way through his ears, mouth, and nose into his body. He instinctively raised his hands to grab at it, but found nothing to seize. The sudden occurrence startled everyone in the laboratory. Quick, document this. This is an invaluable opportunity. Orochimaru commanded, neglecting to assist Damako, instead ordering the others to record the event. At that moment, Damako felt an overwhelming sensation, akin to drowning. Sound faded, sight blurred. And he could not utter a word, his nose obstructed. Eventually, he could no longer support himself and collapsed onto the floor. His consciousness drifted into an ethereal realm, where a luminous screen displayed the battles experienced throughout Hashirama's life. Floating nearby were the two professions he had selected, druid and mage. Experience package acquired. Would you like to merge the experience? The mechanical voice inquired. Please, Damako rolled his eyes. Could we not have a less exhilarating method next time? Experience package acquired. Would you like to merge the experience? The voice repeated. Sighing, Damako raised his hands in resignation. Merge. The level displayed above the mage's ethereal form changed rapidly. Like a stopwatch, and in mere moments, the mage reached level 120, with 60% of the experience package remaining. Please select a new profession. Damako exclaimed in astonishment, his mouth agape. Select priest. The ethereal image of the priest appeared, and the level digits began to change swiftly again, rising to level 120, leaving only 10% of the experience package remaining. Damako felt as though he were playing a private server. His mind suddenly flooded with a catchy advertisement. I am the great Jia Jia Hui, recommending an incredibly fun game. Greed play monthly. Level up to 999 with a single strike. Come challenge me if you're a brother. While Damako pondered this in the void, chaos erupted outside, with Orochimaru nearly losing his life. Just moments ago, he had instructed the researchers to document the event, and now Damako had transformed into a balloon, growing increasingly inflated and round. Orochimaru-sama, this situation is dire. A researcher warned. Quickly, go report to the Hokage. Orochimaru commanded, gesturing toward the researcher. 5 elements ceiling. Orochimaru's right hand curled into a claw, 5 fingertips igniting with purple chakra flames, aimed at the ever-expanding Damako's abdomen. As Orochimaru made contact with Damako's body, a powerful force rebounded, sending him crashing against the wall with a resounding thud, fracturing his right arm. A cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed as Sarutobi Hiruzen burst through the door, first observing Damako's balloon-like form before spotting Orochimaru slumped in the corner. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily formed hand seals, summoning 2 shadow clones that swiftly darted to opposite corners of the room. Triangular ceiling. A pyramid-shaped barrier materialized, trapping Damako within its confines. A woman's piercing scream pierced the air. Following Sarutobi was Tsunade, who had been reporting on the medical department's work when the researchers informed her of the situation, causing her to rush in a flurry, neglecting to utilize her jutsu, resulting in her being overtaken by Sarutobi. Behind Tsunade were the three elders, including Danzo. Huh. Danzo smirked, reveling in the unfolding chaos. Without hesitation, Tsunade delivered a punch to Orochimaru's abdomen, the force reverberating through his body and into the wall behind him, creating a significant dent. Boom. Orochimaru coughed up blood in the aftermath. Should anything happen to Enmu, I will kill you, Tsunade declared, pointing an accusatory finger at Orochimaru. What are you planning, Tsunade? Danzo interjected, stepping forward to obstruct her. Get out of the way. Tsunade retorted loudly, invoking the sealing technique. The seal on her forehead was released. Enough. Why aren't you all helping? Sarutobi Hiruzen chastised the group. At that moment, the triple sealing pyramid was on the verge of being breached. Tsunade and Danzo both teleported to a corner to assist with the sealing. Suddenly, with a loud pop, Enmu began to transform within the seal, his body gradually shrinking, resembling a deflating balloon. Those outside the seal finally breathed a sigh of relief, though Danzo's expression fluctuated ominously. Minutes later, Enmu returned to his normal form, and with a swift motion, he opened his eyes and stood up. Sarutobi Hiruzen, directly in his line of sight, felt a jolt at the sharpness of Enmu's gaze, reminiscent of a drawn sword, as the seal shattered and Hiruzen released it. Tsunade, he called as she immediately leapt forward. Are you all right? You scared me. I'm fine. I'm so sorry for worrying you. Enmu replied with a smile. It's all over now. Enmu-kun, I'm so relieved you're okay, Tsunade exclaimed. Sarutobi Hiruzen approached, hesitating to speak. Mito and Tsurugi also came forward, expressing their concern. Just then, a sudden burst of laughter filled the room. Ha! We did it. We succeeded. Orochimaru cackled maniacally. Have you lost your mind? Tsunade, still shaken, contemplated striking him again but was held back by Enmu. What do you mean, Orochimaru? Danzo, closest to him, asked first. All the remaining cells of Lord Hashirama in the laboratory have been perfectly fused by Enmu. This is the first successful fusion case, Orochimaru explained, coughing slightly. Healing technique. Tsunade, unable to resist, cast a healing spell on Orochimaru. So all of Lord Hashirama's cells have been consumed? Hiruzen inquired, stroking his beard. Everything is in that vial, not a drop left, Orochimaru replied, regaining some strength as he leaned against the wall. What? Danzo glared at the glass vial on the table, which contained only a small amount of blue nutrient fluid. You must take responsibility for this, Danzo said, anger lacing his words. Oh, how would you like me to take responsibility? Enmu now has 3 fully leveled accounts. Although he can only switch between them, he can also create clones, granting him confidence. Enmu retorted. You must, Danzo persisted, but was interrupted by Orochimaru, who explained patiently, Enmu-kun, if possible, I would like to retain some of your cells for continued research. As your compatibility with Hashirama's cells, I refuse. Enmu's tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Don't be ungrateful. Danzo struggled to contain himself, knowing this impacted his future plans. Sarutobi Hiruzen, sensing the situation escalating, quickly intervened with a smile. All right, let me speak. You are engaged to Tsunade, so I am somewhat of a senior to you. Enmu remained silent as Hiruzen continued. Take my advice. Wood release techniques are incredibly profound, and I fear you might not grasp them fully, young one. He patted Enmu on the shoulder. Activating the wood release bloodline is a consensus among us. This involves many complexities. You are the first, and we hope for more. It's a deep and intricate matter. Hiruzen spoke earnestly. No, Hokage-sama. I can independently cultivate individuals who can wield wood release. I do not require such inhumane methods. Enmu firmly rejected the notion. Do not blame me for being blunt. Precision research in this field is intricate. If you cannot handle it, leave it to Konoha. Hiruzen's expression turned serious. Let us wait and see. Ju, Tsunade's brother, will be the second wood release user after me, Enmu stated unequivocally. Chapter 43. A visit to the Forbidden Technique Library in the underground laboratory due to Enmu's obstinacy. The atmosphere grew exceedingly tense. Your words hold no credibility. Either leave your cells, or Danzo's angry glare was fierce. Tsunade stepped forward, shielding Enmu. What do you intend to do, Shimura Danzo? Enmu gently pulled Tsunade behind him, assuring her, it's all right, don't worry. I can handle this. How can I trust you? Danzo challenged. After thoughtful consideration, Sarutobi Hiruzen proposed, how about this? If you can cultivate 3 Jonin-level ninjas within 5 years, we shall consider the matter settled. What do you say? Agreed. Enmu responded confidently, without hesitation. No, it must be at least 5. Danzo strongly opposed. Fine. Whatever you say? Enmu dismissed him with a glance. Then let us make it 100. Danzo shamelessly continued. You've gone too far. Hiruzen shouted in anger. Don't push it. Tsunade yelled. Enmu remained silent, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Danzo before turning to leave with Tsunade. As they brushed past Orochimaru, Enmu remarked cryptically. We should regard our lives as a continuation of those who came before us, part of a collective existence, and also the beginning of the lives of those who will follow. Continuously evolving, science will shine brighter each day, and Konoha will grow more splendid. Orochimaru appeared perplexed, brows furrowed in thought, before he smirked darkly, murmuring, Hee, tangible things will inevitably perish. Only the intangible will endure. Is that what you mean, Enmu-kun? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked relieved, feeling a twinge of guilt for his prior private counsel, while Danzo and the other elders expressed disdain and indifference. Oh, by the way, I have a request. Enmu turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen. What request? Hiruzen asked slowly, wary of any excessive demands. Please grant me access to the Forbidden Technique Library. I wish to take a look. Enmu said earnestly. What? That's impossible. Don't even think about it. The 3 elders exclaimed in unison, particularly Danzo, who regarded Enmu as if he were a rogue ninja rather than a Konoha shinobi. Shall we proceed to select students this afternoon? Enmu continued to ignore the 3, as if they were mere air. Sarutobi sighed heavily. 3 conditions. First, you cannot learn unethical ninjutsu. Second, you cannot learn techniques that desecrate the dead. Third, you may not copy, only observe, and you will have 3 hours under my supervision. All right. Enmu readily agreed. Then, Hokage-sama, please. Enmu bowed and gestured for Sarutobi to proceed, even winking at Danzo. Danzo was visibly frustrated, yet powerless, knowing he was not the Hokage. Let us go in. Sarutobi released the seal and led Enmu inside. The Forbidden Technique Library was located directly beneath the Hokage's office, secured by 9 seals. If any seal were broken or someone attempted to trespass, the Hokage would be notified. With the entrance conveniently positioned beside the Hokage's desk, Enmu pondered a question. How did Naruto manage to steal this shadow clone technique? Scroll from here. He glanced sideways at Sarutobi, thinking, isn't this a bit too lenient? This is akin to giving Naruto a vast expanse of ocean. As they entered the library, Sarutobi followed closely behind Enmu. What jutsu do you wish to learn? Enmu surveyed the room, which featured 8 rows of shelves, each labeled with corresponding elemental attributes: water, fire, wind, earth, lightning, yin, yang, and bloodline limit. Dumu browsed through the list of jutsu, and whenever he encountered a technique he could not learn, Sarutobi Hiruzen would promptly offer his guidance. Ultimately, he selected the Flying Thunder God technique from the Shadow Shelf and the Yin Sealing technique from the Light Shelf. His choice was influenced by the notoriety of these jutsu. One was a signature move of the renowned Tsunade, while the other was the ultimate technique of the legendary Tobirama Senju. Sarutobi merely observed in silence, reminding him hourly. Little did Sarutobi know that the moment Dumu entered the Forbidden Jutsu Library, the system had already scanned all the techniques and categorized them in his skill bar. In less than half an hour, he had learned the majority of jutsu with the system's assistance. From the perspective of the characters available in his system, the druid symbolized the essence of life, correlating to wood release, water release, and earth release in the Naruto universe. The mage represented magical prowess, encompassing ice, fire, and arcane magic, corresponding to wind release, water release, fire release, and space. The priest embodied light and shadow, corresponding to yin and yang releases. Thus, only lightning release and bloodline limits remained inaccessible. However, this was not entirely accurate, as Dumu's latest chosen profession was that of a shaman, which represented the forces of nature, encompassing water, fire, wind, and lightning. This made it arguably the most comprehensive class in terms of power within the Naruto world. The only drawback was that the 4 professions could not be stacked. At any given time, only one character could be utilized. Fortunately, when selecting a new profession, one could inherit the attributes of a fully leveled character. This served as a protective mechanism provided by the system. Thankfully, he had initially inherited the strength of the formidable Kato Dan, and all existing professions could unleash jutsu, provided Dumu possessed sufficient magical energy. He was merely lacking the Sharingan. Had he possessed it, He could have summoned formidable creations in mere moments. However, this was an irreversible dilemma at the current stage, and Dumu had no intention of becoming a bothersome puppet like Danzo. Time is up. Sarutobi patted Dumu on the shoulder. You should only focus on one jutsu. Oh, I understand. There's just too much temptation here. Dumu acknowledged. I can relate to your feelings, Sarutobi continued, reminiscing. Lord Hokage, the scrolls are ready. Dumu handed the 2 scrolls to Sarutobi. Do not be disheartened. I will wait for you. Sarutobi kindly sought to reassure him. At that moment, a purple diamond-shaped mark appeared on his forehead, surrounded by a fiery crimson design. Is this the Ein sealing technique? Sarutobi could hardly believe his eyes. To learn a high-level jutsu in merely 3 hours. This is truly astonishing. It was no wonder that even someone as seasoned as Sarutobi was left in awe. The mark on his forehead was distinct from the one on Tsunade's. It was a personalized design crafted by the system. While it could have been more extravagant, Dumu opted to embellish the diamond mark with a flame totem for distinction. Life within the system often proved to be unadorned and monotonous. Yes, I just learned it. I had no choice. Time is of the essence. Dumu exclaimed, shrugging at Sarutobi. Sarutobi chuckled. Indeed, time is precious. Come, let us proceed to the Ninja Academy to fulfill your promise. Dumu followed Sarutobi out of the forbidden jutsu library and back to the office. After Sarutobi briefed the on-duty Umbu, he led Dumu towards the Ninja Academy. The Ninja Academy, established by the second Hokage Tobarama Senju, aimed to ensure educational stability and efficient talent cultivation. This is where all the ninjas of Konoha begin their training, Sarutobi explained patiently. After foundational learning at the academy, ninjas are assigned to different teams and mentors for further training. Students will undertake tasks suitable to their levels. Many of today's exceptional ninjas hail from this institution. It is the best means of passing on Konoha's will, and it is highly coveted by other ninja villages. Sarutobi continued with enthusiasm. Yet he noticed Dumu seemed somewhat distracted. Dumu-kun, Sarutobi called out loudly, realizing that the kunai was not the focal point. The true significance lay in the technique inscribed upon it. Dumu remained lost in thought, unaware of the change in Sarutobi's tone. Dumu-san. Sarutobi halted and called his name again. Ah, Lord Hokage, have we arrived at the school? Dumu finally came to his senses and asked, scratching his head. Never mind. We are almost there. Have you decided which individuals to select? Remember, a total of 5. Sarutobi reiterated. Rest assured, Lord Hokage. But I will only choose 3 from the academy. Dumu replied respectfully. And what of the remaining 2? Sarutobi inquired, frowning. One is Shino, and the other is Hinata Hyuga. Dumu answered calmly. I understand about Shino, but Hinata seems rather unsuitable. Sarutobi hesitated. The Hyuga clan already possesses ample secret techniques. Hinata is currently in the medical department, and I have a good rapport with her. Dumu maintained his composure. But have you considered their temperament? The Hyuga clan is notoriously proud, rivaling even the Uchiha. At this point, Sarutobi's expression turned somewhat uncomfortable, as if recalling a thorny issue. Welcome, Lord Hokage. At that moment, a guard stationed at the school entrance spotted the two and hurried over. Informed the school administration to gather all unassigned ninjas on the playground. Sarutobi commanded sternly. Yes, Lord Hokage. Please wait a moment. The guard vanished in an instant to relay the message. Come, Dumu-kun, let us wait on the playground. Sarutobi said with a smile. In less than half an hour, a throng of individuals emerged from the school's teaching building. Dumu looked up and noted that the youngest among them appeared to be 3 or 4 years old, still wobbling as they walked. However, one adult clad in a vibrant green tracksuit stood out, exuding an aura of prominence. Ahem. Sarutobi cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. Today, we will select 3 individuals from among you genin to study under Mr. Dumu. Senator, you will become his students. Chapter 44. Selecting students on the playground of the Konoha Ninja Academy. A girl with chestnut-colored hair exclaimed, Wow, the teacher is so handsome. That's the legendary Dumu. A boy in a green tracksuit gasped, glancing at the other children with a sigh of disappointment. Is Dumu something edible? A snot-nosed boy asked, placing his finger in his mouth and sniffing. Before Sarutobi could finish his sentence, chaos erupted on the playground. Silence. The supervising teacher quickly intervened to restore order. Ahem. Dumu-kun is to train the selected children to the level of J-nin within 3 years. Sarutobi coughed lightly and continued. The crowd erupted in astonishment once more. Quiet. Settle down. The supervising teacher shouted repeatedly to regain control, wiping the sweat from his brow, filled with skepticism. 3 years. It took me 6 years to become a chunin. All right, Dumu-kun, the selection is now yours. Sarutobi announced, stepping back to relinquish the stage. Dumu had already begun to assess the candidates using the system within his view during the third Hokage's speech. He scanned the crowd, contemplating his choices. Duangmu pointed, aware of the name of the person in question, yet refraining from uttering it to avoid arousing suspicion. As his words fell, a profound silence enveloped the gathering, prompting Duangmu to gesture towards the individual, exclaiming, the tall fellow in green, you, come forth. Me? The lad clad in green sportswear exclaimed incredulously, pointing to himself in disbelief. Yes, indeed, you. What is your name? Duangmu inquired with utmost kindness. Before the boy could respond, the leading teacher erupted into laughter, unable to contain himself. Snorting in disapproval, Sarutobi Hizashi expressed his dissatisfaction with the teacher's behavior, gently tugging at Duangmu, believing he was unaware of the boy's notorious reputation in the village as the eternal underachiever. Duangmu-sensei, perhaps you should reconsider? The boy, feeling the weight of the Hokage's presence, hesitated, retreating slightly. Step forward. If you lack the courage for this, I shall retract my previous statement, Duangmu declared, his brow furrowed in displeasure. In a flash, the boy appeared before Duangmu. Mr. Duangmu, my name is Mike Guy. Would you be willing to accept me as your first disciple? He earnestly asked. Sarutobi Hizashi was momentarily taken aback, and the leading teacher wore a look of astonishment. For a disciple bore a different significance than a student. A disciple was destined to inherit the master's legacy. The relationship between the third Hokage and the legendary three was akin to that of master and disciple, whereas Kakashi and Naruto's bond was merely that of teacher and student. I am willing, Mike Guy exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. This was the first time in years he felt acknowledged, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. I shall not disappoint my master's expectations, unwaveringly charging forth. This is my youthful anthem. He then flashed a thumbs up at Duangmu, revealing a dazzling smile that could reflect light. Duangmu, with a head full of doubts, questioned his own judgment in selecting this exuberant boy. Step aside, the next candidate is you. He pointed at a little girl with fluffy hair. The girl, obedient and brave, parted the crowd and approached. What is your name, little one? Duangmu inquired. Crouching down with a smile. My name is Hinata Yuhi, Mr. Duangmu. The girl replied sweetly. Oh, and who might Hinata be to you? Duangmu continued to question, glancing at her cherubic face. She is my father, Hinata Yuhi responded cheerfully. How fortuitous. I once fought alongside your father. Do you wish to become my disciple? Duangmu asked with a grin. I would love to. The little girl nodded enthusiastically. Duangmu instructed her to stand aside and continued his selections. The final candidate, a chubby boy, squeezed to the front, bouncing and calling out me. Me. Pick me. Beside him, a robust boy shoved the chubby one aside. Choose me. You won't regret it, he proclaimed, raising his chin in anticipation of being chosen. As the chubby boy prepared to protest, 2 other children emerged from the side, blocking his path. Sarutobi Hizashi, standing behind Duangmu, twitched his lips in discomfort. Though Duangmu recognized the identity of the robust boy, he opted not to indulge him, pointing instead at the chubby boy. You are the one. The chubby boy dusted off his clothes, astonished at being selected. Master, my name is Marino Abiki. I am willing, he hurriedly declared, quickly positioning himself beside Hinata and Mike Guy. All right, the selections are complete. The remaining candidates may disperse, Sarutobi Hizashi announced, casting a disapproving glance at the robust boy. As Duangmu prepared to depart with his 3 new disciples, the robust boy protested. I refuse to accept this. Why was the eternal underachiever chosen over me? I am a Sarutobi. You a Suma. Sarutobi Hizashi chastised loudly, for this boy was his second son, Asuma Sarutobi. The third Hokage felt a conflict within. Though he harbored doubts about Duangmu's choices, he was still displeased that his son had not been selected. Thus, he merely rebuked him without further comment. Oh, Duangmu turned. Addressing Asuma, what would it take for you to be satisfied? You lack the skill. Your selection process is chaotic. I do not need a teacher like you, the boy retorted, turning his head away defiantly. Very well then, once you become a jonin, you may freely challenge any of my 3 disciples. Should any of them lose, I shall concede my lack of discernment. Would that suffice? Duangmu responded calmly, wishing to prevent any escalation of conflict. Humph. Just a mediocre piece of trash. Asuma muttered discontentedly before storming away. In an instant, Duangmu utilized the body flicker technique, aiming to demonstrate his prowess. Suddenly, 3 Umbu appeared from nowhere. Duangmu-sensei, please recognize your position. Do not harm young Master Asuma. You 3, give him a good beating and let out some steam. Asuma commanded the 3 Umbu shinobi. The Umbu exchanged glances with the 3rd Hokage, who appeared oblivious to the unfolding situation, engrossed in conversation with the accompanying teacher. The 3 Umbu nodded in silent agreement. Each drew a kunai and launched an assault on Duangmu, prompting the onlookers to instinctively retreat. The first Umbu raised his kunai, aiming for Duangmu, who did not flinch until the weapon was almost upon his face. Swiftly, he hurled a small wooden tile, roughly the size of a mahjong tile, behind him. Just as the kunai was about to strike, Duangmu vanished, reappearing behind the Umbu, executing the wood release. Thorn prison technique, ensnaring the Umbu in a tangle of vines. Sarutobi Hizashi's pupils constricted in realization. Is that the flying thunder god technique from his master? The second ninja attacked from the side, but Duangmu replicated his earlier maneuver, tossing another wooden tile. The Umbu, now on guard, attempted to turn and counter. With a swift kick, Duangmu sent him crashing to the ground, catching the Umbu off guard as he had not employed the flying thunder god this time. The defeat of 2 Umbu transpired in mere moments. However, the last Umbu lunged from behind, plunging a kunai into Duangmu's back. Hizashi, intent on intervening, realized it was too late. He had merely wished to gauge Duangmu's abilities, never anticipating such an outcome. As he pondered how to resolve the situation, he witnessed a puff of smoke. Duangmu had transformed into a wooden effigy, revealing the last Umbu's folly. As he searched for Duangmu, an enormous hand swiftly grasped his throat from behind, leaving him stunned, unable to fathom how Duangmu had managed to sneak up on him. Even Sarutobi Hizashi had not discerned the speed of Duangmu's movements. In the final moments before combat commenced, it was Duangmu's clone that had charged forth while he remained stationary. Activating the shadow clone technique, the last Umbu failed to notice the wooden tile inscribed with Duangmu's flying thunder god seal behind him, allowing Duangmu to teleport and conclude the skirmish with precision. Clap, clap, clap. Sarutobi Hizashi approached, beaming with pride as he applauded. Truly remarkable, Duangmu. In just 3 hours, you have mastered the flying thunder god technique to such an extent. You are indeed a treasure of Konoha. The onlookers, inspired by the Hokage's enthusiasm, joined in the applause. Your praises are too generous, Hokage-sama, Duangmu humbly replied, bowing slightly while mentally branding Hizashi as a cunning fox. Observe, Duangmu has learned 2 advanced ninjutsu in merely 3 hours. He is an extraordinary talent for Konoha, Sarutobi Hizashi declared, turning to Asuma with a stern expression. Asuma quickly apologized to Duangmu. At this moment, Asuma was also left in awe, captivated by the fluidity and precision of the duel. Upon hearing his father's words, he hesitated, his lips moving timidly as he stammered an apology before hastily turning and running away. Master, what is that small wooden plaque? Asked Hinata, stepping forward with curiosity. Here, take a look. Danmu handed over the wooden plaque inscribed with a technique. Hinata gazed down at the rectangular piece of wood, where a cute paw print was painted in the center. Wow, what an adorable little paw, she exclaimed, clapping her hands. Master, can you give this plaque to me? Danmu glanced at the somewhat crude plaque, and suddenly an idea struck him. Let me refine it for you. Taking the plaque from Hinata, he applied a subtle force, causing the wood surrounding the paw print to disintegrate into dust, transforming the plaque into a plump bare paw. Handing it back, Hinata exclaimed, Wow, it's so cute. Thank you, Master. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. Could this be Tsunade's extraordinary strength? Was it a manifestation of the wood release cell's effects? Chapter 45. Danmu's home visit. The sun's waning rays bathed the earth in golden light as Sarutobi Hiruzen bid farewell to the 4 disciples on the playground of the Konohagakure Ninja Academy. Feeling a tinge of disappointment that he hadn't selected his own son. However, he had already made arrangements for Asuma, and even if chosen, he would find a reason to decline. Danmu observed his young followers and decided to fully embrace his role as a mentor. They made their way to the medical facility, where they found Tsunade preparing to close for the day. Upon seeing the mark on Danmu's forehead, Tsunade was taken aback. You learned this in the Forbidden Techniques library? She exclaimed. Want to learn? I can teach you. What a wasted opportunity. Let's discuss this later. Matters are more complicated than you think. Right now, I'm preparing to visit my apprentices' homes. Damu replied cheerfully. Understood, return early. Tsunade said obediently, generally respectful towards Damu. Hayashi, come here. Damu beckoned. I have taken 3 apprentices today. Hayashi's face revealed envy as he noticed the 3 behind Damu, wanting to speak, but finding the words stuck in his throat. At that moment, Damu asked, Hayashi, I want to know if you would like to become my apprentice? Me. Is that possible? Really? Hayashi stammered, overwhelmed. He and his brother were twins. But fate had dealt them a cruel hand. The child who looked exactly like him had already been designated the heir of the Hyuga clan, while he bore the curse mark of a caged bird on his forehead. His life was destined to revolve around protecting his elder brother, as dictated by the clan's unyielding fate. The mere thought of rebellion would invoke the clan leader's curse, leaving him trapped in a cycle of despair. Danmu's appearance seemed to open a window of hope in his dim world, allowing light to seep in, and the feeling of being cared for was overwhelmingly delightful. I am willing, Hayashi said, looking at Danmu's smiling face, joyfully accepting. Then, there is one more disciple named Ju, whom you will meet later, Danmu said kindly. Now, I wish to visit your homes. Please provide the addresses in order of proximity. Master, I won't be joining. My elders have passed, and it's getting late. I need to purchase some things to care for my son. Son? You have a son? Danmu exclaimed, his eyes widening. What year were you born? Master, I was born in the 14th year of Konoha, 4 years younger than you. Might Dai replied with a smile. Ah, that is good. That is good. Danmu sighed in relief. It would have been awkward if his apprentice were older. Yet, this apprentice had a child while he had just become engaged. With a sigh, he glanced at Tsunade and remarked, We ought to make haste. Tsunade, delighted to see her partner conversing with his apprentices, never anticipated the conversation would shift to her. You all continue. I have matters to attend to, she said, hurriedly excusing herself. Danmu instructed Might Dai to return home and arranged for him to report to the Senju residence the following morning. After comparing distances, they decided to visit the Hyuga household first. Young master, you've returned, greeted a servant of the Hyuga family as they arrived. Who are you? Is father home? This is my newly appointed master, and these are my fellow disciples. Hayashi informed the servant. The servant's expression was somewhat peculiar, yet he respectfully bowed to Danmu and the others, saying, Please wait here, I will inform him. With that, he turned and entered the house. The pride of a prominent family was evident in the servant's demeanor. Danmu observed that Hayashi's situation was not particularly favorable. Even the servant treated him with a lack of respect, akin to 2 equals conversing. After a while, the servant returned. Thank you for your patience. The head of the household has invited you in. He gestured amicably. As they entered, Danmu scanned the surroundings. The Hyuga residence's design was markedly different from the Senju clan's, though both adhered to the minimalist aesthetic of the land of the rising sun. The Hyuga family took order to an extreme. The symmetrical architectural style and impeccably clean pathways suggested that even walking in the courtyard required adherence to specific routes. Only designated spots were allowed for plants and trees, all planted in symmetrical arrangements. The group followed the servant into the central house, where they were led to a side hall. Upon entering, Hayashi's expression changed, but he composed himself and stepped inside. Seated at the head of the hall was a middle-aged man, and Danmu and his companions took their positions respectfully. Ah, so it is the renowned Mr. Ri. A pleasure to finally meet you, the head of the Hyuga family said coolly. You are too kind, Danmu thought to himself, feeling a twinge of annoyance at the man's insincerity. What brings you here today? The head of the Hyuga clan asked, feigning curiosity. I have accepted Hayashi as my disciple, and I am here for a home visit, Danmu stated plainly, growing weary of the head's pretentious demeanor. You wish to learn our Hyuga clan's secret techniques through Hayashi, do you? The head of the Hyuga clan shot back, glaring. Huh, what a joke. Aside from the Byakugan, do you possess anything worth coveting? Danmu's frustration boiled over, aggravated further by the chaotic events in Orochimaru's laboratory. In my view, the Byakugan is rather overrated. The head of the Hyuga clan half sat up. Byakugan, multiple wood clone technique. Danmu remained unfazed, summoning 3 wooden clones from behind him. If the head does not wish for this splendid residence to transform into a forest, we can engage in a demonstration, he said boldly, surveying the room with a fearless gaze. Danmu stood up and added, If you disagree with this arrangement, the business collaboration between the Hyuga clan and myself may be adversely affected. Understood, do as you wish. It is merely a branch family, after all. The head of the Hyuga clan conceded, dismissing the Byakugan technique with a wave. Master, I apologize for the trouble caused. Hayashi said, blushing with embarrassment as he escorted them out. No worries. Just strive to earn back my respect in the future. Damu replied with a smile, waving goodbye. Return home now. And don't forget the first class tomorrow. Subsequently, Danmu visited the families of the Yuhi and Marino clans, both of which were humble households that welcomed him warmly. After scheduling their classes for the next day, Damu bid them farewell and departed. The morning sunlight always brings a sense of refreshment to both body and mind. During breakfast, Duanmu proposed to Shingshu that he would impart the art of ninjutsu to him, to which Shingshu readily agreed. After their meal, a few individuals arrived in the courtyard to engage in some physical activity. Mihiko, Konan, and Nagato followed suit. Recently, Jiraiya had been coming here whenever he had free time to teach them. The three were diligent in their studies. Residing in the Senju household, they were free from worries about food and clothing, and their progress was swift, having already reached the level of Genin and Konoha. Upon hearing that Duanmu would be instructing his newly accepted students today, the trio decided to join in the excitement. Duanmu, not wishing to turn them away, thought to himself that whether he had 3 sheep or 2, it made little difference, and thus he welcomed them. Sir, a few individuals outside claim to be your students, announced Senju Songjiang as he approached Duanmu. Let them in, and oh, by the way, ask if they've had breakfast. If not, take them to eat something, Duanmu replied, pondering how he would teach this group of students. After a while, the 3 arrived in the courtyard. Duanmu instructed them to stand together. Mado Dai, Hyuga Hinata, Yuhi Kurenai, Shingshu, Mihiko, Nagato, and Konan. Duanmu smiled at the sight. Goodness, whether it's for saving Grandpa or summoning the dragon, this is quite the formidable lineup. If taught properly, they could rival the Akatsuki organization from the original narrative. Now, why don't you each showcase the techniques and ninjutsu you excel at? As the old saying goes, every monkey has its own tricks, Duanmu said with a smile. Hee. Konan chuckled, just as she was about to speak when a crisp voice interjected. Master, where did this old saying come from? How amusing. Kurenai laughed. Hey, you stole what I was going to say. Konan retorted indignantly. I am the master's disciple. Why shouldn't I speak? She said, unconsciously fiddling with a wooden pendant in the shape of an animal claw hanging around her neck. Just as Konan was about to respond, she realized she was not actually Duanmu's disciple and timidly fell silent. She turned her head to Kurenai, who winked playfully at her and stuck out her tongue. Humph. Konan huffed, stamping her foot in frustration. Duanmu slapped his forehead, realizing that even before they began, disputes had already arisen, and he indeed had a long way to go. All right, enough. Let us get started. Duanmu called out loudly, then quickly formed hand seals. Wood release, multiple wood clone technique. For wooden clones emerged from behind him, with a wave of his hand. The clones moved to the corners of the courtyard and simultaneously formed seals inside the 4 red sun formation. With a whoosh, orange, glass-like barriers erupted from the corners, enveloping everyone within. Suddenly, from several high vantage points around the Senju estate, no fewer than 7 or 8 masked ninjas hurriedly retreated from their concealed positions. This is a seal formation modified by my master. Those inside can see outside, but those outside cannot see in. It can also withstand multiple attacks from J-Nin level ninjas. Duanmu boasted, attributing the system's merits to himself. Wow, master, you are amazing. Kurenai clapped her hands in admiration. Nearby, Konan clenched her fists, feeling overshadowed once again. All right, please begin your performances. Who will go first? Duanmu said with a smile. Me. Konan raised her hand without hesitation, then provocatively glanced at Kurenai, who graciously gestured for her to proceed. However, Konan soon realized she had no particularly impressive ninjutsu, and her face turned crimson. Chapter 46. The Evolution of the 8 Gates. Don't worry, think carefully. Duanmu squatted down, encouraging Konan kindly. After a moment, a white paper rose appeared in Konan's hand. Mr. Duanmu, this is for you. Wow, it's beautiful. Duanmu exclaimed as he took the flower. With a flick of his wrist, Konan's paper rose transformed into a vibrant red, making it appear even more lifelike. Thank you, Konan, for the rose. Splendid. He carefully pinned it to his chest. Now who's next? I will. Shingshu stepped forward and formed hand seals, multiple shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of sounds, he summoned several tangible shadow clones. Water release, water chaos wave. Mexico showcased his strongest water technique. Fire release. Fireball. Nagato modestly demonstrated a fire technique. 8 trigrams empty palm. Hinata practiced a set of palm techniques, fluid and powerful. Perception technique. Kurenai demonstrated her sensing ninjutsu, accurately identifying the locations of others within the estate with her eyes closed. Lastly, Meito Dai stepped forward, his expression slightly awkward. Master, I don't know ninjutsu. I only know taijutsu. Then showcase your most formidable taijutsu. Duanmu encouraged. Meito Dai nodded in response to Duanmu's encouraging gaze. Opening the first gate, the gate of opening, open. Opening the second gate, the gate of rest, open. Opening the third gate, the gate of life, open. A powerful aura enveloped Meito Dai, causing those around him to stagger back. His skin flushed red, and green energy began to radiate from him as he rapidly ran around the formation's barrier, resembling a swift-moving green whirlwind. All right, stop now. Duanmu quickly called out. With a whoosh, Meito Dai dashed to Duanmu's side. Upon releasing the 8-gate state, he swayed unsteadily, drenched in sweat as if a dam had burst. Healing technique. Duanmu hurriedly performed a healing technique on him, then handed him a small vial of purple potion. Here, drink this. It will restore your vitality. Now, take a moment to rest. Now, let us discuss the tailored teaching plans I will create for you, Duanmu said as he paced. By the way, Mexico, you will train with me, but first, complete Jiraiya's assignments. If you have any questions, feel free to consult him before coming to me. First, Hinata, since you have a foundation, we will continue to teach you healing ninjutsu, Duanmu stated, looking at Hinata. You can practice with Meito Dai for mutual improvement. Yes, master. Hinata responded obediently. As for Shinkshu, you will assist Kurenai in honing her taijutsu and ninjutsu. Leave the rest aside. Duanmu stroked his chin thoughtfully. All right, brother-in-law. Shinkshu agreed. Meito Dai, Duanmu remarked, observing that he was recovering well. I have a question for you. If it's inconvenient, feel free to decline. Master, please ask. Meito Dai quickly brushed off the dust from his clothes and stood up. Where did you learn the 8 gates? Can you share? Duanmu inquired, carefully choosing his words. If it's a family secret, you may choose to keep it to yourself. Oh, I learned it from a book in my family. As for whether it's a family heirloom, I'm not certain. If anyone from Konoha wishes to learn, they are always welcome. There are no secrets here. What? Everyone was astonished. In this world, such selflessness is a rare gem. Among the clans in Konoha, which family doesn't possess secret techniques? Which family doesn't guard their secrets meticulously? Some even rely on the most ancient oral traditions. Duanmu found himself at a loss for words. If it's not too much trouble, could you bring me to see it tomorrow? Of course, master, just wait a moment. Meito Dai said as he turned around and retrieved a square package wrapped in fur from his satchel. I thought you would want to test me, so I brought the book with me. Meito Dai handed the package to Duanmu. As Duanmu gazed upon the sincere face of Meito Dai, he felt a stir of emotion within. He unwrapped a package to discover a book, only to find the last few pages seemingly torn out. Perhaps those missing pages contained the essence of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Ding! A new skill detected. 8 gates of Duanjia, fragment available for learning. Duanmu was taken aback. Learn. In an instant, a wealth of knowledge regarding 8 gates of Duanjia flooded his mind. Ding! Elite task. Perfect the art of 8 gates of Duanjia. It appeared that only through learning could one receive such a task. Master! Master! Duanmu heard someone calling him, snapping back to reality, as he noticed several disciples staring at him, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Clearing his throat, he pretentiously reviewed the book detailing 8 gates of Duanjia from cover to cover before returning it to Meito Dai. Ah, my dear Dai, it seems I have inadvertently mastered your 8 gates of Duanjia. You won't hold it against me, will you? What? The others gasped, their astonishment surpassing even their reaction to Meito Dai's earlier words. Enjoying this moment of pretense, Duanmu waved his hand dismissively. Scatter. The group complied, creating space around him. Duanmu clapped his hands, and from the 4 corners of his body, wooden stakes of yellow, red, blue, and white materialized. First gate, opening gate, open. Second gate, rest gate, open. Seventh gate, shock gate, open. Blue steam erupted from Duanmu's body, forming a vacuum zone within a 10-meter radius around him. He raised his arm, feeling an overwhelming surge of power, and crouched down to strike the ground, eager to test his strength. Just as he did, a loud crack resounded as a 10-meter wide pit formed beneath him. 8 gates of Duanjia. Release. With a powerful shout, Duanmu's body returned to its original state. A sharp pain coursed through his muscles, and with a sudden hiss, the yellow wooden stake before him vanished. Duanmu resumed his previous demeanor, appearing relaxed. Master. Maite Dai tentatively called out. Are you all right? Why? Little Dai? I assure you, try it for yourself. Maite Dai cautiously extended a trembling finger, gently poking Duanmu's arm, who remained unchanged. What on earth is happening? Shinshu could not help but inquire, observing the puzzled expressions of the others. Maite Dai patiently explained the side effects of 8 gates of Duanjia. Entering the 4th gate results in bodily harm, and if the 7th gate is cancelled, one experiences excruciating pain, potentially leading to muscle tears. Pausing for effect, Maite Dai continued. The 8th gate unleashes all of one's life force, potentially surpassing even the level of a shadow, but, come on, just say it. Shinshu urged impatiently, while the others wore curious expressions. The cost is the destruction and carbonization of the body, even leading to loss of life. Duanmu interjected. What? Brother-in-law, the side effects of this technique are far too severe. Please, forget about it. Shinshu implored earnestly. Hearing this, Maite Dai lowered his head, feeling a twinge of sadness. This was the only ninjutsu he could call his own, as he was unskilled in all others. At times, he questioned whether he was even a true ninja, but ultimately, he cast aside those negative thoughts. Buoyed by his steadfast resolve to pursue what truly mattered, regardless of pain or sorrow, striving to leave his mark upon the world, Duanmu gently ruffled his hair. Shinshu, there is no inherent good or evil in ninjutsu. It merely depends on its application. Shinshu nodded, then shook his head, seemingly perplexed. Duanmu continued, consider your blade, Frost Tiger. Is it better to wield it against invaders to protect Konoha, or to use it for robbery and bullying the weak? Certainly, to protect Konoha. Shinshu replied resolutely. Well said. You all should take note. This is my first lesson to you. The morality of an action lies not within the act itself, but in the heart of the individual, whether it is good or evil. It is acceptable if you do not understand this now. Remember it well, for one day, you will. Then, Duanmu patted Maite Dai on the shoulder. Just believe in your path and stride forward confidently, becoming someone others can look up to with smiles. Yes, master, Maite Dai exclaimed, tears of emotion welling in his eyes, as if Duanmu spoke directly to his heart. However, do not be too hasty. Perhaps I might discover a way to improve this technique. Duanmu replied with a smile. What? Maite Dai exclaimed, astonished. Tomorrow, let us reconvene. I have formed a preliminary idea that I need to contemplate further. After glancing around, Duanmu dispelled the 4 wooden clones, and the barrier of the formation dissolved along with them. Continue practicing. I will step out to gather materials. He called out, waving goodbye. Shinshu pondered for a moment, yet remained uneasy, handing Yuhi Kurenai over to Yahiko and setting off to find Tsunade. All right, today, let us run 100 laps around Konoha. Go for it, Maite Dai, he proclaimed, before running off with great enthusiasm, soon returning to express his gratitude. It is my fortune to become fellow disciples with all of you. Thank you. With that, he dashed away again. Sister, something's wrong. Shinshu rushed into the reception room. Flustered. What is it? Why are you in such a hurry? Can't you see we have guests? Tsunade reprimanded, frowning. As Shinshu entered, he spotted Jiraiya accompanied by his 2 wives, Fk Mikazuki and Fk Ritsuka. Shinshu respectfully greeted the trio, leaning closer to Tsunade to recount the earlier events. What? The 8 gates of Duanjia. That is a high-level ninjutsu. Mastering 3 gates in 2 days? Good heavens! Tsunade exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 47. Dragon Roar Cannon. Duanmu strolled to the back mountain of Konoha village, contemplating the feasibility of his ideas. Just moments ago, he had opened the 7th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, managing to circumvent its side effects by preemptively switching his profession to shaman. By utilizing the foundation totem, which absorbs single target damage, he had evaded this peril. What, then, was his idea? Duanmu kicked a pebble beneath his feet, walking with his hands behind his back, while murmuring. Energy can transform from one form to another. Just as Duanmu prepared to dash home with a sudden burst of speed, something caught his attention. Unbeknownst to him, due to Shinshu informing Tsunade, Jiraiya had inquired about the matter and decided to report it to his master, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tsunade, flustered with concern, readily agreed to Jiraiya's request. Once this incident was reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen, It meant that more individuals became aware of it, mastering 3 high-level ninjutsu in just 2 days. Unbeknownst to them, if they only knew that Duanmu had already learned nearly all of Konoha's forbidden techniques, what would their reactions be? Grandfather, has Duanmu returned? Tsunade asked urgently as she and Jiraiya arrived at the Senju household, encountering Senju Masashige. Yes. He returned long ago and is busy in the workshop, Masashige replied leisurely. Before he could finish, the two rushed off like the wind toward the backyard. Oh dear. These young people. Masashige shook his head, continuing on. The Fka sisters remained in the living room, and he needed to attend to their needs, ensuring he upheld the dignity of the Senju clan. Duanmu. Duanmu. Tsunade called out even before entering the house. I'm inside. Duanmu replied loudly. Upon entering the workshop, they found Duanmu meticulously carving something on a metal cylinder, with another identical object standing nearby. Jiraiya picked up the object beside him and examined it closely. This is the iron cannon. Upon lifting it, he noticed a harness attached, adorned with various gears and pulleys. As he observed the exterior of the iron cannon, intricate symbols and characters, indecipherable to the untrained eye, were inscribed upon it. Are you researching new weapons? Asked Shinjutsu, while Tsunade looked on in confusion. This is what I've been trying to explain to you, said Duanmu, just as the door burst open. My lady, my lord. CHJ rushed into the workshop, breathless. Slow down, old man. Duanmu set down his tools. Tsunade stepped forward to assist CHJ to his feet. The Hokage and several elders, along with the heads of major clans, have all arrived. After taking a moment to catch his breath, CHJ continued. Then let us hurry to greet them. The 4 of them, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastened to the reception hall, where the Uzumaki sisters had already arranged for CHJ in a side room. Master, what brings you here? Tsunade inquired as she entered, greeting the dignitaries. The others returned her salutations. I came to see how your arrogant husband is improving a top-tier ninjutsu. Hiruzen Sarutobi began, but before he could finish, Danzo interjected with a scowl. Tsunade glared at him, ready to retort. Oh, what a talker. Are you trying to keep us here overnight? Duanmu fired back. Cough. Cough. Duanmu, watch your tone. Hiruzen reprimanded, then turned to Danzo. I've heard you are improving the 8 gates technique. Indeed. If you hadn't come, I would have likely completed it by now, Duanmu declared loudly, casting a disdainful glance at Danzo. Really? Hiruzen rose. If successful, you will have achieved a monumental feat. The clan heads exchanged skeptical murmurs. If the technique were improved, the ninja war could conclude sooner than anticipated. That is impossible, absolutely impossible, Danzo retorted coldly. Perhaps he's just boasting. The Hyuga clan head scoffed, seemingly recalling a past visit. Well, we shall find out tomorrow, Duanmu replied nonchalantly. The following day, a large group gathered in a flat area 10 miles from Konohagakure, near a small hill roughly as tall as the village's outer wall. Here is the rotary device, and over there is the launcher. Do you understand? Duanmu hurriedly explained the apparatus he had dubbed the 8 Gates Roaring Cannon to Might Guy. This equipment was modeled after the Demon Flying Fire Gun backpack, with the outer section inscribed with the shaman's root totem runes, and the inner section engraved with an improved version of the transcription seal, capable of converting energy. The 4 symbols seal stored energy securely, complemented by a miniature 4 red suns formation to protect the equipment and the user. The 8 Gates Roaring Cannon was a groundbreaking fusion of magic, ninjutsu, engineering, and sealing techniques, all accomplished with the system's assistance. Hey, were you even listening to me? Duanmu noticed Might Guy wiping the sweat from his brow, expressing his dissatisfaction. Master, I lost my focus. Might Guy felt overwhelmed. Being the center of attention among the village's elite and clan heads, an unfamiliar experience that made his heart race and left him momentarily dazed. Look at me, Duanmu shouted, shaking his shoulders. Remember the sweat you've shed, the paths you've run, and those who strive like you but lack the opportunity to showcase their talents. Get a grip. Might Guy shook his head, finally regaining clarity. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. What was once our personal matter has now become a matter for the village. Didn't you say you'd protect Konohagakure? Isn't this precisely what we should do? Duanmu asserted passionately. Yes, master, I understand. Youthful sweat cannot be wasted. Might Guy responded, revitalized. All right, let's go over our process one more time. A smile finally graced Duanmu's face. Hey, what are you two still mumbling about? Are you trying to prolong our stay here? Danzo scolded without mercy. All right, Duanmu replied, turning back. Come on, Guy. Let all of Konohagakure witness the power of youth. Yes, master. Might Guy gave a thumbs up to Duanmu. They reached the center of the venue, exchanging a determined look. The makeshift area, roughly the size of a football field, housed 1,000 wooden dummies. The experiment aimed to determine how quickly they could destroy all the dummies after opening the 8 gates, and how their bodies would fare afterward. Clad in the 8 gates roaring cannon, Duanmu pressed the button, and the iron tube rested on their backs, resembling 2 individuals carrying an enormous ninja scroll. First gate, open! They shouted in unison, launching forward like 2 fierce tigers. Bang! Crack! Smash! They unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks, obliterating dozens of dummies in mere moments. This isn't as easy as I imagined, Mito began to comment, but was interrupted by Hiruzen. Keep watching. Second gate, open. Third gate, open. Boom, boom, boom. Their speed and striking power surged exponentially. Fourth gate, open. At this point, Might Guy had reached the pinnacle of Janin's strength. Sixth gate, open. The duo executed the morning peacock with perfect synchronization. The rapid punches generated flames from friction, resembling a rain of fire cascading across the field. Seventh gate, open. Daytime tiger. Together, they unleashed white tigers with their fists, reducing the remaining dummies to splinters. Eighth gate, open. Evening elephant. This technique consisted of 5 speeds. And even at the first speed, its power was sufficient to create immense craters in the ground. Might Guy's strength now rivaled that of the Hokage. While Duanmu's prowess commanded respect from Hiruzen himself, Duanmu raised his hand, Bloodlust, unleash. Their speed reached its zenith, augmented by the bloodlust, and the onlookers could only perceive 2 streaks of light. They moved rapidly across the field, transforming the terrain into a chaotic landscape in mere minutes, riddled with craters, resembling the surface of the moon itself. Guy? Duanmu bellowed, and they swiftly returned to their starting point. Pressing the button on the harness across his chest, the iron cannon emitted a mechanical sound as it shifted from horizontal to vertical, maneuvering to the right. It then flipped forward, and both men hefted the cannon onto their right shoulders, securing it with both hands, 1 foot forward in a lunge, the other firmly planted back on the ground. Simultaneously shouting, 8 gates roaring cannon, fire. First, a relentless torrent of white steam erupted from the rear of the cannon, followed by an eerie silence. Moments later, a thunderous roar resonated. Boom. 2 crimson beams shot forth, piercing the air towards the distant hill, dwarfed by the towering mountain. With a final press of the button on his chest, the cannon swiftly reverted to its original position across their backs. The 2 individuals appeared to be completely restored, showing no signs of physical discomfort as they turned to face the crowd from the Hidden Leaf village. Is this all? Hardly impressive, Danzo remarked with a chuckle to those nearby. A sudden and violent explosion echoed from afar, followed by a tremendous roar as a nearby mountain crumbled, sending tremors that reached the onlookers, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. Ugh, ugh, Danzo, caught off guard and laughing, found himself choking on the dust, while some unprepared individuals were knocked to the ground. Master, why must we turn around? Might Guy inquired, perplexed. Because those who are truly strong never look at the outcome. We must face away from the explosion, Danz replied with a grin, observing the expressions of the crowd. Chapter 48. The copy of Hokage Rock marvelous, simply marvelous. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, approaching with a smile. So, were there any side effects? Danzo jumped a couple of times. As you can see, there are no side effects. From what I know, activating the death gate of the 8 gates has severe repercussions. How could there be none? Other high-ranking officials gathered around, eager to understand the situation. Danzo cleared his throat. The principle behind the 8 gates is to undergo rigorous training to unlock the gates within, allowing chakra to flow freely, thus unleashing power that surpasses normal capabilities by several times or even dozens of times. Upon hearing this, those around nodded in understanding. However, the side effects are quite severe. When the technique is undone, the body suffers from immense backlash due to overexertion. The ninja tool I created absorbs this destructive force upon the release of the technique and converts it, ultimately launching it like a cannon. A collective gasp of realization swept through the crowd. Of course, it cannot entirely eliminate the negative effects. A significant sense of fatigue remains. As if to corroborate Danzo's words, the moment he finished speaking, Might Guy unceremoniously sat down on the ground. With your modifications, the negative costs of this technique have become negligible. Well done, Danzo. You have rendered great service to the Hidden Leaf. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, stroking his beard with a grin. That's just how it should be. Danzo replied modestly. Quick, look. A voice rang out, belonging to a Kimichi Choza, who pointed excitedly. The crowd turned to see the dust settling, revealing a small hill that had been completely flattened, leaving the area as smooth as a plain. Now we can compensate for the shortcomings of melee taijutsu ninjas in long-range combat, Danzo concluded, with their curiosity satisfied. The crowd returned to the hidden leaf in high spirits. Tsunade and Jiraiya approached, just as they were about to speak. Don't forget our 3-year agreement. If it isn't fulfilled, you will lose your own cells, Danzo said ominously, turning his head. Tsunade, feeling indignant, was about to confront him, but Danzo pulled her back. Should we go there? Tsunade suggested, looking around anxiously and whispering to the time-space rift in the land of waves. Danzo waved his hand, confidently stating, No need, I have found a new destination. Tsunade's eyes brightened upon hearing this. In the stillness of the night, with all sounds hushed, Danzo, fully rejuvenated, transformed into cheetah form and stealthily exited the Senju residence. After traversing a distance, he leapt onto a large tree, and soon a raven took flight from its branches, heading towards the Hokage Rock. On that day, while seeking inspiration at Hokage Rock, just before leaving, he discovered a broken fragment of a kunai not far away. It might have gone unnoticed by others. However, Danzo sensed something unusual. A golden exclamation mark floated above the fragment. He picked it up, and, using his consciousness, clicked the yellow exclamation mark, revealing it to be a quest prompt. He received 2 quest tasks, one titled the Hokage in the Second Great Ninja War, and the other the Invasion of the Hidden Cloud. However, time was of the essence, and after accepting the tasks, he departed. Now, he returned to verify the safety of the quests. While leveling up his disciples was a positive endeavor, any casualties would render it a loss. Danzo took the fragment from his system inventory and softly declared, Activate the quest. Ding. The first Ninja World War quest has commenced. With a hum, a blue portal appeared before him. After glancing around, he stepped through it. Once again, the familiar sensation of dizziness engulfed him, and he found himself near the gates of the Hidden Leaf village. This is our Hidden Leaf, our homeland. We must defeat the Hidden Cloud and protect our home. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, stood on a high platform, passionately delivering a speech. 30 seconds until the Ninja Alliance's invasion. 15, 10, 5, 1. Begin. Assist in repairing the ballista to fend off the invasion from the land of water. Oh, this time I don't have to get my hands dirty, Danzo thought with delight. Transforming into a raven and soaring to the outer wall, observing the vast armies of the land of water advancing toward them. Using his system vision, he saw that they were all of lower ninja rank, while atop the high wall stood about 50 dilapidated ballistae. Approaching, he noticed 2 individuals anxiously pacing beside one of the ballistae, muttering about what to do. Danzo felt bemused and crouched down to inspect. No repairs were needed. A yellow gear symbol was displayed above. Clicking it with his mind, a progress bar appeared below his vision. The timer read 30 seconds, and upon completion, the repair would be finished. The 2 frantic individuals immediately moved forward to operate the ballista and began to retaliate. Danzo did not linger and transformed into a raven, flying to the next ballista. At that moment, he realized a special setting from the druid class remained, allowing him to interact with task items without needing to revert to human form. This was quite convenient. After circling the outer wall in raven form, all the ballistae were repaired. He soared into the sky, watching as the ninjas from the land of water fell like wheat before the scythe. Quickly switching to shaman. Though the experience was minimal, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. I senti it? Ding. The invasion from the land of water has been repelled. TCH. That's barely a third of the experience, Danzo scoffed. 30 seconds until the Ninja Alliance's invasion. 15, 5, 1. Begin. Assist in healing the injured to fend off the invasion from the land of Earth. In an instant, the scene transformed. The walls of the Hidden Leaf and the village were filled with the wounded, while ninjas from the land of Earth continued to climb the walls outside. Look at this. We're walking right into the fire. Danzo smirked. Would release. Multiple would clones. 5 clones emerged from behind him, 3 scaling the walls while 2 remained below with him. Tranquility. A gentle rain fell upon the leaf, enhanced by the druid's magic. Holy light. The priest radiated healing light, shining brightly. Healing circle. A golden, soft glow from the holy priest soothed the injured. Healing chain. The shaman-esque green chain connected the wounded together. Danzo switched his clones to various healing classes, druid, priest, and shaman, utilizing all the healing roles at his disposal. Those he healed demonstrated remarkable dedication, rushing towards the walls and into the fray against the enemy, only to be carried back down moments later. After approximately 20 minutes, Danzo grew increasingly impatient, wondering when this would end. Just as he was about to complain, he noticed a prompt on the left side of his vision, heal 800-1000. It turned out he was tasked with healing 1,000 individuals. Just moments ago, he had wished for them to fight, but now he desperately wanted them to go up and come back down. In the midst of this torturous ordeal, Danzo finally persevered until the task concluded, exhaling a long sigh of relief. 30 seconds until the Ninja Alliance's invasion. As the mission commenced, the task at hand was to assist the villagers of Konoha in their evacuation and to thwart the invasion from the Land of Lightning. Sighing deeply, Duanmu realized he was once again assigned a new task, the simplest of all. In that moment, the scene shifted before him, revealing a panicked throng of civilians scrambling towards the deeper recesses of Konoha, aiding the elderly and young alike. A escort mission? How tiresome, he lamented. 4 escort tasks were his least favorite, slow and cumbersome. This time, however, he had learned to be prudent, attentively glancing at the task prompt on the left. Repel enemies 0-100. Escort civilians 0-2000. A rather tedious and drawn-out mission. The civilians ambled forward at a leisurely pace, showing no urgency, as if they were not fleeing for their lives. Duanmu had no choice but to follow them in a measured manner. Suddenly, blinding white lights streaked from around the corner, revealing a dozen foes brandishing weapons, intent on attacking the civilians. Duanmu swiftly assumed a formidable stance, transforming into giant bear form, and with a sweeping strike, he eradicated all nearby enemies. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the highest level among them was merely 50. For a level 120 Great Druid, this was hardly a challenge. Yet, the Druid's offensive skills remained rather limited. An idea struck him. He summoned a wooden clone, switching his class to mage while he remained a druid, focusing solely on healing. Should any negligence occur, he could still tend to the civilians. As he approached the next corner, the same scenario unfolded with the same number of enemies. His clone unleashed Magic Explosion, drawing the foes into a tight cluster, followed by Frost Nova to immobilize them, and then another Magic Explosion. With a few remaining enemies, he decided to showcase the might of Ice Spike. After this seamless series of actions, no enemies remained. After navigating a few more corners, he encountered another group of civilians cornered by foes. 3 casts of Magic Explosion. Later, he rescued them, and they expressed their gratitude by joining his party. Duanmu, exercising patience, finally completed the escort mission after half an hour of leisurely fleeing, reaching the shelter just as the invasion of the Ninja Alliance was set to commence in 30 seconds. With the next task initiated, he was to help defend the buildings of Konoha and thwart the invasion from the Land of Wind. At last, he thought, an opportunity for an exhilarating battle had arrived. He glanced at the task prompt. Eliminate infiltrating enemies 0-200. Wood release. Multiple wooden clones technique. He summoned 10 wooden clones, casting a wide net across Konoha, and within 5 minutes, the area was cleansed of enemies. This was indeed the most graceful of his 4 battles. As the battle commenced, he was tasked with assisting the second Hokage in defeating the 4 country leaders. The scenery shifted again, and Duanmu found himself standing at the main gate of Konoha. Senju Tobarama stood before him, holding a kunai imbued with Flying Thunder God technique in one hand and a katana in the other, facing the leaders of the Water, Earth, Lightning, and Wind nations. Witnessing Tobarama's formidable presence was truly awe-inspiring. You treacherous, profit-driven scoundrels, Tobarama shouted at the 4 leaders, berating them for their betrayal. I always advised my brother to be merciless, but he never listened. Huh, just a little brat riding on his brother's coattails, sneered the Wind Shadow, Shaman. In a flash, Tobarama appeared behind him, effortlessly tossing a kunai. As Shaman turned halfway, Tobarama activated the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly reappearing before him. With a gentle push of his katana, he plunged it into Shaman's abdomen. Though not lethal, it rendered him incapacitated. What? Duanmu was astonished by Tobarama's swiftness and precision. Quickly, everyone attack, called the second Raikage. Charging forward. Their goal was simple, to assist Tobarama against 3 adversaries. took on the role of a tank while Inoki, the Earth Shadow, provided ranged attacks. The Water Shadow, Hozuki Mangetsu, was a combat enthusiast, executing fierce strikes amidst the chaos, their attacks forming a silent yet potent synergy. Duanmu invoked the druid skill Entangling Roots to ensnare the Water Shadow, and then summoned 4 clones, one for healing, one transforming into giant bear form, to charge into battle, while his main body remained a druid, providing ranged support. Curse you! Curse you! The Water Shadow began to lose control, unleashing Water Release, Oil Transformation, morphing his body into a slippery substance to escape the binds. Water Release, Iron Cannon Technique, Fire. He raised his hands in a dramatic gesture, unleashing a barrage of water projectiles in a widespread attack. Why are you hitting me? Inoki shouted in frustration. What an idiot! A muttered under his breath. Rushing towards Tobarama. You fool! That water blast hit me. Inoki snapped back, staggering from the impact. Better a fool than useless, Inoki replied nonchalantly. You, shaman, infuriated, coughed up blood. At that moment, the water and earth shadows exchanged glances, each silently acknowledging their shared plight. With A realizing he was now alone. He still sought to fight back, but Duanmu's relentless interference thwarted his efforts. One clone in cheetah form pursued him with interruption skills, while another switched to mage, alternating between transformation technique and magic counter. Duanmu's clone, a shaman, continuously unleashed demon technique and wind cutter, while his main body maintained a distance, utilizing wood release. The second Raikage found himself in a dire predicament, as his jutsu was repeatedly interrupted, transforming into a sheep, then a frog, and back into a sheep in a relentless cycle. Finally, as Tobarama delivered a powerful punch that sent a sprawling to the ground, he quickly raised his hands. No more. I yield. We surrender. As those words escaped his lips, the figures of the 4 leaders began to fade. Tobarama approached Duanmu, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, hero, for your assistance in protecting Konoha. Duanmu, witnessing the strange glow emanating from Tobarama, patted him on the shoulder. No need for thanks. I am your granddaughter's husband. Konoha's Senju clan member addressed Duanmu, suggesting that perhaps this might prove beneficial to him, hoping he would accept the offering. A scroll and a kunai fell from his grasp. Is this it? How miserly! Duanmu scoffed, his lips twitching as he picked them up. Upon inspection, he discovered the scroll titled Detailed Explanation of the Flying Thunder God Technique and a kunai inscribed with the corresponding formula. While the technique held some utility for Duanmu, the kunai would likely serve only as a keepsake. Today, the teacher has discovered a method to swiftly enhance your abilities, Duanmu proclaimed while pacing in the Senju courtyard. Brother-in-law? It wouldn't be that place, would it? Shinshu interjected eagerly. Thud. Duanmu lightly tapped his head, exclaiming, You talk too much. However, the special training venue could accommodate only 4 individuals at a time, so he divided the 8 of them into 2 groups. During breakfast, Duanmu shared with Tsunade his discovery of a new dungeon, which excited her to the point of persuading her disciple, Uzumaki Kushina, to join. One group will train at the special training base in the morning, while the other will focus on foundational exercises, switching in the afternoon. Now, I will announce the groups, Duanmu declared as he produced a piece of paper from behind him. Might Guy, Nagato, Yuhi Kurinai, and Nichiju, you 4 will form one group, with Nichiju as the leader. Shinshu, Yahiko, Konan, and Uzumaki Kushina, you 4 will be the second group, with Shinshu as the leader. Yes, Teacher Duanmu. The 8 responded in unison. The first small group would go in the morning, as, apart from Nagato, the others needed to return home, which was rather inconvenient. In the afternoon, Team 2. Understood. Let's go. Group 1. Follow me as we run towards Hokage Rock, onward. The 5 formed a line and sprinted towards Hokage Rock. Along the way, Duanmu noticed several Umbu following them and politely asked them to leave. Upon reaching the roots, he resorted to a display of force, bolstered by his growing reputation. The root ninjas dared not overstep their bounds, especially since the organization had changed significantly. They retreated before Duanmu could truly unleash his prowess. Surprisingly, this incident became a hot topic among Konoha residents, with the bi-daily training sessions enhancing Duanmu's approachable image. In the first group, with Nichiju's remarkable strength, Duanmu found that after 2 days, he rarely needed to intervene, merely offering support and healing from the sidelines. Ever since Might Guy received the equipment crafted by Duanmu, he felt as though he could soar, He had previously only employed the 8 gates in dire situations, but now he opened them with ease. My head no longer aches, and my back feels fine. I can ascend to the rooftop without breaking a sweat. Within the first team, Duanmu took special care of Nagato and Kurenai, aiming not only to mold Nagato into a commendable leader, but also to prevent him from growing into a terrorist. Nagato, consider this. The nature of these ninjas is not inherently good or evil. It is merely their positions that differ, Duanmu patiently elucidated during their training. Teacher Duanmu, how can we prevent further bloodshed and wars? Nagato inquired, bewildered. Complete avoidance is impossible, but we can certainly mitigate it, Duanmu replied. Why can't we avoid it? Nagato's face was etched with confusion. Because each individual's background, upbringing, and education shapes their perspectives and understanding differently, Duanmu explained, gently ruffling Nagato's hair. What does that mean? Nagato tilted his head, still perplexed. Let me illustrate with an example. Wolves eat meat, while sheep graze on grass. You understand this, right? Duanmu pondered before continuing. Can you expect wolves to abandon their diet and join sheep in grazing? Duanmu chuckled. That would be impossible. Nagato shook his head. However, if all the sheep unite, they could form a strong collective, Duanmu said, reminiscing. Once, in a land called Green Pastures, there existed a village entirely composed of sheep, known as Sheep Village. In the second group, Shinshu's strength prevailed, yet Duanmu intentionally refrained from intervening, only stepping in when absolutely necessary. He continued to heal Kushina while attending to Yahiko and Konan's needs. After 2 days, he used Shinshu as a live model to demonstrate concepts to the 3 younger students. During this process, Kushina exhibited an admirable big sister demeanor, taking excellent care of Konan and Yahiko, ultimately sidelining Duanmu. After several days of intense training, Nichiju and Shunshu grew more composed. Nichiju learned to balance his actions, while Shunshu improved significantly. Might Guy became even more confident. Kurenai's physical abilities saw substantial enhancement. Kushina radiated with newfound cheerfulness, and Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato shed their childishness, all achieving the strength of a genin as they aspired toward Chunin status. The only source of Duanmu's frustration was the constant bickering between Konan and Kurenai, who acted like sworn enemies, arguing whenever they crossed paths. Each sought to outdo the other in strength, a rivalry that remained healthy yet perplexed Duanmu. Look, I've mastered a new genjutsu, what do you think? Kurenai's melodious voice chimed in Duanmu's ear. Do you wish to test my paper shuriken? Konan remarked nonchalantly. Thwack! Duanmu slapped his forehead, rising to point at the two. Hey, both of you, run 10 laps around the courtyard. Chapter 50. The turbulent undercurrents beneath tenderness as the sun set, Duanmu stood at the entrance of the Senju residence, bidding farewell to his disciples. These are the seeds of hope, he mused, sporting a paternal smile. You've been rather busy lately. Don't overexert yourself, Tsunade remarked, linking her arm with his from behind. Indeed, Duanmu sighed, suddenly sensing a shift in the atmosphere. But your birthday is approaching. Humph, so you remember my birthday? Tsunade responded with a hint of pride, a smile breaking through her demeanor. I thought you had forgotten. Who said that? Who said that? Duanmu hastily reaffirmed. I left a garment in your room, one that I crafted just for you. You should try it on and see. Really? Tsunade exclaimed, instantly rising and hurrying back inside. It seems that no matter the time or place, the desire for beauty is inherent in women, Duanmu reflected. Moments later, Tsunade emerged gracefully, her white front adorned with golden threads, intricate patterns cascading down to the waist, accentuated by strings of pearls on either side. The skirt was a sky blue, emphasizing Tsunade's fair complexion, and this exotic flair added a unique charm to her presence. This dress originally belonged to the World of Warcraft, known as the Noble Robe. In his recent busyness, Duanmu had stumbled upon numerous items from his tailoring profession that he could now craft, a discovery that thrilled him. Inquiring with the system yielded the usual silence, akin to the game, with only sound cues and text prompts. This made Duanmu lament, wishing his system could share jokes like the neighbors. Alas, fortune eluded him. Seeing Duanmu resting his chin on his hand, gazing at her without uttering a word, Tsunade nervously inquired, How do I look? Truly, your smile is enchanting, surpassing the beauty of Konoha itself. Duanmu clapped his hands, realizing he had paused to find the right words. Translating Chinese poetry into Japanese is no trivial task. It can only convey the essence at a basic level. And Duanmu felt a tinge of regret. Suddenly, Tsunade, covering her face, dashed back inside, flustered by the unexpected compliment from her cherished companion. A soft gasp echoed from within. Is there another one? What is it, Tsunade? Duanmu quickly teleported to the entrance, inquiring loudly. And nothing. The voice of Tsunade echoed from within the room. These are all for me. Of course, Duanmu readily admitted. After a considerable amount of time. Just as Duanmu began to wonder if Tsunade had fallen asleep and forgotten to call for him, the lights in the room flickered on. Duanmu-kun, please come in. He pushed the door open, entering the room, and was utterly taken aback. His first instinct was to swiftly close the door, for on that day when he had created the noble robe, he had glimpsed the desert cloak, a piece he had painstakingly crafted after 5 attempts. With a heart full of anticipation, he had unbound it, only to discover that the robe was far too revealing. Although they were engaged, he lacked the courage to suggest that Tsunade wear it. Yet, the very thought of her adorned in that attire made his breath hitch. However, Duanmu simply placed it aside. Having carelessly forgotten to review the gifts he was to present today, he had hastily offered everything without consideration. Overwhelmed by its beauty, he felt a rush of warmth in his nose. Ah, Duanmu-kun, you're bleeding. Tsunade hurriedly approached to wipe it away. As Duanmu watched her concerned expression, he abruptly grasped her wrist. The following morning, Tsunade, her face radiant, woke her younger brother, Ju, to join her for breakfast. Tsunade, don't forget to invite some friends to the shop today. We're hosting a birthday celebration. Duanmu reminded her as he brought in the breakfast. Yes, I know. Tsunade responded with a cheerful grin. Ju tilted his head, gazing at his sister. Sister, you look beautiful today. Flatterer. Hurry up and eat. Tsunade retorted, touching her face while speaking bluntly. Hey, when is my sister not beautiful? Duanmu seized the moment to flatter her, chuckling as he sipped his soup. By the way, sister, I think I heard the sound of a ball bouncing in your room yesterday, Ju said, scratching his head. Duanmu could not stifle his laughter, spraying soup everywhere. Tsunade stood by, too stunned to speak, her face flushed crimson. Cousin, good morning. Wow, your face is so red. Kushina greeted loudly as she entered the dining hall, followed by 3 little ones. You all eat first. I need to prepare, Tsunade said, flustered, as she bowed her head and dashed out. Huh, did I say something wrong? Kushina asked, pointing to herself. No, we have a gathering this afternoon. Everyone should come and join the fun, Duanmu announced with a smile. Oh yeah. The younger ones cheered, jumping in excitement. Why? Kushina asked, intrigued. It's my sister's birthday, Ju replied, still chewing his food. In front of the Hokage building. At the office of the highest leader of Konoha, report. Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up, responding. Hokage-sama, here is an invitation meant for you. An umbu presented the invitation. Oh, Sarutobi lit his pipe, taking a puff as he opened the card. Ah, little Tsunade's birthday. I won't be attending, but please prepare a gift to send on my behalf. Yes. The umbu retreated. Sarutobi rose, gently massaging his waist. The children have grown up. That Duanmu fellow has brought about so many changes. Is it a blessing or a curse? He pondered deeply, inhaling from his pipe. In a certain underground location in Konoha, within the headquarters of Root, Lord Danzo, this is the latest update. They are hosting a gathering at the Azeroth restaurant this afternoon. Should we send someone? The Root ninja, kneeling below, gazed up at Danzo. Danzo waved his hand dismissively. Do not act rashly. Continue to observe. Also, investigate. It seems he possesses a certain space ninjutsu. Yes. The Root ninja vanished in an instant upon receiving the orders. In the past, we underestimated you as an opponent. That will not happen again. Danzo remarked as he turned towards the long corridor. You shall serve as my litmus test before I ascend to Hokage. At the entrance of the Azeroth restaurant, Duanmu stood at the forefront, waving to Tsunade and the children in the distance. Hurry up. Everyone is here. I know. Tsunade, having transformed her appearance, donned the noble robe gifted by Duanmu. She let down her 2 braids, styling her hair into an elegant bun. Adorned with a crown crafted from crystal by Duanmu, a creation of jewelry crafting. Tsunade's chubby earlobes dangled with sapphire tassel earrings, enhancing her elegance. While a sorcery shadow amethyst pendant graced her long neck, a previous gift from Duanmu on the occasion of my Bokuzen's opening. Oh my goodness, you look like an angel. It is my utmost honor to host your birthday banquet, beautiful lady, Duanmu exclaimed, showering her with praise, then performed a gentlemanly gesture, inviting her in. At least you have some thoughtfulness. Tsunade huffed, raising her proud head, exuding an air of royalty as she gracefully entered the restaurant. The children behind her erupted in playful chatter. However, none noticed the dark, humanoid shape emerging from the shadows near the wall, resembling a head with only eyes and a mouth visible. Haha, this place is becoming more interesting. Should I inform Lord Madara? It whispered before slowly retreating underground. Come, everyone, let us welcome today's guest of honor. Duanmu led Tsunade and the others to the opulent hall on the second floor, which was adorned with 3 tables filled with their closest friends. Tsunade's departure from her usual appearance captivated the attendees, as her attire harmonized beautifully with the blood elf-themed decor, accentuating her dignified and noble demeanor. As everyone settled, the lights flickered off, and Duanmu and Ju pushed a gilded cart bearing a 3-tiered birthday cake. The cake was embellished with white cream, rich chocolate layers, and a portrait of Tsunade crafted from red jam, surrounded by an array of fruits such as mangoes, strawberries, bananas, and apple bits. This was a grander version of the Azeroth Midsummer Festival cake, topped with a red candle. Happy 26th birthday, my lady, Duanmu declared with heartfelt sincerity. Thank you, Duanmu-kun, Tsunade replied as she leaned down to extinguish the candle. Sister, this is my gift. Ju was the first to approach with a box. What is it? Tsunade inquired excitedly. It's a ball I bought at the market this morning. Ju beamed. Now you can play with your brother-in-law instead of being lonely all the time. Duanmu observed Tsunade's growing irritation. Cousin, this is my gift. Kushina presented a pink handbag. Fortunately, the young girl arrived just in time. Otherwise, Ju would have been in trouble. Sister, may you always be beautiful. Conan presented a delicate and exquisite flower bouquet. As the gifts continued to pour in, the earlier awkward moment was swiftly overshadowed. The happenings in the restaurant were being observed through a white crystal ball by an elderly man clad in white, seated midair, holding a black staff adorned with rings, surrounded by 9 pure black orbs. His hair and beard were completely white, and notably, he had a single vertical eye and 2 horns on his forehead, with the pupil of the vertical eye resembling a kaleidoscopic Sharingan. He pointed at Duanmu within the crystal ball, questioning a kneeling specter below. Is this the one who can repeatedly resurrect you? Yes, Sage of the 6 Paths, it is he. Even in death, he can bring me back for interrogation. The specter stammered, not daring to lift its head. I understand. Please take your leave. Indeed, there is nothing extraordinary about this individual. How could he possibly shatter the cycle of reincarnation? The elder murmured. Chapter 51. The Secret of the Death Necklace. Sister, please stop. The rope tree darted around the room, with Tsunade in hot pursuit. Be gentle. The rope tree cannot withstand your immense strength. Damu commented nonchalantly while seated on a chair, munching on fruit. It's all because of you. Tsunade, upon hearing these words, halted her chase, directing her ire towards Damu. How did this become my fault? Damu exclaimed, wide-eyed. The rope tree gave Damu a thumbs up and stealthily slipped away. Last night, you kept telling me to be gentle. Upon reaching this point, Tsunade quickly halted, covering her mouth and glancing around. Seeing that the rope tree had already escaped, she sighed in relief, albeit casting a fierce glare at Damu. After the birthday celebration concluded, Tsunade returned home and began chasing the rope tree, leaving everyone utterly perplexed. By the way, I've been looking for Grandfather's ultimate technique in the Senju secret scroll these past 2 nights, but I can't find it. Senju Buddha. Damu quickly shifted the subject as Tsunade gazed back at him. Senju Buddha. Tsunade's brows furrowed, indeed drawn into the conversation. Yes, it's that technique with numerous hands, used by Grandfather during the legendary battle at the Valley of the End. Damu exaggeratedly gestured while slowly inching towards the outside. Oh, are you referring to Sage Art, true number of 1,000 hands? Tsunade clapped her thigh, then turned her head, exclaiming, Hey, where did he go? How infuriating. Damu had just stealthily reached the window outside when he heard Tsunade's furious shout, prompting him to flee with great haste. That night, in his own room, Damu was still studying the newly fused ceiling inscription when a series of knocks echoed at the door. Rising, Damu extended his right hand to open it. Little Tsunade, is that you? Suddenly, the door swung open noisily, and the rope tree dashed in, startling him. Ouch! Damu's outstretched hand collided with the rope tree's chest. What are you wearing? You just jabbed my hand. Damu clutched his wrist with his left hand, shaking it in pain. The rope tree, feeling something unusual, reached into her clothing and pulled out a necklace, a black cord adorned with an irregular green stone, flanked by 2 white pearls. The stone began to emit a pulsating green light. Ding! Triggered a continuous quest, the secret of the death necklace. Damu was momentarily stunned, observing the necklace on the rope tree's neck, which had ceased glowing. Upon touching it again, the necklace illuminated once more. Could it be my power that triggered this? Sister-in-law, what is happening? The rope tree inquired, equally puzzled. Wait a moment. Let me try again. Damu interrupted her, to confirm his hypothesis. He switched his profession to mage and touched the necklace, but there was no reaction. He switched to priest, with the same result. As a shaman, the outcome remained unchanged. Finally, reverting to druid and touching it again, the necklace glimmered brightly. Could it be that only the power of nature can elicit its response? Damu began to comprehend. Rope tree, stay here. I will fetch your sister. She will be here shortly. He dashed out energetically. Knock, knock, knock. Tsunade, are you there? Damu knocked on Tsunade's door, but there was no response from within. He knocked again, yet still no answer, despite the lights in the room being clearly on. Suddenly, he pushed open the sliding door, only to have a pillow fly toward him. Instinctively, he sidestepped. Oh, so you dare to dodge. Tsunade stood in her room, hands on her hips. Before she could finish her sentence, Damu seized her hand and pulled her outside. Let us go to my room quickly. But it's still early to go to your room. Tsunade protested, half-heartedly following. No, wait. Damu turned back. Is that the rope tree? What? Tsunade, having not heard Damu's complete thought, hurried toward his room. This time, she didn't need to be pulled. As she entered, she called out loudly, Rope tree, what's wrong? Sister, I'm fine. I've made a new discovery with brother-in-law. The rope tree exclaimed, grasping her hand. What significant discovery? Tsunade inquired, somewhat disinterested. By the way, I haven't settled the score with you two from earlier today. Damu understood that provoking a woman could be a perilous endeavor, thus refraining from further explanation. Instead, he touched the rope tree's necklace again in his druid form, and it indeed began to glow. Tsunade, feel this. Is it the power of nature, or perhaps the essence of sage chakra? Damu asked directly. This necklace belonged to grandfather. It indeed possesses the aura of sage chakra? Tsunade looked at Damu, puzzled. What is going on? If my conjecture is correct, this may be the key to inheriting grandfather's would-release ninjutsu. Damu mused thoughtfully. Can you summon the slug sage now? Summoning technique, slug. Tsunade nodded, forming hand seals to perform the summoning technique. Lady Tsunade, how may I assist you? The slug sage responded in a gentle tone. Slug sage, I summoned you to help determine whether there is natural power within this. Tsunade gestured toward Damu. As Damu touched the necklace again, it began to glow once more. Lady Tsunade, this is indeed natural power, although it differs from that of our wetbone forest. The slug sage paused before adding, it also does not resemble the essence of Mayaboka Mountain or Ryuchi Cave. Damu gestured to Tsunade. Thank you. That will be all. Tsunade remained deep in thought. Nothing to worry about, Lady Tsunade. The slug sage replied before vanishing with a puff. Damu, what are your thoughts? Tsunade inquired. Fortunately, I have already identified the locations of 3 sacred sites. We must act swiftly. You two should rest for now. I will step out for a while. Tomorrow, please ask Jiraiya to send his student to me. I will return in 4 or 5 days. Damu stated, switching his profession back to mage. Rope tree, may I borrow your necklace for a moment? Here you go, brother-in-law. Hurry back. The rope tree exclaimed excitedly, having overheard that if the mystery were solved, she too could use would release like her grandfather and brother-in-law. Rest assured, Damu replied, giving Tsunade a brief peck on the forehead before opening a portal to the land of waves and stepping through. The southern winds brushed against his face, bringing with them the humidity of the air, and he could even catch a whiff of the salty scent of the sea. Damu glanced around, finding himself on the island of the vortex ruins. He donned the rope tree's necklace, transforming into a raven and soaring toward the coordinates of the wetbone forest given by Tsunade. It was a rainforest, with swamps and small lakes scattered throughout. From the air, the entire area was shrouded in mist. As Damu flew overhead, he distinctly felt a barrier below. To test his hypothesis, he maneuvered the raven's body and dove downwards. With a thud, Damu was repelled by an invisible force. It appeared he had indeed arrived at the wetbone forest. Hovering in the air, he sensed a rich abundance of natural energy below, and the necklace around his neck began to flicker. After marking the location on his map, he set off for his next destination. A gentle female voice resonated from deep within the wetlands, calling, "Is that you, Mr. Damu?" After a day and night of flying, Damu returned to the Land of Fire, landing in a dense forest near the southwestern border. He found a tall tree and perched atop its branches, pulling a bottle of mental potion from his backpack and downing it to alleviate his travel fatigue. Transforming into a raven once more, he darted through the forest, muttering, "Damn Orochimaru." Although he provided me with the address, he failed to specify the exact location. How meticulous. After winding around for a while, I finally discovered a vast tree hollow beneath a large tree on the northern side of the forest. As I approached, the necklace around my neck reacted, emanating a chilling, damp, and sinister aura from within the hollow. Getting even slightly closer sent shivers down my spine. It was evident that numerous tiny serpents slithered around the roots, guarded by a powerful barrier. After marking the spot again, I retrieved the wormhole generator from my system backpack, adjusted the coordinates, and stepped through the portal. Deep underground, an elderly woman, seemingly benevolent, sat cross-legged on a high seat, holding a long smoking pipe. Suddenly, I caught a whiff of a foul odor reminiscent of sticky insects. The voice of a spirit emerged from the darkness, accompanied by a pair of glowing green eyes. The old woman glanced over, not fully grasping the situation before attempting to speak, return, and cultivate for another 50 years. The only sound remaining in the cavern was the old woman's rhythmic puffing on her pipe. Upon exiting the portal, I opened the system map to confirm my location, identifying a valley at the northeastern border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Soup. The climate here was pleasant, with moderate temperatures, and I could feel the rich natural energy emanating from a barrier at the center of the valley. Examining the necklace, I realized I was near my Boku Mountain. Finding a dry spot to sit, I observed the map generated by the system. The three marked locations shared common characteristics. They were nestled against mountains, close to water, sparsely populated, and boasted superior natural environments. With my head bowed, I absent-mindedly picked up a stick and began to draw and jot down thoughts in the dirt. Suddenly, a naive child's voice interrupted. "Who are you? What are you doing here? Go home. It's dangerous here," I muttered without lifting my head, continuing to scrawl in the dirt. "Hey, I'm talking to you." A small, red-skinned toad in a black robe hopped onto my drawings. Startled, I instinctively raised the stick and flicked the toad away. "Wow, I was just asking nicely, and you treat me like this?" The toad spoke indignantly. "My goodness," I exclaimed, standing up. Even having witnessed many strange events in my previous life, this talking toad took me by surprise. "Haha, you jumped, didn't you?" The little toad laughed, clutching its belly. "I'll tell my dad someone intruded upon my Boku Mountain." Chapter 52. The Fourth Holy Land, not far from the entrance of my Boku Mountain. I observed the small toad's red skin and black robe, concluding it could only be Gamakichi. "Gamakichi, I'm a friend of Jiraiya," I exclaimed, shaking my head. "I've been led astray. How do you know my name?" Gamakichi inquired, eyeing me suspiciously. "Of course, Jiraiya told me," I patiently explained. "No way," Gamakichi retorted. "You just attacked me. I'm being sincere," I insisted earnestly. "Not true," Gamakichi countered. "Really? Not true. Really? Enough, enough," I interrupted, feeling exasperated and even resorting to foreign language. "Don't you possess the reverse summoning technique? Call Jiraiya over and you'll know the truth." "What a splendid idea." Gamakichi clasped his hands together. "Reverse summoning technique." Poof. Jiraiya, bare-chested, with his eyes closed, embraced Gamakichi, saying, "Come here, let your uncle give you a kiss." After the kiss, he patted Gamakichi, exclaiming, "Your skin is so smooth." "Gamakichi," Jiraiya exclaimed, struggling as Gamakichi squirmed. "Did you see anything just now?" Jiraiya asked nervously. "Uncle," I said, crossing my arms and rhythmically shifting my body. "Uncle," Gamakichi imitated, wiggling in amusement. Jiraiya, visibly frustrated, shouted, "Indamu." "Haha, don't mind it, just a joke," I replied with a smile. "Ribbit, ribbit," Gamakichi chimed in, hopping alongside. "Now what do you intend to do?" Jiraiya asked, hands on his hips, his smile tight. "Well, I believe I have discovered a method for the Senju clan to inherit the first Hokage's techniques," I stated earnestly. "Very well," Jiraiya nodded. "What shall we do now?" "Stay here while I bring your siblings over," I suggested after a moment's thought. "All right," Jiraiya agreed. Switching back to Mage, I opened a portal and stepped through, vanishing from sight. "Wow, that's impressive," Gamakichi exclaimed. In the Senju residence, I emerged from the portal into my room. I quickly found a shirt in the wardrobe to place in my system backpack exited my room, and searched around, discovering Tsunade and her brother in the living room. Sister, it's been almost 4 days. Why hasn't Uncle returned? Matsu asked impatiently. You're always so anxious. Even if you learn would release as he promised. If you don't change this habit, it will be for naught. Tsunade scolded, furrowing her brow. Sister, Matsu protested. Oh, are you trying to charm your sister? I entered, saying, let us go try it out. And Damu, what have you discovered? Tsunade inquired, rising. Uncle, can I really do this? Matsu's voice trembled with excitement. Let us discuss it at the location, I replied, pulling out the wormhole generator, adjusting the coordinates. With a hum, a portal appeared in the living room. The siblings followed me through. Wow, where is this? Matsu exclaimed, looking around. This is, hey Jiraiya, what are you doing here? Tsunade asked, noticing Jiraiya in an ill-fitting black robe, with a small red toad beside him. Haha, look, here, I laughed, pointing at the comical sight of Jiraiya and the toad. Isn't this your fault? Jiraiya shouted back. He quickly donned the clothes I handed him and declared, I won't be joining you. As he gestured discreetly at me and pointed at Gamakichi, I suddenly understood. All right then, shadow clone technique. I created a clone, transforming my original form into Great Druid's mooning form, while the clone morphed into a sand dragon hatchling. Come on, both of you hop on. Uncle. Matsu attempted to say something, but was pulled back by Tsunade, who shot him an admonishing look. They mounted their steeds, and with a flap of wings, we soared into the sky. Jiraiya, are you not curious? Gamakichi tilted his head, glancing at him. Enough chatter. Hurry and cancel reverse summoning technique. Jiraiya shouted. Fine, fine. Reverse summoning technique. Gamakichi joined his palms and clapped them down, causing Jiraiya to vanish. Deep within my Boku mountain, an elderly toad, appearing quite aged, soaked in a massive wooden tub, surrounded by swirling steam and mist. It is indeed the great toad sage of Mayaboku Mountain. He laboriously lifted his eyelids, and a glimmer of brilliance flashed within his murky eyes. Then, he let out a deep yawn. Little Jiraiya seemed to have made a very good friend. Could you add a little water? I'm getting old and losing my strength, he murmured, before quickly succumbing to a thunderous snore that resonated throughout the wooden barrel. With a whoosh, Danzuki soared beyond the borders of Mayaboku Mountain, landing on a flat stretch of ground. With a couple of pops, he reverted to his human form. Wow, brother-in-law, you are incredible. Let's try flying again soon, exclaimed the excited SHRU. Sister, why are you not surprised at all? Isn't it fun to fly on your brother-in-law's back? Enough with the play. Have you forgotten we have matters at hand? Tsunade scolded, tapping SHRU on the head. What about Jiraiya just now? Well, you probably guessed my thoughts. He cautioned me not to speak of them on Mayaboku's territory. Danzuki nodded. Look, this is what I've discovered over the past few days. He then sketched a rough map on the ground, marking the locations of the 3 sacred lands. According to my measurements, the distances between the 3 sacred places are equal, and their geographical locations are remarkably similar. Observe this line. He connected the 3 sacred lands on the map with a single line. I once heard an ancient legend. What legend, brother-in-law? SHRU interrupted. The dragon vein. Danzuki elaborated. The lifeblood of this world, containing boundless natural energy, which can also be referred to as Senjutsu chakra. The reason these 3 sacred lands are revered by the spiritual beasts of this world is that their territories all lie atop this dragon vein. The dragon vein. Tsunade pondered for a moment. Isn't that linked to the legendary birthplace of puppet techniques, Lulan? Lulan. Danzuki was taken aback, for he had initially used the concept of the dragon vein from feng shui to intrigue the siblings. Confused, he thought to himself, isn't Lulan in the land of Huaxiao? Sister, what does that mean? SHRU asked, intrigued. According to folklore, the art of puppetry was not originally created by ninjas, but was invented by an ancient nation called Lulan. However, for reasons unknown, this nation vanished overnight. To this day, ruins remain in the western deserts of the Sand Country, yet the art of puppetry has endured, along with the inheritance of puppetry. A term has been widely circulated, the dragon vein. Tsunade recounted the legend of the dragon vein. Danzuki and SHRU listened intently. Hey, Tsunade called out to Danzuki. What does this have to do with the dragon vein? Danzuki snapped back to reality at Tsunade's question. Based on my speculations, my grandfather's would release could have 2 origins. One is innate talent, and the other is an inheritance from an unknown force linked to the dragon vein. In other words, if your speculation is correct, then would release ninjutsu does not originate from a bloodline inheritance? Tsunade whispered, covering her face as tears began to well up. Sister, what's wrong? SHRU noticed his sister, who had been fine just moments ago, now in tears. SHRU. Your sister is mourning for the members of the Senju clan who sacrificed themselves for the village. One day, you will understand, Danzuki sighed. But now, the revival of the Senju clan rests solely on you and your sister. He stepped forward to support Tsunade, offering words of comfort. SHRU nodded solemnly, his gaze reflecting newfound understanding. Sometimes, a person's growth occurs in an instant. All right. Danzuki gently patted Tsunade on the shoulder and continued. If the second scenario holds true, then, based on my analysis of the locations of the 3 sacred lands, the 4th sacred land should be here. He pointed to a spot on the map. The southwestern border of the Land of Lightning? Tsunade contemplated for a moment. It's not too far. It would only take a day on foot. Very well, let's set off. Danzuki exclaimed. Oh. Danzuki performed the shadow clone technique, transforming once more into a mount, soaring into the sky. An hour later, the trio landed at the foot of a remote peak, now within the borders of the Land of Lightning, surrounded by majestic mountains that stretched endlessly. Brother-in-law, this place is so vast, how will we find it? SHRU said, feeling disheartened as he gazed at the towering mountains. Danzuki playfully flicked him on the forehead. You little rascal, are you giving up so easily? Who said that? SHRU rubbed his forehead. Brother-in-law, don't underestimate me. I'm not joking. I have this. Danzuki removed a necklace from around SHRU's neck. This necklace will react to Senjutsu chakra. He lifted the necklace, giving it a gentle spin. When it faced the peak of a mountain to the east, it emitted a faint, flickering light. Danzuki shielded his eyes from the sun, gazing up at the mountain peak, where sunlight filtered through the dense foliage above, making visibility exceedingly limited. Let us fly up. Danzuki turned to Tsunade and SHRU. No, we should walk up there without using chakra, Tsunade insisted, eyeing the rugged mountain path. If your speculation is correct, then this is the path our grandfather once took. We must approach it with a pilgrim's heart. Indeed, sister is right. SHRU agreed, his expression turning serious. All right. Danzuki nodded, suppressing any dismissive thoughts, and began walking up the mountain, with the siblings following closely behind. Although the ascent was not steep, there were no carved paths. 1 hour passed, then 2, then 3. As time flew by and daylight gradually faded. Shouldn't we find a place to rest? I'm not sure we can find it today, Danzuki suggested. No, let us keep going. Look, the necklace is flashing more frequently. Tsunade wiped the sweat from her brow, her hair clinging to her scalp, losing its usual volume. She glanced at SHRU, who, unusually quiet, was trembling slightly with each step, yet he gritted his teeth and pressed on without a word. However, with the sun setting, the mountain air grew chilly, and Danzuki worried they might fall ill. From his system's backpack, Danzuki retrieved a golden orb the size of a fist, crafted by the advanced crows residing in the Aranka Peaks, known as the Sun Pearl. It radiated endless light and warmth, capable of dispelling the cold even in the darkest nights. Recalling this memory, Danzuki felt a wave of sentiment. Looking back at the brother and sister diligently climbing, he began to hum a soothing melody, lifting their spirits amidst the fatigue. Hee, Danzuki, you really have a lot of good things. This orb not only illuminates, but also wards off the cold. Truly remarkable. Tsunade smiled faintly. What song is that you are humming? It sounds lovely, but where are the lyrics? Ah, this. Danzuki scratched his head, attempting to translate the lyrics into a more fitting language, carefully selecting words to match the melody, a process that drained his mental resources. I will climb step by step, waiting for the sunlight to quietly gaze upon its face. Tsunade softly hummed the song, a rare moment indeed. Her voice was melodious, lingering in the air like a nightingale, yet infused with a touch of maturity and elegance, exuding strength and confidence. Suddenly, as Danzuki stepped over a rock, an open area appeared before him, the ground paved with giant stones, intricately carved with arrays and designs. With a puff, Danzuki transformed into a raven, soaring high above to survey the scene. They had indeed reached the summit. Let us go take a look, he urged, pointing towards the array ahead. Very well. Tsunade straightened up, resting her hands on her waist. Sister, wait for me a moment. Upon hearing that they had arrived at their destination, SHRU felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, and he slumped down. Tsunade hurriedly supported him, feeling a twinge of guilt as she looked at her brother. I apologize, Ju. It is due to my stubbornness. No, sister, Ju asserted firmly. I am already a man. I must protect you, safeguard the Senju clan, and defend Konoha, for these are the treasures left to us by our grandfather. Observing this heartfelt sibling bond, Duanmu switched his profession back to that of a priest upon noticing the red hue surrounding them, indicating deep fatigue categorized as an ailment. He clasped his hands together, and with a flash of golden light, cast a purification technique upon them, followed by 2 restorations. Wow! Both Tsunade and Ju exclaimed in unison. Sister, I no longer feel sore or pained, Ju said with joy. Turning to Duanmu, Tsunade asked, have you developed a new healing technique? Ah, yes, indeed. It is a new healing art, Duanmu replied, momentarily taken aback. The trio arrived at the center of the formation, where a circular stone pedestal, resembling the size of an automobile tire from a previous life, awaited. Look, Duanmu observed closely and discovered a square hole in the middle of the pedestal. He glanced at Tsunade, who nodded in affirmation. Carefully aligning with the indentation, he placed Ju's necklace into the hole. A second passed, then 2, then 10 minutes. The 3 exchanged glances, noticing no reaction. Was my conjecture incorrect? Duanmu felt a flicker of doubt. Brother-in-law, look, Ju exclaimed, his keen eyes catching a shift in the formation. The designs within the array began to fill with a brown energy, moving from the edges toward the center. Though the darkness made it hard to discern, before long, the brown energy reached the pedestal, gradually filling it as well. Tsunade, what is this? Duanmu questioned, uncertain. Switching his profession back to that of a druid, he could only sense a faint aura, not fully comprehending it. Yes, this is the aura of Sage Chakra, Tsunade declared excitedly. With a humming sound, once the energy filled the pedestal and made contact with Ju's necklace, a surge of energy burst forth, rending the fabric of space and unveiling a dark green portal. Exchanging glances, Duanmu led the way, Ju followed closely, and Tsunade brought up the rear, demonstrating a seamless camaraderie as they cautiously entered the portal. A gentle breeze wafted through, and Duanmu stood in awe of the scenery before him. It appeared to be a dimension separate from the world of Naruto. The area was brightly lit, allowing the trio to take in the vibrant surroundings. White pebbles paved the ground, with the main structure being rectangular and extending 120 meters. Eagerly, the 3 counted the spaces within the building, which was separated by beams into 33 distinct sections. Verdant trees and blooming cherry blossoms framed the idyllic scene, resembling a paradise untouched by the world. Hello, is anyone there? Duanmu inquired politely, but the silence remained unbroken. He glanced up at the entrance, where a sign read, Hall of 33 Rooms. The door to the largest building creaked open on its own, and Duanmu cautiously approached, followed by Tsunade and Ju. Suddenly, torches ignited along the walls, and the trio glanced around to find statues of cannon, in various forms and sizes, adorning the room. They promptly bowed in respect. As a soul once belonging to the modern socialist youth, Duanmu found it challenging to accept the beliefs surrounding deities, having rarely entered temples during his previous life. However, after traversing to this world, with systems, ninjutsu, reincarnation, and chakra laid bare before him, his perspective had shifted somewhat. During his travels, he had paid homage to canon, which helped alleviate some of his previous resistance. After they rose from their bows, they estimated the number of statues to be no less than 1,000. What brings you here? A serene voice resonated from the center of the room. Duanmu glanced at Tsunade, who knelt again, her hands clasped in reverence. We are descendants of the Senju clan from the Land of Fire, seeking the legacy of Wood Release. Should we have offended, we ask for your forgiveness. Oh, has so much time passed? The mysterious voice replied. Did that kind little Hashirama send you? No, our ancestor has long since passed. We arrived here following a necklace he left behind, Tsunade continued. Very well, rise. Proceed to the main hall to find the true essence, the voice instructed. Pausing momentarily before continuing, Duanmu helped Tsunade to her feet, and with hearts laden with trepidation, they moved toward the source of the voice in the center of the room. Upon reaching the main hall, they beheld a colossal wooden statue of Cannon with 1,000 hands and eyes, towering approximately 33 meters high, flanked by 500 golden statues of Cannon, each around 17 meters tall. Though the grandeur of the setting left the trio awestruck, they felt no sense of intimidation. Instead, A profound peace enveloped them. Noticing a few cushions beneath the statue, they knelt side by side and bowed 3 times in reverence. At that moment, a voice emanated from the statue above. I am Namo de Ci de Beijio Ku Ju Nan Guang de Lingon Guan Shi In Pu Sa Mo Hi Sa. One among myriad manifestations. In this world, I have descended with the 1,000 hands and eyes. Since you have come, if you wish to inherit this profound law, you must sign a contract. Do you consent? We do. The 3 replied, bowing once more. With a swish, a massive scroll appeared before them, unfurling slowly, accompanied by a floating jade brush. By signing here, you shall receive my divine transmission. Tsunade nudged Ju, who took the brush and immediately noticed that the second name on the scroll was that of his grandfather, Senju Hashirama. The first name belonged to someone called Ashura. Gathering his courage, Ju asked, might I inquire, who is this first individual? Tsunade shot him a disapproving glance for his inquisitiveness. The canon manifestation paused. That was a long time ago. He was the first to inadvertently arrive here, possessing immense vitality and physical energy, harmonizing perfectly with the natural forces. By your mortal bloodline, he would be considered your ancestor. Thank you for your explanation, Ju replied respectfully, preparing to sign after his grandfather's name. No, this is not where you should sign. The canon manifestation stated calmly. Your body is not yet prepared to receive such a vast inheritance. With a rustle, the scroll automatically rolled up, halting midway. Sign here instead. Ju noticed the options before him limited to wood release and sage mode. Although reluctant, he signed. He then passed the brush to Tsunade. Upon receiving the jade brush, Tsunade saw her choices limited to self-healing without seal and spirit summoning, 5-fold rebirth gate. Her greatest wish was for Ju to inherit wood release. Thus, she readily signed. Tsunade handed the brush to Duanmu, who was about to begin signing when the canon manifestation spoke again. Oh, so you are a reincarnated individual? Chapter 54. The cause of Hashirama's death in the otherworldly realm of the Hall of 33 Rooms. Duanmu was taken aback by the canon manifestation's words, sweat suddenly streaming down his forehead. This was the first time in this world someone had explicitly unveiled his origins. Tsunade and Ju looked at him with astonished expressions. Fortunately, the canon manifestation continued. Oh, you possess wood release? Such a remarkable mortal. You too may sign the contract. With a flick, the scroll unfurled again. Pausing just short of Ju's name, Duanmu felt a twinge of irritation. It seemed he was initially excluded. Yes, Duanmu acquiesced, wishing to conclude this journey swiftly. Bodhisattva, may I now utilize true 1,000 hands? He inquired excitedly, finally feeling he was acquiring a formidable technique. I advise you not to use it unless absolutely necessary. The voice of the Bodhisattva Guanyin trembled slightly, an indication of the blasphemy against the sacred. What? The 3 individuals exclaimed in unison. The Divine One bestowed upon us a legacy, yet I did not anticipate that the first contractee would forge such a technique. In times of peril, my 1,000-handed Dharma body is summoned, and yet it rests upon the very crown of my head. Those who are uninvolved shall surely face divine retribution. How audacious for mere mortals from another realm to tread upon the head of a deity. Since the inception of the first contractee, each invocation of this technique has inevitably diminished one's lifespan, a warning to humanity, yet they persist in their obstinacy. Amitba. The 3 exchanged glances. It became evident that shortly after the battle in the Valley of the End, Senju Hashirama had passed away. The world believed that Uchiha Madara had severely injured him. Yet the truth was far more profound. After a moment of contemplation, Duanmu inquired, might I ask, Bodhisattva, if a technique like the 1,000-handed destruction would yield such effects? In his previous life, while Duanmu had watched Naruto, he merely retained a vague recollection. He remembered the name of this jutsu primarily because the practitioner was among the few monks in the ninja world, and its name bore resemblance to Kakashi's 1,000 Years of Death. Amitba, the Buddha proclaimed, if there is a Buddha in one's heart, then everyone embodies the Buddha. Does not this technique validate such profound truth? The Bodhisattva Guanyin remarked gently, since you have entered into this covenant, heed well these 3 precepts. First, perform good deeds and extend kindness. Second, aid the weak against the strong. Third, do not divulge the matters of this place, for all things are bound by karmic law. We shall faithfully adhere to your teachings. The 3 responded in unison. You may depart now. Remember, all things are governed by karmic law. With their thanks expressed, the 3 rose to leave. Tsunade and SH Moku turned to exit, only to find Duanmu deep in thought. Tsunade tugged at his sleeve, and Duanmu patted her hand reassuringly. Might I ask, Bodhisattva, does the absence of lineage or background imply a lack of everything? Is this truly correct? Duanmu's eyes shone with determination as he gazed at the image of Guanyin. The Bodhisattva replied in a tone filled with compassion, if there is a Buddha in one's heart, then everyone embodies the Buddha. With a heart of compassion, all can be saved. Lastly, I impart to you this wisdom, fortunate ones. Do good deeds without questioning the future. Amipa. As the sacred words resonated, the trio felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over them, and they soon lost consciousness. Suddenly, Duanmu awoke abruptly, realizing that they had returned to the array atop the mountain, gasping for breath as memories flooded back. Tsunade. SH Moku. He looked around and discovered the siblings nearby. Duanmu roused them, and the three once more bowed respectfully toward the stone pedestal, where SH Moku retrieved a necklace. At that moment, a beam of white light struck the necklace, and shortly thereafter, SH Moku noticed its shape transforming from an irregular rectangular prism to a triangle. When they glanced back at the stone pedestal, it too had morphed into a triangular hole. The trio gradually exited the massive array, their minds teeming with newfound knowledge. Sister, brother-in-law, SH Moku exclaimed joyfully. Silence, Tsunade admonished, casting a glance at the array. SH Moku playfully stuck out his tongue and whispered, brother-in-law, I think I've learned wood release. Let us give it a try. Duanmu nodded. After the recent events, he dared not be reckless. He led the two away for over 5 miles. Invoking the shadow clone technique, Duanmu summoned shadow clones, transforming into a flying state, carrying the siblings until they reached the border of the Land of Fire, where they paused at a height of about 10 meters. SH Moku jumped down eagerly, ready to form seals according to the knowledge in his mind. Wood release, multiple wood clones. SH Moku, with a sense of self-awareness, produced 2 wooden clones. The first dove toward the ground, employing wood release, adamantine pillar. With a thunderous crash, it struck the earth, slowing SH Moku's descent. The second clone grasped one of the pillars, lifting the original, allowing SH Moku to perform several somersaults in the air before landing safely. What do you think, sister? Brother-in-law? SH Moku beamed, running towards Tsunade. Just as Duanmu transformed back into his human form and was about to praise SH Moku, Tsunade audibly scolded him, giving his forehead a light tap. Showing off right after learning something new? When will you outgrow this reckless habit? Ouch! SH Moku crouched down, rubbing his forehead, loudly apologizing. I'm sorry, sister. I understand my mistake. Tsunade, what ninjutsu have you learned? Duanmu inquired curiously. Summoning, 5-fold Rashomon. Tsunade shouted into the distance. With a loud clamor, 5 enormous iron gates adorned with monstrous faces materialized from the sky. Next, Tsunade drew a kunai from her waist, gripping it firmly, and forcefully pulled. Duanmu stepped forward, ready to assist her, only to witness the wound in her palm healing at an astonishing rate. Wow, that is incredible, sister. SH Moku clapped enthusiastically. By the way, the Bodhisattva mentioned that brother-in-law is a reincarnate. What is your origin? With a playful flick, Duanmu tapped SH Moku on the head. Is that how you speak? It is said that in ancient times, powerful individuals would pass down their secret techniques through reincarnation. Upon awakening, the memories of their previous lives would resurface. Tsunade mused thoughtfully. Indeed, I too am curious about whose reincarnation you are. I'm not quite sure. Perhaps I will know when I awaken. Duanmu scratched his head, realizing he had no other choice but to bide his time. However, there are tales that suggest my grandfather, Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara are the reincarnations of the sage of 6 paths sons, Ashura and Indra. So that is why the Bodhisattva regards Ashura as our progenitor? Tsunade exclaimed, snapping her fingers. By the way, Duanmu, what have you learned? I've acquired the dark walking technique in Mingshin Gate, Duanmu lamented, but I was unable to master my grandfather's true 1,000 hands or Buddha transformation. It is perhaps for the best that you did not, Tsunade sighed in relief. I never imagined that grandfather perished due to this. Our family always believed he succumbed to injuries sustained during his duel with Uchiha Madara. Duanmu awkwardly scratched his nose. In truth, he had learned it, but merely executing true 1,000 hands would consume 80% of his magical energy, leaving him incapable of employing any further techniques after summoning the Bodhisattva's Dharma body. He genuinely admired Senju Hashirama, His magical energy was indeed formidable. He even suspected that Hashirama might have some means of replenishing it. This technique would certainly require revision, but given his current capabilities, it was evidently beyond his reach, and he could only proceed slowly. Then let us return home. Duanmu intended to deploy the shadow clone technique, as it was simpler than the wood clone and would conserve magical energy. Shoo! Tsunade halted him, signaling for silence to Sh Moku and Duanmu. Suddenly, the distant sounds of a skirmish reached their ears. Had it not been for Tsunade's attentiveness, they might have remained unaware. Duanmu formed seals to summon two would-release clones, transforming them into steeds for the siblings to ride as he himself transformed into a crow, soaring toward the source of the commotion. After flying several hundred meters, Duanmu spotted figures engaged in combat. 3 Leaf Village ninjas were bound to a tree, while 2 individuals clad in garb indicative of the Sand Village stood nearby. The Sand Village ninjas appeared rather mediocre, their levels around 45, which put Duanmu at ease. A white-haired leaf ninja was beset by 4 attackers, wielding a tanto with graceful precision as he danced amidst the chaos, blades glinting in the light. Although he bore numerous injuries, it was evident that he held the upper hand. Duanmu had transformed into human form, leisurely seated upon a branch, and raised his hand to cast a rejuvenating spell. The assailants paused momentarily, with 2 of them turning to glance at Duanmu perched on the branch. Duanmu, with an air of nonchalance, waved at the ninjas from the land of sand. In a swift motion, the white-haired ninja executed a spinning slash, severing the necks of the 2 attackers, their blood gushing forth. The sudden distraction bewildered the white-haired ninja, and the other ninjas, seizing the opportunity, brandished their weapons and charged at his back. Heavenly Pain Strike! Came a loud shout from above, as Tsunade descended from the sky with a thunderous crash, dispatching several of the sand ninjas. Meanwhile, the leaf ninjas bound to the tree called out for help. Mr. Duanmu, it's Mr. Duanmu. Please save us. With a swift leap from the treetop, Duanmu took just a couple of steps before Tsunade and the white-haired ninja had already collaborated to eliminate the foes. The enemy ninjas guarding the hostages began to retreat nervously to the edge of the tree, contemplating taking a hostage to ensure their own safety. Don't come any closer. 2 of them drew their kunai, intent on killing one to deter any rash actions. From the treetop, a child's voice rang out, would release silent binding technique. 2 elongated branches swiftly ensnared the 2 sand ninjas, lifting them high into the air. Brother, how did I do? A child leaped from the treetop, proudly showing off to Duanmu. This time, splendidly done. Very clean and efficient. Duanmu gave a thumbs up to the tree. Chapter 55. The Frustration of White Fang in the Forest. Several leaf ninjas were rescued. The one who had previously called for help rushed forward to clasp Duanmu's hands. Thank you, Mr. Duanmu, he exclaimed excitedly. Without you, we might have perished. Oh, Lady Tsunade, it's so wonderful to see you. Young master, your wood release was truly magnificent just now. No need for formalities, Duanmu replied, shaking his head. Without us, Shuahao would have handled them eventually. It was merely a matter of time. Sammy, are you all right? Shikamaru Shuahao approached, concern etched on his face. Humph. Sammy scoffed coldly, while another ninja silently searched the enemy camp for something. Who asked you to come save us? The last ninja shouted at Shikamaru Shuahao. Why are they acting this way? The rope tree asked Tsunade angrily. Tsunade shook her head in resignation and replied, this is simply human nature. You will encounter more of it as you grow. Duanmu turned to Shikamaru Shuahao, noticing his furrowed brow and clenched fists. I only said what I did to save you all, he said, but he could not finish his thought upon seeing the resentment on his comrades' faces. And the mission? Would it not have been better to complete the mission first before coming to save us? It's all your fault. You know the village regulations. Are you satisfied now? The final ninja continued to vent his frustration. With a swift motion, Duanmu appeared before the disgruntled ninja. Mr. Duanmu. He abandoned the mission midway. The ninja stammered, retreating 2 steps at the sight of Duanmu's grave expression, unable to maintain the same attitude he had towards Shikamaru Shuahao. With a sharp slap, Duanmu struck the ninja. Would release. Multiple would clone technique. He summoned 6 clones, 2 of which seized Sammy, while the remaining 4 brought the kidnapped ninjas before Duanmu. Duanmu-kun, what do you intend to do? The 3 ninjas protested, struggling against their bonds. Duanmu fairly and justly delivered a slap to each of them. Don't think that just because you're the first 2 he began, but then added, oh, you didn't feel the first slap, so let us rectify that. Mr. Duanmu, Perhaps you should reconsider, Shikamaru Shuahao interjected. Don't pretend to be the good guy. You caused all of this. Sammy shamelessly retorted. Duanmu ignored Shikamaru Shuahao. You want White Fang to complete the mission and then come save you? Are you blaming him for not finishing the task? And you, though silent, were a look of disdain. He pointed at each of them. And what about you? Isn't the mission your responsibility? What are you doing? In his rising frustration, Duanmu nearly shouted, I have never encountered such shameless individuals. Get out, he commanded, as his clones delivered a swift kick to each of the three, sending them several meters away. Sanmi, rising from the ground, glared at Duanmu with resentment. With a swift motion, Duanmu appeared behind him, quickly forming hand seals. Would release. Insertion technique. Enough. Shikamaru Shuahao suddenly appeared beside Duanmu, grabbing his arm to prevent him from unleashing his technique. That's enough, Mr. Duanmu. You cannot harm your own comrades. He gestured for Sammy to leave hastily. Sammy dared not speak further and departed without looking back. Why did you stop me? Duanmu asked calmly, not angered. They are all leaf ninjas. Your actions may not be appropriate. Shikamaru Shuahao maintained his composure, though his furrowed brow revealed his discontent. If you fail to strike the snake, you may suffer its bite. Are you not concerned they will return to the village and spread rumors, shifting the blame onto you? Duanmu seemed to take pleasure in Shikamaru Shuahao's discomfort. Tsunade stepped forward, tugging at his clothing, shaking her head in disapproval, signaling him to temper his words. This is my choice. I do not regret it. Shikamaru Shuahao replied, lowering his head. Then why do you grip your fists so tightly? Duanmu teased, clapping his hands together. Would release. Continuous pillar technique. He gestured towards the ground, causing vines to sprout and swiftly transform into 4 chairs. Since signing the contract, Duanmu found his ability to wield would release jutsu with magic had become much more adept. He then gestured for Shikamaru Shuahao to take a seat. What is your mission? Perhaps I can assist you, he offered, unwilling to allow the kind-hearted Shikamaru Shuahao to follow the same tragic path as before. Tsunade and her brother were intrigued and approached. Sai, we were tasked with intercepting a vital document. It is said that this document can enhance the skills of the Sandes puppet ninjas, potentially doubling their power. Shikamaru Shuahao sighed, recounting the events. Initially, we encountered only low-level ninjas, and our team grew complacent. Unexpectedly, although their individual strength was mediocre, they numbered over 100, leaving half to obstruct us. My teammates were unfortunately captured, and I was the only one who continued to pursue the leader of the Sand Ninjas. But you cannot abandon your comrades for the sake of a mission? Duanmu interjected. Shikamaru Shuahao nodded in silence. The plight of a child without a mother. It's a long story. Duanmu could not help but make a jest in Mandarin. Although Tsunade did not understand, she playfully swatted him. Shikamaru scratched his head. Tsunade, I will escort you back to the village. I am uneasy without you overseeing things. And Rope Tree, don't flaunt your newly learned would release everywhere. I will assist White Fang in retrieving that document. Duanmu's expression turned serious. Understood. Please be careful on your journey. Tsunade smiled and nodded. Given Duanmu's current strength, facing an enemy of the shadow level was somewhat daunting, but escaping was certainly feasible. Moreover, with the presence of the leaf White Fang, a figure close to shadow level strength, he had confidence in his ability to navigate any situation. Oh, got it, brother. The Rope Tree, having watched Duanmu converse with his sister, reluctantly agreed. Useless, Mr. Duanmu. Shikamaru Shuahao shook his head helplessly. They have already been on the move for 2 days. We cannot catch up. Dumu paid no heed to him, immersing himself in the process of switching his profession to a mage, thereby opening the portal to the Thousand-Hand Mansion. Who said that? My brother-in-law, Shinshu, was somewhat disgruntled by Kiki Sakumo's earlier remarks. As he approached the portal, he turned to defend Dumu's honor, but Tsunade swiftly pulled him away. Is this space ninjutsu? Kiki Sakumo was taken aback. Enough with the astonishment. Tell me, if they return to the land of sand, which route will they take? Dumu interrupted Kiki Sakumo. It's highly likely they will head towards the Sandstone Valley, as it is the most direct route back, now unencumbered by pursuers. They will undoubtedly hasten their return to the village. Kiki Sakumo pondered thoughtfully. Do you have a map? Dumu was unaware of the location Kiki Sakumo mentioned. There were numerous maps of the Naruto world, and he had yet to explore them all. I do, Kiki Sakumo replied, retrieving a map from his satchel and pointing to a specific area. This is it. Dumu examined the map and, comparing it with the one in his system, located the corresponding coordinates. He then produced a device the size of a handheld camera from his backpack. This was his recently upgraded Wormhole Generator 6, which, in contrast to the previous version, boasted a compact size, portability, precise positioning, and stable energy output. After pinpointing the coordinates, Dumu activated the Wormhole Generator, and a portal slightly smaller than that summoned by a mage materialized before them. Dumu beckoned to Kiki Sakumo, and the two stepped inside, after which the portal sealed itself. On a highland at the border of the land of sand and the land of rivers, a blue portal appeared, instantly enveloped in searing heat. The sun scorched the earth, while fierce winds whipped the yellow sands, attempting to ensnare travelers traversing this desert. Kiki Sakumo stood up on the highland, gazing around in awe. Truly remarkable, Mr. Dumu. My admiration for you knows no bounds. No need for admiration. Dumu waved his hand dismissively, though internally he mused that the system deserved such praise. Kiki Sakumo nodded, believing that Mr. Dumu was merely being modest, his respect deepening as he sensed that Dumu's every action bore greater significance. I possess a secret technique to locate people. Do not be overly astonished when I demonstrate it. Dumu found Kiki Sakumo far more endearing than his own son, Kakashi, who perpetually wore a stern expression, as if everyone owed him a debt. Of course, this demeanor was tied to his tragic childhood, having lost both parents and witnessed the demise of his comrades. Nevertheless, he inherited his father's virtues and proved to be a kind-hearted individual. With a swift transformation into cheetah form, Dumu activated the humanoid search function on the system's minimap, keenly observing the movements around him. Kiki Sakumo gazed at Dumu's sleek form, the smooth blue fur, the robust limbs, and the sharp fangs at the corners of his mouth, unable to resist reaching out to stroke the cheetah's fur. Hey, Dumu, in cheetah form, turned his head back, expressing his displeasure. I do not appreciate being touched by men. What? Kiki Sakumo retreated a few steps. Are you not Mr. Dumu? Who else could I possibly be? Did I not warn you? Dumu replied irritably. Kiki Sakumo circled around Dumu in cheetah form, his mind in turmoil. Could this be a higher-level summoning form? Similar to the secret technique of the Inuzuka clan, capable of transforming into a summoning beast? Good heavens, Mr. Dumu, you are truly a prodigy, even able to innovate upon summoning techniques. Mr. Dumu, Kiki Sakumo began to express his admiration. Silence. Dumu interrupted him. The cheetah's head turned towards the direction of Kanahagakure, where a ninja clad in red was rushing towards them from the borders of the Land of Fire. Still some distance away. Is that the ninja from the Land of Sand you are seeking? Dumu asked quietly, but after a moment of silence. He turned to see Kiki Sakumo crouched on the ground, seemingly studying his transformed physique, convinced that Dumu's every movement resembled that of a feline creature. Dumu swiftly pivoted. Kiki Sakumo. Chapter 56. The best performer apologies, Mr. Dumu. I was lost in thought. Kiki Sakumo quickly apologized. Go see if that person is the one you seek. Dumu replied tersely. Kiki Sakumo expressed doubt. When they left, there were a full 50 ninjas escorting him. Right? Could it be that Konoha dispatched other teams to intercept? After pondering, Dumu remarked, it seems unlikely. If the village had such detailed intelligence, how could they possibly send just the 4 of us to execute the mission? Kiki Sakumo promptly countered. In that case, let us descend and clarify. Dumu leaped down, and by then, the red-clad ninja had reached the base of the highland. Wow, even the way he jumped down was so graceful. Kiki Sakumo marveled before following suit. With a whoosh, the two landed in the middle of the road, blocking the opponent's path. Dumu casually inquired, Hey, why the rush? Konoha White Fang, Kiki Sakumo. What? Did you eliminate all those worthless fools? The newcomer inquired nonchalantly. As he spoke, Dumu and Kiki Sakumo finally discerned that this was no ordinary red-clad ninja. The newcomer's clothes were drenched in blood, rendering his entire attire crimson. Given the fresh stains, it was evident he had recently committed murder. Where are your subordinates? Kiki Sakumo asked warily, glancing around. Stop searching. I never expected Konoha White Fang to be so cowardly. Haha, the newcomer taunted. I am Baizuku, a genius of mechanized puppetry. I merely took a glance at the information I acquired, and those pathetic insects began to prattle, so I had to eliminate them. He gestured innocently, raising his hands. You killed fellow villagers? Kiki Sakumo exclaimed in shock. What of it? Baizuku replied dismissively. I have no intention of returning. Dumu scrutinized the blood-soaked Baizuku, pondering. Now this is what it means to be ruthless. This is true ruthlessness. He made quite an impression on the neighboring village's ninja upon his arrival. At that moment, a pair of ninjas, a man and a woman, emerged in the distance, the swirling yellow sands parting for them. In just a few breaths, they arrived behind Du-Mu and Kiki Sakumo. The male ninja opened his mouth to ask, Baizuku, has the mission been completed? Chionya. Baizuku adopted a look of terror. My escort team was completely annihilated by these two, leaving not a single bone behind. Had they not fought desperately to protect me, I might not have made it to see you too. Du-Mu was equally astonished, thinking to himself that if this fellow were to live in his past life, he would surely earn an Oscar. The production team would have to give him a card. They must be blind. Upon hearing this, the two had no doubt, extracting a purple scroll from their backpacks, which they unfurled with a flourish. A cloud of white smoke erupted, and peculiar doppelgangers appeared beside each of them, moving in bizarre, mechanical motions as they manipulated their fingers. Can you still fight? Chionya inquired of Baizuku, though their gaze remained fixed on Du-Mu and Kiki Sakumo. Baizuku clutched his abdomen with his left hand, kneeling on one knee. My lord, I am at my limit. He collapsed to the ground as he spoke. Kiki Sakumo raised his hand towards Chionya, saying, You must be Chio. I have met your elder Chio once. Do not listen to his nonsense. He is a traitor from your village. Shameless dear. Do not listen to them. The female ninja interjected, her brows furrowed. Indeed. Chio nodded. Puppet technique. Mechanized arms. Chio commanded, and the puppets around them unleashed a barrage of shuriken. Du-Mu and Kiki Sakumo leaped to the sides to evade, but Kiki Sakumo persisted. Please, you must listen to me. Chio spat dismissively. We do not trust our own, so why would we trust you? Baizuku, take advantage of this moment. Baizuku struggled to rise, then staggered across Du-Mu and Kiki Sakumo towards Chionya. You cannot leave. Kiki Sakumo shouted, activating the body flicker technique in an attempt to intervene. Chio Kanzuya's companion commanded her puppet to charge forward, a row of kunai hurtling directly towards Sakumo Hatake. In the distance, Tomoku utilized wood release, summoning a series of wooden pillars that bent from the ground, forming an arched wall to shield Sakumo. The kunai, controlled by the female puppet master, struck the wooden barrier with a series of thuds. Tomoku swiftly appeared beside Sakumo. No need for explanations. The more we explain, the less they will believe us, sighed Sakumo, realizing he had fallen into the trap set by Hayakazoku. The two were evading each other's ranged attacks while contemplating their next course of action. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted nearby, halting their assault. As they steadied themselves, they beheld the Chio couple, their bodies mangled and lifeless in the sand. The ground beneath them stained crimson with their blood. A foolish bunch, prepare to face the wrath of Chio. Hayakazoku, seated upon a puppet centipede, hastily retreated. Tomoku recalled information from the original story, speculating that these two might indeed be the parents of Scorpion. He considered rushing to their aid when a series of explosions erupted, accompanied by a cloud of green toxic mist, prompting him to withdraw quickly. After a moment, as the mist dissipated, there was no trace of the Chio couple. They had been obliterated beyond recognition. Sakumo sighed heavily, lamenting the failed mission and the emergence of a formidable new enemy. Let us go, Tomoku, he called. What are we pursuing? They've long vanished. Tomoku, transformed into his great druid's mooning form, urged, quickly, hop on. We must give chase. It can do that? Sakumo, without hesitation, mounted, and Tomoku soared into the sky, pursuing the direction in which Hayakazoku fled. After an hour of flight, they finally spotted Hayakazoku, who was quickly retreating southwest upon his puppet centipede. Mr. Tomoku, let us descend and intercept him. Sakumo exclaimed anxiously. Not yet, Sakumo. Let us follow him and ascertain his destination. If his actions come to light, he will be branded a traitor and relentlessly hunted by the village, Tomoku reassured him. You can call me White Fang. It feels more familiar. Sakumo respectfully replied, feeling a pang of embarrassment that he had only considered the pursuit, whereas Tomoku had already contemplated the aftermath. Thus, the two continued their pursuit for 2 days and nights. On the morning of the third day, Hayakazoku entered a desolate ruin in the desert and did not emerge again. Tomoku circled in the air before landing, and Sakumo jumped from his back. As Tomoku reverted to his human form, he stumbled slightly. Sakumo quickly steadied him, and Tomoku retrieved a bottle of mental potion from his system backpack, downing it to regain some vitality. White Fang, Let us investigate why he came to this place, Tomoku said, regaining his composure. Certainly, Mr. Tomoku, but how is your health? Tsukumo inquired with concern. I'm fine, let us move. Tomoku replied, stretching his chest before continuing, just a bit weary, but no issues. They followed the footprints into a partially collapsed grand hall, but as they reached the end, the footprints vanished. In this secluded area, Hayakazoku had not made any effort to conceal his tracks, so why had they disappeared now? Tomoko pondered. Observing the ground carefully, Tsukumo examined the surrounding walls and, after some exploration, grasped something in his hand and pulled forcefully. With a resounding crash, a passageway appeared in the center of the hall. Tomoko nodded, acknowledging the expertise required to uncover such a mechanism, something a novice like himself would never have discovered. Seeing Tomoku's nod, Tsukumo felt elated. It seemed that Tomoku was not merely contemplating the enemy's whereabouts, but had already discerned the clues, choosing to test him instead. Alas, he reflected on his own frequent blunders, feeling inadequate compared to Tomoku's prowess in ninjutsu and body techniques. Mr. Tomoku, you lead the way. I'll follow, Tsukumo offered politely. No need for that. Cheetah form. Tomoku declined, transforming into a leopard and descending the steps in pursuit of the footsteps. Tsukumo followed closely behind, and as they reached the final step, a soft click echoed in their ears. With a rumbling sound, the steps rose behind them once more. Oh dear, Tomoku remarked, impressed by the advanced mechanism. In the dark corridor, contrary to their expectations of treacherous traps and hidden dangers, the passage was spacious and smooth. The walls, now faded, hinted at its former splendor. Glancing at the map indicating Hayakazoku's location, Tomoku led Tsukumo downwards for 2 hours until they arrived at a grand hall more magnificent than the ruins above. The hall was circular, with a central circular altar surrounded by bottomless depths, save for a narrow path leading to the altar. Upon entering, they heard a boisterous, arrogant laughter. Ah, I found it. I found it. Hayakazoku cackled maniacally from the altar's center. This is the birthplace of puppetry. Once I master the techniques within, Chio, the land of wind, and Konoha will all bow before me. He laughed so heartily he could hardly stand, then snarled, You will all submit at my feet. Chapter 57. The Lost City. Hayakazoku unfurled a scroll upon the altar, beginning to weave a strange jutsu. Mr. Tomoku, quick! Tsukumo shouted, dashing forward in an instant. Tomoku understood Tsukumo's intent. Whatever Hayakazoku was up to, it could not bode well, and stopping him was undoubtedly the right course of action. Haha, you actually caught up. Hayakazoku laughed triumphantly. Too late. You've arrived too late. With that, he pressed his hands to the ground, and a purple beam of light erupted from the altar, engulfing all three of them in an instant. Minutes later, the grand hall returned to silence, the surroundings reverting to their original state, as if nothing had transpired. Time passed, and Tomoku groaned, clutching his head as he sat up amidst the ruins. He spotted Tsukumo lying nearby and approached to awaken him. Wake up, White Fang. Huh. Tsukumo jolted awake, shaking his head as he steadied himself. Mr. Tomoku, where are we? I'm not entirely sure, Tomoku replied, shaking his head. All around was a landscape of crumbling walls, with only a faint glimmer of light filtering from above. On the ground lay peculiar metallic fragments. Tomoku picked one up, tapping it, which produced a resonant metallic sound. There were no inscriptions or markings on it, and unable to discern its purpose, he tossed it aside. Mr. Tomoku, there's an exit over there, Tsukumo called, waving from a short distance away. Tomoku instantly appeared beside him, patting his shoulder. Since you prefer calling me White Fang, let us drop the formality. Just call me Tomoku. Yes, Tomoku-kun. The eyes of Kikumaru Shoma sparkled with joy, for this indicated that Damu had begun to regard him as a friend, drawing their relationship closer. Damu-kun, look over there. There's a stone door. Shall we go take a look? Let us go. Damu nodded in agreement and swiftly utilized his teleportation technique to arrive at the stone door. As they gazed inside, the long corridor appeared meticulously constructed, clearly the handiwork of human hands. Could it be that we were transported underground by that mysterious beam of light? Kikumaru Shoma pondered, scratching his head with a forced chuckle. The two proceeded cautiously down the corridor, emerging into a vast space akin to the previous one. Damu appeared troubled. Is this place a sewer? I'll fly up and check, Damu said, looking up at the ceiling, estimating it to be at least 10 meters above them. Kikumaru Shoma nodded. With his agility, ascending would not pose much difficulty, albeit it would require some effort. With a sudden puff, Damu attempted to transform into a raven to soar upwards. You cannot do that yet, a mechanical voice kindly reminded him. Damu tried again, only to be met with the same warning. This is not a flying zone. He felt quite embarrassed as a cloud of white smoke enveloped him. But the usual transformation did not occur. Just as he contemplated how to explain himself, a cacophony of metallic clashing erupted from the adjoining space. They exchanged glances. And without further ado, Damu gestured for Kikomaru Shoma to follow him into the passage leading to the next node. They navigated carefully through the corridor when suddenly, a shadow darted past them below. Looking up, they noticed 5 circular openings arranged in a star shape on the ceiling. The illumination here far more abundant than in the previous locations. Let us go ahead and investigate. Behind one wall, they discovered a pile of scattered parts. Kikomaru Shoma picked up one of the components. This seems to be a puppet part from the land of Wind's ninjas. Although something feels off, let us proceed. Damu pointed toward the openings above, speculating here won't yield any results. All right, Kikomaru Shoma replied, momentarily taken aback by Damu's assertive tone. Let us go. Why are you staring at me like that? Damu asked, perplexed. You should take me up with you, Kikomaru Shoma asserted, as if it were the most natural thing. Damu chose to ignore him, turning swiftly as he executed a seamless series of movements to ascend, and then waved down to Kikomaru Shoma below. Did I say something wrong? Kikomaru Shoma mused for a moment before realization dawned upon him, and he clapped his hands. I understand now, mister. Damu is teaching me the techniques of body movement. Kikomaru Shoma leaped into action, mirroring Damu's movements perfectly as he vaulted through the circular opening. Just as he was about to ask for Damu's feedback, he noticed Damu gazing into the distance, following his line of sight. In the distance lay a bustling city, adorned with verdant trees, towering spires reaching into the clouds, and uniquely styled buildings featuring grand floor-to-ceiling windows decorated with colorful glass. He nodded, preparing to express his admiration for the city's wonders, when Damu suddenly exclaimed, What the? Damu paused. What do you mean? Just that it's impressive. Damu clarified, twitching his mouth in reluctant explanation. So what they means impressive? Kikomaru Shoma was still puzzled when a sudden explosion echoed nearby. They hurried to investigate and soon found themselves on the city's main thoroughfare, realizing there was no explosion at all. Instead, the townspeople were singing and dancing in what appeared to be a grand celebration. The earlier sounds were merely the celebratory fireworks igniting in the air. The streets were filled with revelers clad in splendid attire, each face radiating joy, while colorful floats paraded through the crowd. Fireworks burst in the sky, albeit under the bright daylight, diminishing their visual splendor. Excuse me. Damu grabbed a young man from the parade. What festival are you celebrating? He inquired with a warm smile. The young man eyed Damu warily. Who are you? Oh, Damu produced a silver necklace from behind him. Look, I'm a traveling merchant here to sell jewelry. Oh, I see. The young man replied proudly. We're celebrating our new queen's coronation. Thank you. Here's this necklace for you, in gratitude for your help. Damu offered the jewelry. Oh, I can't accept this. The young man protested, though his hands quickly accepted the necklace, tucking it away. Sir, look ahead. The ceremony is about to commence. If you go, you're sure to attract many customers. Thank you. We'll head over shortly, Damu said, bidding farewell to the intriguing young man as he and Kikomaru Shoma turned into a secluded alley. That wretched centipede transported us to this strange place, Damu grumbled. We need to catch him quickly. Perhaps then we'll understand where we are. You're right, Damu-kun, but where should we search? Kikomaru Shoma nodded, having grown accustomed to following Damu's lead. Let us check out the celebration site, Damu suggested. If all else fails, we may have to open a portal back to Konoha. Kikomaru Shoma's expression darkened, about to respond when a thunderous explosion reverberated, followed by the sound of destruction. Initially, they mistook the first sound for fireworks, but as the other noises followed, they realized something was amiss and proceeded toward the source. They searched each street, venturing deeper into the area, which starkly contrasted the main thoroughfare, dilapidated, dark, and filthy. Damu sharply noted that although the windows were tightly shut, it felt as though countless eyes were watching them from behind the glass, an unsettling sensation that quickened their pace. As the neighborhood fell silent, they relied on their memories to navigate. Kikomaru Shoma's experience proved invaluable. Otherwise, Damu would have been utterly lost in the narrow, oppressive space. Just as they were about to give up, a limping blonde boy emerged from a ramshackle alley. He wore a black sports jacket adorned with square orange accents, paired with matching orange pants, and sported a ninja headband atop his head. He limped toward them, a white bandage wrapped around his left thigh, clearly having noticed the two. He hastened over, pointing at Damu and exclaiming in a slightly hoarse voice, "What brings you here?" Damu was momentarily dumbfounded. Was this not the protagonist of the Naruto world? Uzumaki Naruto? Oh, Kakashi-sensei is here too. Wait. You seem a lot older than Kakashi-sensei, Naruto remarked, directing his gaze at Kikumura Shoma. Wait, you know us? Kikumura Shoma asked, puzzled. Before turning to Damu, Demokuin, do you recognize this boy? Damu stammered, caught off guard. Haha. Naruto laughed heartily. Are you also sent by Granny Tsunade? It's rare to see someone looking so dazed. Wait. Damu stepped forward. You actually know me? Indeed. Have you become a bit forgetful? It was you who personally adorned Tsunade's Hokage hat. Who in Konoha does not recognize you? Uzumaki Naruto chuckled. Is that so? Damu pointed at himself, then sighed, alas. Have I truly become the man of the Hokage? Chapter 58. Intersecting time and space in a narrow alley, Damu encountered the prophesied child, the disciple of Jiraiya. The savior of this world, Uzumaki Naruto. That's not Naruto. Damu patted his shoulder. What brings you here? I'm not quite sure. Naruto scratched his head and exaggeratedly continued. We entered an underground palace, where someone summoned a massive beam of light, and then I dashed forward and got sucked into it, only to wake up here. Stop. Damu interrupted. With all your whoosh and bang, do you think I understand? Naruto's expression turned deadpan. First things first. Why do you call me the blue-haired old man? Damu frowned. Am I that old? We called you that when we first met. Although Sasuke often argued with me over it. I'm not afraid of him, Naruto replied proudly. Oh, and what brings you here? Damu inquired curiously. It's Granny Tsunade who sent us to chase someone called the Hundred-Legged Dragon, Naruto answered honestly. Hundred-Legged Dragon? Damu glanced at Kakashi. ISNT at the centipede? Kakashi asked. Puzzled. Naruto, drawn by Kakashi's words, circled around him and exclaimed, So you really aren't Kakashi-sensei? That's my son, Kakashi retorted, exasperated. You little brat. Can you be serious? All right. Naruto stood at attention. One must admit that when not in battle, Naruto is quite the lively character, Damu thought with a smile. But before he could laugh out loud, his expression froze. Damu, disregarding further inquiries, swiftly switched to his mage profession and opened a portal to the Senju residence in Konoha. As the energy fluctuated, the portal shrank to a point and vanished. What is going on, Damu? Kakashi asked, noticing the change in Damu's expression. Just a moment. White Fang. Damu did not explain but took out a device from his system bag, the wormhole generator 2. After adjusting the coordinates, he activated it, and a wave of energy surged forth. However, unlike before, the energy trembled and coalesced into a point, disappearing entirely. Damu's expression soured. White Fang, if I'm not mistaken. We may have entered another dimension. How could this be possible? Kakashi questioned, disbelief evident in his voice. Damu pointed at Naruto. This kid should be from the future. A thunderous roar echoed from afar, accompanied by the clamor of a crowd, followed by screams. The three of them hastily leaped to the highest rooftop, where they could see the main thoroughfare of the city and a vast square below. It seemed an incident had occurred in the square. As people ran about like headless chickens, the air filled with cries, shouts, and wails. Let us go check it out. Damu turned to the others. With a whoosh, Naruto dashed forward. Hey, Damu. Kakashi hesitated, realizing he was meeting this reckless kid for the first time. Though they were both from Konoha, he had not noticed anything particularly special about him and preferred to observe the situation. Keep up with him. We can't let him get into trouble, Damu said, exasperated. Before following after Naruto, he had a profound impression of Naruto's impulsiveness, especially since he was the main character in the original narrative. He was uncertain of the consequences if Naruto were to encounter trouble. Kakashi cautiously followed behind, keenly observing the surroundings. He noted the unusual lack of guards or law enforcement in the city. Was the security truly so impeccable? Had it reached the point where no one would dare pick up lost items? Arriving at the center of the square, they saw a towering structure, more luxurious and refined than others, primarily constructed of white marble and adorned with golden accents, exuding an air of nobility. The building's main entrance had been largely destroyed, debris littering the ground below. A young girl, elegantly dressed, lay twisted atop the ruins, blood flowing from her 7 orifices, with a continuous stream pouring from the back of her head. Hey, Naruto exclaimed, rushing forward without hesitation. Danmu approached to check for signs of life. Shaking his head at Naruto, "Don't shout. She's already dead." Just as he contemplated whether to resurrect her, "Danmu, something feels off here," Kakashi said, glancing around warily. From the building, several individuals emerged, standing on the balcony that remained intact. The leading figure, adorned with spectacles, appeared composed and experienced. He looked down at Danmu and the others with a contemptuous gaze and declared, "Arrest these three. I suspect they are the true culprits behind the queen's murder." His voice was amplified by a device, echoing throughout the area, causing the chaotic crowd to cease their commotion and turn towards Danmu. "Yes, Lord and Lushan." 5 guards on the balcony raised their hands, fingers splayed, rhythmically shaking as if playing an invisible instrument. The trio looked up at the peculiar sight, already prepared for a confrontation. "You little brat. If it weren't for you, none of this would have happened." "White Fang, don't say anything," Danmu warned, his brow furrowed. "Did you not notice? He never gave us a chance to explain. Our arrival here may have been coincidental, but this situation seems meticulously orchestrated. I'm so sorry for causing you trouble." Naruto, despite his usual ignorance, realized their predicament was due to his recklessness and felt a deep sense of guilt. With a whoosh, over 50 oval metallic spheres flew out from either side of the building. Clank, clank, clank. The spheres extended limbs and legs, transforming into humanoid forms, each equipped with weapons protruding from their arms, shoulders, and legs. Danmu calculated his next move. Intending to summon a forest of trees using wood release to withstand an initial assault before seeking an opportunity to break free. "I advise you to behave yourselves." Another figure emerged from behind the leader, speaking ominously. "100-legged dragon," Naruto shouted, pointing above. "That's," Danmu mused, recognizing the earlier speaker. "It's the centipede." "He just gained weight," Danmu affirmed. "Impudent." A minister-like figure reprimanded. "These two are a prime minister and a chancellor. How dare you point at them? We won't escape. Let us observe what these two are up to," Danmu whispered to Kakashi and Naruto. "All right," Kakashi agreed, nudging Naruto, who nodded in consent. "Take these 3, the murderers of the queen, to the dungeons." Another official commanded. 3 puppets advanced to disarm and bind them, escorting them away. In the deepest cell of the dungeon, Naruto recounted to Danmu the events that led him there. "What? Is this Lulan?" Danmu exclaimed in disbelief. "Previously, I heard Tsunade mention that Danmu found it strange that the name was the same as that of the Silk Road in Huaxia. Indeed, I was drawn into that peculiar beam of light beneath the ruins of the Lulan site, which is why I am here. So this place must surely be Lulan." Naruto exclaimed with an air of certainty. "So, does this mean that, although he was transported here at the same time as you, he has the ability to control when he appears?" Kakashi Shikaku inquired. Observing Naruto's perplexed expression, he turned to Danmu and said, "It is possible. And I suspect that these 2 centipedes share some sort of blood relation." "Oh, I know about that." Naruto jumped up excitedly. However, the shackles on his feet tripped him, causing him to stumble. "How troublesome. This chain suppresses my chakra. Otherwise, with just 1 Rasengan, we could have escaped." "You first share what you know," Danmu calmly suggested. "When we were leaving, Granny Tsunade showed us some documents." Naruto scratched his head, seemingly lost in thought. Danmu couldn't help but twitch his lips. Anyone would likely feel a surge of frustration upon being referred to as someone's grandmother at such a young age. By the way, those 2 must be father and son. It is said that due to his father's actions, the son and daughter-in-law of Elder Chiyo from the Sand Village perished, prompting Elder Chiyo's grandson to seek vengeance on him. However, he didn't find the man himself but instead encountered his son, Naruto mused. "My target, the centipede dragon, has endured considerable torment since childhood, yet he mastered formidable ninjutsu. After going missing for a period, he only resurfaced when we received the mission. No one knows where he was during that time." While Naruto was speaking at length, Danmu produced a finely crafted silver bell from the system. He gently shook it, and a clear sound resonated from within. Not far from the three kunoichi clad in Konoha attire appeared with a sudden poof. "Your steward reports, my esteemed master," the 3 said in unison, kneeling before Danmu. "Wow, who could be so rude as to treat my dearest master this way? My goodness, this is simply barbaric," one of the stewards exclaimed in an exaggerated tone. Danmu couldn't help but feel a headache. When he activated the system's bearer of steward bell, he had been anxious, fearing he might summon a minotaur or a troll, making it difficult to explain to the others. However, What appeared was a normal human, dressed as a Konoha ninja. Albeit their exaggerated, emotional tone evoked a sense of temporal dissonance. Wow, this is big news. The blue-haired elder actually brought 3 beauties with him. If I tell Granny Tsunade. Heh. Naruto seemed to uncover a significant scoop, exclaiming in excitement. Chapter 59. The unfamiliar father and son in the depths of the Lulon prison. The only illumination came from a small ventilation window, through which moonlight shone. I must warn you, your words have made my master quite uncomfortable. Has your politeness and refinement been neglected? Another steward began to educate Naruto. Stop. Duanmu interjected, surprised by how talkative the summoned ones were. Quickly, release our shackles. Yes. My esteemed master, your will is our mission. The third steward bowed, then drew a dagger to pick the lock. The other 2 stewards quickly joined in, and soon, Duanmu and the others were free. Duanmu shook the bell again, and the 3 stewards bowed to him. It is our honor to serve you. With another poof, they disappeared. The blue-haired elder always has such fascinating items. Naruto twisted his wrist, gathering chakra, forming a blue energy sphere in his palm. Duanmu grasped Naruto's wrist, saying, "Hey, are you serious?" Naruto hurriedly canceled the Rasengan in his hand. What's wrong? We have to get out, right? Naruto looked up at the small window, puzzled. That requires. Duanmu was about to patiently explain when a young man's voice rang from outside. Rasengan. Boom. A large hole was blown in the back wall of the prison as 3 masked ninjas rushed in. The leader, with golden hair, lowered his mask slightly to reveal his Konoha ninja forehead protector. Let us go, he said succinctly, turning to leave without hesitation. Kakashi Shikaku glanced at Duanmu, seeking his opinion. Duanmu glanced outside, and, with a resigned sigh, followed. Naruto had already dashed out at the first opportunity. Strangely, despite the commotion in the prison, not a single puppet or guard appeared. Unbeknownst to them, 2 individuals in a hidden chamber observed everything through a crystal ball. The group reached a relatively secluded tower-S rooftop, where they had a good view of the main thoroughfare, allowing them to detect any movements in Lulon. One of the ninjas, robust in stature and still wearing his mask, greeted, "Mr. Duanmu, what brings you here too?" It's Dingswa. Duanmu waved. "Greetings, Mr. Duanmu. It's good to see you again," said a quiet man with a yellow ponytail who bowed to Duanmu. "Cousin-in-law, what brings you here?" The leader removed his mask. "Kushina?" Duanmu replied in astonishment. "Why are you calling me that? Cousin-in-law?" The leader, Minato Namikaze, looked perplexed. "Weren't you the one who officiated our wedding last week?" "Big brother, do you know the blue-haired elder?" Naruto chimed in. "Oh, you're here too, little one." Minato smiled. "Big brother, after you bandaged my wounds, I ran into them as I exited the alley," Naruto said, somewhat bashfully. "Wait a moment," Minato said, pointing at Naruto. "You don't recognize him?" Minato shook his head and then recalled something, pulling Duanmu aside to speak earnestly. "This child comes from the future, so we must not let him disclose too much about future events, as that could alter the timeline and cause chaos in time and space." Duanmu was taken aback, somewhat surprised. "For me, you also come from the future, as you were only 12 in my time." So we have come from 3 different timelines?" Minato exclaimed in astonishment. "If you interpret it that way, you are correct. I found it intriguing," Duanmu teased. "I never thought cousin-in-law would be so humorous several years ago." Minato chuckled, both amused and exasperated. "By the way, do not share too much with that child. The repercussions could be immeasurable." Duanmu replied with a calm smile. "It seems somewhat inappropriate for you, a time traveler, to say that to me. Oh, by the way, he truly does not know that I am a time traveler." "Indeed?" Duanmu nodded, acknowledging Minato's concern. "You genuinely don't recognize that child?" Minato hesitated, saying, "Should I know him?" "Big brother, what are you talking about?" Naruto approached, curious about their mysterious conversation. Nothing. Minato grinned awkwardly. Duanmu's lips twitched slightly, thinking that not only should he know him, but he should also know his mother. Additionally, a strange thought crossed Duanmu's mind. If the Nine-Tails incident were to occur, he would certainly prevent the 2 from perishing along their original trajectory. Even if they did perish, he would ensure their resurrection. Could it be that something unknown has transpired in between? Forget it. The ship will sail straight when it reaches the bridge. We will discuss it then. At this moment, noticing Naruto nearby, another thought surged in my mind. "By the way, Naruto, how many children will I have in the future?" Enmu, filled with curiosity, inquired. "All of them are my mentors," Naruto replied naturally. "They?" Enmu exclaimed, elated. only to suddenly realize something amiss and shouted, "That rascal Jiraiya! I will make him pay when I return." "Enmu-senpai," Minato Namikaze shouted loudly. "Please refrain from asking further." Enmu felt somewhat embarrassed, having just promised to behave. "Let's discuss this matter," Minato suggested, but Enmu leaned closer to Naruto. "Naruto-kun," she said, her voice lowered conspiratorially, her demeanor resembling that of a sneaky thief. "Enmu-senpai. All right, you continue, I won't ask," Enmu said, scratching her head, feeling somewhat sheepish under Minato's reminder. Alas, Minato gathered everyone together. "Now we are aware that we hail from 3 different timelines. So I must emphasize that we should not inquire about anything concerning the future." Enmu pouted in response, muttering, "So you have a son?" Minato shot her a glare, continuing, "We need to capture 2 time travelers from the Baizoku family, the Baizoku worm and the Baizoku dragon, who possess the secret techniques of time-space ninjutsu, allowing them to precede us by several years." Minato's tone became serious as he elaborated, "According to our team's investigation, the Baizoku worm arrived in this timeline 7 years before us, under the alias in Lushan, and is currently the prime minister of this nation. His son, the Baizoku dragon, arrived 3 years prior, disguised as Siming, and holds the position of chancellor." Upon hearing these names, Enmu's lips twitched in disbelief, realizing they were practically replicating the Ungshi rebellion. Thus, their intention to orchestrate the demise of this nation's queen becomes glaringly apparent, said Shikaku Nara. "And we merely find ourselves at the right place at the right time," Enmu added, pointing at Naruto. "Naruto, I'm not saying it's you, but you are rather reckless. I'm terribly sorry." Naruto bowed to everyone, his demeanor exceedingly sincere. "Therefore, our objective is to locate these 2 individuals and eliminate them. This way, we can return to our respective timelines," Minato said meaningfully. "No," Enmu objected. "We must at least capture one of them. Their techniques are crucial, and the puppet arts here are equally significant." Minato pretended to ponder. "Very well. We shall proceed as per your suggestion." After finalizing their goal, the 6 began deliberating the specific details of their operation. However, Minato remained exceedingly cautious regarding Enmu's incessant inquiries about Naruto's descendants. Just as they continued their discussion, a sudden crash echoed from the ceiling above, startling those present. Minato paused, about to signal, when he noticed a figure darting away. Rasengan! With a resounding boom, the ceiling shattered. Everyone exchanged glances, clearly knowing that it was once again Naruto who had charged ahead, accompanied by several startled shrieks. 4 or 5 young women tumbled down from above, glancing at Enmu and the others with trepidation. One slightly older woman mustered her courage and stepped forward, stammering, "If you seek those officials, we can guide you." Enmu smacked Naruto on the head, exclaiming, "Look what you've done," almost injuring someone. Minato raised his hand, signaling for silence. Despite Enmu's seniority, it was Minato's calm demeanor that commanded the most respect. "What do you wish to achieve by guiding us?" Minato asked, eyeing them warily. "We only ask that you save our loved ones," the woman replied, her voice tinged with sorrow. "My father, my son, my brother." At that moment, fragmented cries echoed from above, and the woman, under Minato's scrutinizing gaze, cautiously tugged at a wall-mounted sconce. With a series of clicks, the ceiling opened to reveal a staircase, from which dozens of unarmed women began to descend. The youngest could barely speak, while the oldest walked with great difficulty. Amidst their overlapping accounts, the group began to grasp the situation. It turned out that Lulan was a paradise for craftsmen who had harnessed the underground dragon vein energy to develop artificial puppets, establishing a prosperous civilization. However, once the man named in Lushan arrived, everything changed. With his persuasive rhetoric, he gained the previous queen's trust, significantly boosting commerce and multiplying Lulan's wealth. Ultimately, he seized control of all puppets. The fate of Lulan had shifted. Craftsmen were no longer the cornerstone of the city, but had become mere slaves to the nobility. Chapter 60. True Thousand-Year Kill. Initially, the Prime Minister had merely ordered our families to produce puppets at home. But after the new Chancellor took office, he advised the Prime Minister to consolidate all craftsmen for easier management. Since that day, we have not seen our families again, and tears streamed down the women's faces. After deliberation, Enmu and the others agreed to their request, allowing them to lead the way while also rescuing their families. They divided into 2 small teams. "Senpai, we will distract the Baizoku family's affiliates and minions to create an opportunity for sabotage," Minato instructed Enmu. "This child will accompany us." Humph, Enma scoffed, thinking to herself that he still did not trust her. Very well, let us see if we can capture one of the Baizoku father and son. All right. Minato nodded. Naruto, Dingzwa, let us go. Enmu watched the three depart, then turned to Baya and Hachi. Let us move as well. They took a local woman with them, donning local attire to blend in more seamlessly. Hachi, sense for any disturbances, Enmu whispered to Hachi. Yes, Enma-senpai. Hachi replied, activating his sensing abilities. Enma-senpai. There's flowing, chakra, energy in those pipes on the street. Upon hearing this, Enmu looked up to see. Indeed, the streets of this city were lined with metallic pipes. Initially, she had assumed they were water supply conduits, only to realize they transported chakra, energy. Can you trace where they lead? Enmu inquired softly. Hachi nodded, and Enmu gestured to the guide as they proceeded along the pipes, eventually arriving at a towering structure. From within, the roar of machinery echoed. After questioning the guide, Enmu learned that this was Lolon's largest puppet factory. Enma-senpai, there's a tremendous amount of energy emanating from inside, Hachi warned. Let us go see, Enmu decided. And they crawled through an inconspicuous window. Inside was an underground factory, and Enmu's vantage point allowed her a clear view of the entire operation. Hundreds of workers toiled diligently, reminiscent of a modern assembly line. Each individual was responsible for a single task, and after completing numerous assembly steps, a complete puppet soldier emerged. Several overseers monitored the production line, controlling the puppets as they moved. Any worker who faltered faced immediate reprimand. The laborers appeared gaunt and weary. Baya, your close combat skills are the best. Go down and deal with them, Enmu instructed Shikaku. Kikuki Sakumo nodded slightly, habitually reaching behind him only to find it empty. It turned out that when they were confined in the detention center, the short blade of White Fang had been confiscated. Without a weapon, my speed may be somewhat compromised. Kikuki Sakumo lamented. Weapon? What do you prefer? Asked Damu, rummaging through the items in the system's backpack. Me? I favor short blades and daggers. I am not accustomed to using katanas or long swords, Kikuki Sakumo replied after a moment of contemplation. After searching for a while, Damu found a dagger that matched Kikuki Sakumo's current proficiency and handed it to him. Here, give it a try. Upon receiving the weapon, Kikuki Sakumo immediately took a liking to it. The black handle, adorned with dark golden patterns, extended seamlessly to the spine of the blade, while the blade itself was a deep green, subtly radiating a fervent emerald glow. As he swung it a couple of times, he exclaimed, the feel is magnificent. What is its name? Esino's fragment, Damu replied nonchalantly, but it is of little significance, if you desire it. No, I shall keep it. It suits me perfectly. I shall take my leave now. Without waiting for Damu to finish, Kikuki Sakumo executed a body flicker technique and darted away. TCH. I wanted you to try the egg knife. Damu quietly grumbled. Kikuki Sakumo appeared behind the first guard and, wielding his newly acquired weapon, swiftly slashed the man's throat. As he fell, the puppet nearby lost its control and began to topple as well. Damu summoned several wooden planks with wood release to support the puppet. Kikuki Sakumo glanced up and swiftly moved towards the next guard. In an instant, their cooperation was remarkably seamless. White Fang executed the kills while Damu handled the aftermath. When it came to the last guard, Kikuki Sakumo flickered to his back, lowered his body, and shouted, the Leaf's secret technique, ultimate 1,000 years kill. With a fierce growl, the Esino's fragment pierced through the man's core, resulting in a grotesque demise. Damu stared in a daze, realizing that Kakashi, the foremost technician of the Leaf, indeed had a profound lineage. He was truly admirable and praiseworthy. Once all the guards were dealt with, Kikuki and his companions jumped down. Only then did the people in the factory notice. You may leave. Who is in charge here? Damu shouted to them. A few bolder individuals pointed at a gaunt middle-aged man not far away, saying with resentment, that's him. He is the engineer here. They then hurriedly fled. Seeing that Damu did not stop them, others began to leave as well. At that moment, the female guide rushed forward and threw herself into the man's arms. Darling, I finally found you, she cried. The man sighed, patting her back. Are you here to kill me? I have long known. My mass production of these puppets as weapons of war contradicts my ideals. Puppets can be applied in myriad ways. He stood up, his eyes reflecting a sense of relief. Fate cannot be altered. When puppets are only used for war, it signifies that the end times are nigh. When that day arrives, I shall accept it with open arms. What is your name? Damu inquired, amused by his bookish demeanor. Kazutaro. The man paused. Aren't you here to kill me? Well, here, take this. He grabbed a book from his desk and handed it to Damu. The Compendium of Puppetry? Damu glanced at the book, and a notification appeared in the system. He temporarily ignored it and placed the book into the system's backpack. In fact, I believe your puppets could be more beneficial if utilized in civilian life and daily production. Really? Are you speaking the truth? Kazutaro's eyes brightened, and he excitedly grasped Damu's arm. From him, Damu sensed a fervent dedication, a passion he had only encountered previously in Orochimaru. He solemnly nodded at Kazutaro. Thank you, thank you. Kazutaro whimpered, unexpectedly kneeling down. I thought I was merely a butcher, producing instruments of death. Damu felt a stirring in his heart. I have a place where you can showcase your talents. Would you be willing? I am willing. Kazutaro assented without waiting for Damu to finish, embodying the sentiment of a scholar willing to die for a kindred spirit. Very well, Damu smacked his lips, swallowing the persuasive words he had prepared. Where can I shut down the pipeline of this factory? Damu asked politely. Follow me, my lord. Kazutaro's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. No need for such formalities. My name is Damu's son. Just call me Damu, he smiled, collecting parts and completed puppets from the assembly line into his system's backpack. Had he not stored some less frequently used items in the bank backpack earlier, there would have been insufficient space in the system's backpack. A few accompanied Kazutaro to a massive machine where a giant valve awaited. Together, they managed to close it completely. You dare to be so audacious? A disdainful voice came from above. Damu and the others looked up to see a man named Shimming, whom they had been pursuing as the 100-legged dragon. Surrounding him were over 20 puppet soldiers, armed with gleaming weapons. TCH, just a handful of ants. And my esteemed father sends me personally to showcase my new. Before the 100-legged dragon could finish, Damu raised his hands, palms facing him, causing the dragon's eyes to glaze over. Hachi, hurry. I've subdued him. Use your ninjutsu to compel him to disclose the spatial formations techniques. As the 100-legged dragon spoke, Damu had switched his profession to priest, using the priest's mental control to seize him. Truly, the adage that villains perish due to verbosity holds profound wisdom. Hachiai hesitated, about to step forward, but Kikuki Tsukumo stopped him, approaching Damu to observe him. Damu stood motionless, his gaze somewhat vacant. The dagger I gave you is called the Asino's Fragment. Are you reassured now? The 100-legged dragon spoke. Upon hearing this, Kikuki Tsukumo nodded but still followed Hachiai up. Ninjutsu, mind-reading technique. At that moment, Damu regained his senses. Hachiai, have him write down his techniques. Hachiai nodded, and the 100-legged dragon obediently lay on the ground. Accepting the paper Hachiai offered, meticulously writing for half an hour before returning the filled paper and standing quietly to the side. Wood release, silent binding technique. Damu switched back to Druid, casting a wood release ninjutsu that bound the 100-legged dragon securely. He then took the paper from Hachiai's hand. Ding. Learned the dragon vein spatial formation technique. Upon seeing the system's notification, a smile spread across Damu's face. The only regret was the numerous restrictions on this technique, allowing it to only be utilized in specific locations. He turned and handed the 100-legged dragon over to Kikuki Tsukumo. White Fang, ensure Kazutaro's safety. He is crucial for our village's application of puppet techniques. Damu instructed solemnly. Rest assured, Damu. Kikuki Tsukumo replied with a nod. Let us go and seek the source of energy. Damu called to Hachiai, and the two set off together. Chapter 61. The Super Taijutsu Spiral Sphere. As Damu and Hachiai emerged from the factory, they found themselves alone, moving with increased swiftness and agility. Thanks to Hachiai's perceptual abilities, they quickly located the central tower of the city, the very place where the queen had previously fallen. The area was evidently now more heavily guarded, with patrolling soldiers, each accompanied by at least 2 combat puppets, all armed with glistening weapons. Hide away, and do not let yourself be discovered. I shall return shortly. As Duanmu's voice faded, his figure vanished, utilizing the shadow escape technique, transforming into a cheetah form, stealthily advancing forward. In the mountains, Hai nodded, casting an admiring glance in the direction Duanmu had disappeared, cautiously evading the patrolling soldiers, merging into the shadows of the night. Duanmu skillfully navigated through wave after wave of patrols, entering the interior of the tower. The modern sights within left him awestruck. Energy devices, resembling electromagnetic towers, extended from the depths below, continuously channeling energy throughout the city. A notification chimed. Ordinary mission. Seize the heart of the dragon vein. As Duanmu pondered his next move, the system's prompt appeared. Following the guidance of the system's minimap, he descended to the very bottom of the tower. At the base of the electromagnetic tower, a basketball-sized purple crystal was extracting blue energy from the ground, transforming it into purple energy before relaying it upward. This must be the heart of the dragon vein, Duanmu thought. As he attempted to approach, a powerful force repelled him several meters away. No wonder there were no guards. A formidable barrier had been established, circumventing the tower. Duanmu prepared to employ his clever mind to decipher the powerful defensive barrier when the system provided him with precise instructions. It was a variant of the Bagua seal formation. According to the system, he needed to step on the symbols outside the formation in the order of Qian, Kan, Zhen, Zhan, Sun, Li, Kuan, and Dui to unlock it. Activating his cheetah form's wild displacement, he began to elegantly maneuver. With each correct symbol he stepped on, golden light illuminated from below. Soon, he had activated all 8 symbols correctly. With a resounding boom, the barrier protecting the heart of the dragon vein shattered. Duanmu reverted to human form, stepping inside for a closer inspection of the crystal, which shimmered brilliantly. As he received the task completion notification, he mused. If I were to craft a necklace from this crystal for Tsunade, she would surely be delighted. Just as he lingered in this illusion, the ground trembled violently, followed by the distant sound of explosions. This is bad. It seems Naruto and the others have engaged in battle, Duanmu thought urgently. Without delay, he stored the heart of the dragon vein in his system backpack, transformed back into cheetah form, and swiftly ascended. Upon reaching the tower's hall, the previously patrolling guards had vanished. Duanmu hurried to the location where he had parted ways with Hai. I'm here, he called quietly. Hai leaped down from the rooftop shadows. What is the situation outside? Duanmu inquired. Mr. Duanmu, there was a violent explosion not far from the factory. I sensed the chakra fluctuations of Minato and the others. Hai indicated towards the factory's direction. Naruto leaped high, Rasengan, aiming at a bizarre puppet controlled by a giant centipede. The puppet's tail swung forward, and with a whoosh, Naruto transformed into a puff of smoke. Rasengan. But at that moment, over 20 Narutos leaped down from the surrounding buildings, each clutching a Rasengan. The centipede's tail arched upward, unleashing a torrential rain of shuriken-like projectiles. After a series of sounds, all the shadow clones were obliterated by the centipede, and Naruto's original form collapsed nearby, seemingly drained of chakra. Multiplication technique. Akimichi Choji utilized the full-body multiplication technique, bolstered by a secret family pill, and his massive form landed atop the centipede, delivering a colossal punch. Minato then leaped, employing the shuriken shadow clone technique. Shurikens scattered in the air like stars, launching towards the centipede's tail, which was instantly fragmented into countless pieces. Choji reverted to his normal size, panting heavily. This guy is incredibly tough. Minato helped Naruto to his feet, just as the centipede's head emanated a purple glow, which expanded throughout the area. The puppet parts that had been destroyed by the trio began to levitate, rapidly converging towards the centipede's head as if drawn by a unique gravitational force. With a thunderous crash under the enveloping parts, the centipede transformed into a towering puppet over 10 meters tall, roaring defiantly at the three. Do not move. This is the Prime Minister of your Lulan Kingdom, Duanmu, addressing the centipede puppet that masquerades as Sure Siming. Ah, father, hurry and save me. The centipede, now a puppet, cried out in desperation. Duanmu sensed trouble and dodged aside, releasing the centipede. The puppet giant, hearing their cries, launched a spear the size of a bowl from its arm. Father. The centipede looked down at its pierced chest in disbelief. Why? What a waste. How could I allow you to become my weakness? A son can be reborn, but Lulan's future cannot be undermined. The future ruler of the ninja world shall not be challenged, the puppet giant declared, its mouth wide open. With a splatter of blood, the centipede collapsed, eyes wide open, never to close. Duanmu shrugged, having narrowly avoided the giant's spear's momentum. That was ruthless, he remarked sarcastically, giving the giant a thumbs up. To his surprise, the giant erupted in laughter, as if this were the highest form of praise, its arrogant laughter echoing across the surroundings. You shall serve as the first stepping stone to my reign over the world. The puppet giant raised its massive arm, preparing to smash down upon them. Duanmu clasped his hands together, shouting, would release. Birth of the tree world. Countless tree roots erupted from the ground, transforming the area into a verdant sea of trees in mere minutes. Big brother, my chakra is running low, Naruto exclaimed, distressed. Do not worry, Minato reassured softly, placing his hands over Naruto's. Soon, a blue Rasengan materialized in Naruto's hand, while he leaped aside, now wielding a green Rasengan. Minato slowly brought his Rasengan closer to Naruto's. And due to the similarity in their chakra natures, a resonance occurred. Their Rasengans grew larger. Naruto, get closer and fuse them, Minato instructed. Got it. Naruto carefully merged his Rasengan into Minato's, resulting in a new bluish-green variant. Minato handed the Rasengan to Naruto. Go, Naruto. It is your turn to end this. All right. Naruto leaped high once more, Tai Chi Rasengan, charging towards the puppet giant, whose left arm was entangled by the trees summoned by Duanmu. The giant could only concentrate the remaining power within the puppet to unleash a purple shockwave. Naruto's Rasengan, enveloped in a spiraling protective barrier, surged forward, obliterating the right side of the puppet giant's body. The centipede sought to employ its old tricks once more, gathering dragon vein energy within half of the puppet. A violet radiance enveloped the entire figure, yet the anticipated retrieval of components did not transpire, and the purple dragon vein energy vanished without a trace. This is impossible. The centipede found itself descending into madness. Seeing this, Duanmu feared a sudden outburst and commanded the surrounding trees to create a massive trunk, completely engulfing it. Turning to Naruto, he noticed him gasping for breath. Duanmu approached and patted Naruto on the shoulder, saying, "Well done, kid." Just as he was about to continue, local residents surged forth from the surrounding buildings. They encircled them, declaring, "You cannot leave. You have caused such devastation to our city and expect to walk away unscathed?" This predicament left them at a loss. What they did not foresee was that the centipede, though severely injured, was not entirely vanquished. Seizing the moment while they were preoccupied with the townsfolk, it let out a sinister laugh. Harnessing its remaining strength to control the puppet and burrow into the underground dragon vein, detonating its own body. Initially, the ground trembled slightly, but this was soon followed by a series of explosions, plunging the entire city into flames. At that moment, the residents, forgetting their grievances, began to flee in all directions. "Hey!" Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. "Why has my body turned into this?" As everyone looked on, they noticed their forms becoming translucent. At this juncture, Minato Namikaze remarked, "The father and son of the centipede have been eliminated. Our bodies are beginning to be rejected by this timeline. Windgrass, come here." Duanmu urgently called for the Windgrass couple. With a resounding clap, he struck the ground, and intricate seals manifested beneath them, causing their bodies to also start turning transparent. Just like everyone else. "Gather around. I will initiate the forgetting technique," Minato announced, clapping his hands. "Wait a moment, big brother. Why have I never seen you in the future? Aren't you supposed to tell me something?" Naruto pressed anxiously. "If you don't say it now, it will be too late." Minato smiled softly, feeling an inexplicable fondness for the boy. "One day, you will hear it," he said, placing his palm against the ground. "Eradicate." An intricate array adorned with the patterns of the Bagua enveloped Naruto. A surge of overwhelming nostalgia and longing flooded his heart, and uncontrollable tears streamed down his cheeks. Big brother, could you be?" Minato gently interrupted. "If I were to have a son one day," he chuckled, "I would raise him to be a ninja like you." With that, Naruto transformed into a beam of light and vanished. Minato approached Duanmu and said, "My apologies, senior." He then gathered the remaining individuals to stand beside Duanmu. Once more, he performed the technique. "Eradicate." As his words echoed, he, along with Dingzwa and Yamashiro Aoi, disappeared as well. Throughout, Duanmu maintained a smile, pondering Naruto's earlier words. He had never seen Minato. This seemed impossible. Had something altered in the future? Ding. An external sealing technique is invading. Should it be destroyed? Duanmu whispered, "Destroy." As he uttered these words, Kakashi and the wind grass couple vanished alongside him from this timeline. If one were to observe from above at that moment, they would see the environment of the city deteriorating visibly. The branches of the dragon vein had been utterly destroyed. Ugh! Duanmu rose from the ground, finding himself still atop the altar of a time-traveling underground palace. He surveyed the surroundings and noticed Kakashi and the wind grass couple lying not far away. He approached to awaken them. "Mr. Duanmu," they exclaimed. "Haha, I'm glad you're all right. Now let us return home." He switched his profession back to mage and activated the portal leading to the Senju estate in Konoha. Not long after they left, the underground palace rapidly eroded, sand flooding in from above, and portions of the structure began to collapse, gradually burying everything beneath the endless desert. As the four emerged from the portal, they found themselves in Duanmu's room within the Senju estate. He led the trio to find Tsunade's grandfather, asking him to assist in settling the wind-grass couple. "Grandpa Matsucase, where is Tsunade? Where did she go?" Duanmu inquired, puzzled. Breakfast had just concluded, and she should not have left yet. The young lady was summoned early by Lord Hokage. "It seems to be related to recent rumors in the village," Matsucase replied, furrowing his brow. "What rumors?" Duanmu casually asked. "Specifics elude me." Matsucase pondered for a moment before slapping his forehead. "My memory fails me." Just then, a servant approached Matsucase and whispered something. Understood, Matsucase waved him off. "Son-in-law, the head of the Akimichi clan, Dingzwa, has arrived." "Oh, let us go inquire," Duanmu said, turning to leave, but then paused to remind Matsucase, "Please ensure they are treated well. They are very important to us." "Rest assured," Matsucase replied with a smile. "Come, I will arrange accommodations for you." After bowing to Duanmu, the wind-grass couple followed Matsucase. "Duamnikuan, you're back. While you were away these past few days, we have nearly organized the weapon shop," Akimichi Dingzwa declared directly upon entering the reception room. "Let us set that aside for now. Have you heard any recent rumors?" Duanmu sensed that the rumors might be related to him. "Nothing much. Just that the White Fang of the Hokage clan," Dingzwa began, but abruptly halted as he realized that the person standing next to Duanmu was none other than Hitachi Tsukumo. "The White Fang of Konoha." Dingzwa fell silent. "Speak freely. This is our friend," Duanmu encouraged, recognizing Dingzwa's discomfort. He turned to Tsukumo, who appeared relatively calm, and nodded affirmatively. "In recent days, a rumor has surfaced in the village, claiming that due to the negligence of the White Fang, a mission failed, resulting in the village losing a crucial technology," Dingzwa stated, glancing at Tsukumo. Moreover, his teammates have been spreading the word throughout the village, claiming they are prepared to sacrifice for the village. Yet Tsukumo missed the opportunity. With a resounding clap, Duanmu struck the table. "This is utterly shameless." Kakashi stood abruptly, his chair collapsing beneath him due to the force of his outburst. "Let us go to the Hokage building," Duanmu said, patting Tsukumo on the shoulder. "I will help you with this matter." Tsukumo glanced at Duanmu, tears streaming down his face. Sighing, Duanmu remarked, "A man may shed tears, but only when he reaches the depths of sorrow," and strode purposefully outside. Upon reaching the street, Duanmu realized the extent of the rampant rumors. People were pointing and whispering about Tsukumo, some even cursing him quietly. In the short journey from the Senju estate to the Hokage building, Duanmu encountered no fewer than 4 or 5 different versions of the rumors, one of which claimed that he and Tsukumo conspired to embezzle a significant secret that belonged to Konoha. Duanmu smiled coldly, already discerning the source of the rumor and the mastermind behind it. The trio arrived at the Hokage building, and after announcing their presence, they were ushered into the office of Sarutobi Hiruzen. "This is impossible. You are speaking nonsense." Upon entering, they heard Tsunade's furious voice. "Humph." A cold scoff echoed through the room, unmistakably belonging to their old acquaintance, Danzo Shimura. "Tsunade, mind your words," Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked coolly. "I still have more to say," Tsunade retorted, but a warm hand gently rested on her shoulder. Startled, she turned to see Duanmu, her tense demeanor visibly relaxing. "Oh, all the elders are here. A fortunate announcement must be relayed to all present." Endymion spoke with a calm demeanor. "Ah, it is indeed you, Endymion." Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled. "What good news do you bring?" Although White Fang and I could not pursue the centipede, Endymion was about to continue. "No? Then that signifies failure, does it not?" Danzo squinted at Endymion, lamenting that Konoha has suffered significant losses concerning the art of puppetry. Endymion noticed a shift in Danzo's attitude towards him, where there was once animosity and disdain. There now lingered a semblance of mutual recognition. But what could this mean? Tsunade observed Endymion in a daze after Danzo finished speaking and gently tugged at his sleeve to rouse him. "Ah." Endymion regained his senses. "Yet we have obtained this." He produced the book he had long prepared, the Compendium of Puppetry, gifted to him by Fengchao and Lulan. The Compendium of Puppetry? Danzo instinctively stepped forward to seize it. However, Endymion would not allow it to transpire, handing the book instead to Tsunade. "What? Do you still wish to forcefully take it?" "Tsunade, what lies within?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, his gaze fixated on the volume. Teacher, although I cannot comprehend it, I believe this book is authentic, Tsunade remarked, casually flipping through a few pages to showcase it to the others. With the strength of the Hokage and several elders, they could immediately discern the meticulous and captivating content within. Endymion felt a surge of delight. Tsunade, true to her nature as his beloved, had deduced his intentions upon witnessing his and White Fang's entrance. Danzo observed that Tsunade was not handing over the book, but rather retained it possessively, asserting that it rightfully belonged to the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen, too, noticed Tsunade's similar stance and frowned. Endymion, what is the meaning of this? Cough. Endymion lightly cleared his throat. It signifies nothing. The book may be given to the village, but there is a condition. T-Rune Kamachi interjected sharply. How outrageous. Contributing 1's strength to Konoha is the obligation of every villager. If not, Endymion, hands in pockets, leaned forward and interrupted her, speaking coolly. Oh, then why do you not contribute all of the wealth of the T-Rune clan to Konoha? Do not speak such nonsense. Villagers have their duties. Yet the village bears its responsibilities. Before demanding of others, consider whether you can fulfill your own obligations, Endymion said coldly. His words rendered T-Rune Kamachi red-faced with indignation, taking her a considerable time to regain her composure. Danzo glanced at Endymion, surprisingly relieved, grateful he had found an enforcer in advance. Thus, your demand is Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to contemplate something, casting a glance at White Fang. Quite simple. Convene a village-wide assembly to officially recognize Kisuk. Endymion stated unequivocally. This is impossible. Mito Kazan was about to argue further when Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured for silence. Why the pomp and circumstance? For the sake of Konoha, Endymion replied with composure. Truly ludicrous. How could this be for Konoha? Danzo could not restrain himself from interjecting. Kisuk and his team failed their first mission, an undeniable fact. He has breached the rules of Konoha. Thus his current predicament is self-inflicted. He cast a sideways glance at White Fang. Hearing Danzo's words, Kisuk clenched his fists tightly, a wave of pent-up frustration surging within him. Endymion sneered coldly, his gaze fixed on Danzo. Those who do not value their comrades are truly inferior to the very definition of waste. Kisuk, standing beside Endymion, gazed at him in disbelief. His emotions a tumultuous mix of confusion, grievance, frustration, and a tinge of betrayal. Danzo guffawed heartily at Endymion's remark, feeling an unexpected sense of satisfaction, having finally yielded to him since their enmity began. Yet, Endymion spoke in a tranquil tone, but those who fail to cherish their companions are indeed lesser than waste. Danzo found himself choking on his laughter, unable to suppress it. Chapter 63, Clarification Meeting on Mission Matters. The following day, a makeshift platform had been erected in the park in front of the Hokage building, capable of accommodating approximately 10 individuals. Announcements had been made throughout Konoha since yesterday, declaring that a clarification assembly would take place today. At this moment, a considerable number of villagers had gathered below, engaged in fervent discussions. Naturally, seated closest to the platform were representatives from several prominent clans, with the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, as the most powerful families in Konoha, occupying the front seats. Leading the Hyuga clan were the fathers of Hizashi and Hayashi, while the Uchiha clan was represented by the newly appointed head, Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku, what mischief do you suppose Endymion is up to now? The head of the Hyuga clan remarked boisterously. Hizashi stood behind his father, casting a disdainful glance at the Uchiha clan leader. Uchiha Fugaku felt a twinge of displeasure. After all, he too was the head of a prominent clan. An age should not be used as a means to belittle him. Please, Hyuga clan head, mind your words, a clan member behind Fugaku interjected, his eyes narrowing, his expression exceedingly stern. How dare you? Hizashi turned sharply towards the Uchiha clan member, raising his voice in reprimand. Who are you to speak to my father in such a manner? Uchiha Kai. The Uchiha clan member nonchalantly replied, not even sparing Hizashi a glance. Hizashi's ire was ignited by his contemptuous demeanor. Very well, Uchiha Kai, I shall remember you. Kai, return. Fugaku commanded sharply, noting how agitated Hizashi had become. How impolite. Yes, clan head. Kai bowed his head in acquiescence, obediently retreating to the back, never once looking at Hizashi. The Hyuga clan head snorted in discontent, falling silent. Although Fugaku appeared to reprimand his clan member, Not a trace of anger was visible in his demeanor. If one were to judge by his expression alone, it would seem he was commending Uchiha Kai. At the back of the Hyuga delegation, Hizashi was nudged by a peer his age. "Hey, look over there. What is it?" Hizashi glanced disinterestedly. "Chingluo, you know I have no interest in such matters." Hyuga Chingluo brushed aside his bangs, exasperatedly whispering, "You are currently the highest-ranking member of our branch. Should anything happen to the main family, it represents us as well." Chingluo, cease talking. Hizashi hastily interrupted. "Do not speak of such matters again." "Sigh, very well." Hyuga Chingluo responded reluctantly. The minor altercation between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans did not stir any significant commotion. Servants brought 4 chairs onto the platform, where the third Hokage and 3 elders took their seats, followed by Endymion and Konoha's white fang, Kasuk. "Thank you all for gathering here today," Endymion said with great enthusiasm. Yet the response from the crowd was scant. Unfazed, he continued, "The purpose of today's gathering is to clarify a matter. Our Konoha's white fang, Mr. Kasuk, through arduous and valiant efforts, salvaged a failed mission and vanquished a vile enemy. The process was fraught with peril, occurring on a sweltering afternoon." Endymion continued passionately, "Nonsense." A voice from the crowd shouted, "We were prepared to make sacrifices, yet he chose to abandon the mission. He violated the laws of Konoha ninjas." A burly civilian scoffed derisively. "That is incorrect. If White Fang had not returned, those individuals would have perished." Someone beside him retorted, "Fool, they were already prepared for sacrifice." Another civilian chimed in. The crowd began to murmur, the volume of their discourse steadily escalating. However, overall, the supporters of Hokage Sakumo are rather few. As the noise from the crowd below grew increasingly chaotic and difficult to control, Indamuki had a sudden inspiration. He pointed at the ninja below and inquired, "Are you Sami no-o, the one who had me slapped multiple times that day?" Upon hearing this, the audience turned their gaze towards the designated ninja. Sami no-o appeared flustered, overwhelmed by the attention and momentarily tempted to flee, but recalling Lord Danzo's words, he gritted his teeth and remained in place. "Come on. Sami no-o, step forward. Why are you hiding?" Indamuki taunted with a tone of disdain. Sami no-o glanced at the audience. Seemingly receiving some signal, or perhaps steeling himself, he swiftly ascended the stage, yet maintained a cautious distance from Indamuki. "I have the entire village backing me, so I doubt you can do anything to me," he declared. Indamuki erupted into laughter at Sami no-o's declaration, as if he had encountered something profoundly amusing. His laughter grew louder, bending him over in mirth, which left both the audience above and below in a state of bewilderment. Sami no-o retreated several steps, while Hokage Sakumo observed with a furrowed brow, contemplating Indamuki's intentions. How absurd! How ludicrous! Just because White Fang was not captured by the enemy, the blame for the mission's failure falls on him? Indamuki's expression shifted to one of sarcasm. "In this world, only the weak place their hopes on others," he asserted sharply. "Then perhaps you should reconsider your role as a ninja if you can be so easily captured, unable to assist, merely hindering progress. Is the mission solely for White Fang? It is a responsibility shared by your entire team." Indamuki continued, his anger mounting. "Failure is not the burden of a single individual. While we pursued the mission, where were you? Back in the village, scheming to absolve yourselves of your responsibilities?" As Indamuki's fury escalated, he questioned the audience. "If everyone in Konoha behaves this way, what hope remains?" Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded at Indamuki's words, while the crowd below began to ponder gravely. "You do not even comprehend what true strength entails. If a ninja who cannot complete a mission is deemed worthless, then those who cannot protect their comrades are unworthy of the title of ninja," Indamuki declared, his words resonating deeply with Hokage Sakumo, who stood behind him, tears streaming down his face yet silent, his eyes fixed intently on Indamuki. "Only with reliable comrades can our aspirations become a reality," Indamuki proclaimed, nearly shouting. Moreover, this mission was accomplished through White Fang's relentless efforts. The audience was stirred by Indamuki's passionate words. Indeed, no one wishes to be hampered or betrayed by their allies while on a mission. "I am not the timid Sami no-o cowering in a corner," he muttered under his breath. Just as he was about to continue, he was struck by a painful sensation in his throat, clutching his chest with one hand while grasping his neck with the other. His expression contorted in agony as he emitted a series of pitiful gasps. "What is happening?" Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up in alarm. "Oh, it's nothing," Indamuki replied dismissively. "Who would have thought?" Indamuki-kun, that you could be so devoid of compassion, reducing a person to such a state? Danzo remarked, also rising, feigning concern for Sammy no-o, whose condition seemed dire. Ah, it's not a big deal, Indamuki shrugged. He's simply outlived his usefulness and has been abandoned by those behind him. Mind your words, and do not divert attention, Tsunade admonished sharply. Heh, perhaps you have forgotten that I possess healing abilities? Indamuki said, gesturing towards Sammy no-o on the stage. A warm light enveloped him, halting his suffering as he sat up, gasping for breath. His gaze fell upon Tsunade. Alas, in the realm of healing, is there no one left to dance with me? How lonely. His remark rendered her cheeks flushed, leaving her speechless. Indamuki then approached Danzo, proclaiming loudly, Respected Elder Danzo, how terribly awkward this is. It seems the hidden forces wish to poison this individual before the audience, placing the blame squarely upon me. Perhaps having overlooked my role as a healer. Do not become too complacent. Danzo gritted his teeth as he responded. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the verbal sparring between them with a furrowed brow, deep in thought. All right, Sammy no-o, since you're fine, quickly return and rest, Hiruzen instructed, attempting to steer the situation away from further complications. Sammy no-o, clutching his head, fled hastily, and Indamuki called after him. Be careful not to let anyone silence you again. Upon hearing this, Sammy no-o stumbled and fell, scrambling to escape. He truly owed Indamuki a debt of gratitude. With that remark, Danzo would likely refrain from further actions against him, effectively preserving his life. Ahem, Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat, interrupting Indamuki, and shot him a sharp glare. Thanks to your assistance, we have finally completed the mission. Let there be no more unfounded rumors circulating in the village. After delivering this concluding statement, the Hokage turned and departed. Danzo and his associates cast Indamuki a resentful glare before following suit, their retreating figures evoking a sense of defeat. Indamuki bowed to the gathered crowd, expressing his gratitude. Hatake Sakumo also bowed deeply in acknowledgement. With the clarification meeting concluded, a plainly dressed individual left alongside the dispersing crowd. Sensing the lack of attention, he slipped away into a nondescript alley. Earth release, Earth Dragon hidden technique. He murmured, and with that, his form swiftly melded into the ground, vanishing without a trace. Days later, in a Wagakure, within the Tsuchikage's office, a blonde ninja was reporting to Inoki. All right, I understand. Thank you for your hard work during this mission to Konoha, Bondo. This intelligence is crucial. We must adjust our strategy accordingly. You have done a tremendous job, and I shall reward you. I would like you to take my son as your apprentice, Bondo interjected eagerly before Inoki could finish. Huh. Did you not just marry recently? Inoki pointed at him, bemused. You're quite the schemer, wanting me to take on a pupil without even knowing their name. I've already thought of a name. Deidara, Bondo insisted, his urgency palpable. Haha, understood. You may go rest now. Inoki chuckled heartily at Bondo's antics. Chapter 64. Invitation from the Uchiha in the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen was expressing his displeasure. This is unacceptable, Danzo. The moment you entered, you began to scold me. Knock. Knock, knock. A sudden rap at the door interrupted Danzo's tirade. Come in, Hiruzen commanded, lighting his pipe and taking a leisurely drag. Indamuki entered, offering a slight bow. Hokage-sama, why have you followed me here? Tsunade exclaimed, startled. Danzo turned, glaring at Indamuki. What? Are you here to flaunt your power? Indamuki scratched his head. I am not so trivial. Smack. Hiruzen banged his pipe on the table. Indamuki-kun, what brings you here? I've come to report that the weapons shop has been fully integrated and to request permission to commence operations. Indamuki replied with a slight smirk. Hiruzen was taken aback by the unexpected visit regarding this matter, momentarily at a loss. No, Mito Minju interjected decisively. I saw you just jabbed Elder Mito. What's going on? Is she your sounding board? Indamuki exaggeratedly pointed at Danzo. Enough, Endymion. My office is not a place for your unreasonable antics. Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing the embarrassing display of his former comrade before the younger generation, slammed his hand on the table to reprimand Endymion. Very well, Endymion smirked. Surely there must be a rationale. Your weaponry, while superior to conventional ninja tools, could be exploited by enemy nations if made publicly available. I believe Elder Danzo's stance on this matter is indeed justified. Sarutobi Hiruzen patiently elucidated, as Endymion's influence and reputation grew. Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer chastise him as a mere junior. His demeanor began to shift. Humph. Danzo turned away with a cold snort. Displeased with Sarutobi Hiruzen's treatment of Endymion and irritated that he included himself in the explanation. This, Endymion pondered, while these were merely rudimentary enchantments. They were indeed rare in the world of Hokage and could enhance one's strength to a certain degree. If that is the case, I shall reserve my special weapon for the village and sell ordinary weapons publicly. That should suffice, right? Endymion shrugged helplessly. How can you guarantee that? Nara Shikamaru cast a skeptical glance at Endymion. The village can assign someone to monitor, Endymion replied nonchalantly. Even if you don't ask, I must clarify to avoid being accused of collusion, which I would then find difficult to explain. Endymion subtly glanced at Danzo. Very well, let us proceed with your proposal. Sarutobi Hiruzen, unable to endure the tension any longer, waved his hand dismissively to send Endymion on his way. Upon exiting, Endymion overheard the heated argument between Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen echoing through the office, causing his expression to darken as he turned to leave. Just as he stepped out of the Hokage building, a young man clad in a robe emblazoned with the Uchiha clan emblem approached him. Endymion-san, my clan leader requests your presence. Oh, what does he want with me? Endymion exclaimed. It pertains to the matter of the weapon shop. Beyond that, I cannot divulge. The young man replied respectfully. Very well. Endymion followed this Uchiha to their clan's territory, not far from the bustling district of Konoha. At this time, the Nine Tails incident had yet to occur, and the Uchiha clan had not yet relocated from the village's center. As Endymion entered the Uchiha domain, he surveyed his surroundings, noting it felt no different from elsewhere, lacking the rigid formality that characterized the Hyuga clan. Instead, it was imbued with a sense of warmth and humanity. Entirely unlike what he had envisioned, rich with the aroma of daily life and devoid of any sense of isolation. Upon arriving at Uchiha Fugaku's residence, he found it merely slightly larger than an average Uchiha household, devoid of any extraordinary features. Welcome, Endymion-san, Fugaku greeted. Oh, Shursui, continue your practice on your own. I shall speak with Endymion-san. Fugaku affectionately ruffled his nephew's hair, then turned to Endymion, saying, Kai, thank you for your efforts. You may return. Yes, clan leader. The young man, identified as Uchiha Kai, respectfully departed. Nearby, the young Shursui curiously observed Endymion, bowing slightly before resuming his practice. Ah, that is my cousin's child. My cousin was 5 years my senior and passed away early, so I occasionally look after him, Fugaku explained. Haha, it is an honor to have you visit, Endymion-san. Please, come in. Fugaku gestured for Endymion to enter. Hee, my apologies for not bringing a gift on my first visit. Shursui, this is for you. Endymion tossed a dagger. Imbued with agility-enhancing properties, to Shursui, though its attributes were modest, it marked the first enchanted weapon Endymion had gifted to anyone outside his circle. Endymion-san, you are too humble. Please, come inside, Fugaku insisted again. After exchanging pleasantries, they entered the Uchiha clan's reception room. Endymion took in his surroundings, noting that compared to the Hyuga clan's estate, Fugaku's abode truly resembled a family home. Endymion-kun, please enjoy some tea. A gentle-faced woman gracefully set down 2 cups of tea. Fugaku-kun, what is the purpose of today's invitation? Endymion inquired, sipping from his cup while adjusting his seated posture, finding the traditional kneeling position somewhat uncomfortable. Fugaku took a sip of tea but kept his gaze fixed on Endymion. Ah, it is regarding the investment opportunity. Previously, my father managed this endeavor. But now I have taken over and wish to increase our investment. That is indeed splendid news. Welcome. Endymion replied with a cheerful demeanor. Just as Fugaku was about to speak further, a uniformed Uchiha clan member approached, prompting Fugaku to excuse himself and step outside. Endymion observed the two conversing in the courtyard, detecting a hint of fatigue in Fugaku's eyes. Moments later, Fugaku returned, apologizing, I am terribly sorry. There have been some issues within the police force. Oh, please, do attend to your duties, Endymion said, preparing to take his leave. No, it has been resolved. It was merely trivial matters. Alas, Fugaku sighed, shaking his head. A clan member faced some grievances. I offered a few words of comfort. I hope I did not embarrass you. Endymion regarded Fugaku, forming a favorable first impression of him as humble and polite, yet somewhat indecisive. By the way, Fugaku hesitated. Might Endymion-san be interested in joining the police force? Your status and influence in Konoha are quite remarkable. Endymion was taken aback by the suggestion, pondering why Fugaku would entertain such an idea. Given the challenges of maintaining order and security within the village, I have inadvertently offended many individuals. I observe your esteemed reputation, Endymion-kun, Fugaku explained, his expression troubled. It seems I have thought too hastily. My sincerest apologies. This indeed poses a dilemma. If not handled properly, it could lead to far more severe repercussions, Endymion hinted. Fugaku understood the complexity of the situation, aware that those who disrupt order are seldom virtuous individuals. Neglecting such issues could result in dire consequences, inciting chaos. Addressing them often leads to those involved spreading slander upon their release, burdening both myself and the police force, leaving us with no choice but to enforce strict measures. Recently, some audacious individuals have even incited civilians against the police force, only to receive vague responses from the village, merely stating they should resolve matters independently. Fugaku recognized that if the current situation did not change, it could result in even graver consequences. The clan member who had just arrived had been pelted with eggs after work. Upon confronting the assailant, he discovered it was merely his mischievous child, which led him to seek solace with Fugaku. I do have some thoughts, Endymion said, absently fiddling with his teacup. Fugaku brightened at this, envisioning a strategy to invite well-regarded villagers to join the police force, potentially easing tensions with the residents of Konoha. Oh, does Endymion agree to join the police force? Fugaku inquired excitedly. Endymion interrupted. I believe you misunderstand, Fugaku-kun. I do not wish to join the police force, as my influence is minimal and unable to effect significant change. I merely intend to offer you some suggestions. Fugaku's expression stiffened, but he quickly masked it with a forced smile. Even suggestions would be appreciated. Oh, it is getting late. I have matters to attend to at home, so I must take my leave, Endymion said cheerfully as he stood to depart. The Uchiha clan is willing to invest an additional 10 million ryo to support your weapon shop, Endymion-kun, Fugaku eagerly proposed. Endymion smiled with restraint. He was no longer the naive youth startled by Tsunade's 10 silver bills. He mused that while he could not claim to rival a wealthy nation, money had become little more than a number to him. 50 million ryo, how does that sound? If not, we can negotiate, Fugaku suggested tentatively. Endymion mechanically turned back, awkwardly resuming his seat. I must admit, kneeling has left my legs somewhat numb. He chuckled as he pretended to strike his calves lightly. Brother Fugaku, what were you saying just now? Fugaku's expression darkened, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Clearing his throat to regain composure, he said, Brother Dwanmu, the Uchiha clan is willing to invest an additional 50 million ryo to support the continued development of your weapon shop, with the original profit-sharing terms remaining unchanged. Dwanmu felt a surge of excitement within. This was essentially free money. Do all prominent families behave so arrogantly? My own assets are not insignificant, yet I would hesitate to bestow such a sum without expectation. However, upon reflection, the Uchiha clan is renowned, standing alongside the Senju clan. Konoha was established through the alliance of the Senju and Uchiha, and Tsunade often dispenses tens of thousands of ryo, as if it were mere play. Compared to them, I am merely a newly affluent upstart, which is quite embarrassing. Noticing the change in Dwanmu's expression, Fugaku couldn't help but chuckle bitterly to himself. Alas, he was still immature. Once such figures were spoken aloud, they could not be altered. He had underestimated his counterpart. Brother Fugaku is still contemplating. At this moment, Dwanmu's countenance turned serious, exuding an aura that discouraged any close approach. I have 3 strategies, and if implemented, I assure you, Uchiha, that no calamities will befall you in your lifetime. What? Fugaku exclaimed, astonished, rising to his feet before suddenly kneeling before Dwanmu. Please, Brother Dwanmu, enlighten me. I shall execute your directives faithfully. Please rise. Dwanmu felt discomfort with the customs of the Neon Nation, finding the excessive politeness starkly contrasting with the brutal reality outside. After exchanging pleasantries, Fugaku knelt opposite Dwanmu, who, finding it inappropriate to remain seated, also shifted to a kneeling position, organizing his thoughts before speaking earnestly to Fugaku. My first strategy is to find someone to substitute for the enforcers, allowing the Uchiha clan to be liberated from the opposition of Konoha residents. Additionally, while safeguarding core interests, we must feign weakness to mislead our adversaries. Finally, we should forge alliances to deter any rash actions against us. Find someone to substitute for the enforcers? Brother Dwanmu, surely you jest? Fugaku's brows furrowed in concern, his expression darkening. Not at all. The enforcers should only supervise and coordinate, Duanmu replied. Noticing Fugaku's disquiet and realizing he might have misjudged the feasibility of such an endeavor. Brother Duanmu, are you not aware of the consequences? Fugaku retorted, then questioned Duanmu. Are we to let others undertake risky tasks while we reap the benefits? You misunderstand. I am not referring to a person, but rather a puppet, Duanmu smiled. The technique I helped retrieve from White Fang is a formidable puppet technique, operable from a distance, allowing the puppeteer to remain concealed while achieving the desired objectives. Fugaku's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a remarkable ninjutsu. How could Brother Duanmu keep it a secret? Did not the Hokage require its submission? Indeed, I submitted it. Duanmu replied honestly. Then how? Fugaku inquired, a hint of irritation lacing his tone. I memorized it. That does not contravene any principles, does it? Duanmu replied nonchalantly. You dare privately view the classified scrolls submitted? Fugaku's eyes widened, speaking cautiously. To do so is a grave offense, brother. It is not as you imagine. During the mission, I had the opportunity to save the author of that book, who imparted the knowledge to me, Duanmu said half-truthfully. This doesn't count as deceit. The author still resides in the Senju compound. As for how I learned, the system assisted me the moment I received the book. Fugaku exhaled deeply, relieved. Knock. Knock, knock. A gentle voice called from outside. Dear, is dinner ready? Fugaku's wife entered, speaking softly. Oh, has it grown so late? Duanmu glanced outside, noting the dimming sky. As for the follow-up, I will notify you once I am prepared. It is getting late. I shall take my leave. Very well, allow me to see you off. Fugaku rose, escorting Duanmu to the door before returning inside. Father, why are you so courteous to a person so greedy for wealth? Uchiha Shursui approached his father, perplexed. No, my child, Fugaku shook his head. You are mistaken. His avarice is merely a fade. He is a capable individual with a clear vision for Konoha's macro situation. Since he moved into the Senju residence, I have observed him, and every arrangement he makes is laden with profound intent. Shursui tilted his head, pondering. Macro. Fugaku ruffled Shursui's hair, nodding. Today, when discussing our clan, his attitude was peculiar, as if he were privy to all our family's secrets. His insights exhibit remarkable foresight. At times, I even suspect he can foresee the future. Had Duanmu heard Fugaku's words, he would have elevated his own assessment even further. As a saying goes, even if one does not attain the mark, they are not far from it. Duanmu was well aware of the events from the Shippuden and Boruto series. How was it? Dear? Uchiha Makoto inquired as they entered the house. I appeared at the moment you instructed. Today was fruitful. If we can execute the plan smoothly, it will greatly benefit our clan, Fugaku replied with satisfaction. But is he truly that formidable? As the three entered the house, their voices gradually faded away. Tsunade. Duanmu called outside her door. Duanmu, come in. Tsunade was seated at her desk, reviewing documents. Ah, how rare, Duanmu smiled. My little Tsunade is also handling paperwork? Humph. Tsunade looked up, shooting him a glare before returning to her documents, lost in thought. What troubles you? Duanmu asked, noticing her frown, a smile creeping onto his face. There is a little girl with extraordinary talent in healing ninjutsu. I wish to transfer her to the medical department for training, but the elder Tsunade opposed it. She shook her head. Forget it. It is not worth creating discord with the elder over an orphan. What? Duanmu had approached Tsunade. Pausing at the mention of the girl's name. Yaoshi Nanoyu? What? Do you know her? Tsunade tilted her head in curiosity. No, I merely find her name deeply connected to healing. It seems like destiny. Duanmu thought of how she was the adoptive mother of Yaoshi Tsubaki. In the original work, Yaoshi Nanoyu was the head of the Konoha orphanage, coerced by Danzo into joining Root under the threat to the children's lives, ultimately leading to a tragic fate where she was forced to battle her own adopted son, Yaoshi Tsubaki. Seeing Duanmu lost in thought, Tsunade nudged him. What is it? If she possesses such abilities, she must be diligently nurtured. She could become an outstanding medical ninja, akin to someone like Tsunade. Duanmu frowned slightly, expressing his viewpoint. You make a valid point. Tsunade recognized that her earlier comments had irked Duanmu, knowing he despised the notion of bloodline superiority, and quickly added, I will request her tomorrow. Tsunade's reaction to Duanmu's subtle emotional shift moved him profoundly, and unable to restrain himself, he leaned down and kissed her forehead. What are you doing? Tsunade blushed at his unexpected gesture, hastily changing the subject. Did you come to see me for something? Yes, I wish to discuss the opening of the weapon shop. Duanmu's gaze remained fixed on Tsunade, finding her dual nature, an imposing figure before others yet shy and demure before him. Quite intriguing. What are you staring at? Tsunade bit her lip, stammering. Duanmu shook his head, realizing he might be pushing his luck. When do you think would be the best time for the opening? Continuing, Duanmu reiterated the matter of the weapon shop, including Uchiha's additional investment, which he also mentioned to Tsunade. As the conversation turned to serious matters, Tsunade regained her resolute demeanor. Given the circumstances, I believe it would be prudent to act swiftly. Perhaps we should set the date for the day after tomorrow. The two then discussed various other topics and shared recent amusing anecdotes. Eventually, Duanmu reluctantly departed from Tsunade's room. Noticing that it was still early, he sought out Senju Matsukane to inquire about the residence of the Kazekage couple. The location chosen by the elder Matsukane was quite pleasant, boasting a beautiful landscape. Situated not far from Duanmu's workshop, it was said to be a place selected by Kazekage himself. Is Mr. Kazekage in? Duanmu inquired politely, knocking on the door. Please, come in, replied Kazekage Taro's wife. Duanmu nodded in acknowledgement as he entered the room. Are you still accustomed to living here? He asked, noticing Kazekage Taro engrossed in crafting puppet components. Taro, his wife admonished him for his lack of response. Oh, it's Duanmu's son. Taro finally looked up. I find the items in your workshop quite intriguing. May I examine them? Of course, no problem, Duanmu smiled, recognizing Taro's inquisitive nature. Aside from his area of expertise, he seemed disinterested in anything else. I am quite fascinated by the controlling guards from Lulan City. Duanmu began to express the purpose of his visit when he noticed Taro's expression shift dramatically, his demeanor darkening. Is it merely to have me change locations for crafting killing machines? Taro said wearily. Ah, you misunderstand. I wish to create remote-controlled puppets to serve as law enforcement. Duanmu clarified, proposing the idea of crafting some puppets to serve as clerks in his commercial establishment. This is entirely feasible. Taro's interest was piqued. However, I would like to modify the puppet's design, Duanmu remarked, recalling the appearance of the puppets from Lulan City. Could you sketch it out? Taro handed him paper and a pen. This, Duanmu contemplated, appreciating the ease of communication with the technician. He promptly sketched his ideal design. This design presents some challenges, Taro murmured as he examined the draft. Can you determine if this is feasible? Duanmu handed him the paper. Taro took it eagerly. All right, come back another day. I will give it some thought. By the way, may I use the materials from your workshop? Certainly, Duanmu replied, a slight smirk forming on his lips. Very well, you may take your leave, Taro concluded, turning back to his work without further acknowledgement. Taro's wife shot Duanmu an annoyed glance and called out to him, but he remained oblivious. Let him be, madam. If you have any matters, please consult the steward. I shall take my leave, Duanmu replied with a carefree smile. Please do not mind him. He seldom devotes time to such matters, his wife said apologetically. Isn't that what makes him more appealing? Such focused individuals are precisely what have led to the remarkable puppet technology of Lulan. Rest assured, I am not only unperturbed, but genuinely admire such dedication. Duanmu reassured her with a smile. No, this is a matter of valuing time, he added thoughtfully. Time is indeed money. Chapter 66. I will see you off. Evade the explosion from 1,000 miles away. A cacophony of firecrackers erupted outside, startling the high-ranking officials within the room, despite Duanmu having given prior notice. It was only after confirming there was no danger that they settled back into their seats. Duanmu certainly knows how to create an atmosphere, Sarutobi Hisashi remarked, breaking the tension with a puff of smoke. TCH, merely for show. The head of the Hyuga clan scoffed disdainfully. The other high-ranking members of Konoha glanced around the room, taking in the novelty of the surroundings. The shop's walls were constructed of large steel panels, with iron plating covering the floor, devoid of any adornment. Even the welding patterns lacked embellishment. The entire space exuded a rugged, bold, and unconventional ambience, harmonizing with the exterior's rocky facade to evoke a sense of liberality and exuberance. Iron Fortress? Uchiha Fugaku mused, acknowledging Duanmu's profound and enigmatic nature even in naming. A fitting title, he whispered. Danzo observed the outside and, with a shift in thought, remarked, let us not speak so lightly. Reducing the explosive tag's potency while incorporating a minimal quantity of smoke bombs demonstrates true genius. Such meticulous attention to detail is commendable. His veiled praise sparked differing thoughts among those present. Those familiar with Duanmu were unfazed, while others began to harbor doubts. "Welcome, my brother," Fugaku exclaimed as Duanmu entered, rising to wave him over. Others exchanged curious glances, wondering how these two had grown so familiar. Duanmu nodded at Fugaku. "Ah, I appreciate your kind words, Elder Danzo. Have you recently taken an interest in military strategy?" He replied coolly. Enough, Sarutobi Hizashi interjected, unable to endure their veiled banter any longer, which left the high-ranking officials and clan heads in discomfort. "Duanmu-kun, please present the samples you have prepared for us." "Certainly," Duanmu responded readily, gesturing to the outside. Moku Mugen led 10 individuals, each carrying a tray. "Unveil them for the esteemed guests to behold." Moku Mugen commanded his aides, and the weapons on the 10 trays were revealed. They were enchanted weapons corresponding to the 5 elemental chakra attributes: water, earth, wind, lightning, and fire, including commonly used ninja tools such as shuriken and kunai. "Esteemed guests, please feel free to select one weapon as a memento, based on your preferences," Moku Mugen announced. "Oh, and only those of J-nin rank or higher may wield these weapons." A collective gasp echoed through the room. Although such weapons would undoubtedly be distributed in the village in the future, their rarity and potential to enhance one's abilities rendered them invaluable. Additionally, these unique weapons are soul-bound. Upon first use, one merely needs to drop a drop of their blood upon them, Duanmu added with a grin. He had augmented the original binding with a seal from the Uzumaki clan. Realizing that these individuals were not Tsunade's kind of captivating beauties, they needed to endure some hardship. These weapons had been forged by Duanmu, using his forging skill, each boasting a level around 50, a rarity in a world where reliance on ninja tools was limited. After their initial astonishment, the attendees disregarded their reservations and approached to select their weapons. "Hizashi, you should choose one as well," Danzo urged, picking up a single-handed sword imbued with wind attributes, enjoying its promise of enhanced hand-sign speed. "No, as Hokage, I do not require external assistance." "That would be beneath my dignity," Sarutobi Hizashi replied, stroking his beard. His imposing figure inspired a sense of awe among those present. "Do not mind me. Choose freely." Haha. He then produced a uniquely designed folding fan from behind him, dramatically unfurling it with a flourish. The fan's sturdy steel ribs and its red surface bore a swirling flame symbol, occasionally manifesting fiery illusions. "Last night, a weapon known as the inscribed Crimson Fan was personally delivered to Sarutobi Hiruzen by Dans. Upon first glance, Hiruzen was immediately enamored by it." Dan smirked, not expecting the usually gentle Hiruzen to possess such a flair for showmanship. Standing beside Hiruzen, Danzo suddenly found his own single-handed sword less appealing. And a glance back at Dan's illuminated the realization. Dan's, catching Danzo's gaze, exchanged a knowing look, recognizing their mutual understanding. With a resigned gesture, Dan's acknowledged that these former rivals had unexpectedly found a kindred spirit in each other, both thinking, "I trust you, you cunning old man. Since we've made our selection, let us proceed." The residents of Konoha deserve to be informed. After a few playful motions with the fan, Hiruzen swiftly closed it with a flourish, revealing that it had transformed into a blade akin to a dagger. In that instant, everyone felt their previously chosen weapons pale in comparison. As the esteemed Hokage stepped out of the iron forge weapon shop, the citizens of Konoha and the ninjas on duty simultaneously ceased their chatter, turning their attention to Hiruzen. "Hokage-sama, what distinguishes this shop from the others?" "Hokage-sama, are the weapons here expensive?" Hiruzen raised his hands, gesturing for silence. Then with a swift motion of his right hand, he produced a blade of ordinary length, though peculiarly with a short edge. Those standing behind the Hokage wore discontented expressions, collectively glaring at Dan's. With a decisive flick, Hiruzen unfurled the blade, revealing it to be a folding fan. A casual wave sent a fireball, approximately 2 meters in diameter, soaring into the sky, which then mysteriously disintegrated mid-air. "This is a ninja tool crafted by Dan's. It possesses special attributes." "Dan's, please come forward and elucidate," Hiruzen called, beckoning Dan's from the crowd. "My equipment is categorized into 5 tiers: ordinary, exquisite, rare, precious, and epic. The higher the tier, the more potent the additional effects. For instance, Hokage-sama's fan is an epic-grade weapon, enhanced with the fire release, great fireball technique," Dan's explained confidently. "Moreover, my weapons can be soul-bound. even if seized by an enemy. They cannot be wielded against you. Even the blade's edge will vanish upon striking you, rendering it merely a blunt instrument. Dans omitted the weapon tier from the original beast system, introducing a precious tier between the rare and epic levels while withholding the existence of legendary-grade weapons. Revealing such would only invite unnecessary trouble, serving as a strategic reserve. Open the shop soon. I wish to possess such a remarkable weapon. A ninja shouted from the crowd. These weapons are not yet available to the public, Hiruzen interjected promptly. What? What is the significance of that? Discontent began to swell among the crowd. Hiruzen smiled, stating, the weapons currently belong to the Hokage. Only I can authorize their customization. For every Konoha ninja who completes 100 B-rank missions, they will be rewarded with an epic-grade weapon. Completing 200 B-rank missions earns a precious-grade weapon. The difficulty decreases, but the required tasks multiply tenfold. The crowd erupted into fervent discussion, akin to a pot boiling over. All right, Hiruzen called out, yet the murmurs persisted. Ultimately, he had to summon the Umbu to quell the unrest. The ribbon-cutting ceremony commenced. Hiruzen gestured grandly as two beautiful female ninjas approached with a red silk ribbon, handing each of them a pair of golden scissors, culminating in the climactic moment of the opening ceremony. Although the crowd was discontented, they found hope, congesting the area so tightly that even rooftops were occupied. Mischievous children dangled their feet from eaves, clapping and watching the lively scene below. On the adjacent shop's eaves sat an inconspicuous boy, unremarkable in appearance save for his blue hair, which, upon closer inspection, bore an uncanny resemblance to Dan's, leading some to speculate he could be his illegitimate child. At that moment, a flurry of colorful lights flickered upon the steps of the iron forge, and the surrounding area erupted with the sound of firecrackers. Amidst this festive atmosphere, Hiruzen and Dans severed the ribbon, eliciting a hearty round of applause from the crowd in celebration. The blue-haired boy, with a mischievous smile, vanished into the throng, leaving no trace. Our Hokage, adhering to tradition, delivered a rousing speech that garnered widespread acclaim. However, when he turned to invite Elder Dans to speak, he found that Dans and the others had mysteriously disappeared from the rear. Dans, why did Elder Dans leave so abruptly? Hiruzen inquired, furrowing his brow. Perhaps he is envious of your epic weapon, Dans remarked, scratching his nose. Hiruzen, empathizing with this observation, nodded appreciatively while smiling and waving at the crowd. Meanwhile, far across the eastern seas, where the land of lightning meets the land of water, three Konoha elders found themselves bewildered, standing on the surface of the ocean. One moment they were in Konoha, and suddenly they felt disoriented, awakening to the vast expanse of water. The sea was calm, with gentle ripples. Out of nowhere, a paper note floated down from the sky, which Dan snatched. It read in a haphazard scrawl, "New store opening, free oceanic travel project. Hope you enjoy. Dans, I am your sworn enemy," he bellowed, crumpling the note in his hand. A sharp pain pricked his palm, and upon opening it, he discovered a spark igniting from one corner. Oh no, it's an explosive tag. Boom. The sound of the explosion echoed far and wide. Chapter 67. The police station renovation plan. A few sparrows chirped incessantly on the bamboo branches, while metallic sounds of grinding and cutting occasionally echoed from a nearby workshop. Each jarring noise startled the bothersome creatures in the bamboo grove. It's done, came the triumphant voice of Kazutaro from inside the building. Oh, Dan stepped inside, surprised. You finished so quickly? Dans, come see. This is the puppet crafted and modified according to your design. Kazutaro greeted enthusiastically. On the operation table in the workshop lay 3 life-sized puppets. Dans, please observe. This one is designed for security and defense, equipped with the Earth Release, Earth Wall technique, capable of casting defensive ninjutsu. Its primary colors are red and yellow. Dans nodded, recognizing the similarities to the Mark III from the American films of his time. Kazutaro then pointed to the second puppet, explaining, this one focuses on reconnaissance and detection with a range of approximately 1 kilometer. Its primary colors are blue and black, serving a warning function. Dans noticed this puppet was prone on the operation table, its back adorned with 5 miniature antenna-like devices. What are these? He inquired, pointing at the peculiar apparatus. This is a device designed to expand the range of perception. The third puppet can separate its body parts, featuring a color scheme of gray and black that enhances its stealth. It can fly and merge with the suspect's body, effectively encasing and detaining them. Additionally, I have incorporated a technique to absorb and suppress the suspect's chakra. How can remote control be achieved? Enmu inquired curiously. Inside these puppets is a device for storing chakra, with an external component to receive chakra. By installing an additional transmission line through the electric wire, it can be activated. The operator must store their chakra in advance, providing both driving energy and preventing unauthorized control of the puppet. Fukusotaro explained as he pointed to the control panel of the puppet. There is a master switch. If someone attempts to seize control, it can disable the primary components within the puppet. Enmu nodded thoughtfully. You've considered it quite thoroughly. But there is a concern. Will the process of apprehending individuals of varying body types present a problem? Fukusotaro furrowed his brow, taking the issue seriously as it pertained to his field of expertise. Enmu pondered for a moment, then cautiously suggested, I have an idea, though I am uncertain if it can be realized. Fukusotaro eagerly grasped Enmu's arm, urging him, quickly, tell me. His demeanor mirrored that of an experienced racer. After a brief contemplation, Enmu recounted the concept of Veronica from the film Iron Man, a system co-developed by Iron Man and Hulk, designed to be deployed in space to quickly retrieve damaged components when necessary. He proposed modifying the location to the police station in Kanahagakure, setting it up in various small police outposts throughout the village. Also, could the extra components be combined to form a giant puppet that can merge with the ones currently controlled? Fukusotaro glanced at Enmu, impressed. That's an insight I had not considered. The second point requires no further research. During the time in Lulan, Lushan already devised a complete plan regarding this. That sounds splendid. Enmu clapped his hands together. At that moment, the workshop door swung open, and Senju Matsukane knocked on the door, exclaiming, Hey, son-in-law. I thought no one was here. I've been calling outside for quite a while. He grumbled lightly. I apologize. We were so engrossed in our discussion. Matsukane, is there something you need? Enmu scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Oh, the Uchiha clan leader, Fugaku, has come to visit. What do you think? Senju Matsukane inquired tentatively. I see, Enmu mused. I understand why he is here. Please invite him in. Matsukane nodded and departed, returning shortly with Fugaku at the workshop entrance. Uchiha clan leader, please, my son-in-law is inside. Thank you, Fugaku replied, knocking on the door. Enmu, are you there? With a flourish, Enmu opened the door. Fugaku, you're just in time. The puppets I planned are ready. And who might this be? Fugaku asked as he entered and noticed Fukusotaro, who glanced up briefly before resuming his tasks, ignoring Fugaku entirely. Enmu chuckled awkwardly. This is my assistant. Look, I will explain the capabilities and functions of these 3 puppets to you. Thus, we merely need to select some, individuals with gentle temperaments to patrol the streets with the 3 puppets. A CHNEAN will suffice to operate these puppets. This aligns with your first point, to minimize unnecessary conflicts? Fugaku remarked, clapping his hands. Enmu nodded. Fukusotaro, please demonstrate. Reluctantly, Fukusotaro stood, approached a small door, and opened it to reveal a compartment. Watch closely, he stated stiffly before slamming the door shut. Enmu smiled awkwardly. His assistant was somewhat lacking in social grace. The puppets had already stored a small amount of Fukusotaro's chakra in advance. As soon as Enmu finished speaking, the 3 puppets stood up with a clattering of gears. Warning! Warning! Verbal summons, repeated 3 times. Escalating force, reminder prior to action. Unauthorized personnel, please distance yourselves. The red puppet announced in a mechanical voice. Enmu pushed Fugaku forward, who understood the implication and stepped back. Second warning. Please maintain your distance, or force will be escalated. At that moment, the blue puppet began sensing suspicious individuals. Warning! Warning! Failure to comply may result in the use of force. It extended its right hand, which transformed into a metallic baton with a series of clicks. The third puppet disassembled, splitting into several metallic blocks that floated in the air. Intrigued, Fugaku took a step forward to observe the effect. 3 warnings. 3 warnings. The mechanical voices echoed from the puppets, yet no further action was taken, prompting Fugaku to advance once more. Earth release, Yellow Spring Swamp. The red puppet initiated a jutsu, ensnaring Fugaku, while the blue puppet thrust the metallic baton into the ground. Lightning release, Chidori. A surge of electricity coursed toward Fugaku, causing his body to feel numb. Suddenly, the floating gray-black puppet modules collided with Fugaku, transforming into a tailored suit of armor upon contact. As the modules attached themselves to him, Fugaku realized they were conducting a test, and began to struggle to escape. The puppets began absorbing his chakra, leaving him in a state of despair as he waved his hands desperately. All right. Fukusotaro called out, prompting Enmu to smile calmly and shout toward Fukusotaro inside the compartment. With a mechanical whir, the armor disassembled from Fugaku, reconfiguring into a puppet that stood aside, leaving Fugaku staggering to his knees, sweat dripping down and soaking his hair. Phew. Fugaku exhaled heavily as he slowly stood up, finding Enmu watching him with a smile. Fugaku's lips twitched as he managed a dry chuckle. This arresting puppet is indeed impressive. Enmu stepped forward to assist Fugaku. So what do you think, my friend? It is indeed formidable. Fugaku wiped the sweat from his forehead, wondering how close he had come to activating his Sharingan. Enmu chuckled. This is just the beginning. There's even more remarkable technology. Come, let me show you. Enmu opened the compartment door. Take a look. As Fugaku leaned in, he saw Fukusotaro seated in a special chair surrounded by numerous wires and tubes, with 3 screens akin to those in a movie theater opposite him. What? No demonstration needed? Fukusotaro removed a helmet filled with wiring and stood, addressing Fugaku. Please step aside. I must continue my research to fulfill Lord Enmu's vision. Fugaku stepped aside in surprise. Ever since his father had passed the leadership to him, few among his peers and juniors dared to speak to him so directly. No need to mind. Enmu interjected, shifting the topic. Fugaku, would you like to give it a try? Oh. Fugaku expressed curiosity. Is that permissible? Of course. Enmu released the stored chakra from the 3 puppets. Fugaku, you will provide the energy. He guided Fugaku through the operation. Take a seat. Upon sitting, Fugaku discovered the chair was designed to conform to his body, complete with various buttons and a microphone in front. Enmu reminded him to wear the helmet before closing the compartment door. As Fugaku settled in, he felt his chakra being transmitted through the chair's wiring, causing a sudden buzzing sensation in his mind akin to weightlessness. With a sudden flash, the 3 screens opposite Fuyue illuminated, displaying the external scene. Fuyue wished for the puppet to rise. The moment this thought crossed his mind, his body instinctively moved, and the external puppet mirrored Fuyue's intent. He attempted to lift his arm and kick his leg, realizing that controlling a puppet was surprisingly simple. His playful spirit ignited. He commanded the red puppet to perform a somersault and shouted into the microphone in the control room. Uchiha police puppet, reporting for duty. Dandemu chuckled, amused by Fuyue's somewhat juvenile enthusiasm. It seemed that men remain youthful at heart until the very end. Chapter 68. Fuyue's concerns. Fuyue sat in the reception room, taking a sip of tea. Dandemu, these puppets are indeed impressive, but, he sighed softly. What troubles you? Dandemu inquired, also sipping his tea. Fuyue looked up at Dandemu, questioning, why do you assist me so willingly? Forgive me if I seem frivolous, but I am not motivated by your substantial reward. Rather, I feel a kinship with you. Dandemu replied with a grin, leaving unspoken the fact that he was also aiming to fulfill a task assigned by the system. Fuyue smiled at Dandemu's words. While you present yourself as greedy, I sense this is merely a fade. Just as Dandemu was about to respond, Fuyue raised a hand to halt him. Can I truly trust you, Dandemu? Dandemu observed the faint weariness in Fuyue's eyes and, recalling the original narrative, put aside his playful demeanor, nodding seriously. Of course, I was born after the conclusion of the First Shinobi World War. After Lord Madara departed from Konoha, my father was elected as the clan leader by our kin. Since then, he has lived in constant trepidation, Fuyue continued, taking a sip of water. After the second Hokage, Lord Hashirama, assumed office, he appointed Uchiha Kagami, a standout among our peers, as a member of the elite Hokage's guard, entrusting the police duties to the Uchiha clan. Although our power increased, our reputation within the village deteriorated. Since I took over as clan leader, I have increasingly felt overwhelmed, Fuyue lamented, sharing his grievances with Dandemu, who listened expressionlessly, offering no comment. My apologies for burdening you with my complaints, Fuyue said, rising to leave. Sighing, Dandemu asked, so can I trust you? Certainly, Fuyue nodded, his expression turning serious. In truth, this matter has been flawed from the outset, Dandemu replied thoughtfully. Undeniably, the achievements of Lord Hashirama and Lord Madara in founding Konoha are monumental. Yet Lord Hashirama was excessively sentimental, placing too much weight on their friendship. Fuyue nodded in agreement. Indeed, he failed to contemplate how to resolve the lingering animosities among people, hastily merging the Senju and Uchiha clans based on friendship alone. This union was built upon a foundation of hatred, with lingering suspicions that were never fully dispelled. Everything felt rushed, Dandamu continued. Lord Madara, with his overwhelming pride, established the village yet acted independently, neglecting the needs of his clan, overly idealistic. Coupled with unnecessary misunderstandings, he departed from the village within a year. Upon his return, he wreaked havoc with the Nine Tails, casting a long shadow over the Uchiha clan and fostering deep-seated mistrust towards us in Konoha, Dandamu remarked, sipping his tea. At this moment, Fuyue was completely engrossed in Dandamu's words, eagerly asking, and then? Then? Lord Tobarama magnified and perpetuated his disdain for the Uchiha. As a leader of a shinobi village, he could not afford to abandon his biases. Such conduct is unbecoming, Dandamu stated. Fuyue gasped, astonished by these revelations that he had never dared to contemplate, secretly giving Dandamu a thumbs up for his audacity. This outcome is not what we, the Uchiha, desire. Are we not already changing? Dandamu smiled. Are you referring to the patrol puppets? Fuyue asked, suddenly enlightened. Precisely. This conserves manpower and minimizes interactions with your proud kin and the village residents, Dandamu remarked. Change requires time. Nothing can be accomplished overnight. Your words are thought-provoking. By the way, Fuyue looked at Dandamu. My nephew Shursui is about to graduate. I desire for him to join the Umbu. Once my son is born, he may also have the opportunity. What do you think? Fuyue's face radiated with childlike anticipation for praise. Dandamu burst into laughter. So, what is your objective in this? Realizing Dandamu was teasing him, Fuyue, though slightly bewildered, replied, firstly, to ensure the flow of information. Secondly, to demonstrate compliance to the higher-ups in Konoha. What is Shursui's talent like? Dandamu inquired, taking another sip of tea. Thus far, he is a rare genius among our clan. According to the elders, his talent could rival that of Madara. Fuyue beamed with pride, his eyes sparkling with joy. Dandamu sputtered tea. Cough, cough. Can you explain your thought process? Sending your clan's most gifted to the Umbu, into the hands of those who harbor hostility towards the Uchiha? No matter how gifted Shursui is, he is still a child and susceptible to manipulation. Wiping his mouth, Dandamu continued, are you not concerned that he might turn against you? Fuyue was momentarily speechless. Dandamu, with a wry smile, quipped, this is akin to a mouse serving as a companion to a cat. What? Fuyue was perplexed by Dandamu's metaphor. Allow me to illustrate with an imperfect analogy. If a robber covets your treasures, and you are aware, yet do nothing, continuously offering them riches, what do you think the outcome will be? Dandamu's expression grew serious. Therefore, do not send him there. But I have already discussed this with Lord Sarutobi, and he has agreed. Fuyue expressed his regret. Dandamu's eyes gleamed with a thought. When the time comes, you may proceed, but the candidate should be reconsidered. Then let us send those troublesome individuals from your clan, those who oppose you. Dandamu posed, crossing his arms. If they possess such rebellious spirit, their strength should not be lacking. That is true. Many of the primary radicals within the clan are of Jainin rank, Fuyue acknowledged. If I were to provide a rationale for assisting you, it would be my desire to see Konoha grow stronger, Dandamu asserted, his gaze fixed firmly on Fuyue. Why keep those warmongers and those whose views conflict with yours within the clan? They can simply be sent to the Umbu. From your demeanor, I can see that you are a person who loves your village and cherishes peace, Dandamu stood. However, peace necessitates the assurance of power. A clan fraught with internal instability will face issues not only from outside, but also from within, Fuyue replied, standing earnestly and nodding. But? He hesitated. There is no but. Are you afraid of being accused of vendetta? As the clan leader, you must be accountable for the entire clan. Rather than allowing a small faction to lead the entire family into ruin, Dandamu expressed dissatisfaction with Fuyue's indecisiveness, deeming it too weak. Understood. Upon hearing Dandamu's words, Fuyue felt a jolt, as if awakened. This course of action yields 3 advantages. First, it eliminates internal instability. Second, it prevents their radical ideologies from influencing others. And third, it allows you to continue with your exploratory plans, Dandamu elucidated clearly. Dandamu's words opened a window for Fuyue at that moment. Dandamu's commanding presence brimmed with wisdom in Fuyue's eyes, his strategies and overarching tactics breathtakingly impressive. For a time traveler, these challenges are indeed trifling. A certain web novelist, known as the cat that catches mice, once boasted that if granted a system to traverse realms, he would not only unify the ninja world but also with a magnanimous heart, gather the homeless female ninjas. These thoughts had lingered in Duanmu's mind for quite some time. Setting aside the myriad of peculiarities found in the original work, the Uchiha clan's massacre involved pivotal figures such as Shisui, Itachi, Fugaku, Obito, Danzo, and Hiruzen Sarutobi. But who stands as the decisive figure? The debates surrounding them are numerous, yet Duanmu believes that the crux of it all lies with brother Fugaku. Had he not been so indecisive and merciful, perhaps the Uchiha clan's fate would have been drastically different. Duanmu turned to Fugaku, entrusting him with the task of reporting to the Hokage. No problem, leave it to me, Fugaku replied without hesitation. However, is it not going to take considerable time to implement this village-wide initiative? How could it encompass the entire village? Duanmu furrowed his brows. We shall first select a bustling police station as a pilot project, then gradually expand it throughout Konoha. Fugaku's understanding dawned, realizing that this approach would allow for timely rectifications should any issues arise. Precisely, Duanmu affirmed with a nod. Yet, there is another matter that poses difficulty, Fugaku remarked, scratching his head. If not resolved first, this plan would be challenging to execute. What issue? Duanmu inquired impatiently. Fugaku's cautious nature may serve him well as a conservative clan leader, but when faced with a complex situation, he often felt overwhelmed. The Elder Council of Konoha, Fugaku explained, particularly pointing out Shimura Danzo's deep-seated animosity towards the Uchiha clan, who would undoubtedly seek to thwart their efforts. Oh, Duanmu exhaled in relief. So that is your concern. Do not fret. From my estimations, they cannot return any sooner than half a month, possibly a month at most. That should provide us ample time. What? Fugaku exclaimed, incredulous. That is impossible, given Danzo's modus operandi, unless what? Duanmu tilted his head, questioning. Unless he is dead? Fugaku ventured cautiously. Ah, your imagination is truly remarkable. Duanmu chuckled, confident that they were safe as long as the elders were absent from the village. But how can you be so sure? Fugaku's eyes darted in uncertainty. During the weapon shop's grand opening, the elders were present but left early. It is reasonable for them to take a trip to alleviate their envy over the Hokage acquiring a fine weapon, Duanmu nonchalantly replied. Is that truly the case? Fugaku's face was etched with skepticism. Indeed, more genuine than gold. Duanmu dismissed, adding, and remember, keep this matter confidential. Chapter 69. Submerged in the vast ocean of the people on the most bustling street of Konoha, a crowd gathered around the police station, observing several workers diligently installing equipment that the average citizen could hardly comprehend. Aunt Mizuna, what is happening here? A curious young girl asked a middle-aged woman carrying a basket of vegetables. Before Mizuna could respond, the girl lowered her voice, speculating. Is it true that the Uchiha police are in conflict with someone again? Mizuna gently scolded the girl, glancing around. Jay, speak cautiously. Do not bring trouble to our home. They are installing something for the police. Just as Mizuna reminisced, a young man chimed in. Auntie, it's the police joint defense puppets. Yes. Mizuna eagerly nodded. That's right. The police joint defense puppets. Wait, aren't you? After speaking with Jay, Mizuna turned around to realize she was conversing with an Uchiha police officer. She swiftly pulled Jay behind her, wearing a conciliatory smile. Oh, please do not mind my little one. She speaks without thought, and she means no harm. It's all good, auntie. Rest assured, we Uchiha officers are not to be feared, the young man reassured her, handing out 2 flyers explaining the puppet's functions to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. As they received the flyers, the young man slightly bowed and walked away to join others. Seeing that there was no immediate threat, Mizuna began to educate Jay quietly. Nearby, 2 individuals moved aside, with Duanmu pointing out to Fugaku, do you see? The ordinary citizens have already begun to harbor hostility towards the Uchiha. Indeed, Fugaku nodded gravely. If this continues to accumulate, the Uchiha clan may struggle to survive. That young man is quite impressive, very composed, Duanmu remarked, admiring the Uchiha member. That is Uchiha Kai, who came to invite you that day. Though his demeanor is somewhat aloof, he executes his tasks exceptionally well. Who is controlling the puppets this time? Duanmu expressed some concern. Fear not. I have dispatched my capable assistant, Uchiha Hokage. His strength surpasses mine, and his mind is astutely meticulous, Fugaku replied confidently. That is reassuring. Just as Duanmu was about to say more, a wave of astonished gasps erupted from the police station. The 3 puppets had activated. moving with agility accompanied by the mechanical clatter of gears, exuding a striking presence. Greetings, residents of Konoha. We are the prototype models of the Konoha police puppets. Honored to serve you. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to approach us at the police station. The red, blue, and gray puppets spoke in unison, their voices reminiscent of intelligent machines. Initially, the gathered crowd watched with apprehension until a young child, driven by curiosity, stepped forward to touch one of the puppets. When it remained still, the crowd relaxed and began to chatter excitedly. You report back. The rest of you continue to monitor. A nearby fruit vendor instructed a customer in hushed tones. Understood. The customer affirmed, selecting fruit before blending back into the crowd. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as a young boy tumbled from a rooftop across the street. He had attempted to join the spectacle, but, finding it too crowded, climbed up for a better view, only to misstep and fall. Before anyone could react, the gray puppet's components detached with a flurry of movement, soaring into the air to catch the boy. As onlookers rushed to inquire if the boy was injured, he excitedly shook his head. The gray puppet swiftly reassembled, returning to its original form, prompting the crowd to erupt in enthusiastic applause. Bravo! Duanmu snapped his fingers, exclaiming, a commendable debut. Quite successful. Help! Help! Just as Duanmu prepared to return and devise subsequent plans, a heart-rending scream pierced the air from around the corner, followed by a disheveled little girl sprinting towards them. The crowd quickly dispersed, and a rough-looking man pursued her, barking, "You little brat, embarrassing yourself out here." The girl stumbled into a mud pit conjured by a jutsu, closely followed by a heavily made-up woman who shouted, "Darling, catch that little brat. I need to explain to that deadbeat when he returns." With a sinister grin, the man advanced toward the girl. Those nearby, unable to stand idly by, began to speak up, but the man silenced them with a fierce glare, while the woman gazed at him with enraptured eyes. "I shall see where you run." The man seized the girl from behind, clutching her neck and lifting her effortlessly. With a swift motion, he struck her twice across the face, and the young girl ceased her cries, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. The onlookers dared not voice their indignation, for they were all familiar with this man, known as Mido Ryuen. He was the cousin of the elder Mido Monin, and had long been infamous for his malevolence in the village. "Look at that repugnant creature," a middle-aged man muttered in discontent. "Hush, be cautious, he harbors a vengeful spirit." Just days after being confronted by a boy from the Chiba family, that entire household fell victim to poison, whispered an elderly man beside him, glancing nervously around before leading the man away. Yet the surrounding women were unafraid, gossiping audibly about this Michiko, who shamelessly consorted with such a bully while her husband, a ninja, remained oblivious. How unfortunate for that girl to have such a mother, with her father absent and her mother engaging in infidelity. Indeed, you have no idea. I live next door and hear her pleas daily, beaten into a state unrecognizable. One woman lamented. Just yesterday, I overheard Michiko inquiring at the apothecary about how to treat her child's broken ribs, another added. Duanmu and Fuyue, standing at the fringe of the crowd, had gathered enough snippets of conversation to ascertain the gravity of the situation, their anger palpable. "Master, what shall we do?" Uchiha Kai approached Fuyue with a sense of urgency. With a face etched in fury, Fuyue declared, "What are we waiting for? Arrest him immediately. I care not for his status." "Yes." Duanmu regarded Fuyue with newfound respect. Despite his flaws, Fuyue was undeniably a man of integrity and a lover of peace. "Police puppets, heed my command. Apprehend the brute, Mido Ryuen." Uchiha Kai bellowed. "Understood." The eyes of 3 mechanical puppets transformed from azure to a blood-red hue. The gray puppet's modules disassembled and floated into the air, while the red puppet conjured an earthen defense. The blue puppet's arms morphed into dual rods crackling with electricity. "Warning! Warning! Verbal summons. Release the hostage." 3 consecutive warnings issued. "Escalating force. Take heed. All non-involved parties, step away." The red puppet intoned mechanically. "Do you even know who I am?" Mido Ryuen retorted arrogantly. Well, the Uchiha fools have devised new tricks." He hurled the small girl against the wall. "Warning! The assailant has harmed the hostage, initiating capture." As the mechanical voice faded, the blue puppet appeared behind him in an instant. Before he could react, the rod plunged into his lower back. His body trembled uncontrollably, succumbing to paralysis. With a series of clanks, the gray puppet's modules adhered to him, swiftly connecting. Minutes later, Mido Ryuen was entirely ensnared, the blue puppet inserting the rod into the gray puppet's shoulder slot. With a piercing scream, he was forcibly expelled to the ground. The red puppet promptly affixed handcuffs and shackles upon him, while the other two puppets lifted the perpetrator into the police station. The entire operation, though intricate in explanation, took less than 3 minutes, executed with precision and efficiency. By the time the crowd comprehended the situation, all traces of humanity had vanished, leaving only the 3 puppets behind. Not a single police officer from the Uchiha clan was in sight, and the crowd erupted into thunderous applause. Just as the clamor reached its peak, several thick roots burst forth from the ground, ensnaring a woman amidst the throng. Duanmu had employed a druidic technique, capturing Mito, Ryuen's mistress, though he had not utilized ninjutsu. He feigned a gesture of would release, as Fuyue stood nearby. "Look, it is Mr. Yulong." The crowd recognized the blue-haired, handsome figure, and soon, many gathered around him. "Mr. Duanmu, the Uchiha clan leader, and Lord Hokage have commanded that we hand over the recently captured individual to our Umbu for processing." Duanmu and Fuyue exchanged glances, hesitating, when a courageous voice rang out from the crowd. "We cannot entrust him to them. The last time the Chiba family was annihilated, he was apprehended on the spot and released shortly after." With a leader emboldening them, the crowd grew bolder. Yes, he must not be set free. The chant spread like wildfire, their outrage unifying them in a resounding cry. Duanmu assessed the burgeoning situation, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Chapter 70. Responding to violence with violence. He composed himself, gravely approaching the gathering, which had swelled beyond measure. The 3 Umbu operatives trailed, somewhat bewildered. As he advanced, the crowd parted, until he reached a corner where a 6-year-old girl leaned against the wall, a large crimson mark extending to her head. Duanmu knelt beside her, gently checking for breath with 2 fingers. Her pulse was faint. The onlookers fell silent, a collective sigh escaping his lips. How could one be so cruel? He lifted the girl into his arms, revealing her tattered clothing, discarded by her mother's lover. The spectators gasped as they beheld the child's disheveled hair, riddled with patches of baldness. Her upper body bore countless wounds, burns, cuts, and various injuries, some scabbed over while others still bled. "Brother, please save me." The girl, barely conscious, opened her eyes to see a handsome older brother cradling her. Summoning her last vestiges of strength, she whispered for help. Her plea triggered a wave of compassion. As a young woman stepped forward, her voice choked with emotion. "Please, sir, save her." "Yes, Mr. Duanmu." The crowd echoed, their desperation palpable. Duanmu counted silently to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Rising, he surveyed the gathering before switching his vocation to that of a priest, compelled by the priest's radiant magical aura. He raised his hands and pressed them downward twice, silencing the crowd. With a solemn demeanor, he extended his arms skyward. Healing technique, rapid healing, holy nova, healing prayer. Had he not feared being overly dramatic, he would have unleashed the priest's ultimate move, divine him. His entire being radiated a sacred, luminous warmth, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. The crowd gazed upon him in awe as he channeled his light into the small girl, who seemed to be enveloped in a golden glow, more brilliant than the sun itself. She floated gently above the ground, enveloped in warmth and comfort, though the itch of her wounds urged her to scratch. "Do not move. Your injuries are healing," a gentle, melodious voice whispered in the girl's ear. Obediently, she lowered her hands as Duanmu leaned down to embrace her. Strangely, however, her body remained half a meter away from his arms, giving onlookers the illusion that she was being lifted by a golden radiance. In truth, Duanmu had merely cast a levitation spell upon her. Yet, in the eyes of the crowd, it appeared extraordinary. It was Duanmu who had conjured this miraculous phenomenon. They watched in astonishment as the scars on the girl's body vanished at a visibly rapid pace. Such divine healing methods were rarely seen even in medical facilities. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd, akin to water being suddenly poured into a boiling pot, as they clamored to witness the spectacle. From afar, additional spectators began to converge. Under Duanmu's deliberate enhancement, the healing lasted for several minutes before concluding. As the golden light dissipated, the girl gradually emerged, revealing her silky long hair and skin as delicate as a flower petal. She blinked and slowly opened her eyes, realizing that she was surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. The 6-year-old girl, now aware of her modesty, realized her upper garment was missing, leaving her clad only in tattered shorts. With a startled gasp, She hugged her chest and squatted down in embarrassment. At that moment, a large, warm coat was draped over her shoulders. Looking up with a pitiful expression, she saw a handsome young man with blue hair bending down and smiling at her. Put it on, it's a bit chilly. Since her father had left for battle, this was the first time someone had treated her with such kindness, causing tears to flow uncontrollably down her cheeks. Duanmu gestured to Fujitake, summoning him and Uchiha Kai to approach. Kai, take her to the police station for some rest. Yes, Mr. Duanmu. Uchiha Kai replied as he lifted the girl and headed toward the police station. Neighbors, since my father is away and my mother has entangled herself with a scoundrel, leading to my daughter's unfortunate state, do you not agree that the police should apprehend such individuals? Indeed, such people should be arrested. The crowd echoed in agreement. So, what was that fellow's name again? Duanmu turned to Fujitake. His name is Mito Ryuin, a relative of the Konoha elders. Though Fujitake was unsure of Duanmu's intentions, he complied earnestly. Bring that pair of scoundrels here. Duanmu signaled to Fujitake, who waved over to the police station. Soon, a woman bound by tree roots and a man ensnared by a puppet were brought forth. Let me ask you, what is your name? Duanmu's piercing gaze fixed on the woman. I am Mihoko, she stammered. What is your relation to the girl? I am her mother. How did she sustain those injuries? Duanmu's tone turned severe. She was abused by Master Mito. No, by that man. With a scoff, Duanmu raised his hand, causing vines to emerge from the roots, tightening around the woman's mouth. He clenched his fist, and the roots abruptly sprouted long, sharp thorns, piercing into her flesh. The woman let out a pained whimper, her body writhing in agony, sinking deeper into the ground, transforming into a grotesque figure of blood. Some onlookers, emboldened by the spectacle, approached to kick her and spat upon her. Remove his mask, Duanmu commanded, directing his words at the puppet. He knew the puppet's controller could hear him. With a swift motion, the mask was removed. Bah! The man within the puppet spat a few times, struggling against his restraints. You'd better let me go, otherwise, when my brother arrives, you won't fare well. With a resounding slap, Duanmu struck his face. Why would you so cruelly mistreat a 6-year-old girl? How dare you hit me? Mito Ryuin glared at Duanmu with menacing eyes. A worthless commoner, merely a source of amusement for me. Another slap followed. Do you view commoners as utterly insignificant? You, Ba? I am a noble of Konoha. I can dispose of a few at will. Just wait, blue-haired brat. I'll remember you. His words ignited the crowd's fury. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! They shouted in unison, their voices rising to the heavens. What do you intend to do? My brother is an elder. Mito Ryuin, sensing the rising tension, shouted defiantly. Duanmu raised his hand, silencing the crowd. But as he was about to speak again, Mito Ryuin called out, You! Come here and rescue me. Elder Mito will reward you handsomely. Surprisingly, Mito Ryuin pleaded for help from the Umbu behind Duanmu. Duanmu turned to the 3 Umbu, and the crowd followed his gaze. The leader of the Umbu team broke into a sweat. Mr. Duanmu, perhaps we should leave this to the village. A deep voice interjected, and the crowd turned to see the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama. The crowd greeted in unison. Hokage-sama, what would happen if you turned him over to the village? Would he not be released in due time? Does his connection to the Konoha elite grant him immunity? Did the Uchiha police apprehend the wrong person? Is his crime not worthy of arrest? Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen was rendered speechless by Duanmu's inquiries. Truth be told, Duanmu had accurately discerned the Hokage's thoughts in his eyes. The value of a commoner paled in comparison to that of an elder. Take him to the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded. With 4 Umbu behind him, he gestured, and along with the previous 3, they surrounded Mito Ryuin, preparing to escort him away. The crowd, incensed, surged forward to intervene, a clash seemingly imminent. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned toward Duanmu and whispered, You little rascal, this mess is all you're doing. What now? Cooperate with me, and I shall take full responsibility afterward. An epic weapon shall be yours. Duanmu responded quietly. 5 items, or there will be no deal. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied swiftly. 2 items, it cannot be more. Duanmu retorted equally fast. 3 items, otherwise, I shall conduct myself impartially. Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at him. Deal. Duanmu conceded reluctantly. Fujitake, standing beside Duanmu, was utterly bewildered, never imagining that the usually imposing Hokage would bargain like a merchant with Duanmu. At that moment, the crowd began to physically clash with the Umbu, and conflict seemed unavoidable. Suddenly, a yellow wooden stake was thrust into the ground. The eighth gate, the door of injury, open. Duanmu's body emitted a tremendous wave of energy, scattering the surrounding crowd several meters away. He then struck the tumultuous crowd with 2 phantom punches. The force of his blows sent everyone near Mito Ryuan sprawling aside. Behold, as I punish this brutal fiend. Release the puppet, Duanmu commanded, and at his word, the puppet mechanisms binding Mito Ryuan were undone. Shadow dance of leaves, Duanmu moved at such high speed that he became a blur, delivering a kick that sent Ryuan soaring into the air.